Cloak and Dagger has sort of
I have been
come
here
to
for
the
every
same
single
level
game, chat.
as
It
the
pisses me
Loki
off
and
that
Winter,
at
so
4
Invis
a.m. they're gonna
Woman
tweet
has
that they're
seen a
starting at 8 a.m. or some
significant
shit.
drop in
My
terms
time.
of pick rate, which means that
No.
you don't have to worry about the force physics as much as Insomnia. Wow, that is. I'm not surprised, because you were saying the other game, right, that we had a Loki kind of player on our hands. Goonsky is known.
Okay,
for
chat.
his
At least we get to
Loki
see Demon play.
on ladder.
I
So
really like that.
it's-
Demon has been a lot of fun to watch on the Wolverine.
His name is actually pronounced like that. I was informed by Oasis yesterday.
Why did you have to tell me that? I could have lived happily I could have lived in bliss, in ignorance. Who's going to win? All right.
Who's going to win? Yo, Home Decor. Appreciate the massive dono, my friend. Who's going to win? Insomnia against Low 9. This is the lower bracket finals. It's a best of 5.
So they're going to prioritize for Luna here. Okay. Insomnia going for the preemptive
to be honest with you,
on the
shit,
strategist
chat.
line.
I don't know. This could go either way. I feel like whoever shows up today and is feeling good is going to win. But if I had to pick, I think Insomnia would win.
We're still waiting for that Wolverine that we're anticipating being removed, especially since Insomnia are definitely trying to funnel Low 9 towards Pine Clone's Invis Woman, so that if the Wolverine does stay in play, well, Low 9 don't get to stay in the Invis boundary if Last Stand is up in charge.
That's true. Those static emplacements of Strategist Ultimates very vulnerable to getting stood on. All right, simultaneous bang going to come through here, and we can see the hover on the Wolverine, just trying to limit the damage that Damon can do.
God damn, bro. This cat just shit in the bathroom next to me, and it smells like ass, chat.
I'm not sure if we're going to see maybe Emma Mag come out, because I don't
Hold on,
think
let me turn on the, like, a fan.
Insomnia's last ban is going to come before Low 9 can protect. Then again, maybe they're not too worried about it, because Saint Tomoto's just so good at cap.
Saint Tomoto is incredibly good at cap to the point that it does tend to get banned out. But Insomnia, this is interesting for me. Insomnia went for the Emma, and they saved the Adam Warlock, which means that we're potentially going to be seeing Rescomp come through. But if Low 9 decide to mirror Rescomp, they've got the Magneto, which is going to be really good as a setup for them. The foundations of Rescomp are built off of 2 cooldowns in your engagement. Bulwark from your Magneto and Blaster Barrage from your Star-Lord, so that you could always build Galactic Legend faster than the Meteor M build up on the other side, as Saint Tomoto is actually going to be protecting the Captain America. They think that Insomnia would burn that last ban on the Captain America, and yeah, they're on the right lines 100%. Insomnia wanted to get that cap out, and now they come.
So now what do you remove? Cloak and Dagger maybe? Try and force an awkward backline composition from Low 9.
You see this cat?
Human Torch. Okay. I mean, that makes sense. Whenever Crisis and Jerky are both fantastic at that. I personally prefer Jerky on it, because I think Crisis can do a lot more on the hit scan, but of course, with Punisher being banned, there's a lot more room for Crisis to flex around. Likely going to see a cat mirror match here. Password does like to play that.
I love that the Punisher is banned and Low 9 still trying to hover it.
Come on, man.
Like,
Just let me click
maybe I can get past this, but no.
Yo, Glitch Gaming, Prison Master 43 months, and Jacob Blaze with the massive prime sub as well. Cam King for 12 months. Absolutely crazy. Appreciate it.
We might see them full lock the res comp, or it could potentially be a pivot if they feel like they need to just go for a stall comp against something like Dive. Coming on through, as Adam is so good though in these first fights. Soul Bond is effectively a full strategist ultimate, and if the res comp gets any point percentage and control of that point, you better believe we're going to be going from 1% to upwards of 50% before they get pushed off of it.
This cat plays fetch,
all right,
bro. This
seeing
is
Jerky
too funny.
on the Psylocke makes me happy. And Noct has actually been
Which
able to do some
NA
real
team do you think will advance in the season playoffs?
Most iconically, I think, on Symbiotic.
The way that everyone's playing right now, I think any team can get it.
That's most likely destination.
I think 2 teams
Well, it's
go
the
to the
mid-max
mid-season
time.
playoffs,
Low 9
right?
utilizing
Mid-season
the death
finals,
bubbles to
right?
get out of spawn a little bit faster. Insomnia gonna have passive.
Yo,
on the
LeBron
Strange,
with the massive prime
I'm not
as
sure
well.
if they are
Appreciate
setting up
it.
the portals. Oh,
I'm pretty
no.
sure.
No, they just
Is it chat?
decide
Is it
to
3
walk to the
teams?
point instead. They've got the Strange, they've got the Amma, but Saint Tomoto on the cap and Jerky on that Psylocke is going to be making it particularly tricky for that backline to have to deal. But Lurkin with that Terror Cape and Relaxing Sky with the sedation.
We looked at it yesterday. I gotta relook again.
Okay, rare for the Psylocke and Cap to both make it through the ban phase against the teams that like this kind of style. Jay3 has been demanding so much respect recently as a lights out Cap player. And you better believe he can do this all day. Damon, however, tracks him down. The Cap not strong versus the high caliber that the Punisher brings to bear, rolling forward, ready to swap everyone with a shotgun. Doesn't quite want to take the swing into Jerky for now. He's going to play defensive.
Oh, is everyone's face cam going to be working today?
Yeah, I'd run to.
Crisis has already got Kraken Impact, by the way.
Oh, damn.
Doesn't have the space to use it, but everyone from Insomnia stacked up so much that Daddy was getting significant damage up onto all of the bodies there. However, Lurkin with that Eternal Bond is going to make it particularly hard for the Bucky to get picks up of the damage that the ultimate does. Nocta's already down that Soul Bond too. It got invested early on to make sure the Demon could fully stare down the entirety of Low9's forces.
All right, Gonski, can they be shut down out of this Eternal Bond is the question. Damon needs to... Oh, where did it go? Where did the Meteor M go? Well, it didn't go too far, but Damon also didn't make it too far with their own ultimate either. Jerky finds the perfect time to do the dance macabre, the dance of butterflies. It's a celebration here for Low9, but not without significant investment.
Insomnia are going to have Sonic Seduction as well as Eye of Agamotto, but they were able to
wait, they're basically running res count without the res count. Wait, did they not? Wait, is Star-Lord not banned? Why didn't I guess they rather run Punisher instead of Star-Lord?
A particular harder break point in case that Sonic Seduction comes on for aggressively for Insomnia to break out of this choke.
All right, worth noting here as Beetle brought up, you can get the one tap with the Strange Ultimate from Passivo if there is a damage boost onto it.
Oh my god, Crisis is
already grabs 3. There's a reason the streets are saying that the Crisis is...
Oh my god.
5-piece.
You know, it's actually really I'm really happy that this character is doing really well in the tournament. So that means that he's viable.
Very tight space. And Crisis, with the Freedom Charge too, donated by Saint Tomoto, has so much health bar to just continue aggressively pushing him for a fast fight. They have been able to surpass the point percentage picked up for Insomnia, but Nocta with that Karmic Revival, they can go in, force out the Strategist ultimates from Low9, and come back with their own afterwards.
All right, all about the ebb and flow. Make the forces happen. And then do your true Alpha Strike thereafter, opening up already, coming through. Multiple players grabbed in, mind controlled, and that makes it so easy to just burst them down with the final judgment. The Meteor M, it barely lasts for a second, even a fraction of a second against the damage that Damon brings out.
Lurkin didn't even need to
I love Punisher, bro. As soon as you see a Magneto like ulting, you keep shooting your ult and just blow his ult up. I love it. I love it, chat.
The damage boost the final judgment off alongside a nice little Terror Cape coming on through from Lurkin. And Insomnia now have control of Choke. Gonski might have to use Eternal Bond just to buy safe passage for Low9's players back onto that point as we head towards last fight. But Nocta absent from perspective currently.
Or get dunked on. Well, I mean, you have your Magneto bubble you, hopefully, or you know, your in this case your
really concentrate in a lot of that damage.
Your what do you call it? Doctor Strange bubble shielding you.
On backwards through here. Cat has already shut down Crisis though, and Saint Tomoto going down. Jerky doesn't have long for this world after being stunned out by Pasuo, getting real value here out of the Eye of Agamotto. Damon takes a brazen angle all by themselves, stands on business with the weaponry and just shoots lead into everyone.
Yeah, Insomnia continue to be sardines, and they're so slippery. Nocta is the only one that goes down as Low9 enter into the fight, but he can self-revive, doesn't even need to use the Karmic Revival. If this boundary is going to get put over the point itself to make sure that everyone survives Crisis, teleporting them directly into the mix, and even just get Soul Bombed, and Resurgence, and Strange Shield, and we challenge for Final Judgment, and Low9 scatter.
Full pocket onto Damon for now, though. Great play from Low9 defensively, getting real value out of a freedom charge here from
Oh my.
Resurrection. Nocturne starts to bring everybody back. Lurkin, it's just going to have a quick flash in the pan of a Kingdom of Hell before returning to the lands of the living. And Cat forever taken down by the Terror Cape itself. Low9 have turned this one around. There are still personnel here from Insomnia, but now it's time to make a call. Are they going to try and play this one? It's a full disengage, but there's an attempt to run them down.
I mean, Low9 have to continue chasing. They need to make sure.
Bro, I'm actually really surprised Insomnia lost that fight.
So close to Eternal Bond. Gonski is going to have theirs, and they're going to use it aggressively to try and find a pick and also force Lurkin into having to mirror. But
Oh my god. Yo, low 9. Low 9 is coming out here to fucking play, bro.
Oh, unbelievable value here. Forever's going to be cut through by the adamantium claws. Low 9 when it comes to ult value. Wolver, Crisis, Jerky, all delivered.
Low 9 has came to fucking play, bro. Wow. Hey, first round. That was the first round, chat. First round.
Of Burning T'Challa going the way of Low 9.
A little bit of a misplay, an overlap of abilities. Insomnia just invested so much at the beginning of that overtime that Soul Bond comes out far too early, and Meteor M finds the target that is looking for perfectly. And Low 9, they definitely had a tougher time of it. They were coming up against a comp that is known on domination, being able to stall you out and take you all the way up to 99%, where every single fight afterwards you have to overinvest your ultimate.
He just walks under my feet and just starts biting my leg.
To offset it. Before Karmic Revival spots can be found, before all of the soul revives can be utilized, Insomnia just stalls.
I'm confused. What is stage?
Just keeps building
up. What is this stage? This is the playoffs here, so they can move on to
very impressive mechanics coming through from the boy.
So they can move on to
Low 9 to try and convert on some of these frags.
Forever is going to start on the
mid-season playoffs or the mid-season finale. What is it, chat? The mid-season finale? I don't have to look at the thing. There's like a lot of, there's like 4 stages.
Potentially isolated from Low 9 side. Can they force the invis boundary as a reaction to have to heal off of the point, or can they just get Crisis?
Big isolation coming through off the back of the Exile. I believe there's a grab that came through as the invisible boundary. Oh no, Forever taken off the map. Jerky said you don't exile me.
Bro, I want to play Wolverine so I can do that. That looks so fun. Anyone here play Wolverine, chat? Seeing a Wolverine kidnap someone and take them off the map seems so fun.
Yeah, it's interesting, but you don't really have much of a synergy with it. You don't have the Wolverine, you don't have the Namor, and you don't have the damage to try and get through Saint Tomoto, who's just
and Crisis. Oh my god, Crisis. Crisis is literally going insane.
From the Captain America, and he's just
Gob plays Wolverine. Does anyone here play a good Wolverine? Hey, what's up, Fishy?
Now we get the
Does anyone here play a good Wolverine?
Off of the Atom onto that Namor, but it does feel a little bit too late. Low 9 are already established. Crisis has the Kraken impact, and without that Atom, you don't have Soul Bond, so you have to poke and face tank the damage so that Loken can build up Eternal Bond.
Fishy, I thought you only play
Lack of soul.
I thought you only play like Iron Man.
And
toss my games with it.
Damage, as you said. From that Namor, trying to pick up the off angle. Of course, Crisis is already on top of that. The Gamma Monstro taken down, still has in the back pocket a Kraken impact. This is a very, very wide position here from the side of Forever. Can they save? Oh, it's the perfect save. Lurking got it just in time. Wolver! Unbelievable accuracy. Oh, this is why the goat was on the graphic at the beginning. It might not be on the Doctor Strange, but bro is still an absolute animal when it comes to the Magneto. You
holy shit! Look at this chat. Wolver is 22-1. Crisis is 27-3. Jerky's 20-3. Oh wait, I couldn't even see the other team's stats, bro.
To take Lurking down mid dash, and Eternal Bond is divorced from existence. As Insomnia are sent packing off of this point. Forever does have Sonic Seduction. It's going to pave the way for the final judgment, but Low 9 again continue first.
I hit one above all playing Wolverine and Punisher. I don't want to hear it. Damn, okay.
Click from passing web. Too much to deal with right now. Should be a quick flip here. Moving over onto Saint Tomoto. He could try and do this all day. I don't know if Insomnia are going
also, to be honest with you, I thought this was going to be an Insomnia W, and they're kind of losing the first game, chat. I'm kind of scared for them. Hey, it's a best of 5, though, so anything can happen.
Blink and you'll miss it, and
what's up, Backshot?
Another. Pineclone's also going to have that invis boundary, but that's not going to be able to stand up to Demon's final judgment damage output. Not if Lurkin's able to find a good terror cape. Relaxing Sky is 100% going to match the invis ultimate so that Demon can get aggressive into Low 9's positions.
All right, huge amount of damage coming through already from Damon inside the invisible boundary. Everyone's feeling safe for a moment, but when Pasuo tries to turn this one around, the safety is gone. Crisis bit off more than they could chew. Wanted for CC immunity during the leap of the Kraken impact because they were scared about getting seduced. But they just didn't have the damage.
I mean, Pasuo has a huge bubble. It gets everybody on Insomnia. So even though we see Invis boundary for Invis boundary, Terror Cape for Terror Cape, Gonski's gets broken by the Hulk. And Insomnia are able to keep Demon standing. And now Low 9 are relying on Meteor M once more to shut down Lurkin's ult.
All right.
Oh, wait, did someone just disconnect? Oh, no, bro, did he just disconnect?
Issue coming through for Low 9.
What's up, baby?
We'll have to see if that remains to be the case. For now, Damon just going to wait patiently.
No, bro, no. What's up, Miss Goodnight? No, bro.
We'll get a quick update for you guys.
There's the pause.
There's the pause. Yeah, it looks like we've got a slight connection issue here. Low 9 have called for the
I was about to
pause.
say, wait, why did it take them so long to pause, though? They could have paused, like, way before that team fight even happened.
Goonsky, yeah. Goonsky, having some trouble.
Yeah, unfortunately, it does look like Logan is going into your
Hey, don't put... Why are you being so adventurous today?
Bit of time.
You guys see this little devil?
Getting to regenerate.
Don't yell at me. Don't scream at me. Don't say meow.
But this one has definitely been close. I think it wouldn't have been as close if we'd seen the Hulk name roll out at the beginning.
Don't scream at me.
Instead of trying to stick with
you need food, chat. After this series, when it goes to a break, I have to go downstairs and get little cat food for him.
Given that the next fight is about to come down to both teams having eternal bond, and
I didn't have time to feed him before I streamed because this tournament started 2 hours before I even knew.
Whose Cloak and Dagger is going to live longer?
Yeah, and maybe that comes down to good usage of the Guardian Shield now, because of course, being off the Mantis and the Adam means that now there's an invisible woman on both sides.
Bubba's getting comfortable. Are you letting him jump on your backside? Bro, did you see that? I was standing up. I was standing up.
Automatically,
and the cat decides to jump on my chair, and I jump on my back to try to climb me, and the claws went into my skin. It hurt.
And they're facing forward, and the meteor M is behind them. Then that meteor is still.
Is your house big, Jay?
Yeah, we do also have
depends on who you ask.
Interceding of the Hulk, the unbreakable barrier. That works too.
I would assume that is likely going to be the play.
No, don't say massive, Chad. Don't say massive. I mean, it's not big like my dad's house.
And then utilize the unbreakable barrier so that the bubble comes out, and Lurkin is going to be able to gain access to that, so that the Meteor M.
Jay has a massive mansion. Who do you guys think I am? Like Tim the Tatman or like Ninja or someone, bro?
Protect the CD. That or Forever is going to put the shield a little bit lower, so that it also is tilted upwards. And Wolver can't just levitate and find the angle.
On the other side, let's think about how potentially Low 9's Eternal Bond could be shut down. I think one of
you do have
to try and do that at the moment is a combination of a Terror Cape on the dash and the Punisher shotgun, which can.
It has to be decent big with how much you talk about mortgage, bro. Mortgage. True. Listen, I don't know about you guys, but I don't like owing someone money.
Yeah, really
and I have a 7.5% interest rate on the house. So to be honest with you, my ass is getting stretched. And on top of a mortgage, like this is the first time I ever like got something. Oh wow, I'm actually really surprised he didn't throw it. So I'm actually really like, I don't like owing. My whole life I never liked owing people money or being in debt or anything. So this is the first time I'm like in debt. And you know, as the American dream is going in debt, right? So to be honest with you, I just don't like it.
Low 9, they're mostly out of options. There's still the freedom charge from Seinamoto, but he can't keep everyone else sustained. He'll have to sit here alone and take the punishment that's been.
If he wasn't a part-time streamer, he could have paid in full. Paid in full in Miami?
Comes on from
listen.
In anticipation of the Kraken.
Wow, by the way, Insomnia taking this round and going to a map 3. This is a good series, chat. I'm glad that we are awake for this one. Listen. If I could pay a house in full in Miami, I would not be a streamer, chat. I'd be doing some other kind of business that people like to do in Miami. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
To survive the damage that was coming on through the Meteor M that was hurtling in his direction.
That's what Miami was built on, bro. We don't got snow here, but we got a different kind of snow.
Great play though from Camp. Learned from their mistakes, and that's one of the things from Insomnia. They seem to be a very iterant team. the second that something goes wrong, they're very quick to adjust to it in the next map.
Yeah, Gasland, feel free, bro.
So all is fair in love and war. The Adam Warlock's off the table. Going to be rolling out from the beginning now, Mox, with this Namor Hulk.
Yeah, I like the Namor Hulk. It puts a lot of pressure on the Psylocke. You've got Blessing of the Deep too, which is going to be able to interrupt Wolver's Meteor M if you don't have the Emma Aegis or the Hulk Unbreakable
Virtus Pro versus
because Passio is going to be able to utilize all of those jumps, which have zero cooldowns, and immediately get the position of service side.
That's going to be a good game.
To be set up.
Probably Virtus Pro.
So much body
I don't know. Virtus Pro.
The monster of the Guardian Shield. Oh, so that this Punisher could hold his position, but he goes down regardless.
Tainted Voltage, not suffering from damage off a big pull there onto Forever. Just dragged into
I think it's going to be a close game. I don't think Virtus Pro has been looking like a very strong team lately, even though they are a strong team.
To try and keep Forever alive and kicking back. It's a massive terror kit, by the way. I think
yo, bro, Gasklin, every time I see your name, I really want to just play fucking Tarkov for some reason. Every time I see your name. I haven't played it in a long time.
Nothing grabbed off the Carbon Crush, but the melee damage might prove overwhelming. It's going to be an exchange now of these ultimates. Nice, the Guardian Shield finally comes up in time. They've started covering for Lurkin in the midst of all of this. Unbreakable barrier.
What's up, man?
Broken in this case, and seems like Low 9 after just investing ultimate after ultimate and finally finding some value out of a
July.
Yeah, I mean, for Low 9, they want the cap.
Yeah, but there's gonna be another. There's gonna be a hard wipe before the actual release of the game. So I don't think I'm gonna.
If Passio tries to go in,
I don't know if I want to play a wipe.
The rest of his team to walk forward. Also vulnerable against the Winter Soldier.
I don't know if I want to play a wipe just for 2 months later. There's gonna be another wipe and then the release of the game, and then another wipe because of the release of the game.
Point percentage on your rotations, because look,
what's up,
Tasm? They're not taking fights to find picks. They're taking fights to prevent Insomnia from doing what they want.
The Tracer Round's doing a good job of tracking Jerky's movements, though, allowing for preemptive rotations. Out comes the final judgment. This has been the death knell of fights before. Everyone, however, able to get into cover. Saintomoto just dodging around with a freedom charge, and it's down to Forever to try and keep this one contested. And it seems like there hasn't really been that much pressure gained. Crisis.
Ian, I appreciate the massive getting this up on YouTube, my friend.
Away, utilizing the World Breaker Hulk, the invincibility frames, getting some real value here. However, the invisible boundary could actually be counted out here by the Hulk. You can knock people out of it in the midst of all of this. I think someone was just caught in midair by a jump, and Cat has already fallen down. Forever, not quite so much in this case. Crisis. Oh, ultimate exile, and then the perfect play from Passio, punching them at just the right moment to bring them back into reality under Giganto's biomass.
Yeah, under reality, there goes gravity as the whale falls directly on top of Crisis's cranium. That was such a good setup too. That was Earthbound that Crisis couldn't use Trooper's Fist, the mobility tool, to escape out of it into the exile, which Passio perfectly times to break. And Crisis just can't escape. Insomnia, like we said, very good. They take one.
Why don't we play Arena Breakout? I don't.
The evolution is crazy.
I don't know, man. I feel like if I'm gonna play a game, especially like that, I'm just gonna play Tarkov. I have played Arena Breakout. Arena Breakout's a lot of fun, but ooh, that guy dashed in the air and just instantly died. Oh, that's a feels bad, man. And he used his ult while doing that, chat. Oh no.
From this Wolver doesn't even have good LOS onto it. Just tries to grab someone else on the back of the Meteor M, but Spicy Meatball hasn't been delivered.
Arena Breakout, I don't think is better. Arena Breakout is a little. It's like noob friendlier because you can see your teammates, you can see the price of items, you can see a map, you can see extractions.
Crisis in all charge at the moment, which is horrible news for Low 9 because Crisis is going to have Kraken impact. But the second that he uses that first jump, he loses the CC immunity and can get full lockdown by Noctis ultimate. And that's exactly what Insomnia have been using to hold out against this Winter Soldier that Low 9 have really put all of
okay, chat. Okay.
For Crisis to find the pick.
Let's see. I want to check that out. We're coming down to basically the last fights here, chat. Let's see this.
And finding the picks against Low 9.
What happened to the guy who disconnected? They paused the match so he could reconnect.
Old charge now. Still got to worry about that Earthbound effect. It's going to be the, oh my goodness, the final judgment. It's already doing so much damage. Goes into the enemy territory. They just cannot stand
oh my god, the Emma Frost kidnap and the Punisher ult. Oh, that's a lot of damage, chat.
One fight away now, maybe.
I think this might be GG's. This might be GG's unless Crisis can get that portal off.
He's getting themselves staggered. And Crisis is going to have to pull it back.
Yeah, which means that we give up Kraken Impact, but you're portaling directly into Earthbound. The Hornet Proteus is up for Nocta.
It's going to be difficult to try and deal with. Sinamoto putting the hurt in onto Damon. The healing's there, though. Consistent knockbacks, unbreakable guard delivered now by Pasuo. Still has the World Breaker Hulk. In comes the damage. Great dodge coming through from Gonski in the middle of all of this. And Pasuo just taking so much damage. 1,500 health.
Oh, no,
does not care when you go up against percentage-based damage like you get from the Wolverine. Still, it's Nocta delivering the final blows. Exiled for a moment. Pasuo back into their regular Hulk form. What a
Oh my god, Low 9 actually winning the fight. That's crazy, bro.
the value's there from a last stand.
Okay, chat, this is the last fight, bro. This is the last fight. Do or die for map 1. Holy shit, Demon is 41 and 7.
Which is going to impact Noctis, so Noctis is actually going to swap over to the Adam Warlock. This is something we see from Insomnia time and time again, so that Noctis has the self-revive and can come back into this fight, and Insomnia have another body, as Lurkin is going to use that Eternal Bond immediately to make sure that Insomnia live.
Oh my god, he kidnapped that guy and put him in the pit.
Wants to shut down Lurkin, unable to connect, so now the Eternal Bond's going to be on for the remainder of this.
Oh, I think Demon might carry this.
Almost invincible during this
Oh.
final judgment has been rendered already onto Gonski. The remainder of the squishies need to be dealt with inside the invincible barrier, though. They are unable to be seen. It's forever. The last piece of punctuation
way,
on this
dude. No
sentence,
way.
trying to shut it down. Wolver avoids being taken down for now, but it's the beam that finishes them in the end. A passive burn from the Wolverine. Sentamoto tries to take it out.
No fucking way, bro. Hey, listen. It might not look like it, because if you look at the thing, it says 1-0 right now. But Low 9 is fucking doing well.
Definitely were concerned when we saw the Wolverine go.
Oh, I was gonna do
because
that.
there's been that permanent question of like, how effective is Insomnia as a team when they don't have the Wolverine? Because it feels like every single time they've been able to pull off like, the magic overtimes, the insane symbiotic surfaces, it's been when they've had the Wolf comp in play.
Jay, need life advice. What's up? What you need?
Of Burn and T'Challa, that showcased that no, it's not just the Wolverine. It's the fact that this is a team that makes adaptations that are potentially one of the fastest at making adaptations. They lose
My life
one
advice would
person to a
be, if
specific
life
type
gets
of
hard,
play,
you just gotta
and
get
for
harder,
the
bro.
entire duration of the rest of the map, it never happens again. And it's not a matter of, okay, well, that was a problem, then they fix it, then something else becomes a problem, and then the original problem rears its head. No. Insomnia, remember, they really do keep a track of everything that's been giving them grief, and they make sure that it only grieves them once.
Yeah. Everybody gets one, right, Peter? Jerky, good performance on the Wolverine, but I mean, Damon might still be that guy. Might be the best player out of the OC region playing here in EMEA. Dropping 44k damage, going 44 and 7, I believe. And that's with a lost round as well here on Domination. Definitely showing that there are many
tuning in from work in
well.
W.
The synergy as well coming through from Insomnia.
Wait, what was the game
really
that
takes a lot
Gaston
of
said?
coordination to make sure.
Because I made a
if you don't
tweet
have
on
an
my
idea to
Twitter
play where it simply just bubble the cloak and dagger,
saying, what games do I need to
Eternal
get?
Dash, like, it takes a lot. Nocta has to come through.
People are saying Resident Evil games.
Start
with Resident Evil 2 remake or Resident
with those
Evil
insane
7.
Guardian shields, which have to go up just before the Meteor M connects with how little HP Guardian Shield has. And if Line saw it come out preemptively, they would break it preemptively. So a lot of the time, you actually only realize that Guardian Shield came up if you either rewind and watch at 0.25 speed, or you see the Meteor M, you think, oh, that's for sure gonna get a pick.
It's this one?
And then you look at the frag feed and you're like, hold on a minute. That got nothing. Where's the splash, guys? Oh, Guardian Shield, that's right.
Yeah, the Guardian Shield was perfect. We saw the early
Peak is a co-op fighting game where the
as well,
slightest
coming
mistake
through
can even spell your doom.
Emma Frost.
Either solo or
it
the
worked
group.
the first time, and then he points it out how you can change the angle, and then they changed the angle, and it worked. Crazy that. I mean, Insomnia GG starting off pretty strong here. Now Low 9 are going to be able to take us to a map of their own choosing, though. I imagine they're probably going to be avoiding.
I feel like if I get that though,
I think that maybe they go to a convergence
in-game
map
proximity
just to make sure that convergence can't be picked as the third map here.
Mm-hmm.
Want to figure out where we're going though after this break.
A Resident, there's a lot of Resident. Okay, A lot of people are saying play Resident Evil, chat, but where the hell do where the hell do I even begin? Resident Evil has like fucking 80 games. Resident Evil. Oh wait, are they not on sale? Oh no, they are on sale. So you have Resident Evil. Do you have to play them in order? Resident Evil, Resident Evil 4, 2, 3, 5, 6. Evil Village, Requiem. Then you have Revelations, Revelations 2. It's like a lot to go through. Holy shit, how many? Chat, I'm already playing Expedition 33, guys. See, you guys telling me to play Expedition 33 just tells me that you guys don't even watch me, chat. That hurts. That hurts, man. You guys hurt my soul, bro. You guys hurt my soul, man. Start with Resident Evil 4, it's the best one. But I feel like, I don't know, I feel like if I start a series, I'm gonna have to like go from the beginning. Play it right now? Yeah. I'm gonna play Expedition 33 right now. In the middle of a tournament that I'm watching. Play Arma. I bought these. So far, chat recommended me on my Twitter to get some games, and these are the 5 games I got. I got Doom. I got Doom Eternal. I'm getting Warhammer, Space Marine 2. I'm getting a game called Ultra Kill. And I'm also getting the Battlefront 2 game. That's $40. That's on sale for $4 right now. Feed cat. Oh shit, yeah, I gotta do that. Oh shit, I got 30 seconds. Oh yeah, give me a second. Give me 1 second.
A hard-fought victory on Burning T'Challa propels Insomnia to a 1-0 lead in our best-of-5 elimination game here of a lower bracket of Marvel Rivals Ignite's EMEA playoffs.
Yeah, and Lone now losing that first map. We've been theorizing how they can potentially answer back before we even go into the picks and bans, right? There is one thing that you can do to majorly circumvent Insomnia's power arc, and that is take us to a convergence so that Symbiotic Surface does not get to come through until we head to map number 4, which sees a full reset of all of the map rotation types coming on out. So I would wager that from Low 9's side, we're likely going to be seeing either Central Park come through or Hall of Dejalias. There's no way that you take Insomnia to that most comfortable map.
Yeah, I agree. Central Park or Hall of Dejalias, both great picks here. And yep, there it is. Good read, Marks. Central Park it is.
I think that was one we both saw coming, as Insomnia are going to be removing the Magneto alongside Low 9, so Emma is going to be able to make it through the pick and bans. Potentially, as Low 9 have the opportunity to go for a save, and they're going to save the Loki. We did talk about it, we touched on it on the first series. Gonski is known for being the Loki lock on ladder.
Yeah, and I mean, like, banning the Mag is super important as a first ban here. You're not too worried about the Luna either. Not the Luna, the Emma. Oh, we're gonna go for the early protector of a Wolverine. Okay. Very alpha.
Both teams protecting what they think is their hyper carry for the best player that they believe on the team, as Insomnia are going to be able to grab Demon's Wolverine, which means that Low 9 now can't play Groot. One Vanguard has been removed before he even gets to see a ban.
There's a world where you could like ban Hulk here as well now. Because you're kind of worried about going up against the double Hulk team up, but both the fastball special and the Gamma Squid. Gamma Monstro was quite perilous for Lone to try and deal with last time. Quick ban on the Punisher here, trying to create maybe a Punisher gradient. I don't know if banning the Atom is that valuable when you haven't quite gotten rid of the Luna yet. So there's always going to be a viable double strategist backline.
Res Comp is actually very, very strong on Central Park as a composition, and you especially don't want to run into it against a defensive Res Comp because they will just stall you out of A, and then that bleeds into the time bank that you have in B, and C is already hard enough to full push as it is the closer you get to that finish line. So I'm not entirely against the Atom. I do, like you say, worry though that we haven't seen the Luna ban come through from Low 9, but as it is, Insomnia haven't really been known for the Luna Psylocke, right? You are much more worried about the Wolverine and the
Play the
Atom
remakes and the new ones,
Insomnia
R7 and Village. You'll cover most of it, but the classic ones like Zero and Code, Veronica are insanely good as well.
Cannibal and Wolverine.
Oh, by the way, Esfera, appreciate the massive Prime sub, my friend. And MJ, is it Matthew? MJ, you appreciate the massive new tier 1 sub on. Appreciate it. Can you, if you guys have a game to recommend, if you guys have a Twitter, can you go to my Twitter and put it there? Because I'm usually at the end of my stream, I look at all the recommendations and I go through Steam.
Your Vanguard main.
But I'm down to play some Battlefront, yeah. Ludi, appreciate the massive Prime sub, my friend.
Excited at seeing the Hulk as well. It's really nice. We so
Can I just
rarely
DM you
get
it?
to see it. It feels
Wait,
like in
DM me what?
But I feel like with Emma Frost coming into the mix, like
I was talking to
Esfera
because they said all the games to play.
As you can try and commit.
You can DM me recommendations as well. Yeah, no problem.
And you just get a.
Because I do want to play a little bit more variety with chat.
To get out, you only wanted to stay here 2 seconds.
Oh, also, is my drops command even working?
Probably not leave
I think it still says it's the magic skin.
I mean, it wasn't so long ago that we saw
good.
Hulk be one of the high priority bans alongside Human Torch on our old ban system, you know? We may have seen a cooldown increase for the Gamma Monstro, but it's not really that bad, to be honest. Namor is still an absolute...
Did you ever play Elden Ring? Yeah, I played Elden Ring.
An absolute pain to deal with.
And I mean, XL is still such a huge cooldown too. As if you XL a player, they're not even counted as being on the map, so they can't be healed up. And more importantly, they can't contest point. In Season 0,
I played Wrath. I love Wrath.
That lost point contest because the one player holding it would be exiled.
Oh, there we go. Trying to run in onto a Human Torch. Damon doesn't quite connect there. But still has a secondary.
Dude, that seems like insanely hard to do.
Not actually that common. We've seen a little bit of it from Nocta and Damon previously, even though she's in a fairly strong state at the moment. Of course, got buffed in the Season 2.5 patch to have a larger clip to try and work with. Jerky doing their best to avoid the leap ups here from Pasua, who just keeps going back for healing. Lurkin's able to really sustain that Hulk.
So the Hell is going to be able to match Wits with Nocta, but you also have Soul Drainer, which is CC. If Demon tries to go for a grab, you can potentially Soul Drain them into the position.
Oh, did I miss something? Shit.
Because the Wolverine got picked by the Hell.
Yeah, great Soul Drainer right there. Just stunning the Wolverine.
A lot of people are saying Hollow Knight. Is that the Batman one?
A little bit of damage. We've got frozen out there. Blessing of a Deep is going to be used by Nox. A good rollout coming through from Damon. We'll be getting back rather quickly. Relaxing Sky.
Oh my god, this guy's face cam is so high. You just see his forehead. I love it. I don't understand how people can play video games with their windows open now. I don't understand.
Crisis and Wolver are absolutely atomized.
Like, I cannot play with sunlight in my face or like near me. I gotta turn off.
With regen domain. And then they try to come through with the later fate of both worlds copy, but the regen domain being out just meant that Nocta got the damage boost and managed to have all of it through the one thing that could have prevented the one shot. And now we're fastballing yet again. Demon is in Pazulo's hands, and they're looking for any angle that they can potentially get onto one of these flyers as they need to disrupt Jerky, and Wolver's ultimates can sync up, but only if both of them are up.
Wolver needs to be contained. You've got to try and stun this ultimate. Manages to land it down. Time for the fire tornado to start its reign of terror. Oh, the overwhelming damage. It needs to be answered by the fate of both worlds for now. The good sustain coming through from the side of Insomnia. They're weathering the storm. Relaxing Sky not so lucky. Oh, and Lurkin exactly the same. Perhaps exactly what was needed. Just a big investment for some big results. Crisis just was raining down those Nestrond crows from above to make sure that the ticks from those cyclones could finally find their men.
Oh, Insomnia thought about going for a strange TP recontest, weren't able to find
Hey,
it.
I'm happy that we're seeing our boy being played, our Namor being played.
1 of 9 are already fully pushed up around corner to give Crisis so much room on this Hela.
Oh yeah, just absolutely free farming over here. 10 Night Sword Thorns to play with. Oh, I love how Crisis is kind of prioritizing tracking this Wolverine so that if there's a big grab, you can really prioritize hitting that Soul Drainer.
Yeah. Nocta is going to have Horn of Proteus, but it's going to be silent for now as Relaxing Sky is a little bit away from that God of Mischief, and that is going to actually give enough time. The window was there. Lone9 find a pick onto Passiwo. Last stand comes into play from Demon, but Regen Domain is placed, and the Wolf is able to stand. Unfortunately, though, Regen Domain is now burned, and Crisis burns Demon in return, as Horn of Proteus doesn't find the value it was looking for.
The coordination's just not there for Insomnia right now. Didn't manage to find what they wanted from either of those. Lost out on Damon as well. The ult was too late to save them. Forever might find themselves under the gun right here. Desperately needs some healing. Back up to full HP now. And has an Eye of Agamotto in the back pocket. But will the bag of holding be fumbled on the opening is the question. Wolver's already fallen on down. And that means now Jerky is going to be unable to use their ultimate unless they want to have an unassisted Storm in the future fights.
Yeah, that's going to be the forecast. Falling a little bit silent for now. Cloudy, but no storms coming through just yet, especially given the fact that Demon is off of the Wolverine. They've seen it's been countered by the Hela too adeptly. We go Psylocke so that we can keep up the pressure on the Flyers instead.
Here comes Wolver with the Omega Hurricane. Seems to have managed to hit pay dirt already. 12 seconds of pain away all.
Oh my god.
And oh boy, that's so much damage, even through.
Oh my god, bro. Yeah, I think it's a big mistake not.
When you empower an Omega
I think it's a big mistake not banning the Flyers, chat.
Absolutely shred and melt the entire line of defense coming on through from Insomnia's side. They are about to get a combo off though. Eye of Agamotto and Horn of Proteus
that combo is just disgusting, chat.
Necessary to make sure that you find the picks, but you do need to have your players lined up correctly. Forever trying to make sure that no staggers come off onto Lone9's side, as they've still been able to just push all the way up. And now it's a duel for the angles. Demon's back on the Wolverine to get fastballed into a position so that you don't get taken down before the fight even begins.
Yeah, it really does feel like even going up against a solo Vanguard has not been that valuable on the side of the Wolverine for now. I believe that Forever actually got a little bit waylaid there by the reforming of the buildings in Dracula's castle. Unfortunate, but it is the reality. Damon forced to disengage for a moment, doesn't want to stay inside that invisible boundary.
Do I have a guide on how to play Psylocke? No, but I think I have videos of me playing Psylocke and whatnot that you could like probably watch and learn and stuff.
Relaxing Sky can't even disengage. Crisis on the chase down. Oh, no.
What was that?
Drop off onto Damon with a screenshot that.
Crisis has been such a pain point for Insomnia to deal with. He's gonna go onto the torch.
Hey.
Everyone thinks that maybe
so
players
nosy?
are able, the Hela is able to deal with the Flyer, but in reality, the Flyer tends to just dive them onto the Hela quite literally. In the case of the torch, Nocta now is going to take up the mantle of the Psylocke, but this is final fight territory, and that final prison from Jerky is already making it very uncomfortable for Insomnia to hold any form of ground.
Just so difficult to try and hold through this. Damon trying to play a cheeky off angle here, really wants to punish this Emma Frost, but here we go once again. Jerky's still 2% away from having that Firestorm, and once again it is going to be yet another buff coming through, constantly upping the duration of the tornado.
Yeah, bro,
the first few seconds of the weather front, let alone
wait, this is the first time I just realized, chat, sorry. I just realized this is the first time we've seen a triple DPS team cut. Was that guy just vaping?
Well, I forecast
was that guy just
there's going to be
vaping?
a Hela ban in the near future.
No, bro. Why would you do that, man? Why, chat?
To make sure that Demon's Wolverine can actually.
Now, this is the first time I actually seen in this tournament a triple DPS team comp, though.
Adapt around Insomnia's incredibly early save. Remember,
is it illegal? I don't think vaping is illegal. I don't know. I've never seen someone vape during a tournament, but like
with a Soul Drainer and a Hella pick from
but like,
Crisis,
why?
Dismantled that plan entirely.
I mean, you just present him no targets, right? Hello, wait. Wolver gonna play defensive group. I liked Wolver being the one to pick up the Storm. Great versatility there from one of our excellent Vanguard players in EMEA, but having the Soul Vanguard be the be the Emma Frost means that there's no good options for the Wolverine. But now Wolver is going to present one in the form of the group.
And Crisis is actually off of the Hella onto the Ultron, so that you can provide Imperative Patch, heal pocket over to Jerky, but also have that damage, that eye in the sky to be able to scout out if there is a Wolverine going to be coming on out from the side of Insomnia. Now that Wolverine is on that group, they'll be able to see the Wolverine coming. And instead of Soul Drainer putting him in his place, it will just be range damage.
What's up? What's up, kitty?
All right.
Oh my god, did you remember last night's Black Panther game? That guy, bro, no wonder they were banning Black Panther against that guy. That guy was, and he destroyed.
Of the Noxus side so far, at least in the Ignite matches for Divecast.
That's the wolf.
What's up, kitty? What are you doing?
Yeah.
No. I love you, but I don't want you drinking
my moment is now. Pastor's moment is going to be in about 10 seconds, though, unfortunately, as they get picked off early.
Yeah, Noxa might well be joining him. That's actually going to be a regen domain forced from the hands of Relaxing Sky just to try and mitigate some of these stagger picks coming on through, but it is not enough. They're still able to get forever.
No, that's my mic.
Well. No, Divas Exchange is potted, and Relaxing Sky will be able to make it through as Demon on this Wolverine has found the pick and is now getting the fastball because they've seen it. Okay, Hella's out, Wolverine's time to play, and we're quite literally playing ball.
Taking him to the sky once Crisis. Oh, Crisis tried to dodge away. I think Damon may have actually fumbled the right click there. It looked like a grab, but Damon likely saw it a bit better than I did.
Wait, what? People who think Torch suck are crazy. Torch doesn't suck. Torch has been very strong for a very long time, probably like 2 seasons now.
Carbon Crush is going to be threatening them, coming up very close to the side of Agamotto. 90% already walled off from the remainder of the team, and so a little bit of a panic from Insomnia. Relaxing Sky already moves on forward with the copied fate of both worlds. Inside here, oh, the unbreakable barrier. It saves them for a moment longer. Oh, that's 3 stuns straight through from Forever. Damon's able to follow up upon it. The Rage of Ultron now levied from the top, though. Lurkin's the primary target, and the Relaxing Sky is going to be the second. Crisis has evened this one up, and there's no healing remaining now for Insomnia, so they're going to have to get it done with the health they already have.
Yeah, clutch pick, Lurkin going down. Luna had all.
No, they need to do something about Torch. I don't know. I don't think he should be able to have shift in the air. That's like a sprint. Look at his movement. His movement's insane. Make his hitbox bigger or something.
Be able to build that Rage of Ultron up in absolutely no time at all. As Noxa has his ultimate, Insomnia have no choice but to utilize Fate of Both aggressively, but Cherokee now with Supernova gets a free in.
Isolation here onto Saint Tomoto could be punished. The last stand in here could be brutal as well, but at the moment you're just focusing in on the dance of the butterflies. Multiple players dragged into one position. They share out the damage, yeah. They democratize the death, but when it comes to sticking to the world of the living, for now, Wolver's managing to just about hang on via the 170 HP that remains. Can go back to the Loki. Seems like a recontest not going to be on the cards, though. Ratatoska is freed from the grasp of Dracula, and Insomnia moved to second.
Wow, low 9 looks, low 9 is fucking popping off right now, man.
Low 9 don't have it for this next fight, which means that we don't have anything really good to combo.
Yeah, make his shift more like an Ultron. That sounds like a really good idea.
Next seduction is going to be Rage of Ultron, but that does so little damage in comparison to the heat that Torch can bring. Insomnia still, though, don't have the distance. They haven't got Demon or Noxa directly on top of one of Low 9's players. That means we've got poke and a fastball to avoid.
Oh, big grab there onto Jerky. However, the peel comes through from Pineclone. Great use of the force physics. And now Damon gets mind controlled in their own right. Still the follow-up not going to be there. A Carbon Crush onto Forever could be everything. Gonski forced to pop out. The fate of both worlds. Towards the back, dropping off the bridge. 3-player stun. Crisis, Pineclone, and Wolver all forced to watch helplessly as it's Crisis who's the first to fall. But Lurkin on the other side has been traded out of the invisible boundary and into the fire. Damon delivers Crisis.
Dude.
Of a last stand.
I love Wolverine. Chat, when I play, if I have enough time to play ranked today, chat, I'm playing fucking Wolverine. Actually, not ranked, probably quick play. Probably quick play, bro. I love Wolverine, man. Watching these people play Wolverine has got me like very motivated to play this character.
Which means that Lone are going to be forced to stack, but that means that they stack directly into this Wolverine. Just getting to play around the corner and get fastballing in.
Also, doing this is crazy. No! Okay, good, thank you.
Playing a very reserved position once again. It's Pine Clone. Oh,
I was about to say, why did they change cameras when they
so it's going to be the regeneration domain used over by Gonski to try and keep that group in play for now. Just a rear guard coming through from all of the damage of a Human Torch and Crisis. Now it's his moment to shine. The Rage of Ultron is putting out a good amount of damage, but instead it's going to be focusing on survivability. Forever tries to intercede on the behalf of their team. Relaxing Sky taken out in the back, and finally Nocta manages to deliver on the, oh my goodness, exactly.
Oh, that's a big root ult, but I don't think anyone's gonna die in it. Oh, that feels bad, man.
Unbreakable guard, the indestructible play from the Hulk was all they needed. Crisis needs to be taken off of this zone. It's so risky for Forever. That's gonna be the stun, exactly what was needed. Two strategists.
Not too bad, not too bad. Good shit, Insomnia, but
and Insomnia GG, you have 3 minutes for third.
Yeah, really good on
I don't know, chat.
Coming out from Paso just to guarantee that Forever's able to
I don't know if Insomnia has this, bro. Low 9 is looking like a good team.
With the Maelstrom of Madness, all of the damage follow-up that you need. No duelists required. As Demon now actually goes over towards the Hella, they know that this Wolverine has been hard counted yet again by Low 9, this time with the
I think like overall I think Insomnia is a good team and I think they would win this series, but Low 9 is actually doing really well and I'm surprised with how well they're playing.
Okay, already the buildings have reformed.
Usually when we watch them, they tend to like underperform or I guess play against really good teams and lose.
Very easy to do. You can see already there's a critical mark in the back. I believe that was Nocta losing out to Crisis in the duel. And Paso is down as well.
Yeah, regen domain has been invested. Insomnia need to lose this fight and fast. They can't afford to get staggered.
When can we see you? Expect to see you on the big stage? Oh, Chad, I don't play professionally, bro. I'm too old for it, bro. I let the kids take over right now.
This fight loss painfully slow to deal with.
Oh yeah, just burning that time bank.
JK, they paid me not to play in the tournament because if I played in the tournament, all my games would be too easy. I don't even need a team. I tried playing in the tournament in a 1v6 and they said I couldn't do that. And I said why not? Because if I had, they said you need 5 extra players, but I said the 5 extra players on my team would hold me back. So they couldn't let me participate with a one person team.
Could be brutal here. Momentarily mind control. Damon does not want to fall to the same fate. And Paso is down to a puny banner form once again. Crisis waiting to drop on in with exactly what's needed. Here we go. The fire tornado. The overwhelming force.
That fire tornado is too insane, dude. How long does it last? It lasts like what, chat? 10, 11, 12 seconds? God damn, dude.
Was able as well to Spartak it Forever off of that map.
Can you just play Deadlock already? Oh, Deadlock? Deadlock is shitty, bro. No offense. I tried that game. That was one of the worst games I've ever actually played recently.
Again is going to have to come through with that force physics, given the fact that Lone invested both of their strategist ultimates in the fight before. As what a read! Crisis is able to find Nocta even from stealth.
And the advantage of having that psionic projection as well cannot be understated. This is what happens when you manage to save.
I don't like games like that. Like Deadlock, I don't like games like that. Or like, what's another one? League of Legends or stuff like that? I don't like those games. Surprisingly enough, I like the one in Overwatch though, Stadium.
Great force physics. Oh, Pine Clone gets it done textbook style. One less player down on the ground now though.
Nice shot by Damon. Wait a minute. I was about to say, why are you taking those risky shots? But hey, paid off.
Onto Jerky is looking nasty with it right now. One last chance for Low 9.
Wait, did Crisis pop their ult? Oh my god, Crisis popped their ult and died instantly again, chat.
Is just lazily rolling on through portals to try and shut down the exits. Jerky's made it in. It shouldn't be too hard to try and break through him with the dance of the butterflies. In overtime, Insomnia get it done.
It's close. It is close. Insomnia.
My fiance felt that League of Legends comment. Well, okay. So the problem I have with League of Legends is that I hear the community is very toxic. And I don't know, do you guys watch professional league games? Do you know a person named Dyrus? Dyrus was like a really good player. He played for a TSM, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, so I'm good friends with Dyrus. We used to play Apex together all the time. And I was like, hey, Dyrus, should I try League of Legends? And then he said, if you care about your sanity and if you care about yourself, don't do it. So ever since he told me that, I've never looked back and never wanted to try that game.
I'll just get other changes early on here. Currently hovering a bunch of vanguards, but
30 seconds before
take a spawn, so I don't trust it. It's not real. I do not see it.
And to
this is why you're really thankful that you banned out the Adam.
He's a good guy. I like Dyrus. I like Dyrus. He's a really good guy.
Adam in fights like these where you just have immediate access to Soulbond.
To be honest with you, if someone asked me, should I play Overwatch, I'd say the same shit, bro. If you care about your sanity and care about yourself.
Yeah, I think Password's just gonna be on the thing originally to throw Demon in to the fight.
And then
swapsies over.
I miss Dyrus. I need to hit him up, bro.
Well, you can't throw it past the Strange Portal. That's gonna be a whole 10 seconds that Wolf has been able to secure for his team. 10 seconds that Insomnia don't have access to a single bit of damage. So no ultimates built up either from taking damage or generating.
All right, yep, that's a third of a time bank gone. Fun.
Bro, is Dyrus really that good? I actually never watched his League of Legends gameplay. I just met him through Apex chat and played Apex with him.
Potentially trying to take Jerky out of the sky, but the Pyro Prison's just making it really rough for Forever to take an approach. And Insomnia still have not been able to find a single bit of space.
Oh, this backline passaway really is taxing them.
I'll look at it, guys.
It's so difficult to try and get away from that floating Doctor Strange if you don't have many mobility options here. As the Storm, regeneration domain from Loki's already been burned. Noctis sees the last crystal go on down, so they just burn through these doppelgangers. That's going to be a second tick granted. This is already a great win condition for the side of Insomnia.
Right, this is actually really good for Insomnia.
Already going to give this one up. It's going to be all
Insomnia capping first point with a minute. That is big, chat. That is big.
Captain America in a small hallway, but you can take a fight against the Captain America in the open when there's no team to help him. Passero is already down, and it's going to be an early God of Mischief from Gonski. Aggressive fate of both worlds so they can take the hit onto Forever before Agamotto gets built.
Oh, Gonski just managed to do so much. Getting that early fate of both worlds from the God of Mischief is so strong.
Chat, I fell asleep last night on last game, the Ego Death win. Oh my god, yo, real Murph. Do yourself a favor. Do yourself a favor when you have free time. Go back into my VOD and watch that game on my stream. You missed one of the best fucking games I've ever seen.
Much work, and then you also have to remember there was a Captain America in the backline, but there was no Psylocke follow-up with the Captain America. So all Password was actually doing was generating Konski and Pine Clone ultimate charge that they then get to utilize aggressively. When Insomnia have players split, players who have to stay on the
Emma drops are still available. I'm doing hers now. I don't think Emma drops are available. Emma drops are done.
That's exactly what Lone were playing for. The fact that they were running the Storm and the Torch. They either play for an alt fight and win with the Firestorm combo, or they just out-sustain the triple strategists.
All right, looks like once again, gonna see Wolver and Jerky just going for that one and done. I mean, why not? The Firestorm has been just so valuable so far. The Flaming Hurricane, yet to see a good answer for Insomnia. And I
really like this. I think this is the first team that we've ever saw that actually ran 3 DPS. I don't think we ever saw a team run 3 DPS, chat. We usually watch teams do
but it's no final judgment from
3 supports and 3 tanks, and usually try to full hold a lot of teams.
It's one-sided Storm at the moment, which means that the second that Goddess
Jay, that could be a good video. What?
From Low Nine side,
where you react to League cinematics. I've seen a little bit of League cinematics when I like streamed Overwatch and had 20-minute queues.
Makes sense to me.
League takes their game very seriously, and I like that about them.
Demon as well needs to be able to make sure that everyone is healed up through it, as Crisis is actually going to go over to the Hela. They've seen that Demon's on the Ultron, and they want the hit scan to put pressure on him.
Yeah, they've seen enough already. Jerky falling low. Demon has to be very careful rotating around this high ground. Does have the Luna care at the moment from that Idolora.
Demon, already 50% to that first Rage of Ultron, should be able to hit the ultimates far faster than Low 9, given that Ultron released later in the year, so didn't get hit by the energy spike rate that all of the strategists went through, as Noxus is trying to build up this Dance of the Butterflies as quickly as possible.
Going on to Gonski, force out the regen domain. That's a big thing to grab early. Jerky, though, shuts
No,
down
the
Nocta,
Emma drops
and that's a
end
big
later
opening.
today.
Now
Once you
can see
finish
the
magic
walls
drops, you
super
continue
low.
the Emma
Desperate
drops.
for
Chat, I
it,
don't
it's
think
forever.
Emma drops are
Just
even
a
in the
laser
system
shield
anymore,
and
bro.
dive back down into the regen domain that waited below.
Pinecoin's gonna have him this boundary.
Okay, let's see
Demon
this.
Tries to just stop the momentum, but he's going lower and lower. The selfie reported to Ultron is not the same as it is to his allies, and Jerky is able to take the Ultron out.
All right, rolling forward now. A new Fate of Both Worlds just dropped, babe. And still, it's going to be the Eye of Agamotto. They're waiting for that
all
final
Insomnia
call
needs to
try and
do
move
is
on
literally
forward.
just save.
And ideally, you could try and stun Wolver out of their ultimate. Jerky's still 30% away from the Firestorm.
Just
If you
save
can
6
try and
ults.
stagger them somehow, that could be
No,
everything.
never
You
mind.
can always copy Jerky here.
If they
Oh,
lose
no,
first point, they
that
lose the
won't be
game. Never mind,
answer,
chat. I
of
was
course.
gonna say, if they
Already
lose
used
first
their
point,
ultimate.
all they had to do is
Wolver
just
needs
save
to play it
6
safe,
ults,
just
go back, and just
allowing
fucking
Jerky to
pop
do it
off. Pop
aggressively
all 6
with
ults,
30
but
seconds
nah, it's only
remaining.
3
They
meters.
know their win condition. You just cannot lose Wolver.
Nocta also needs to be kept under eyes. Dance of the Butterflies can come on through and immediately take these players out. They want to get the torch.
Nice.
Send it on to Jerky.
It's perfect. Jerky's going to take so long to go on back. Forever just raises the
Okay, that's
shield in the air.
huge.
The
That's
damage is
huge
gonna
that
be there,
the
but
what do
maybe
you call
now
it?
there's a chance to
The
try
guy
and
died. He
TP
can teleport.
back,
He can
as it
teleport
was
still,
forever
chat.
and filth
But he has to do it
through
quick.
all of this. You're still going to have to deal with the Firestorm.
I mean, Crisis though can just.
There you go. He's gonna
got
teleport.
some
He's
depth
gonna
to
teleport.
avoid the Eye of
They
Agamotto
have
coming
4
on through,
ults.
but then
This
that
is
does
good. The
one
other
by
team does have 4 ults
less
as
for
well,
the
though.
Cybercult to be able to soak super
Holy
well.
shit,
But
point
immediately
28
this fight
meters.
From Low9 gets the slow onto so many players from Insomnia. They anticipated the Dance of the Butterflies, and now it's sustain for sustain.
Oh, wait, I don't even know if he hit anyone with that.
The Eye of Agamotto blocked out there likely by the Aegis of the
Oh
Emma.
no,
Crisis
that guy
doesn't
just
have
pulled a
enough response to
summit.
this. The
Crisis
Firestorm's
just
already
pulled a
fallen
summit.
down. Damon needs to pump
Remember
out
when
so
he did
much
that in our
damage right
game,
now.
in the
The
tournament
Fate of
chat?
Ultron, the anger that is brought to the fore here from the robotic overlord is put to bed by Crisis. Anger management in a box.
Wow, what a fucking ending to that game, bro. Low 9.
Off the back of that hella pivot.
Oh my god,
Coming
dude.
on through. Gonski is
Yeah, do you guys remember in the XQC tournament when I had summon on my team, he hella ulted behind the enemy team on Midtown? And usually on Midtown, you have to go underground, right? He did it. He did it before the underground part, and he was just staying there on the ceiling, just shooting at the wall. Oh, it was so unfortunate. And we lost that game.
Series between the two. They've done so much homework on each other to make sure that, okay,
Wow,
if
look at
they
this
run the
team though.
Wolverine,
46
we
and
can
8,
pivot
43 and
into
7,
this.
43 and
If they
9,
try and
35
play
and
off of
4.
the
This team
Wolverine,
popped
we
off.
can pivot into this, but likewise, so too have Insomnia done their homework. If the Wolverine doesn't work out, then we can put Demon onto something like the Ultron or potentially the Punisher if it doesn't get banned out. Like, we've seen so much
Yeah, I wish they
versatility
did
from
more Twitch
all
rivals.
of these players on all of the teams.
I mean, Sainamoto at Glaze Hours, the ability to shut down an Eye of Agamotto completely against a team that like, you only have one Vanguard on the team. The Guardian Shield's available too, but unlikely to be the main way to try and shut that one down. And we saw that Forever could not be knocked back because they pushed themselves up against Ratatoska.
Bro, this
So it was not gonna
combination
be
is just
down
insane.
To the Invisible Woman of Pineclone to shut that one down just must have been a shield placement of all time. The shield placement of all time from Sainamoto.
That combination
Yeah,
is...
Sainamoto very much impressing on the Vanguard, placing Emma's shield, especially in moments of panic, very hard to be able to do if you misclick it once as well. You can't just pull it back and put it somewhere else. There is a cooldown attached to it, as it really did feel like a back and forth. Demon originally was getting some value on the Wolverine, but the Soul Drain is coming in through from Crisis very quickly put a stop to the shenanigans, but a lot of the time we don't really see Hela used in that vein to put a shutdown to the Wolf. But I love the adaptation of just, we've got Soul Drainer, we can use it very similarly to Force Physics against things that dive into us.
I mean, honestly, like, Wolver being able to pivot over onto a Storm and get so much value as well, definitely worthy of so much respect. It's nice to see Low 9 be that kind of cerebral team as well, as my curtains go crazy back there. Don't mind the wind. Like, Low 9, we talked about this team being kind of like a mishmash, a newer team, kind of some fellas who wanted to get together and try competition. just because they had all the skills to back it up. And they're being a very cerebral team. They came in very prepared for this Wolverine, having their pivot comp ready in case Demons started to get some real value. And I really appreciate the high IQ approach we're seeing from Low 9.
Yeah, and I like as well the fact that they banned out the Adam Warlock too, because if you want to make flyers,
do you have
work,
anything
Adam
in tune
Warlock
coming with the new season showcase?
Need to be in the picture.
Yeah, looking for that second phase of the fight after the Karmic Rebirth. Not ideal for the Storm and the Johnny, so really managing to nip that one in the bud. However, map number 3 is going to be coming up. It's going to be Insomnia's pick, and it's going to be coming your way after this break.
For Rivals, you know their streamer thing? I mean, the new season's like, what, 2 weeks away or something? I have no idea yet.
A gift from Khonshu. The moon haunts you.
What? They should delete Moon Knight. So much cheese shouldn't be rewarded. Such a shitty character, shoot the floor, do 300 DPS. Brother, if Moon Knight puts an unk on the floor, you shoot it. It dies in one shot. And then he can't do that anymore. And Moon Knight is not even like considered one of the best DPS right now. When Jade's on a burner to bait himself, you know he typed that message. Why would I type something like that? My hand's not even on the keyboard, bro. This hand is on my mouse so I can play my RuneScape and fish because I'm almost level 90 fishing. Ay, ay, ay. Is the Punisher skin out? I'm pretty sure yes, it is out. Yeah. Any wowers in the chat? I love that game. I used to love World of Warcraft, but to be honest with you, ever since like I grew up, bro, World of Warcraft is like a MMOs in general, chat, and I'm saying this from experience. I had my fair share of MMOs when growing up. I played World of Warcraft, I played Lineage 2, I played Aeon, I played Warhammer Online, I played a lot of them, and bro, if you play those games, it sucks the life out of you, bro. It sucks the life out of you. If you don't play that game every single day, and let's say you take 1 week off, everyone that has been playing through that 1 week is going to be 1 week ahead of you, and then you're going to fall back behind, and then you have to like grind even extra harder. Nah, bro, I'm good. Those games take the life out of you.
It's best of 5 season, baby, and well, the 3-0s are not going to be occurring today. We are 1-1 locked up here in our elimination match mocks.
Jay, you should do a skin giveaway. Yeah, you know what? That's a good idea. I'm gonna do a magic skin giveaway. All you guys gotta do is watch my stream for 6 hours, and I'll give away a skin.
Shenanigans have been scouted and put to bed by the goddess herself, and now Insomnia are going to have to go back and try and figure out what do they do. Do they try and just brute force this Wolverine and ban out their Hela in 2025 June?
Aeon 2 is coming soon. I'm done. Chat.
Do they pivot Demon over
MMOs
to
are past
like
me, bro. I can't do MMOs.
Be a much better
you guys are welcome. Let me know if you guys need any more skins. I got you guys. I'm just gonna have to talk to Marvel Rivals.
I'm personally wondering if they're gonna pivot into a Human Torch ban here, because it feels like Jerky's been getting a lot of value off that anyway. And Crisis, I think, has more pivots when you try and ban out the Hela, although it has been a real it has been a real pain to deal with that soul drainer. It's just, oh, okay, once again, we are going to be making sure that Gonski cannot get access to the Hela of a Loki, the other Asgardian.
Yeah, no god of mischief this time around. Yeah, Insomnia, I'm not surprised that they don't prioritize the Wolverine save this time around. It's going to be the Emma Frost instead, as it is going to be Araco that they decide to take. This is one of Wolves' best maps, but I think with how we've seen Low 9 really be prepared for the counter Wolverine strategies, Insomnia are going to be steering very clear of having Demon roll out in the Canadian.
Yeah. However, Wolver is going to be returning to the Magneto, all things considered. Okay. Insomnia are going to ban out Crisis. I mean, I'd be scared of Crisis on the Punisher myself. I guess they're going to leave that Hela open potentially. They don't want to go up against Loki Luna, I imagine. Although I think that Luna was left open last time. There's going to be a counter ban onto Wolverine just to try and constrain Damon.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised though that they go for Demon. I mean, although we did state Araco is one of Wolves' best maps, it is hard for the Hela to find fights against the Wolf on this one too, because he can literally just grab you off of verticality a lot of the time and be around the corner, lurking menacingly for your vanguards who have no idea that he's there until it's too late.
Okay, so here's where Insomnia GG can pull a pro gamer move and protect Punisher. And have an unfair Punisher gradient. Question is, what do you want to ban for? Yeah, Human Torch. Get rid of that. Yeah, that makes sense. You don't want to.
I feel like that's what
potential Firestorm
Low 9's going to ban probably, because I gave him so many issues.
Angles on Araco as well, where you can just fly above the door frame.
Oh, they saved Adam.
Deal damage.
I think that's a bait, chat. That's a bait.
I do like the fact that Insomnia
they're saving Adam, so they think they're going to run the.
This does leave, yeah, I was going to say this does leave the Punisher viable as a.
I don't think they're going to run the res combo, are they?
Low 9, so Punisher doesn't make it through for either side.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, how many times do I have to see the Adam Warlock succeed before I stop being an Adam Warlock hater is the question. Many times, I suppose. I still feel like the Adam Warlock constantly requires pivoting off, but now we're going to transition into potentially a full res comp here from the side of Insomnia.
Without Mag, though.
Yeah, I got the magic drops. Missing two for Emma.
Oh,
the Emma drops are over, chat.
Emma
drops ended like this morning or something, or last night
when you
or
go
something.
into your Blaster Barrage to instantly build up your ultimate as quickly as you can, as it is the Stellar Shift, the right click on the Star-Lord that is afforded iframes, not the AoE hit of his E.
All right, Araco, this is a place where some of our legacy teams may not have had as many hours scrimming. Just down to how long it's been in the game. It was introduced in Season 2.5 alongside Ultron. And, well, VPs do love this map. Defensively on first, we see that Zero Nasty are also, like, big fans of this one. I would not be discouraged if I saw a team get held on second, as first is incredibly defensible.
Yes, we do see a lot of spawn hold compositions coming on first. As Jerky is on that defensive Wolverine, just playing around those corners.
FYI, your Twitch team says that drops are enabled. Yes, chat for the magic skins.
Which is something that a lot of teams have actually done. In case this was a triple Vanguard spawn hold coming through from Low 9, they would literally just have damage.
Okay, chat, series tied 1-1. I actually really enjoy this map as well. I love this map.
Off of the high ground and onto the low.
Yeah. Having to give up that high ground can be a little bit ruinous. Jerky for now, oh, he's catching poke from every angle. Already loses that regenerative healing factor and has to disengage away from this one. Crisis once again is just going to be pouring damage out, but Saint Tomoto does not have all of the help that was needed on that angle. The remainder of Low 9 backed off, and I don't think Saint Tomoto got the message, couldn't get to a teleporter in time to disengage. Damon getting these constant damage boosts. I was worried about the output, but you know what? Damon's got that aim. Used to be a bit of a hella player. Got the hit scan in him. Does also got that Wolverine in him from behind. Should be able to disengage though.
Yeah, the iframe off of the Stellar Shift actually allows Damon to just fully regroup with his team. He's also got that idle aura, so every single time that Loken kills a Vanguard, 35% is attributed over to that Star-Lord. And speaking about percentages, 100% of Galactic Legend has been built up, and Wolver does not have near him. It's Eternal Bond instead from Gonski, so that Low 9 can hold that space.
Yeah, with the Eternal Bond down there, could be troublesome later on. Although, admittedly, there aren't really that many big
Are you
offensive
allowed to switch
ultimates
the
for
character
Insomnia are
mid-game?
gonna have to
Like, if the Star-Lord
bring
isn't
forth against
working,
low
can you
9.
switch off a Star-Lord?
Instead,
Yeah.
they're going to be much more about the
You just
control
can't
and
pick
survivability.
characters that are
Speaking of
banned
control,
on your team.
That's going to be the Sonic Seduction already coming on out forever. Super low. And it's Pinecone just making it happen with a shift there. A Sonic Vortex. Uh-oh. Welcome to the jungle, boys and girls. It's going to be reset after reset here. Off the back of those resurrections, of course, Christ is just going to try and hold on to this reset for as long as possible, knowing that everyone is getting that additional HP. Soul Bond should be reasonably easy to try and survive through the Meteor M into the back now. Pinecone under siege. Pasiwo finally has found the soft, juicy underbelly.
Bro, what do
And
you do
that's where
when you're a support player
and get some real value. Yet another
and you see a
Eternal
Captain
Bond
America
coming
running at you,
through.
screaming
Gonski's
assemble,
shut down here.
and you're just getting your
Crisis
ass
is gonna be able
beat?
to
What do you
TP
do?
Everyone from low 9 back into this fight though, and that Eternal Bond's still up.
Coming back through. A brand new shield to try and deal with. A Sonic Seduction in the air, floating down gracefully. Luckily, there's a little bit of cover to try and work with Pinecone once again. And just having in and out of the spawn. Unfortunately, Pineclone's having an absolute mare of it today. A big grab coming through from the Wolverine, but Pasiwo. What value out of a Captain America right now. He can do this all day.
I mean, Demon as well gets so much value just from the terrain, the map geometry, just affording so many spaces for the Star to be able to hide and hold over after low 9 try and go for that teleport recontest. Now
Cry
it's
silently
be on
as to
cooldown,
not
though.
disturb your
Crisis now
teammates.
moves back over towards that Hela.
Just lay down and
Could
accept it.
potentially
Blame the
utilize those sword
DPS.
raiders
That's what
to
I'm
grab
talking
Demon
about.
back after the iframes
Get assembled
have
back to
been
spawn.
burnt.
Yeah, bro, I
As
hate
Demon
Captain
sees
America.
it and decides that he's just going to play on off angle and look at the Vanguards instead.
Yep, just try and farm that Galactic Legend off of the Vanguards. Use to shut down Gonski later. Admittedly, Pinecone is getting very close to that invisible boundary.
Wolver is building the Meteor M, but if you try and use it in reaction to that Galactic Legend, you don't have it to try and one-shot one of these strategists. Coming on for Soul Bond aggressively sends the Star-Lord entirely into low 9's team, and that's an immediate reaction in this boundary.
Oh, the Rage of Ultron. They sent Relaxing Sky elsewhere. Just gonna have to try and live off the back of self-inspiration. Natural anger from the Mantis. Oh, they're all behind the pillar. And that means it's gonna be very hard to try and escape from this. The Meteor M.
Bro, oh no, that's risky. That is risky. Why are you going all the way in there?
However, now in the back has
that is a
speed
risky
once again
play.
after picking that one up. Uh-oh. Has to move away from the incoming, the Strond Crows being thrown from on high. Crisis' ult finally over. And it's gonna be Sonic Seduction coming over from the other side. Nocta has had a couple of resurrections. Pasiwo just giving everybody the additional HP off the back of that freedom charge. It's all about sustainability here for Insomnia GG. And now low 9 have used most of their resources. They're going to be running on fumes and mechanics. But guess what? A fully charged Emma can do so much damage in the midst of all.
Rage of Ultron.
Oh, the Rage of Ultron is coming up so fast. Joke's going to have a second one in this fight. This could be overwhelming for forever. The Aegis does not last long against the amount of damage that's being brought on through right now, and Nocta is overwhelmed.
Yeah, low 9 have a composition that has been able to keep up with the endless brawl potential
Wait, who
of
was
the
that?
res comp. This Rage of Ultron comes up so incredibly quickly, and with how stacked all of these players are, it is
Was that the Captain America?
at damaging enemies and healing allies.
Who the hell
And
is that all the
Insomnia
way
just
in
have to
there?
bend the knee and full reset. They're going to be able to
it
open
is
up
the
this
cat.
fight with a Sonic Seduction, but Pinecone has the ultimate invis boundary to be able to heal everyone else from low 9 through it. Does mean that Demon could potentially come through with a free Galactic Legend afterwards, but if you wait for that, you also potentially run the risk of Meteor M coming off of Wolver.
So Bond already used here. It's going to be a sustainability option that isn't on the table now. Gonski has already used the Eternal Bond, so Insomnia GG kept at bay with 53 seconds remaining. I love this pivot onto the triple support, knowing that Insomnia, they just don't have the damage to try and break through the raw healing that is available.
And Crisis on this Hela has pick potential outside of ults. There goes Sonic Seduction coming in through from both sides, but Insomnia have the lead in terms of sustain. Maybe they finally got the damage to burst the triple strategist down with the 40% from Fate of both worlds, but no! Low 9 with another Rage of Ultron persevere!
All right, right, Jerky putting down so much healing here, just trying to keep Pine Clone in the midst of all of it. Yet another rebirth coming through from Nocta. However, are you going to be in range of the Hellas and the Strong Crows? They can do so much damage to those weakened players. Oh, the Terror Cape. It left Hasuo blind for a second, but getting up close and personal, still could feel out where these strategists were. And it's just being an absolute nightmare in the back line. How do you deal with this one?
Jay, you bet you'd be rooting for Insomnia? I thought Insomnia, well, when the game was started, I thought Insomnia was going to take this whole, what do you call it, series, but Low9 is doing pretty well. I thought Low9 was not going to be that strong, but they're proving me wrong. I mean, this is basically, this is the lower bracket, so this is do or die. As soon as you lose, you're out.
Forever just going to have to wait elsewhere. The rage of Ultron once more will be known as the anguished yells echo over the plains of Morocco. Hell's heart stab at thee, Damon, and you cannot stand up to the danger that Crisis brings.
That was a full-on exorcism.
Yeah, a lot of the weak, I don't want to say weak teams, but a lot of the teams that seem to be weaker than the others are, they are showing up, they are popping off.
That was Invis, Boundary, and Rage of Ultron, both charged up in the space of an entire Eternal Bond. Coming on through from Gonski. I mean, Invis primary does have Pierce. All of those players are stacked on top of each other, and Ultron is healing everybody too with the AoE effect of Imperative Patch. But to see both strategists rebuild their ultimates that quickly in a fight, just taking full advantage of how cramped that space truly is insane. They find a comp,
What the hell, is that me?
which I can't believe I'm saying this, has more
I was like, what the hell? How did my fucking thing come up?
Than res comp.
30 seconds before you attack.
I mean, the problem is it really feels like the res comp is a little bit toothless at the moment.
Yeah.
They're just doing no damage, really. Like, Forever, second most damage on the Emma, of course. Have a quick look at the stats here. Yeah, Damon's pushing out the damage. But it's not that bursty.
Yeah.
0 final blows, by the way. It's mostly just aesthetic damage. It's kind of
22,000 damage. You're 8-4, but you have 0 final kills, chat. You're basically just feeding support ult at that point. I mean, unless you hit someone to 1 HP and someone else gets the kill. That's what I don't like about final blows, chat. I could shoot someone for 250 damage. Sorry, 249 damage, but if you have 250 health and someone else like coughs on you or spits on you and you die, then they get the final kill and they look better.
Okay, more excess damage. But a little bit more potential.
Jay, I need to make dinner tonight. Can you give me a step-by-step on how to boil an egg? Hey,
passive off the back of
Jasmine,
this,
how about you eat my ass?
Just getting continuously harassed by Damon. Still, this is where the res comp can really try and get its legs under it. Like you said, sustainability, it's a lot more valuable on the defense when you just want to stay in place during the midst of all this. Jerky, a big grab onto the Human Torch could be everything. But Soul Bond is going to make sure that it's easy to survive for the Vanguards, even faced with the Berserk.
Boiled eggs do not taste good. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but that's Soul Bond now on cooldown. Lurkin's gonna have Eternal Bond, but Crisis on the Winter Soldier can hook him out of the AoE of his ultimate. As I think someone almost went over the map. In fact, yeah, it is indeed. Pine Clone gets just
How do people do that so, like, consistently, bro?
Alright, Jerky choosing to disengage here. My work is done.
How do people do that so consistently?
And seeing that,
as Wolverine.
Eternal Bond, we're like, yep, well, we're good.
Nocta should be able to get Soul Bond back online though. And as long as they're stacked, they will be able to mitigate the Winter Soldier's Kraken impact, but that leaves them vulnerable to the last stand, especially fed up with Saint Tomoda's ultimate, which they're going to use to open up no access to abilities, no Soul Bond. Insomnia are denied and deprived of a potential point A hold.
Nocta's still got a self-res here. I don't think they're going to try and invest it though. Pasuo caught on the journey in. If they started contesting, maybe Nocta thinks better of that one, but this has been brutal so far.
Nocta can't invest the self-revive now because you actually still revive people through Karmic Revival if you've gone down, but you have your self-revive state available. So they need to keep it for when Karmic Revival's in play, and he just wasn't in a position to set it up.
Crisis just pushing out so much damage here. You've really got to worry about the resets onto those low HP.
Chat, none of these guys are cheating
when
in
you're
the tournament, bro.
going with
If you're cheating in a tournament, I'm pretty sure you will be caught.
Especially
and not only is everyone watching your gameplay as well, I'm pretty sure like they have people behind the scenes watching you as well.
Damage per second. There's still plenty. A supernova is going to shut down the space that Crisis can see. They know that Kraken Impact's on board, and they don't want to deal with it.
Oh, what a triple fist from Crisis. Just identifies the target of Damon. It's going to get mind controlled here. Don't know if a follow-up's really going to be there, though, with that primary damage dealer down in the form.
Wait, people are calling Newton a cheater?
It's a good terror cape coming forward onto the group. Allows for an easy follow-up. And now you've managed to find the hostage of Gonski. Finally, some stability.
Yeah, if you cheat in video games and you get caught,
Crisis wasn't able to find the angle,
especially after Fortnite told the guy, "Hey, stop cheating," you deserve to get sued. Fuck cheaters, chat. Fuck cheaters.
The torch goes on to the Bucky themselves, the Wolverine and the group, both being good targets for that bionic hook.
Any of them grabbed could prove fatal. Can hear it. Already being charged up there by Nocta. No one wants to get one out to my little 5 here. From the right.
Did you hear about the WSOW? What is WSOW?
The Emma Frost has to use her carbon crush simply to escape. And the same for Pasua. They have to give up the space. But now Low 9, they are in one fight territory at this moment. The Carling Aura takes down Nocta. Don't know if it's going to be a quick reset coming on through.
Warzone,
wait. Trying their best not to fall in their own right. Jerky doesn't get anything off the back of that Berserk, though. Damon comes back on the Winter Soldier already.
Oh my god, wait. I do have something like that, yeah.
Our hero, mate.
We'll talk about it after.
Saint-Amoto falling absolutely supreme.
Saint-Amoto just getting an absolute field day with how close all of these walls are for the guaranteed damage onto that kick. And Crisis now is just looking to grab people out of being able to contest as a portal comes down from Demon. Forever does have Psionic Seduction, but one's already been grabbed by the Wolverine.
Perfect pick onto Gonski. All the healing is down at this point. They are just staggering Jerky. We'll give over a little bit of extra ultimate charge. I've been leaving last time.
I'm not really surprised that Call of Duty has hackers, especially in Warzone.
But Insomnia, they're all out of second chances. There's no more.
I feel like a majority of that game is a bunch of
the second chance provided by Comic Revival.
Questionable players.
Is that if they're all being resurrected off of point, Low 9 can just put 3 players on objective and get it immediately.
Needed a little boost. Thanks.
That's a worry that's going to need to be addressed. The last stand can force the positioning here of Insomnia, and you can see that they're already giving the Wolverine all the respect that he deserves. Sonic Seduction already used. You want to try and grab Jerky here. Disengagement comes on through, but everyone's inside of that invisible boundary until the follow-up's not going to be there for all of those who are seduced by the Emma Frost in the midst of all of the damage that was brought.
All right, chat, 50 seconds left. Almost. They have to push it an extra, like, what?
Saying, hey, you know,
7 meters?
Disengagement option right now, so we're going to roll straight into you. Even more is brought on forward. This is so much from
Oh, that's a big brutal. Big brutal. Big brutal.
Could be everything. Crisis takes out their counterpart.
Oh my god. As a Bucky player and you hit someone with an ult and they're very low health, but they're in a support ult is one of the most tilting things ever.
The ironwood wall of the group sustainability is going to be so hard to achieve here for the side of Insomnia, but for Low 9 it's not an issue at all. A bionic hook goes wide, a wide in the midst of all of this. Yet another Sonic Seduction. Fro has been doing so much damage, really wants to find the Winter Soldier, and while they were hiding away, Lurker managed to get exactly what they needed off the back of the play. Passuo just doing their best to survive against all of this. A big kick into a wall. The healing's there.
Okay, chat, this is legit the last fight of the game, bro. This is a good series, man. I thought Insomnia was just gonna run this tournament right here. I mean, not tournament, but run this
and still, Relaxing Sky is going to be able to push out so much healing.
Run this game.
Frag after frag potentially shuts down Wolver. There's only a little bit remaining.
Wait, no way. Oh.
Forever, it's going to be taken down.
Oh my god, Crisis, bro. Crisis. Oh, and he gets his. Oh my god, Crisis just carried. Crisis just fucking carried the game.
Pull away on the map choice of Insomnia.
Low 9, take a bow.
Wait, I want to see a replay of that. Please show me a replay of that.
The strange swap for the teleport.
Please tell me they show us a replay of that.
Huge plays coming on.
Bro,
and
you
holding it
know,
by Agamotto.
you
And
know,
it almost looks like it's going the other
Meg,
way
you
with
probably
the full
as
charge.
well
We've
know
got
this from
Sora
experience, bro. Like,
Demons
when you're in a
practice
tournament chat
sounding
or
off
in a game,
distance. He's even
and
getting to utilize
this
the
your
CC immunity
teammate
attached
just
to
pulled
the
off
reset
something
jump
so
to
fucking
dodge out of the
disgusting
eye
like
of
that,
Agamotto
you
coming
know
through
they're
from
all
Jerky. The
screaming.
same is not
That was
applied to his
insane,
two
bro.
teammates. And finally, Low Nine are able to finish off the fight. But oh
The
my goodness,
the
for both of those
adrenaline
teams
and the
to be
rush
able
that you
to
feel
keep
after
it
something like that is
coordinated
crazy.
for as long as it did.
Meg, yeah, like I said, Meg, you should understand because
Especially
usually when people play against you, that's what they do against you. Like they kind of roll you and you feel bad, so the other team gets that rush.
It is a huge bout of applause that they should be accepting to be able to continue that overtime as long as they did without losing track of focus.
Unreal. And well now.
Oh, they're not going to show that
match point
replay,
for
are
Low
they?
Nine.
Please show me the replay.
Insomnia. I mean, all of us predicted that Insomnia would be winning this one.
I think it's too early to show the
stonks were
replay.
high, Marks. Coming out of our group stage, we thought that Insomnia
Right here.
dark
Insomnia
horse
kills.
that had this
Oh, sorry, Crisis. Crisis kills the Luna.
in Damon.
I think he kills the Bucky that's ulting,
I've
right?
got my doubts about the Adam comp, I'm not gonna lie. I really think that they need to pivot into his Punisher.
Yeah, I really want to see the Punisher protection come on through from the side of Insomnia.
Crisis,
Like
yeah,
here,
Crisis
we're
kills the
seeing
Bucky,
that
kills the
Wolverine's
Cap,
not getting the value,
kills
Adam
the
comp as
Venom in the
well,
sky,
Luna
gets his
has
ult,
been
pops
able
his
to
ult,
figure
finishes
out,
everyone. Oh
okay,
my.
without Magneto,
Cinema.
that Star-Lord doesn't
Cinema.
have the
Miss
same
Kunai
level
for
of
9
pick
months. I
potential
appreciate
to
it.
threat
Cinema,
attached
chat.
to it.
Cinema.
And also, as long as we make sure to play around natural terrain, the Atom also isn't getting any space to be able to try and one-tap squishies because no one is ego peeking either into Noctis, so he's not getting the value that we've seen in the past series as before. The fact that as well Wolver has been playing the Groot really does necessitate, in my opinion, the Punisher coming on through, because one of Groot's biggest counters has been Punisher since the start of Marvel Rivals, even before the game fully released.
It's funny watching these tournaments because all the
Groot
casters are
players
old
lived
Overwatch
in fear
casters
of
from
the test
contenders.
servers
Yeah.
of Punisher, where he was even stronger than he currently is.
Well, I mean, even
well.
Vicky
It
does
seems
the
like
NA
Low Nine
games, and
might be
Vicky plays
stronger than any
does
of
all
our
these
scanners
games. It's
detected. We'll see
crazy.
exactly where their power level sits right after this break.
Yeah, also, someone did mention this. I do have a new thing that I made in my Discord chat. It's right here, news to react, and you guys actually did bring it up. So, it's actually really funny. I think, is Nova? Nova's the one that brought it up, yeah. In the World Series of Warzone Pro... in the series of Warzone Pro, Warzone players were attempting to qualify. Many of the big streamers were getting stream sniped. More details have come up, and it's... What do you call it? Escalated to one of the hackers who were blatantly cheating or planning to sue Activation. Wait, what? One of the hackers who were blatantly cheating are planning to sue Activision? Wait, watch out, guys. A blatant cheater who was removed from the World Series of Warzone is gonna sue Activision, COD, and face it. What? I gotta read that, bro. I gotta read that. That shit looks fucking wild. So if you guys get any interesting news from any other games or something that you guys find, just put it in there, and I'm probably gonna check it out. The reason why I made that channel as well is because I don't even play Fortnite. And yesterday we figured out, well, we didn't figure it out. We saw that Fortnite warned someone not to cheat or not to have all these accounts playing in Fortnite tournaments, and then they ended up suing the Fortnite guy for cheating. And then the guy like shrugged it off and didn't even care that he was getting sued, so he didn't even show up to the court. And then the judge ruled in favor of Fortnite, and they got a $175,000 fucking lawsuit against him. Oh, $175,000 for cheating in fucking tournaments, bro. That's deserved. That is deserved, bro. Yeah, he was sued for, yeah, 175K fine. That's crazy, bro. That's a lot of money. But to be honest with you, if you cheat in video games, you deserve it, bro. Ooh, that was spicy. This is lower bracket. I think cheating in single-player games is like it's better.
Just flowing here at Marvel
because you're
Rivals
ruining
EMEA
your own
Low
experience.
9,
If you don't want to, if you want
past
to cheat and
all
make the game not fun for
expectations
yourself, go
here. Now
ahead.
a match point against Insomnia.
But don't do it against other people.
After a crazy overtime, which Insomnia always, it feels like, find themselves embroiled into.
We all use Rosebud, I'm sure. I don't even know what the hell is
coming
Rosebud.
through for low 9, but Insomnia do manage to pick the map type that they take us to.
Have you and Emily
now
watched
having been
K-pop
free
Demon
maps,
Hunters on
what
Netflix
that
yet?
means Harry map cycles are reset. Symbiotic Surface
No.
is potentially coming into play as Convergence gets to
K-pop
open up yet
Demon
again.
Hunters?
Yep, Convergence open again, and we know that generally Insomnia's cope map is going to be Symbiotic Surface. We have seen them play very well on Spider Islands as well, but I think there's not much room for risks here.
Or what is it? K-pop?
It's going to be their map pick yet again, but then again, they chose to go to Araco and didn't do amazingly. Like, as I said, I wouldn't be too shocked to see a team get stopped on second. Araco is incredibly defensively favored, and that could have gone either way. That overtime was crazy, and either team could have made it work with a crazy clutch play. A big eye of Agamotto as well. Big credit here, and here it is. Exactly as you killed.
I was gonna say, where's that phone ringing? Someone needs to pick it up because we called it. As it is now going to be Insomnia taking us over to the side of Symbiotic Surface. However, I do worry.
Symbiotic Surface.
In the past,
I think,
Symbiotic Surface plays have all been around shutting down flyers with fastball Wolverine.
I think Insomnia
Low9
wins
have been
this.
shutting down the
This is
Wolverine.
Insomnia's map pick. I know why they went here, because they want to play the Wolverine
All
here.
right, pro gamer maneuver right there.
They have
Taking
to.
away
They
the
have to
Loki
play
and
the
securing it
Wolverine.
for themselves. Gonski has been having a real impact on that Loki, and mixed results for the first ban when it comes to Insomnia and their ban phase here. Just making sure that Wolver does not have access to the Magneto, I think, is a good play, and they are going to make sure there's no Loki Luna. We've had enough of that meta backline.
Yeah, the Magneto coming out means that the Cloak and Dagger is going to get much easier to maneuver successfully around the Eternal Bond. And ooh,
yeah, Sentinels. Jasmine, you might like Sentinels. Sentinels has the person that actually participated in our tournament. I mean, not in tournament, our content. Our Mori.
It feels like, oh no, they pivoted.
She's cracked, and she's on the same team with her husband, which is Crimzo.
Me and Adam Warlock hater, thank
which is funny. It's crazy.
Well, Insomnia are
Crimzo and
Punisher
Armory are married, right?
Luna are not going to be able to
married.
protect Punisher before that one gets banned out. They'll be able to grab up the Emma though, and Wolverine still being up for grabs for Insomnia does mean that Emma having Diamond Form and being able to dodge out of it entirely is definitely going to be helpful to aid Low9's push into Insomnia's favorite home grounds.
Wouldn't mind seeing either a torch or a cloak and dagger ban here. On the side of Insomnia.
Oh,
I think
they're
the Torch
engaged,
does
not
have
married?
A pretty
Sorry,
good
Jack.
time on this map. The last
Same
protect,
shit.
surely.
Engaged,
Punisher.
married, same
Yeah,
stuff.
I think we both want to see that Punisher come in. You have to be anticipating
Come on, bro. Just
that Wolf is going to be pivoting to the Groot. There we go. Okay. It was teased. I worried that it would swap off into something else. But
Wait, they didn't ban the
Punisher
Wolverine? They
protection
have to
does
ban the
make it
Wolverine.
out, which means
This is Demon's
gonna be able to play
map.
that one.
If
They
you don't
do have
ban
the
Wolf,
Wolverine
you're
to
throwing.
pivot to if they really want to, but I feel like the Punisher is just going to be able to find so much more value across the board.
Maybe you ban the Wolverine here anyway, because your count. Oh, okay, yeah, getting rid of the Luna.
That's crazy.
I forgot about that one.
Yo, home decor.
Yeah, 40% damage boost on that.
I appreciate the massive donut. I want to see a
dangerous,
2-2.
though,
To
because
be honest with you,
now
this
their
might go to
Wolverine
match
cancer
5.
is no longer on the table.
Insomnia is really
They
cracked on this
can't
map.
roll through.
Invis. Pine Clone is very much an Invis main.
True, Pineclone's actually been playing.
But
out
I'm
of their
surprised
mind
they're
in
not
this series as
running
well.
their
It's worth
Wolverine
noting.
here.
Pineclone's kind of been the big backbone for Low9, and the old generation has been crazy from them. Although I do worry that without the flame tornado of the storm, maybe winning fights against like the double Hulk team up could be a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, I feel like that's also why we saw them go for the target ban of the Torch, not just because he's a very strong duelist in their own right, but if they do want to run Demon onto that Wolverine, they want to make sure that Pineclone's Invis Woman is not giving more aid to a duelist while also counterplaying your own.
Yeah. And that's another reason why the Human Torch ban is so good here as well. Just denies a little bit of free value from the Pineclone Invisible Woman, given that they have been so successful thus far already. I don't know if Noctis is going to be staying on the Storm. We've seen quite a bit of Storm play from Noctis so far, and it has been a fairly popular composition.
So this is a strategy attacking teams do, where they portal onto someone, and then you have just like a Storm and a Moon Knight damage boost.
Damage boost.
And you literally just find one person and just take the fight through the portal with all of the damage burst against the team that has nothing at the beginning this early.
Pineclone staying invisible for now. Remainder of the team just going to be pushing out a bunch of fire.
What's up, chat? Good morning, good morning.
And yeah, that's going to be forever taking the portal. Just going to start already gaining territory on this. And the Invisible Woman has joined them.
What's up, baby? Being
very careful of the time. Good, everyone's going to make it through from Insomnia onto a point right now. But this is when Lone9 are really going to start showing themselves, already having burned the regeneration domain coming through from Gonski, halfway to that God of Mischief already, by the way. Putting out a bunch of healing as we've known Gonski to do, but that's 2 ticks gained already. And with Crisis down, touching it is going to be an issue. Jerky's going to have to make it work. Still has that passive in the back, almost has their Feral Elite back, but Damon's just gunning him down on the Punisher. You know what, Moxie? Sometimes we do have a grasp on this draft.
What's up, baby?
And Insomnia have a very solid grasp of how to play Symbiotic Surface. Even though Gonski was getting so much healing on that Loki, it was Wolver on the Doctor Strange having to walk onto point directly into Passo's POV, and that means Carbon Crush, damage for Strange Shield, and no more Doctor Strange. As Lone9 also lose control.
I looked away for like 2
2
seconds to call for Emily.
Jerky's going to actually swap off of the Wolverine over onto that Ultron, so they're going to try and go for the triple strategist lineup that they had previously, which found so much value.
Crisis probing at the back line for now, but that means Wolver doesn't have too much help to try and get the Punisher off of their shield, losing a lot of HP over there. Moving forward with the Eternal Bond, Lone9 decides to take initiative into their own hands. Gonski has to be careful though, not to be taken out too early. If you extend into that Punisher, the shotgun can be a real pain to deal with, and Insomnia, well, they looked at this and we said, okay, we're just gonna wait.
Yeah, they're gonna wait, and then they're gonna come back with ultimates of their own. They've got an Eternal Bond. They can ferry that Punisher in safely off of the back of it, or they can just go in with the Omega Hurricane. Looks like Final Judgment is the call of choice into the Invis boundary. They invade, but it's Demon that goes down instead.
Great target focus, even through the Eternal Bond. The Rage of Ultron, the knockback. Again, plenty. Good job there from Pineclone, shutting down Forever's Engage. And now it's Wolver's turn as well. However, ultimate suppressed. Nocta can't be grabbed out of their own ultimate as well. So it's going to be the Storm of a Century in the backline.
I just see all these ults going off, bro. I don't know what's going on.
Respawners are going to find themselves an isolated Storm over there. Meanwhile, Gonski just has the output of the gods. The God of Mischief just gets so much done with 2 doppelgangers up.
Demon is off of the Punisher onto the Wolverine this time around. We'll see how much time is going to stick around for.
Sent the Stadium Cheater replay to the Discord. Game got canceled after 2 matches and only lasted 7 minutes total. Wow, Stadium. Okay, awesome. I'm going to look at that. A Stadium Cheater.
Both Jerky and Crisis. So it definitely feels like Demon is going to be looking at taking Jerky out of the skies.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen a Stadium Cheater yet.
That would be ideal. Crisis. For now, just holding up above, just going to do the homework on the Gamma Monstro. Of course, if they do go into a berserk state, they can be very troublesome to deal with. Crisis actually gets grabbed. Yet another excellent force physics coming through from Pineclone. It's been a lights-out game for the Invisible Woman today.
Pineclone is insane.
As well, coming through the Carbon Crush.
I feel really bad for the supports because the supports don't get a lot of love in any video games. Overwatch, you know,
up for more than adequately.
But like, Pineclone is keeping that Wolverine off his teammates.
Physics is one of the most frustrating things for Divinus and Wolverines to play into, and without a Magneto there, Demon's gonna have to start getting the Hulk bubble to make sure that he doesn't get grabbed out of his own grabs.
All right, Hulk earned by Pasuo. And yet another. There we go. It's going to be the Eternal Bond coming on through. Answered first by Pineclone. Already getting themselves up the invisible barrier.
Oh, wow.
Coming through. Jerky actually grabbed out of the air. May well have had their ultimate interrupted there by the grab from the Hulk.
Oh, he tried to kidnap him so he could cancel the ult. That's crazy. But he missed. Unfortunate.
Trying for the grab. But, well, sometimes Wolver's just better. He's that guy. He's that guy.
Lurk and try to use Eternal Bond too, so that Insomnia won the heal-off situation into the invis boundary. That's why they put so much stock into Pasuo counter-playing and grabbing Jerky out of Rage of Ultron so that Lone couldn't stack the Rage with the invis boundary and out-heal Insomnia. They will have it back this fight around though, and they will be able to overlap that damage with the Dance of the Butterflies. As Noctis got the Horn of Proteus, but all eyes yet again.
I love how this guy just sits in his hand, bro. I love how he just sits in his hand.
Is it gonna work out for them? As that's the Dance of Butterflies fully mitigated. Too many dance partners. The
Rin
doesn't stick.
Good group of already.
I forgot to tell you something. I think today's National Pineapple Day, isn't it?
Rage has been expended.
It reminded me of
you.
you.
They will be vulnerable to poke. Pasuo moves up onto the high ground, claiming that one away from Lone 9. And here we go. Actually, does not land, thankfully, inside the Horn of Proteus. Giganto does not get their man. Saint Tomoto on the other side, though, isolated by Damon. Healing coming through from the Ultron, using their Rage to sustain the Psylocke. And Crisis gets scared away from the angle. Damon needs to look towards greener pastures, though. Easier targets. Another missed Feral Leap onto the Doctor Strange. And it seems like they're not going to get anything off the back of this. I think that Damon bonked his little head. It's a little bit of a choke from our
Wait, he bonked his head? How do you even do that? What?
Maybe able to grab Jerky down. Lurkin has plenty of sustainability in the form of the Eternal Bond. And well, look at that. The Terror Cape is delivered when it was needed onto all of those vulnerable players. Out comes the invisible boundary. Crisis can't quite survive. The raw HPS output isn't there. Gonski's already used their ultimate here, and now there it is for second invisible boundary. Yet another roll on through. Big damage coming through onto the invisible woman. It's been stalled long enough to bring back.
Come on, Insomnia. Come on, Insomnia. This is your map, bro. Take it to a map 5. Take it to a map 5.
Nobody's gonna decimate you. Wolver never stood a chance.
Bro, the Hulk players who can like juggle you, bounce you up, stun you, and then juggle you some more. Those Hulk players are insane, bro.
The Dance of the Butterflies. The last little bit of showmanship from Low 9. They've scuppered Insomnia when it seemed unlosable. And here we go, the portal back. Is it gonna have the time? Is it gonna have the moment?
Oh, that fucking sucks.
2, 1.
Pasuo is coming on through as Monster Hulk is world breaking, is breaking the entirety of Low 9's back line, but at the same time, trades are going down. Low 9 manages to sweep out Lurkin, who was having to play split off from the team. They were all tracking Eye of Agamotto.
They can still win this, Chad. They can still win this. They can still
win this. He actually utilizes dark teleportation to put himself into a high ground position so that if Eye of Agamotto comes out onto the point, the cloak and dagger is outside of it. You can throw in your dagger dome. You can come in with your Veil of Light Force. Everyone gets fully healed up and potentially survives the Maelstrom of Madness coming on through. But that just puts him right into Jerky's 1v1. And Cloak and Dagger is many things, but unfortunately, the damage that you do in Cloak form does not mirror the damage that an Ultron can deal out.
Yeah, the Ultron just pushing out so much.
30 seconds before you attack.
And well, Insomnia, now they truly are up against the wall marks. If they can't hold here, their tournament, their LAN hopes are over.
Demon is coming back on the punish this time. No Wolverine. Potentially we see the pivot over towards B. But right now it's Storm, it's Cloak and Dagger, and Punisher, all to try and have that damage boost so that Demon can instantly drop one of these players from Low 9. We hop up onto the culling turret to have that CC immunity in case Low 9 try and jump onto us. As everyone from Insomnia stacks on up to see whether or not Wolver is going to try and
MB is still in the tournament, yeah.
Out comes the Terror Cape, and it's a duel which Nocta gets the better of.
Yep, Wolver already falling down. Unfortunately, could not be protected while channeling that portal. So now,
oh no, bro.
Damon. Oh, Damon, why? There was no need.
There was no need to do that, bro.
On through without their Doctor Strange, but now they have the option. And Insomnia, they're falling apart at the seams, Marks.
Bro, Insomnia is throwing on their best map, bro.
Might be ringing a funeral dirge too. as Insomnia's chances of being able to hold on to Symbiotic Surface.
What
just
the hell is
diminished
Insomnia,
significantly
bro?
with how one-sided that fight was. We'll have Strategist ultimates, but they're not going to have Final Judgment built up. And it's going to have to be a high ground hold. And any potential pick that stops
Who do you think the strongest team is in
momentum,
NA? I think anyone in NA can
Insomnia.
beat each other. After watching yesterday's NA
5.5
games, I think
minutes.
everyone's really close.
This needs to be a Helm's Deep-esque hold. They've called Gondor for aid, but Gondor ain't answering. The Rohan will have to stand alone. Insomnia will have to stand alone. They're standing against Crisis, though. The damage is being done, but Damon's damage is slightly better. Maybe an isolated Doctor Strange having just take the jump pad could have been potentially punished by Jerky, but the punishment's coming at the moment from Frank Castle himself in the culling turret.
I mean, Low 9 are just putting pressure on the objective to try and force Insomnia to have to drop and contest. Jerky's just using his passive to make sure that 3 bodies are on the payload and it's picking up maximum speed. Very early, God of Mischief comes on through. Everyone from the side of Insomnia can just back on off, understanding that Gonski's ult is going to run out in a matter of moments, but if they back out, they give up payload
Yo,
progression.
Ghost, Bridge Man at
And
29 months, my
Crisis is
friend.
already flanking all the way around the back to take advantage of the fight that's happening on the front.
Lurkin doing their best to disengage after having to go deep. Claiming all that territory with the Eternal Bond. Fair trade between Insomnia and Low 9.
Take air home
Is
decor.
such a long con. Coming through from Crisis, does he just use Dance of the Butterflies when Demon tries to go for Final Judgment? And Insomnia don't know that the Psylocke's there? No, he uses it off of the eye of the
That is one of the biggest eyes I've seen today.
It's Wolver season.
Oh my fucking god, Wolver.
Possible throws in their own ultimate, but
Oh
got
my
absolutely
fucking
nothing.
god,
I mean, yes, they're
Wolver.
gonna be able to portal back, but Wolver, what an efficient play.
They're going to be portaling directly back into Last Stand. Psionic
That
Seduction,
ult was
Dance of the
fucking
Butterflies.
insane.
Insomnia used Final Judgment in that fight as well.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Oh no. Okay, they actually haven't portaled back. The instant attempt to try and take down Pasiwo. Just settling for one. Now Jerky going up against the Storm. Inside the Dancer of Butterflies, so they have to try and fade away. Cinemotor fell low enough that maybe Damon could pick it up on the outside. Now an angle for the shotgun could be everything. Doesn't want to go inside.
Yeah,
the
I don't think
invisible
Insomnia
bounds.
wins
Just
this strat. I think
demanding
Insomnia
that
gets
attention from Low 9.
defeated
Cinemotor's
today,
gonna take a moment to come on back
which is
here,
sad.
though, using that
They're a good
psionic
team.
seduction. Insomnia might have
They're a lot
brought
of fun to
themselves a touch
watch.
of stability, but they
I
haven't
don't
been
think they
cleared
hold
out
this, bro.
entirely yet.
I don't think they hold this. Listen, they might have won this team fight, but I don't think they hold this, chat.
Such a smart play from Nocta to
Wait,
use
what?
Mega Hurricane onto Saint Moto. You can't silence the Storm. A Mega Hurricane, very worthwhile trade because now Psionic Seduction can come on through, but like you said, Insomnia have buy themselves time. They've got a high ground hold. This was what Wilbur was holding Teleport for, though. Out comes the contest. The Strange Shield blocks the Terror Cape from coming on through, and Forever gets grabbed up and sent packing.
That means that there's no shield now to stop the Sonic Seduction from getting everything that it wants. Password's going to run back quickly. Damon overwhelmed. You can see just how much
GG's,
of a public
chat.
enemy
GG's.
he is.
It's
One
GG's.
last portal, one last chance. Lurkin does their best to solve it out on the other side. Password is instantly ready to go. A Carbon Crush, I believe, is gone.
GG's, chat. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they touch this. It's GG's.
Waiting on the cart. Damon's got the Final Judgment good to go, and still with Passimo down, it's now or never. It's going to be the Eternal Bond. A little bit of additional safety, a little bit of additional healing. They need to take down Pineclone. Pineclone's gone missing in the midst of all of this. Sainamoto overwhelmed, and now the missiles, they're getting...
Bro, can you guys just lose already?
The last dregs of Low 9 will be peeled off the cart.
There's no way they hold this. They are delaying the inevitable. They are.
No TP recontest as
Just
well.
take
Sky
it.
Is going to have Invis
Just
boundary, but
take
Wolver's
it.
about to get Eye of Agamotto. And that's something that you have to be concerned about.
Bro,
So
if they,
too, you have to
okay,
contend
if
with
Insomnia
Jackie's
wins this, this is
position.
crazy, bro.
Last Stand is going
If
to be
Insomnia
in
wins this,
play.
I'm gonna scream without the S.
It's not the safe sanctuary that Insomnia want to be able to treat
What?
it as. Jerky's going all the way to the high ground. Might potentially be able to scoop the Punisher up as he comes out of his turret form.
Slowly approaches. Relaxing Sky needs to be quick on the trigger when it comes to that force physics. There's the Goddess Aura. Laying down damage, and the damage boost in turn. Christ is going to get a little bit of early pressure in towards the bag. It's an
Dude,
unbelievable
Low
one-man
9
combo
always starts off the
onto
fight
Nocta.
so well, but then
Good strike.
that's another big eye. Yeah, Wolver. That's a GG's, chat. That's a GG's.
Always delivers. When you
Wolver
deliver
and Crisis, bro.
results,
Wolver and Crisis. That's all you need.
he's got that
That's
one
all you
for him, and
need.
he's feeling
GG's.
it. The wrath of the the goddess will arrive from Nocta. But unfortunately, this dark and stormy night has already been going the way of the pack, and Wolf has been leading.
That's a GG's, chat. That's a GG's, bro.
Absolute raw.
Insomnia almost did it, though. Insomnia almost actually held that.
Stolen away the series.
They almost held that, but wow. I thought Low 9 was a weak team, and they came in here swinging, bro.
That was
Every time we watched Low 9, I thought we saw them like get rolled or something.
That Insomnia like to play with. The Wolverine dealt with, dispatched, symbiotic
wow.
surface,
Insomnia won the first map, and then Low 9 won the next 3. That's crazy.
I mean, we highlighted the 2 strange players. We said it would come down.
Crisis and Wolver, bro. Crisis and Wolver.
And those Eye of Agamottos settles it. Wolver is the Sorcerer Supreme coming on through in this matchup.
Pine Clone getting almost top healing in the lobby as well as the Invisible One. That's so much value. Out healing a Loki. And not a tourist on Loki. One of the Lokis of Gonski.
32 assists as well. From
Yeah,
Pine
you know what?
Unbelievable.
It's really rough.
Chat, does anyone know anything about Stage 2? Does Stage 2 have open qualifier? I might need a... I might want to play in this, just so I can lose. And then say I played.
Because Eternal Bond Punisher is much stronger than Invis Boundary Punisher, but Low 9 were actually able to just deal with the offset of heal per second with Jerky on the Ultron. When it really mattered, they were more than happy to overlap the 2 strategist ultimates with how quickly Jerky was able to build it when they were defending, and then when it came to their attack, it really was just dispatching Nocturne on the Storm, Crisis on the Psylocke. Especially in that last fight where he's able to fully go around the back and just catch the disengagement, managing to take Nocta down before that Omega Hurricane can come on through.
You should join
stacked positions. That was the key.
Wait, what?
Moment.
You should join Solaris?
Just so much.
Isn't that like the streamer team?
Just
no offense, chat. I want to win.
Approach of Wolver as well to allow for these consistently high value ultimates. There are so many.
No, I'm sure they're a really strong team.
I can't believe Insomnia lost towards the end of that second point as well. What a clutch recontest. Unbelievable that Low 9 have comms clean enough after being together for such little time to be able to coordinate
I wanna join Low 9.
Absolutely manic.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what this team goes into. To be entirely honest, I'm so excited to just
oh shit, wait, speaking about money.
Progression. As, like you
oh
said,
my god, wait, I forgot.
And Com's already there with
oh my god
playing as a team.
Wait a minute. Okay, yo, mute that real quick. Bro, I started this so fucking early that only 2 people voted on Low 9. Insomnia GG had 100% of the votes. The 2 people. There has only been 2 people. And look at the return ratio. The return ratio is 1 to 375.
How's it going, bud? How you feeling?
I am feeling great.
If
to win against this team.
So how much was expected
if you
coming on through, because we
I don't know who these people are.
Like
T-Boys put 100 points on Low 9 and just won 41,000.
dealt with it masterfully.
Twitch 1720 put $510 and won $210,000.
And we just try to ban their comfort picks and just try to to counter what they're playing, because the comps they're playing are very hard to beat. They have a lot of tranks and stuff to kill, so
Actually, it's PMA points. No, it's dollars. We do everything here in dollars.
We're on screen right now, we've got one of your fire tornadoes. What was the rationale between moving over towards that double flyer with the Hella?
Wait, a tank player playing that? Oh.
Well, our thoughts was like, the Wolverine is open. We only have Emma, and I can't really play any other tank. So we just practiced 3 DPS comps, and Storm worked out pretty well. So we tried it.
And how has practice been going? Because obviously you guys were a very late put together.
That was a big eye. I think that turned the game right there.
Been putting in, like, the hours
that eye killed 3 fucking people. That shit was huge.
Yeah, we, as Jerky said, we are kind of a new team, so we don't have many hours in scrims and everything. But we for the past week, we scrimmed a lot, we played a lot, and we tried to.
Nice
synergize.
background.
What's your experience like in competing thus far, Wolf? Is this your first esport, your first team that you've been on, or do you have a bit of experience competing so far?
Not really. I played with another Arab team before, so this is technically my second team I'm on. But yeah, so this is my second experience.
How did everyone sort of find themselves on low 9 as well? Was it literally just a case of like everyone knew each other and you guys were all like, okay, let's just make a play to try and get in? Or
honestly,
was there someone who pulled everyone in?
Honestly, I didn't know anyone from my team. I only knew Jerky and Crisis a little bit. But yeah, they just called me out and I joined, and I found out I liked them, I liked the team, so it worked out pretty well.
It's been awesome watching low 9. How, I mean, obviously you expect to get number 1. How far did you guys expect to go? Did you think that this was going to be a closer series than it was?
To be honest, we expected to go lower, but we like the point. We like where we are right now, and I hope we go even further. So, yeah.
Well, thank you so much for joining
I
us.
feel like he's
We very
nervous
much
doing
hope
this
to see
interview.
Low 9 go even further in the bracket as well. Congratulations on the win. We'll let you get back to your team.
Thank you.
All right, that was the only leader of the Wolfpack, Wolver himself. After what a performance from all of low 9. Everybody was firing 100% on all cylinders. All of us on the broadcast team, we predicted Insomnia to win. So it's a bit of a wild one. Let's have a look at how our bracket stands now after that 3-1
Looking at
trouncing.
J2 Long makes
But
me
low
sick
9
as well.
bought.
What?
Yeah, we're still waiting to see
The fuck did I
which
do? I'm just
opponents are
sitting
going to
here
be
wa-
matching up versus Peps and Low 9, who will be able to continue in
laughing
this
at
tournament. As unfortunately, we now bid adieu to both All Business and Insomnia, or I guess au revoir in the case of
happened?
All Business, as they got dispatched by Peps. Still, Harry,
Wait,
the
really?
action continues, and these
What, 'cause,
two matches,
Boba was playing with
I think are going to
Sushi?
be even closer than the one that we
Oh my
just
god,
saw.
Boba was
Zero
playing with
Tenacity versus
Sushi, and
Red.
then
Zero
Noodle
Tenacity,
apparently came to
endless amounts
Sushi's
of
rescue.
composition and potential from what we could potentially see coming out from that picks, and then
He was
Raz,
bullying
the
her?
team that finally took down
Oh.
Virtus Pro. That one's got to be a close one, surely.
Oh yeah, both of these matches are going to be absolute barn burners. We're going to turn you over to Tetra and Ryan Central to take you through our winners semis. So don't go anywhere. After this break, the big boys are coming out to play.
Oh, chat, now we have the upper brackets. This is gonna be a good idea. So let me start this before anything happens, chat. We have Zero Tenacity against Rad. This is gonna be a good game. Zero Tenacity against Rad. Let me just make sure it is done in here. Vid. Upper bracket. Zero Tenacity versus Rad. I think this is gonna be a good game. I voted for the wrong team. Oh, F. When does Virtus Pro? Oh, Virtus Pro against Burper Patapim is as well gonna be a really fucking good game. I can't wait. Yo, sup Jay? I'm schizophrenic. LOL, big fan. Hey, same here, bro. Same here. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna go pee, chat. I need you guys to talk to yourselves and make some friends.
Chopping the
The action isn't stopping here for EMEA Ignite. Now that we've sort of looked at the teams that were fighting for elimination in playoffs, we're looking at the top dogs, Tetra. First up, we got Z10 versus Rad, and then later on, that age-old matchup of Berber Patapim going up against Virtus Pro. So it's already felt like a pretty long day so far, I think, Tetra. We started a little bit later, but we could be on till midnight with how these teams like to play.
We'll high five the Americans as we go past, because we are in it till the end, till we find out which of these teams will be moving on to those upper bracket finals and which ones will be heading down to play against Team Peps and Low 9. Incredible setups for these teams, but we are now in the upper bracket. There is already that buffer. We are not losing anyone anymore today.
Yeah, luckily, really, because it's sad to see teams go, especially when we've had upsets like
if Berber
with,
wins,
L9.
can you play their song, please?
Result,
What's their song?
Over Insomnia. But sort of going into these teams, Tetra.
Wait, I want to see what the predictions are.
Like, there are a lot of people I've seen in chat throughout the day.
53% on Rad, 47% on Zero Sassity.
Who the hell is Z10, Tetra?
Come on, chat. We need more predictions, bro. We need more predictions. More predictions. Get in there. Get in there. Get in there.
They have been playing through a majority of the MRCs
Get in there, chat.
under the Zero Tenacity lineup, but a lot of you who have stuck to a lot of the main broadcasts will probably know them as mostly Ecstatic from the MRI, where they had a pretty okay run. They were in the lower part of the bracket for the first setup, but they had some pretty good matchups, taking a couple maps off of some of the teams that you might not have expected them to in those early setups. But again, always performing in the top 12 to top 8 of the MRCs in particular. We can have a quick look at the roster to check out exactly these players that we are talking about, with some very familiar names for those who have been watching.
VP are playing after this, yeah.
Whether that's via the mainstreams for the MRIs, via MRCs, or even checking out.
Bro, this tournament is crazy, bro. I can't keep track with MRC, MRI, DUI.
One of the longest.
I don't know, XQC, RPG. I don't know what all these things mean, dude.
What we've really started to see from this team as well is just a lot of individual players shining. Like, I sort of spoke when we had the interview, I suppose. Oh, who would they have been with? I was trying to remember. Smash yesterday. It felt that Knuten was just the poster.
Oh, is our boy playing today? Knuten! Hey, we're watching our boy Knuten, chat.
Like
I wonder if he's gonna come to our stream. And also, Lugia's cracked on the.
Everybody had a good day. We were looking a lot more at Ducky because he was getting Emma Frost for free, was dominating, but was then forced off of it. Showed up nicely, and as you've seen in the highlights, was really good on the Magneto when it was required. Lugia being able to play up on the likes of Wolverine as a Vanguard player, but then showing a lot more Hulk, more so than we've typically seen in EMEA.
Oh, but Rad has our boy Fate on it. Damn, chat. On one team, Rad has Fate.
They lost the finals there.
And another team has our boy Knuten. I don't know who to cheer for, bro. I don't know how to cheer for.
And it feels like that's the asterisk that's always
I don't know, man.
At the moment, right, Tetra? They were the first team ever to beat Virtus Pro, but at what point does it stop mattering because individual performances and games
I don't know,
like
chat, bro. This is crazy.
As a big fan of wrestling in general, this is where I would say it's time for the rubber match, for them to take the third game in the series to see who comes out on top, to have one more go. But in order to do that, Brad needs to either progress through the upper bracket or hope that Virtus Pro gets knocked down to the lower bracket for the second time in Ignite. This is another team with so much experience. Melio has been around since the beginning, playing on Fnatic during the MRI, and we have
Naga's disgusting and Human Torch. He cooked the hell out of Virtus Pro in their first game. Yeah, but
Virtus Pro to the limit in MRC Season 1. There is
I'm pretty sure we might not. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Pretty sure we're not going to see a lot of Human Torch.
That have taken Virtus Pro to the limit, and those are Luminosity Gaming and OG/Berber Patapim, and a lot of those players are still in this tournament, either via Rad or via Berber Patapim.
Yeah, this is where it feels that it matters a lot more to the teams, because winning a best of one can be very coin flippy. Even best of threes, speaking to some of the Virtus Pro players, they're like, yeah, we were really nervous playing BO3s because so much could be up in the air and momentum could really take control away from you. But best of fives, to win one, you need to be the better team, flat out. You can't be in and out like bandits. You can't just steal a win against a top team. You consistently need to be good at all of the different game modes. And the other side of it as well, I suppose, is that all of the different game modes as well, especially with
I think we have a
Ignite
few
changes,
minutes before this game starts. Chat. Give me 1
every
second.
time that you lose. You only get that opportunity once, and then you have to go to Convergence or Convoy, and then once you've played them all, it resets again. So you have to just be the more well-rounded squad here, and I think that's why this first series is such a pivotal one, Tetra, because honestly, it really is a case of there's so much promise on these teams, but who is the most well-rounded and the most polished to be winning out a series like this?
Our compatriots were talking about it earlier when they've spoken to some of the players. They talk about the difference between domination and then convergence and convoy, and the difference comes down to macro, meaning it can be a lot more up in the air who takes the domination, because it comes down to teamwork and team fights to be able to make sure that you're claiming that point at the right time, not just for the longest time, because you can hold the point for less time than your opponents and still win thanks to the overtime mechanic. So it's just about when you take these fights, when you use these ultimates and staggered together, you can turn what might look like a one-sided game around. When you compare that to convergence, that's a little more difficult because distance comes into effect that can throw that mechanic all over the place and make the plays very different.
Yeah, I mean, people from Hero Shooters are used to the overtime mechanic to an extent. It's the fact for Marvel Rivals, you have to deal with Doctor Strange's teleporting in as well with the portals, so you have that like added extra finesse, I suppose, on who's going to be switching over. Have you got a time to basically have it matter? Just put the duelist. It doesn't matter if you have your ultimate. You have to go Doctor Strange out to be able to get on there. But the first game mode is going to be domination. We should be getting into this one fairly quickly. Obviously, there's a lot of games going on, and we're just trying to roll through them as quickly as possible. So no doubt Zero Tenacity and Rad just getting their final bits set up, as this could potentially be one of the most defining series, I think, for either team, because being able to go to the upper bracket, have a shot at either Berber Patapim or Virtus Pro, can set yourself up really nicely for the grand finals. And also, you know, we know a little bit more information about the mid-season finals, but I think we'll leave that for tomorrow when it matters, Techi. You know, like, we got some exciting stuff here. The road is paved with glory, potentially, for these two teams, as we start off in domination, and we're going to start off at Hell's Heaven.
Well, someone's attempted to be a crowd pleaser, as we're seeing Zero Tenacity hovering the new Thor fairly consistently, but I doubt we will see that jumping on in. You talked yesterday about the just rise of Emma Frost, but both these teams going to be prioritizing the Magneto as their first ban, and Zero Tenacity going to be getting Smashnez that Human Torch immediately. But this leaves priorities on stuff like Loki. This leaves priorities on the Emma Frost to really mix this up, and we see Rad, they have learned from watching Zero Tenacity in the group stage. They'll take out the Wolverine, preventing any of that, we only saw it briefly, but that single Vanguard triple duelist composition that Zero Tenacity brought out early.
I mean, the problem with Zero Tenacity, if you're playing up against them, is just
glad Jay's chair is the star of the show today. Listen.
A non-mirrored.
I had to go to the bathroom, bro. Sorry.
Such a prevalent side of it. Smashnez has been smashing on this character, to be brutally honest. They've also been able to take out the Loki. No strategist bans as of yet from Rad. And it seems to be the main focus, I suppose, going into the second phase of this protect ban stage. But you've got a one-sided Wolverine on the other side, so
bro, I had
needs to be ducking and diving.
A Pokeball last night.
Canadian flying at him, no doubt, a couple of times this game.
It messed up my stomach, man. I don't know. I don't want to be disgusting, but I was farting every 5 seconds, and it smelled like.
Psylocke is a great way to just try and very quickly.
It smelled like death.
Those regeneration domain lamps, so it's a pretty good takeaway here from Zero Tenacity if they were planning on bringing out the God of Mischief. But no, they're gonna protect the Emma Frost, more prioritized.
Yeah, this is gonna be, yeah. If you guys didn't know, what we were watching just now were the lower bracket games. We're doing the upper bracket games now.
Something that Knudsen has been bringing out consistently.
We are on the upper bracket games. These are gonna be some fire games.
Preventing Lugia from getting a little bit crazy on those backline dives.
Zero Tenacity having access to not only Loki, but Luna as well for both sides. So I guess the good thing about being able to have Loki yourself is you don't have to dedicate with the Luna. Granted, she's amazing with the likes of Human Torch, right? Because you can just go for the Idol Aura. It's a case of if
oh, Zero Tenacity would rather run
Luna because it's available on both sides, then you could just steal the fate of both worlds from the opponent, not necessarily.
I want to see some 3-2s. You might see some 3-2s here.
Going to be the first of potentially
Has Thor been played at all? Just tuning in. You don't. Thor has been played, but like one time. Thor is not a good tank right now.
Finals, which is going to be a BO7.
Yo, what's up, Noko?
Not really a chance for a team to. I'm trying to think of the better word.
Which teams are you cursing today?
Not beat a better squad. Both these teams have to earn it here, and with there being top 2 finishes in their respective groups, you'd expect as much.
Zero Tenacity have that extra weight of coming first in their group. Rad have that extra weight of being the first.
Do you know about the Marvel Rivals EMEA channel? It doesn't have any broadcasters.
Right now, both these teams have all of the expectations in the
No,
world.
I actually didn't know that, but I like the casters.
Going to be trying to set up a culling turret to try and punish people on the approach.
I didn't know there was a channel that didn't have any casters.
Punisher. Zero Tenacity though, they did get this torch and then double res comp with the Adam Warlock and that Mantis. So it's pretty similar to what they have run in the past. But having to run it with the Hulk, that does still give them an unbreakable guard. There's the
They do that for all regions just in case if people just want to watch the gameplay. Oh, that's actually pretty cool. I didn't know that.
Able to regroup.
Melio, big pressure, like you said, with getting a protect in there 5 times so far total. It's only Ember Frost that's been more of a dedication, but trust me, who actually goes down in this
I do like that, considering if you do watch parties with other streamers, then you don't have the casters to talk over as well as like the other streamers. So that could be good.
His job, and when it comes to playing on this objective, switching over to the shotgun, it's just going to make his life a little bit easier. Zero Tenacity, very good at the attrition, being able to fight on the objective.
Pushing on in, we're seeing Melio trying to zone everyone off the point, at least for the moment, ziplining, just to make sure that they stay a little bit safer in case anyone from Zero Tenacity was on that flank. Rad Esports taking the initial control to make sure that they have the setup. They can now create the culling turret. They can now
oh my god, I love the face cams, bro. The face cams are the best addition to this.
Their own, they're looking for that Emma, but are immediately spotted and have to back away.
I'm good to go.
Melio keeping the pressure up, looking for the backline. If they can find anyone out on their own right now, here comes the final judgment, trying to get onto the Emma to meld on through the eternal bond for that extra protection, and the barriers are completely shutting this down for Melio as the Supernova is going to connect.
Damn, bro, I'm surprised he didn't get anything with that. That is crazy.
The damage boost from Smashness, who will go down in the counter. This is Rad in control right now, pushing on up to the high ground, and we will see the zone away. Last
wait, wow, I'm actually really surprised he used that. He still got 2 kills, but like he didn't hit anyone initially.
Off the point, Oasis will get revived though, but they are still incredibly outnumbered. Zero Tenacity forced off the point. There's the monster Hulk from Luigi, trying to buy them some space. Rajra is getting locked down, but the reinforcements are trickling in ever so
Wait, did he just call him Luigi when his name is Lugia?
Get absolutely staggered, meaning that with 82% on the board, Rad may be locked in for the secure hit.
It's the yo, I didn't know the Super Mario Brothers were fucking playing in the tournament, bro.
Making sure that they can pick someone up early if they can with this shotgun. They saw the rotation into this high ground, so they're trying to wrap around behind the eternal bond for the setup onto the point. Overtime ticking down. Canuta, no karmic revival. All they have is that psionic seduction to try and create any kind of zoning potential. Indestructible guard for that extra defense. Zero Tenacity trying to hold the point, but they just can't touch it. They are
yo, good shit, Luigi. Oh wait, no, Luigi's on Zero Tenacity. Fuck, that's not good, chat.
Up by Rad.
Why don't they run Jeff like my moron teammates?
As our next setup. An update for the audience. We are having a little bit of an issue connecting to my co-caster, which is why you are only hearing me at the moment. They'll be joining us as soon as they are able.
Feels bad, man. The coast caster fucking disconnected, bro.
for the initial engage, for the early setup, if they want to try and gain that early control of the point. And that is something that Zero Tenacity may be looking to do if they're already...
Jeff is not good. Unless you're running the Storm Jeff combo, Jeff is not good.
That early cap could be a huge advantage for them to try and turn this series around. They're also going to be wanting to try and build up that Karmic Revival, and a great way to do that is to take the defensive position and try and ping people as they run their way in from spawn.
Tetra, I'm back. Can you hear me?
I'm back! Yes, I can.
My internet couldn't quite cope with the strain that I put on this and how important this first game was, but seeing that Rad was able to take the first point.
Oh, I love these aggressive portals, chat. I love these aggressive portals. I love them.
Going for the Ank spam play through the teleporter, and we saw a couple of these yesterday of just the dive in, take somebody from 100 to 0 very, very quickly. Granted, I think it was a different team than Rad that was going with these plays.
They decided against it though, like you said, they looked for a portal engage, didn't find anyone, so immediately it's back over to the Punisher. Start off Storsy, we've been seeing someone with the Spider-Man yesterday, looking to swap over to a Venom.
Also, that is very interesting. Chat was pointing it out. Both teams have Luna available, but people are playing Cloak and Dagger. Maybe Cloak and Dagger is just better when Cloak and Dagger is just a better character than Luna when Mag is banned.
Everything's
Because if you don't have to worry about Mag and getting like LeBron James on, then
this point first just yet. The majority of the progression made, but not quite on the board, as the contest is going to be a strong one from Rad, and a very big dedication with the Eternal Bond being used alongside Anaya Bagamoto, Alasta.
Wow.
And that final judge.
What is his name? Rajaro? Wow.
0 prisoners there, Tetra. They used 4 ultimates for that one fight, and Knuten's going to bring it.
Oh my god, that fucking res. Holy shit.
They do not have cocoons. They used it to set this up, but they're going to try and turn this. Rajaro dropping low. Oasis trying to keep the team topped up. No other ultimates are available. Zero Tenacity just tried to take this.
But the res doesn't really matter. It doesn't look like they it doesn't really look like they did anything with that res. They still haven't won the team fight. It looks like they're even losing more.
Sorry, trying to get into the backline for any kind of setup, but will be dropped down into bad form.
Nice flick by Melio.
And it's just more staggers. Rad have control. They're chasing them back for the containment, and this is looking like Rad's game.
It was a hell of a play from Knuten to bring everybody back with a Karmic Revival, but the matter of fact is that Rad were able to take the objective and Zero Tenacity weren't able to actually take it back, so it ends up just stalling more time for Rad, makes it a long fight, and when Rad used 4
You know what's actually really cool, chat?
They managed to earn back 2, almost
Fate
3
actually messaged me,
previous. So Zero Tenacity
and
have to be really
his team is actually down to do content with us. So maybe we get his team against an NA team and we try to see who's better, NA versus EU.
Zero Tenacity, Supernova, like you say, just around the corner. They have Monster Hulk very soon. But if Rad get an early pickup, they're going to want to try and pull the trigger. They're dropped quite low here. Silence Seduction.
That's pretty cool.
That regeneration domain from Winnie to try and turn this round. With Knuten already taken down on that Winter Soldier, they are starting to get staggered once again.
Yeah,
Ducky
which is pretty cool.
Onto this ult unless they think they can find a pickup.
I'm really glad that like pro players are coming into the stream and like wanting to do more content, which is good for them. It gives them more, like, I was gonna say survivability. It gives them more
somebody has to go strange, surely. Somebody needs to, I think it was Smash.
Why am I blanking on the word?
And there's enough bodies on
visibility.
To keep things going for the time.
Yeah, visibility, exposure, which is good for them, especially for pro players.
The sound of seduction is not going to catch all too much. You can portal in, but if Melio's holding that close with the shotgun, you're going to have a horrible time. It's him just absolutely churning through them. Close quarters battles for Rad is going to leave it all in blue. A nice 2-0, and Zero Tenacity losing out on getting...
Wait, what is he drinking right there? Was that an energy drink, Naga?
Yeah.
Was that an energy drink, bro?
A big swig of his drink. Easy. Now on to the next one.
That was fast, making up for the time from that low 9 game where we went to overtime almost every round. But that was Rad just taking control there, utilizing some fantastic force physics to
Rad
out on that final portal. Melio
oh my god, bro, chat.
And a Cloak and Dagger here.
Zero Tenacity stats. Did you see Zero's Tenacity stats? Jesus Christ.
Making sure that everyone is is isolated. We saw some fantastic revives from Knuten. They really tried everything.
Jay3's gonna have to host his own $3 million Marvel Rivals tournament.
They just weren't
Yeah, I mean,
able
I
to
could
get
do that. I think I have about like
always
$50,
pressure, and they
so
were
I need another 2.99 million.
I felt very prepared in this one, and you got to say that this is a team that have been very ahead of the curve, I suppose. With what the
When one of the pro players come into my chat, I really want to know why they run what do you call it?
Really sure what Virtus Pro was going to change going into that series.
I really want to know why they run Cloak and Dagger instead of Luna when Luna's available to both teams.
They knew exactly what Zero Tenacity have been keen on doing with stuff like the triple strategist, with the Adam Warlock, and if you take out the Wolverine and the Punisher, you're only leaving them with a few options realistically when it comes to your duelist. So it almost felt the Rad set that up to perfection.
And Melio's been so strong on this Punisher throughout all of the
Is it survivability?
all of the games
Oh, you know why?
Even throughout all of those games.
The only reason I could think about running a Cloak and Dagger over a Luna is not because of the ult, it's because I think you have an extra little bit of survivability. When you see an ult coming, you can fade your team.
Because they just know how to cover it, how to protect it, Ryan.
Yeah, it's such a prevalent thing. Like I mentioned, the two main protects for Rad so far have been Emma Frost, which is a lot of teams that are very much keen on doing that, but also the Punisher for Melio, and that's really started to come into form recently as well. I guess it's a big question now of Z10, like now that they've had a look of exactly
Wait, what? NetEast told Shroud if streamers make tournaments where they mix in streamers and pros, they are willing to support them and give them money. They gave Shroud $50,000 to hold his tournament last month. Yo! Yeah, but I don't have Shroud's poll, chat. Bro, Shroud goes to any company and says, hey, I want to run a tournament. They're going to be like, holy shit, Shroud wants to run a tournament? Fucking here's the money, bro. I go to a company and say, hey, I want to run a tournament. You know what they're going to be doing? They're going to be calling fucking 911 on speed dial and be like, hey, get this fucking weirdo out of here. Who the fuck is this guy? Jay3? More like shit 3. Get out of here. And I'm going to cry. I don't want to cry. What? Are you gonna bail me out if I get put in jail? Okay, good. Thank you. Hold up, chat. Let me message one of the devs real quick, because I'm in the Marvel Rivals Discord. Hello. Do you want to run a tournament with me? Hold up, they're responding. Who are you? Do you even play our game? What? What? What does that even mean, bro? I'm straight. Whatever, bro. Whatever, bro. Yeah, that would be cool though. I would love to run my own tournament. But I don't think I think you have to run a tournament when things are not being done with Marvel Rivals themselves. I don't think they're gonna want you to run a tournament when they're running a tournament, because you're gonna like the viewers are not gonna be like, you know, they're gonna be split, if you know what I mean. Yeah. Oh, this is my favorite jam. Oh, wait. Emily, we have to watch something on Netflix called K-Pop Demon Hunters. Meg recommended it. Do you know what that is? Do you want to watch it? Are you interested in it? Who said it was good? Oh, that sounds good. Here is your sponsors, and someone linked in Rogue Gain but got banned because you can't post links unless you're a sub.
That was pretty rad. I don't know about you, Ryan, but Rad Esports coming out strong, taking a, I am going to say it, convincing game number one. I just glanced over at the chat and I just saw Line Pro jumping in, just saying Melio was smurfing. Because, yeah, an uncontested Punisher just unleashing all levels of pain, and Zero Tenacity were not ready.
That's something that I think, data-wise, I'm keeping an eye on. I think it's early days yet, but to see just how impactful it is to have a non-mirror character because you've banned them out and you've protected them at the same time, how much a certain character can give you a high win rate. We focused a lot on the Loki, for example, and that was something that was available for the majority of that draft, and even like Luna Snow, not touched at all. And in fact, in that first engagement, I don't know if it came through because I disconnected, but both teams going for that fight, neither of which having Luna Snow when it's available on the board, which is bizarre, right?
How do you counter Punisher that is shredding like that?
Which shows just how much the
ban Punisher
play and how they want to use the likes of Invisible Woman for the Force Physics and also the shield, and also, of course, Cloak and Dagger, which we all know is incredibly strong right now.
The Cloak and Dagger has been a huge jump, but you mentioned it. The Luna Snow was banned out as one of the most banned characters in every region coming into these playoffs, and then everything's just sort of started to adjust, where we're starting to see the rise in Asia, for example, of the Mantis. The Cloak and Dagger is creeping up in EMEA. This is just the evolution to the point where Loki and Luna Snow are back, when they were basically the second and third band.
Jay and Ryan have the same amount of hair, I'm just noticing. Are you talking about the guy that was on the right side that was bald? Yeah.
Well,
can my mods start banning people, bro?
There's a little bit. Araco, the most common map that Z10 have picked up. The only other option is Krakoa, and because we've just had domination, we can't go there. So Araco, 1 win, 2 losses. So it's not been the best in form, but they have taken the likes of some of the strongest teams in the regions over here. The first time that they played up against Berber Patapim, they lost it, and the second time that they played up against Berber Patapim, they lost it as well when that reverse was potentially on the cards. But the draft looking the same, at least to begin with, for Rad, with just going for the Magneto. The Zero Tenacity changing things up to not allow the Emma Frost, so the Vanguard line is going to be a little different to begin with.
That Punisher also taken away, like you said, just trying to take that off of Melio, and we will see the Loki.
Oh, see, that's how you counter. That's how you counter Punisher, chat. Someone said, "How do you counter Punisher?" You ban Punisher. Now they can't use Punisher.
Looks like the Punisher will not be mirrored at all, taken out on both sides. Zero Tenacity very much considering what their ban is going to be, and Rad looking to swap away from that Punisher. We're going to see the mirrored Loki bans, and the Punisher does sneak through. It will be Psylocke taken away by Rad.
Torch protected for Zero Tenacity. I mean, Smash Days.
That's big.
Really couldn't get all that much done, it felt like, on that map. Just the damage wasn't enough when you've got a Wolverine and a Punisher trying to hunt you down. The Wolverine might be banned out here and then protected from Rad to give them an option, and I think especially on this map of Araco,
damn, ban Wolverine but save Wolverine themselves.
Into a deep dark corridor where they can't get any peel or support or just flat out help is pretty good. The Smash Days needs to be very careful with where he's flying in the sky and whether Luke is going to continue on with that Hulk, because that fastball play, terrifying if you're in the sky. The non-mirrored Torch is seemingly going to be the play for Zero Tenacity, so one's going to be up on the ground, one's going to be lurking below.
I love what you said about this map having so many like tunnels and alleyways. The living computer used to be the living island of Araco, but since Ultron taking it over, turning it into the I have no mouth but I'm a Scream-esque facility that they
wait, apparently you can counter Punisher's ult with Namor's ult. That's pretty rad.
And teleporters and
yeah, but I don't think you run I don't think they're running Namor when they're running yeah.
Now coming over one-sided get huge value because they can always find a way to wrap around and create any kind of setups. But those flyers, while this
shit, I might need to take out my contact lens again, man.
Quite high, and you can get some big turnarounds to just isolate counter flyers with Wolverine. But with
fuck, my contact lens.
Corridors, that Human Torch gets insane value.
Z10 not going to have access to the Psylocke either. Rad will.
Oh, you know what? That's what I need to do.
It's going to suit them a little bit more. Granted, I don't know who's going to be.
Squirrel Girl on this map is actually low-key really broken.
But
hold up, I gotta see something.
Just going to play over to some other hit scan. We can see that Knudsen is still dedicating over to the Adam Warlock. An Invisible Woman's going to be paired up, and a Mantis, I think, for Oasis. So the usual showing up. But getting Ducky back onto that Emma Frost might be enough to shut this down, as Rad are going to be attacking first.
Okay, chat. Sorry, I need to make an appointment for my eyes.
There's an Amon getting focused down. Aquatic Blessing will allow them to be healed up, as Rad have gone in for, well, a composition we saw a little bit earlier. They're leading on the Hulk with Wolverine for a little bit of extra setup here. Melio on the Wolverine this time instead of Naga, as Naga is their Namorna player. This does mean that they have auto-targeting, with those Monstros forcing Smashness to take some slightly safer positioning, but there is also that Captain America going to be pressuring it in the backline, trying to get onto that Namor. It's not mattering so much as both these teams just sustaining through the fight. Finally, Melio is dropping low, but they still get to pick up onto Knuten early.
First time that we've seen Trust Me play over on the Hulk so far in Ignite. The only other Vanguard that this team hasn't played.
If there's one character, you know what? I'm not even going to hate Penny anymore, chat. I think the one character that I hate, especially that guy, that Smash guy, is really disgusting on that character, is Human Torch. Human Torch pisses me off. The fact that he can punch in the air, get his attacks faster off cooldown, and change his hitbox is crazy to me.
High enough to potentially allow Lugia some space to go in and harass. The problem, however, is he doesn't have anybody diving in with him necessarily, other than Smashness that's just up in the sky.
The jump scare coming in, trying to get the shield onto that Human Torch. Smashness will be able to disengage. Here comes that soul rejuvenation.
Monday, there's no tournament, right? Okay, chat. I'm gonna go Monday to get my eyes checked.
Through their ult, though, and that might open this up for Rad to keep the push on going. With all that sustain taken out, they get Winnie as well. They just burst through both of the big stranded ultimates. They even take out Knuten, meaning there's going to be no revive, as they did not have Cocoon. Trust me, will get slumbered, as Oasis was able to return. But this is Rad with the momentum right now, pushing on through, finding isolated members, and they are heading towards that point number one in quick fashion. No one's even on the point, they're just brawling while the tree moves alone.
Oh, Knuten does have a Kamet revival, and they're not even going to contest this. No, they're not. So it's pretty much for free for Rad. There was maybe a chance that if Zero Tenacity could throw some bodies on the board, a Kamet revival might help them stem the flow a little bit more, but they can't. That Rajaro pick over onto Oasis is just going to keep that gravy train going. Things are looking great for Rad on this attacking side, and we're seeing Zero Tenacity look completely uncomposed. They're just losing players one at a time. Absolute free fall for this team. They need to get some presence here, because if they can't stop this payload before it gets up the slope,
I think the one thing that I will say that this game can do better on, nah, I'm not going to get LASIK. I do not like LASIK. The one thing I will say that this game needs to work on is probably their spectating client. Their spectating client, I think, is their spectators, I feel like, always change perspectives when something's about to happen.
Knuten has moved onto the Ultra. Nice force physics to prevent Melio from pushing on in until the bond comes on out. And Smash
I feel like the more time they are observers, the better they're gonna get.
Try to dash away. Melio gets another pickup, and Rad are just continuing to move on forward one by one. Here comes Wolverine once again. Find Winnie. Last stand.
Oh, he took him off the map. Hey, worth.
Any room to breathe.
It's not been contested. Oh, people just get
worth.
in there for Zero Tenacity. It has to be Lugia, who does have an Eye of Agamotto, but he needs the space in the window. Supernova going to be used.
That happens with a lot of Valorant tournaments too. I feel, well, I mean, I don't know about Valorant. I don't really watch Valorant tournaments, but I feel like the more they probably, you know, host these tournaments with the same people, the better they're going to get.
Hulk is CC to eternity. He doesn't even get to play the game. Trust me, just delete it from the server, at least for the next 10 seconds. Means that Zero Tenacity finally get a grip on things, Tetcher.
They can breathe. They can take a break. They track down Melio. Naga is gone as well. Rajra was taken out right at the beginning of the fight. So
all I remember is Smash was fucking disgusting last time he played this character in the tournament chat.
But seeing that Ultron in the air as well, they know that Ultron can just track the squid super easily and take them down. So it's easier to go for a duel. And the Star-Lord is someone who can dual fly as incredible.
Oh yeah, you can't forget about that. The spectator client is
where they are with his short distance.
I don't know if you guys noticed, but when I do spectating content or like the content it would normally, there is a little delay on the client. There's like a 2-3 second delay on the live spectating, which is doesn't really help.
Just can't do it. Knudsen able to back away.
Trust me, picking up the thing.
Oh my God.
Has also played a little bit in the past. Mad Scientist Vanguard, as we spoke to him yesterday. Trust me.
The whole stream is ads though. My ads are set to 8 minutes per hour, bro. So I don't know why you're complaining about ads.
Anymore. And this adjustment from Jay3 VODs has been an effective one. Smash this is another supernova. He is absolutely trending.
The max ads is 22.5 minutes per.
It doesn't matter if he's able to contest in the sky. If on the ground you've got Melio just charging.
You know what? Now that you're a sub, I'm gonna turn on the option that allows my subs to also get ads.
If they need to clear anybody else up, but they just take out Smash Des. The second point reaching towards the finale with just over 2 minutes left.
Rad had to play against Insomnia in the upper bracket finals of Group B. They looked at that and said, you know what? Yeah, good idea. And they have brought in the Wolverine being tossed by the Thorn and now by the Thing to try and shut them down. Lugia swapped over to the Thing as well to try and just lock down Melio. Stop them moving and to stop themselves getting picked off out of position. Here comes the moving from Knudsen onto the back line. Clobbering time comes on. Albert is going to be absorbed. Thanks to Ducky dropping that Psionic Seduction for to set up an Eternal Bond from Fate is keeping everyone up in this fight. Knudsen getting chased down. Meteor M to try and
Oh, how do you miss that, man? That person was just sitting all upstairs all by themselves, man.
Damage, but when you got a Fate of both belts going on from Oasis, you're going to be pretty comfortable. We've got mirrored things now on the map. It's been a while since we've seen this. And you're just seeing the bodies from not only Jay3 VODs, but Rad rushing back into the fight. Rajaro looking to go Captain America, decides to opt against it and go back to the Magneto. They still have a good amount of time. They still want to play around some of these elements. And Melio switching away from the Wolverine is now going to be on Psylocke.
Yeah, Sentinels won yesterday. It was a really good game.
Ready to go. Is there any defensive
I'm pretty sure all the games that you guys missed is going to be on my second YouTube channel, by the way.
Rage of Ultron to be in use, but that's about it, Tetcher.
And they won't get to use it if they're picked off. Knudsen dropped quite low. Smashness with that supernova is the only one who survived that as Melio cleans
God damn, Melio is cracked today, bro. Well, every day, but he is popping off. 16 and 2, 9 final hits.
Incredibly difficult to push final points where the spawn door is right next to the objective. Straggling Prison into every bit of damage they have left, and the Eternal Bond's about to come in. They have already set themselves up to push on in, and Jay3 VODs are already running out of bodies. The card is creeping forward, but they do have bodies. They swap into the Venom to try and buy time. Knudsen has already been taken down once on this Adam Warlock to try and get them the revive. Soul Rejuvenation, Blast of Mirage to try and burst through these defenses as Jay3 VODs are not living up to their name at all. They are tenacious. They refuse to give an inch at these final few meters.
Damn, Jay3 VODs does not want to give this up, bro. Oh my god, that guy was 1 HP and he couldn't kill him because he was getting Magneto saved.
At the same time means that this overtime stall is going to be it. Doctor Strange, I think we've seen all of the Vanguards outside of 4 in play in this round alone.
Poor Fate jumped through the portal as Iron Fist, and you just saw his body hit the floor. Jesus Christ. Hey, that was still a really good push by Rad. I don't see a lot of teams make it that far. I don't see a lot of teams make it that far.
Look no further than that round, because good lord, Tetcher, we saw a lot of characters hit the server then.
In that last push alone, we saw Lugia swapping onto the Venom from the Thing because they realized that they just needed extra speed to get to the point. This is a classic strategy. Just pick the fastest rollout to make sure you have bodies, and of course symbiotic resilience makes you incredibly hard to take down. But Knudsen, he went an opposite route. He put trust in his vanguards to make sure that they hit the point first and went for Adam. Because if that fight had lasted long enough, there was a chance they could have charged a karmic revival to elongate it even longer. They did not need it. They were able to hold through that portal just thanks to reinforcements. But Rad pushing almost all the way to the end is going to be an incredibly difficult feat to match.
Look at this change up though. You've got Melio moving over towards the Ultron, the Psylocke. Not protected over on the side of Rad. They banned it out to make sure that they couldn't see it on Jay3 VODs' side. Which I think makes sense. You've got the torch that was saved as well, so it's a tricky one to say the least. Lugia, I wonder if he's still committing to the cause, but you've got the thing, Emma Frost as your lineup. There's not really many barriers to rely on, and Knuten considered switching over towards the Bucky a little bit earlier, but moved back over to the Adam Warlock. They'll be using it straight away on this attacking side.
They do, of course, have that embattled leap. Yes, his street charge. They can try and set themselves up for a bit more of an aggressive
What's up, Coop?
play. We'll see how well this does work out for them. They are running a double strategist here with Luna Snow and the Invisible Woman. So the thing is going to get Fantastic Force, Guardian Barrier, and potentially a Snowflake throughout these fights for that Idol Aura. This is going to be a great opportunity for Zero Tenacity to try and just maximize the use of the thing. And nice using the boost to get up to the high ground, but Naga is yet to be contested.
Oh, that's not good. There's no way that guy's alive. There's no... Okay, I was about to say, there's no way. There's no way that guy survived that much. Wait, is he wearing a princess crown?
But rather doing a really
Newton! Knuten!
On the point next to it, and trust me, winning.
Bro, take that crown off, bro. You're not winning. This is no time to troll. What's my boy doing, chat?
He's not going anywhere, actually.
No, he is not Bonita.
Surrender some space. Emilio's trying really hard to just survive.
He is not
gonna have to back out and
Muy Bonita. He is losing 0-1 right now.
I can't work out who it is. It's Rajaro, of course, on the Captain
You
America.
can do that when you're winning, not when you're losing.
Portal coming in, Naga into the backline, does yet to have that dance of the butterfly. Yanti street charge coming on in, Bionic Hook once again, and it feels like Knuten is locked in on this with level 1 Crook taken down. Here comes that dance of the butterfly, but everyone is grouped
Emily
up.
has a tiara, and it's on the duck in her stream room. I could rock it.
This point, number 1. This is Zero Tenacity trying to turn this.
Come on, let's see
game
LeBron
up.
James.
They are
Oh!
looking at an indoor room means you can make plays like that. Crack and impact. Knuten wants them. Wants Melio.
Sorry, I was distracted at the fact that I think Knuten is wearing a tiara. Can we get his perspective again and just look into the right-hand corner? That's taking all of my attention. Look at that. You saw it for a glimpse.
Wait. I don't think the observers now. I don't think the observers are actually listening to the casters.
It's gonna storm the castle potentially. Rad's defense is looking a little bit too much to deal with. And now you've got level 1 Crook over on the Mantis. Is just going to sit back, and a lot of pressure goes onto Naga to be that sole duelist to work with. Rajaro with the Eye of Agamotto just sitting for a good opportunity, and there's not many barriers that can stop him.
Wait, Knuten and Naga had a bet. Whoever lost the first match had to wear a crown for the series. Wait, really? That's funny as shit. That's actually pretty funny. I love it when pro players are friends like that and they do like little silly things like that. That's cool.
And Rad have them locked in here on this point number 1. Look at Zero Tenacity's ultimates though. They have Silent Seduction and Supernova. Very nearly have clobbering time, and they're about halfway towards everything else. If they want to make a play, they could do so now. They've already taken down Naga.
Oh, by the way, Captain Zambito, pretty sure I have to get this up, my friend. Sorry.
And that's the one player with an ultimate on the side of Rad as well. So Naga Dance of the Butterflies is going to be a little bit belated, but it could be perfectly timed. So Zero Tenacity now, Psionic Seduction might be the way that they want to start this engagement. You have to try to get as many barriers out of the way as possible. No, it's the Dance of the Butterflies in the corridor that's going to connect onto multiple players. Invisible Boundary a little bit too late to keep Knuten alive and going. And when you have the Supernova just honing on down, damage boosted and the dive down to ground, Zero Tenacity relying a lot on the support ultimate. The strategists are really keeping things going as much as they possibly can. And Ducky now, is there any follow-up off the Psionic Seduction? The Eye of Agamotto is actually going to come in from the other side. I think Rajaro going for the portal.
Wait, this is an insane last fight, bro. Rad's winning though. Rad's winning.
Choice of theirs going. They have enough bodies to just keep themselves on the point, but Rad now taking control of it yet again. Overtime beckoning down, and it's really going from bad to worse.
Wow, bro. Wow. Yo, Elite Snake, appreciate the massive prime sub. Rad Esports is looking like a good team right now, bro. I did not think Rad was going to be beating Zero Tenacity. And they're beating them pretty hard too.
Not going for the
Where's Boba? I think Boba is chilling with Emily.
They just stick very safe. They just go for maximum sustain, a little bit of backline wrap. We talked about how strong Psylocke is on this map, and they used it to great effect. Psylocke plus damage boost, triple strategist, keeping the front line topped up. Melio's pinging people from the sky. It is just a very safe setup for Rad that works.
Wait, and whoever loses the second one puts on a dress. There's no way. There's no way they have a...
exclusively on the Mantis, and they're putting out 30k's worth of healing in a game like that. Smash there's topping the damage as you sort of expect, and it's just not really enough to actually keep people going. It's so
rescue Boba from the evil lady. Bro, Emily complimented you yesterday. What the hell?
The strategists are just never really stretching too thin when it comes to some of those bigger bits of cooldown.
Boba from
here,
Prez
like,
was asking where's
really
Boba,
setting the
and I
pace
said,
here.
"He's
Like,
probably
they've
with
looked
you," and
really
he said,
good
"Dave
throughout
comes
this
from the evil
tournament,
lady."
and winning up against Virtus Pro is a hard thing to do. It wasn't necessarily the best look from them from that upper bracket final in groups, but honestly, they bounced back really well.
They really have, getting a full recovery here. They ran that Namor in game number 1 and then adjusting it when they saw their opponents were leading a bit more heavy on
She said
fire.
just for that, she's not giving Boba back. Thank you, Boba, for Prez. Look what you did.
When you have a roof in certain maps, like the doorway into Symbiotic Surface or here on Araco, you can capitalize. You don't always have to just try and hit walls or floors for strategists. If you have someone like an Ultron or even another Torch or even an Iron Man in the sky, then getting quick blow-ups can give you a very good turnaround potential to give your team some freedom, because you're no longer being hit from above. Ultron's sitting there trying to snipe your backline. Why not throw a meteor at him? He might like it.
Yeah, it's tough though for Zero Tenacity now. They're pretty much forced to a convoy map, which is, I don't think we've ever seen Z10. No, they've not picked one at all. They've not lost on it ever. They've played Dajali in Central Park and looked good in those elements, but never felt...
Damn, bro. You know what? I wish the one thing my parents actually forced me to do was actually, like...
This is a
I think learning the guitar or playing piano is... I don't know. I love the piano.
Losing out to the second seed of Group B.
But I don't think my parents actually
lopsided, I suppose, with how the
liked musicians or music or anything.
So where are you
looking
potentially
know.
for this? Like you said,
They forced me to play sports.
They're gonna have to pick now as they've just run Convoy and Domination. We have Symbiotic Surface, Central Park, Hall of Jalia. What kind of jumps out to you before we head into our break?
It could be either or. The Central Park that we saw yesterday, I think, over from Z10 was solid. Smash Dares, if he's allowed Torch, he's going to have a field day. But Halls of Dijalia, 2-0 for them. We're just going to have to wait and see.
Is that Jay on the right? Chat, shut up, bro. I'm not
bald,
bald,
we just
man.
Don't know what map. So
also, he looks good, man. Stop being toxic.
This next round of this best of 5 is going to take us. So we'll see you in a few.
Stop it, chat. Stop it. Be nice, bro. Why are you guys also, like, evil, bro? My wife can play 5 instruments. I told her she needs to teach our son next. Weird flex, bro. Weird flex, Doc. Coming into my stream, bragging that you have a wife, and now bragging that you want to have kids with her. Bro, nice. Thanks. What else? You have a 401k? You have health insurance? What's next, huh? Weird, bro. That's weird. No. I have a hubby who can cook really well. Weird, bro. Chat, come on, yeah, keep flexing, bro. Keep flexing. My son is a month and a half. He has arrived. I think you did tell us that. How is it? How's the new child experience? Is it fun? When he changes diaper, does he like? When you changed his diaper, has he like shit on you? Has he puked on you? Zero Tenacity is actually getting cooked. They can reverse sweep though. It is a best out of 5. They're down 0-2. They can reverse sweep. I'm single and depressed. I have 2 children, my cats. I have 1 child, my dog. Nice. My only flex is that I can play the electric guitar, acoustic to drums, bass, and violin. Damn. My boyfriend broke up with me, so now I'm here yet. No. Okay, chat. Did my stream just become like Christian Mingle or like Farmers Only? Oh, we talking about animals? Do I get to talk about my tarantula? Bro, why do people buy... I still don't understand why someone goes, hey, I want a pet. Oh my god, you know what the one pet I want is? A tarantula. That's just... Bro, do you even let it crawl on you? Ugh. I'm single, no children, and also no job. Hey, that's good though. I like that. No, they're very fragile, and also I would die. So why would you get a tarantula if you're not gonna, like... Don't you want to get a pet that you're gonna be able to hold and love and, like, you know... Like a cat or a dog. You can, like, hold them, they lick you.
Down 0-2 currently, and it's a bit of a problem for them realistically because now they are forced to play on Convoy.
What?
Undefeated,
Melio!
Sure, but we haven't seen the likes of Symbiotic Service, for example.
Did Melio just come into my fucking chat while we're watching him and he just said hairline?
From looking into it a bit more is the Jalia might not be the most apt place to go.
Yo, what the fuck, bro?
Like to try.
No, how the hell is it? Oh, ban that guy right now. I hope this guy fucking takes the L. Ban him. Don't fucking laugh, chat. It's not funny. Ban him.
Of the Central Park is the other option there. You mentioned this.
Nah, dude. This is fucking wild. Wild.
Taking a map off of
Where's this guy at?
Usual antics, we'll call them. But running into potentially the Central Park is the one where these teams
Holy shit, wait, don't ban him. This guy has been following since 2019. Sorry, he made his account in 2019, been following me since 2020. Wait.
Priority compared to last round.
I would say so, yeah.
Wait!
I think at this point, I think it says a lot that we're seeing Smashdez get that free priority over on the human.
Wait, this guy's insane. He's been following for so long.
Matter, honestly, we even saw.
But why did he come in here and say hairline?
Torch to stop Smashdez being able to play it, but as we kept seeing,
I don't care. Ban him anyways.
Adaptable and versatile enough that they can switch in and around the choices that they have and go from there. But it does feel like Riot
because your hairline is shit. What the
just
fuck?
being able to sort of take out stuff like the Punisher, try to find one duelist that they can have on their side that the opponents can't have. And there, even with the Vanguard switching around, one team having Magneto, one team having Emma Frost, it didn't quite make much of a difference in the end for Z10, and they weren't able to do that much.
That's fucking wild, chat. Ban him.
Rad showing there for starters that both of the
no, come on, Zero Tenacity.
Come on. They had the Punisher.
Zero Tenacity. Let's see the reverse sweep. Come on. Nope, chat. I don't care, bro.
Just ready to adjust when
come on.
set themselves up.
Come on, Zero Tenacity. I don't. Nope. I want Zero Tenacity to win, bro.
Coming in from Melio earlier. The duelists on the side of Rad have flexibility, and they do, like you said, seem to target one really powerful duelist and adjust from there.
Z10 have tried to make a lot of noise. Smash said in the interview yesterday to keep remembering the name, that this is a team to keep an eye on for, and they're coming to win it all. But unfortunately, right now, they're facing up against another strong team that's trying to make a statement in the other group.
That is wild, bro. Jay3 just cursed Zero T. Nah, bro. Zero Tenacity is going to bounce back and smack that ass. Watch.
It's a pretty interesting one. And feeling the pressure, Zero Tenacity aren't going to try and take out both Vanguards or try to take out anything more. They're instead going to, I mean, at this point, probably save the Magneto.
No, looking at that Human Torch, we talked about the priority on the Flyers. This does mean, though, that in theory, Rad could go for a heavy Vanguard ban set. There we go.
Rad already won? No, they didn't, bro. They can still get reverse swept.
Might be priority, and they do prioritize.
They still can get reverse swept.
Frost, where they could have set themselves up for a mirror. With the risk of Flyers in the game, and also the potential for Psylocke sneaking around in the backline, we're going to take away that Lunar Snow. Getting that Idol Aura onto anyone like a Human Torch in the air or a Psylocke on the backline means they can stay sustained while you continue to heal your frontline Vanguards.
Mirror ban coming out as we get into, I guess, this sort of stage 2 of it. Torch versus Cloak and Dagger. Rad sort of going back to that old playbook that they had.
Since he's not here right now, what is wrong with his hairline? Bro, what? I went AFK to 2 seconds to pick something up,
They like
chat.
to run triple strategists themselves. Might not be a bad shout. It, in fact, even forces out...
Ooh, chat, they banned Loki, they banned Luna, and they banned Cloak and Dagger, and they banned Mantis. Holy fuck. They're literally banning every single support.
Adam Warlock here when you don't have that Inspire.
It would be a little bit more difficult for them to do so, like you say, without that damage boost. However, with Cloak and Dagger removed as well, they don't have that, but there is one alternative. The Storm. There is the damage boost from the Goddess Aura, where they could try if they wanted to. We saw Lone 9 lean quite heavily on the Storm earlier, and with the fact that Zero Tenacity did not get the Human Torch banned down against them, if they were watching the games earlier...
I want to see what kind of supports they run.
Inspiration that
What?
could be taken
They're going to run
but
Inviswoman
starting
and
off
what?
With some standard pickups here, we're getting Canuted back on that Punisher, and then some less standard pickups on the Hovers.
They have a
Smash
rocket,
realizing
so they're
that
going to
once
do
again
what?
have
They're
the
going to do
Punisher.
rocket
Backline
Inviswoman?
defense is important, and looks once again at the Namor.
Rad, however, no team having access to Loki, they're able to protect Luna. They've got a good amount of healing output. You've taken out so many strategists on the other side as well.
Wait, I want to know what they actually run, like low
A
key.
little bit scary, I think, for Z10. They've had to show a lot of different looks, and granted, this isn't elimination. They're not playing for their lives so far in this tournament. It is about setting themselves up nicely in this playoffs, get into that upper bracket final with a chance to play either Berber Patspin or Virtus Pro, which is going to be the series after this. So
Show
if you
me the
haven't
team
earned that
comps.
magic
Show me the
skin,
team comps. I want to see what they
even
run.
Reaver's
This is actually
playing,
really interesting.
We've got plenty of good action to go on, and this series could either be a belt.
Loki is banned. I didn't say Loki. I said Rocket and Inviswoman is what they're probably gonna run. I didn't say Loki, did I?
Tenacity taking us to Central Park. They had a really good showing yesterday, but it was a lot of focus that went over onto the Torch, which is not really going to be available for them this time.
There is a torch available, but only one-sided, like you say, but it's not.
I don't think I said low key as in the character, chat. I meant like low key as in like low key, bro. You know what I mean, low key? Wait, so what are they running?
The Rocket Raccoon, Invisible Woman.
Rocket Raccoon and Inviswoman with an Ultron. They are forced to run the triple support.
Guardian Barrier to keep them alive, and having that Battle Rebirth Beacon, the BRB from Rocket, to revive someone in the fight means you can go for an aggressive defense. Brad, though, already on flanks. They've got Star-Lord, they've got Ultron. They are constantly going to be above you, causing issues, and if you look up, Rajaro's
Oh no, oh no.
And already it's the double. It's
Oh
the triple,
no, chat, bro.
That Battle Rebirth Beacon brings back one, but it's not going to matter because the whole team
Oh
is getting taken out.
no, bro. Rad
Rad actually
Esports
made the
taking
adjustment
the
expecting
first
that they'd run
fucking
into
point
an
in a
Ultron and
minute.
Torch. That's why Naga's over on the Star-Lord first, but was just going to be Ultron in the air. That's all that they had to deal with. Lugia actually swapping over towards the thing. So
There's no way this guy came into my chat, said bald, and then fucking started rolling the tournament. Nah, bro.
Not going to have too much of a contest in the air. It's going to be Smash Nets, and this triple strategist that's attempting for Zero Tenacity, because they lost out on the Luna, the Cloak, and the Mantis, it just doesn't have enough about it. It's just missing a little bit of that beef to keep people alive and going in these engagements, and that's why the right-hand screen is just full of the red names of Rad as they're snowballing this second point.
Melio using dynamic flights to dash behind the opponents for that range of Ultrons so he could shoot through them into his team, giving them healing and damaging everyone else. So far, this is a huge snowball. Rad already heading towards point number 2, and Zero Tenacity have barely even built up their first
Come on,
ult
Newton.
charge.
Canute. Come on, Canute.
Ducky is able to be charged up. Lugia is going to try and launch Smash Nest.
I need you to cook Melio. Cook Melio, bro.
I mean, we started about 6 p.m.
You can't-
BST. Hold that thought, actually, because that is a great strangling prison, and the barrage is going to be enough to try to cut some more space for Naga. Neglected Legend, maybe going to be the extra cherry.
Oh,
on
he's dead.
top. It has forced out quite a lot, and the final judgment going to try to drone him out in the sky. You got the arm amplifier as well, but that extra damage boost is what we were looking for.
Feels
for
bad,
Zero
man.
Tenacity.
Oh
And
no,
everything being
smash,
used for Zero
smash,
Tenacity to just
smash,
keep
bro.
themselves in this one,
You're playing
frankly.
like me
But
out
yeah,
there,
we
bro.
started
You're
at 6
ulting the
PM
voices.
It's been less than an hour. I think this best of 5 could be over in.
Here comes the invisible boundary for an attempt to delay. Rajaro, though, just going to drop the freedom charge, run around the point. Does get hit by that Wolverine, forced to dash away at least a little
Yeah,
bit,
learned
but
that.
it's
We
giving
need to do that
constant
again.
bonus health tick and giving it to any allies who they run through. That will expire, and it looks like finally Rad are going to start to get cleaned up. Fate has swapped over to the Adam Warlocks. They know that it's probably time for a regroup, and now they have
Was his
more
camera
time,
stuck on
still
him, like,
3.5 minutes to
yawning or
go
something?
To build up ultimates like that Karmic Revival.
Nah, there's Melio,
And
bro.
with there still being now that Wolverine on the board, there is a very high chance of getting taken out. And Adam Warlock, Cosmic Cluster into the incredibly large hitbox of the thing is just delicious.
We could do that again probably next weekend, Learn.
Got the Rage of Ultron. That's about it. That's going to come out instantly, actually, from Melio. See if it could break some of the terrain and get people low. And it has set up Crook to actually get a pick over onto the strategist on the other side. Combination is incredibly strong, and usually you sort of expect to see a lot of these like ultimate combinations.
Oh, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. What I miss?
Bit of a go push for Rad, and
we're watching the upper bracket EMEA.
Anything to deal with this. It hit the second point with probably a lot of time on the board, I think, Tetcher. Yeah, 4 minutes.
When are the finals? Probably Sunday. Sunday's the last day.
Now, Melio is playing one of the most aggressive Ultrons I've ever seen, and their map awareness is constant. They are more than happy to use dynamic flight to dash past and behind opponents, but then you'll always see them turn.
Is that guy playing without a shirt?
Because they knew it was time to turn around.
Is level 1 Crook playing without a shirt, chat?
But the whole team is grouped up, so they're able to stay up in the early parts of this fight, meaning Rajaro is going to be the one who is dropped incredibly low. Final judgment from Canuton takes out Naga in the air, and it's finally Zero to Nasty.
Does it look like? I think he looks like he's not playing with a shirt on.
Take this fight, but Naga returning thanks to the cocoon with that Galactic Legend, looking onto the backliners, chasing deep into the doorway, and the healing output is just not enough. Invisible Woman will stealth away back to their team to try and get out, but Winnie falls, and while all this is happening, Rad took control.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he has no shirt on right there, right?
Dracula's dining room.
That is crazy that they use Yarm Amplifier, they use Final Judgment, they use Strength in Prison and Last Stand.
He's not wearing a shirt, right?
Rad, they've managed to sort of, I think, break the formula here. There's just not enough sustain for Zero to Nasty with the strategists that they have.
No, that looks like a salmon shirt, salmon color. I'm pretty sure he's wearing a shirt, chat. Pretty sure that's a salmon color shirt.
But even if they do get the picks, the Camera Revival is going to bring back 3 different players, so Rad are going to keep this one moving.
Clobbering time, they're able to avoid it, but they're chased down by the Rage of Ultron. Pushing on through. Rocket, run Rocket! He can't get away as they force their way forward, taking out the Vanguards.
He's only level 1, no armor yet.
It's Invisible Woman trying to run from spawn to touch this car, but with 3 bodies on it, the Squirrel marches on home.
Wow.
That is Rad with the triple cap.
Wow.
And Zero Tenacity teeter on the edge.
The funniest thing is that even though that was pretty dominant from Rad,
that was a good. I mean, you can't even hate that, bro. That was a really good fucking push, chat.
I think Zero Tenacity might have even beat it yesterday.
You can't even hate that. That was a really good push. Come on, Zero Tenacity. You guys cannot lose like this, bro. You guys are better than this.
It's a tough old time. Even Pep, sorry, it was that they were up against. So yeah, Zero Tenacity. Really just down in the dumps, it feels like. Nothing seemed to connect on what they wanted to do and approach on this map. And again, to reiterate the bans, you're missing out on Loki, Luna, Cloak and Dagger, and Mantis. Your backline is just trying to keep afloat. Invisible Woman was forced to be protected in the end because that's needing something to rely on. An ultimate to just out-sustain some of the damage is important. But honestly, it's just not enough. Look at the healing that's been done actually from that backline. We saw them play a little bit over on the Ultron to begin with, but it was a quick changeover and Rads were very prepared for it no matter what.
Rad
I like the
setting
music in this game. I actually didn't think
the
they had fire
defense,
music.
have not adjusted the majority of their composition, sticking with Melio in the sky, keeping this Adam Warlock as it did them quite well later on in the matchup. And Zero Tenacity, we did see them hovering the thing. They are still going to try and commit to this, meaning we will likely still see this Wolverine. No, they swapped to the Groot to try and create an opening that way, meaning Canuton is going to look to be trying to pull people out of the sky.
Yeah, Smashness is on Jeff. He's
Can
still
only the team that saved the character play that character? No, both teams can save the same character.
Z10 banning it away from Rat. So he has that option available to him, but I guess he's just worried about being taken out of the sky. But it's going to be a ground battle, and it's a pretty stressful look in this match. There's trying to keep everybody going.
Happy birthday, friend. Happy birthday, happy birthday.
A brawlier composition for Zero Tenacity this time. Trying to play around the Emma Frost and also the group for Ducky. But there's so many, like,
yeah, wait, why is Zero Tenacity running what do you call it? I mean, on first point, I think he's good. Second point, actually, he's good on this map. There's a lot of places you can take people off the map here. But I don't know if he's...
Zero Tenacity are playing grouped up. They're just using the maximum AoE healing they can find. Invisible Woman, Pierce healing. Rocket, Pierce healing. Jeff, Pierce healing. They're trying
Wait, that's actually really smart. They're running 3 characters that can do Pierce healing.
Melio is always behind you. Rage of Ultron. Keeping the team topped up, and the Invisible Boundary will likely allow Zero Tenacity to at least sustain through the early part of this fight. But once it's down, Galactic Legend into the backline. They're moving beautifully to try and avoid this Kraken impact. To look for a turnaround. Will force at least a little bit of consideration. It's Jeff comes on out, and I don't think Smash. I think Smash has definitely got 2. He's making this way to the end.
No, he couldn't make it.
Back away, but they're able to take down level 1 Crook, who will get revived by Fate.
This is a happy fight for Rad to be fighting on. 33% made onto the board, but not really much else for Zero Tenacity. If they take this fight, it's been stalled out a good amount. And Melio starting off this engagement with a Rage of Ultron is very close to having a second one that could potentially cap out this fight. Z10 have to give up this space. Whilst the other Psionic Seduction, Lugia's main focus is going to be to get out, but he can't get there. The reset is required, and the spawn doors are being held by Rad, and potentially the series could be held by the spawn doors too.
They need to wait for Lugia. They need to get out of spawn again. But like you say, Rad are already pushing so far up. They have the option to swap to Strange if someone goes down. Rage of Ultron into the doorway. Here comes the Psionic Seduction. But Melio is crowd control immune.
Oh no, Chad. I feel so bad for Zero Tenacity, bro. I feel so bad for Zero Tenacity. They're getting spawn camped, man. They're getting spawn camped.
This is just zoning potential. How long until Zero Tenacity just try to swap to Strange and try and portal in, because they are running low on time.
Galactic Legend might be a little bit of a sight for sore eyes. Just to make sure that Zero Tenacity are forced into this position. Kraken's impact is going to be used to just create, honestly, a bit of space. Naga, you can see, is just still trying to be a little bit more annoying. And no people are able to get on the point as of yet. Zero Tenacity dedicating some pretty big ultimates now. The third one as well with the
no, the things that were banned for Zero Tenacity were four support characters, basically. I think it was Loki,
and
Luna,
40 seconds left for Zero Tenacity to get something
Mantis.
Need to worry about the Jeff ultimate. We'll have to see if he's managed to connect some people. But
Loki, Luna, Mantis, and what was the last one, chat?
Towards an elimination. The camera revival's gonna bring people back. The Strangler Prison thrown up into the high tower to try and catch people as they're
Cloak
being
and Dagger, yeah.
But yet again, no follow through from Z10. Rather set this up perfectly.
Oh no, bro, I can't watch this, chat. I can't.
This is gonna be available.
This is murder.
Rad are locked down.
This is murder. I can't watch this.
Someone needs to make sure they can keep a body on this. Portal comes out. They will touch in time. It's last ditch effort, last chance saloon for Zero Tenacity. Kraken impact comes on down, but Willie Newton and Oasis are wiped. Melio has so much map awareness to catch people as they come on through.
Oh no, bro.
Portal, but it's just not happening. And Rad move on in this upper bracket, and that was
this ban system sucks. No, this ban system's amazing. It prevents mirror matchups, and I love it.
Yeah,
they just didn't save anything. I hope you hope you get better, GGs. What do you mean? You hope you get better? What?
I haven't really put a foot wrong.
How are you gonna come in here and be toxic, bro? Nah. That's crazy, though.
This isn't just like a throwaway
3-0?
Nah. Be able to win on all the different game modes to win
out 3-0. That is wild.
I
can't even talk shit. He has MVP, bro. I just lose.
Execution, I suppose, of what that draft phase was. It's Zero Tenacity. They have a lot of tricks to rely on. But if you're able to just starve out 4 different strategists, there's only so many directions that you can go with. The torch was available.
Nah,
for
hey, good shit, bro. Good shit, good shit.
Able to ever pick
GG's, GG's, GG's. Yo, I have a question actually, because I wanted to ask this, and my chat was curious. If Luna Snow is open and both Magnetos are banned, why do you guys run Cloak and Dagger? My chat was curious, and I was curious. Why do you guys do that? Also, GG's, you guys fucking popped off. Poor Canute in chat. Can't reveal strat. No, both teams did that, bro. I don't think it's a strat. I think it's just an IQ diff, bro, because Cloak fits better with the team comp overall, especially with Punisher. Okay, never mind. See, it was just that easy, chat. It was that easy. Hey, GG's, man. Cloak ult plus Punisher ult better than Luna ult. I mean, that makes sense. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. GG's, bro. GG's. Also, I don't know if you heard, but Fate did DM me. And apparently he told me that your team is interested in doing content. So possibly your team joins in for the content. WW.
Really shows how deep these player pools are. We spoke to Trust Me yesterday. They were sort of saying that there's so many options for teams to work with, and they're the ones that are putting in the time to try and find the most when it comes to the little combinations and stuff. Like, granted, we didn't see the Spider-Man play on Dajalia, but we're gonna have to maybe save that.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Final is that's exactly where
Cloak and Dagger might ult and then put it on the floor, and then instead of like playing Luna and going to damage boost, you have your Cloak and Dagger ult on the ground, and then you just like throw your bed sheet at people with the damage boost.
Each other a lot in different tournaments, but in terms of grand finals, there's usually at least one team.
Triple layered Cloak ult as well. I don't think you can layer your ult anymore. I think they took that out.
Deeper to try and actually find how often these teams have matched up. But Rad, they're going to be looking for this redemption run, and like I said, as a wrestling fan, they're going to be hoping for that
Cloak bubble with Punisher shotgun
for sure.
deep is
I mean,
broken.
it's one likely, I'd say, but we'll have to see Purple Patrick if anything to say about that. We should have an interview soon with some of the Rad players. And
who's going to be interviewed?
What are the main things that you'd want to even ask them? Because it does feel like, for me,
who's being interviewed, bro? It can't be you. You're in my chat, so it can't be you.
And to really just sort of gun down their incredibly flexible, diverse hero pool, depending on what the pick ban phase is. This is the first time that they looked a little bit flustered, I'd say, for Zero Tenacity.
I'm going to be asking them about the draft. Like we said earlier, that they seem to prioritize some of these big duelists, but in that last game, they actually kind of didn't. They completely pivoted. They, of course, had Star-Lord available, but that seemed to be more of a byproduct of
Melio in next interview calls out Jay Hairline
available. So I'm going to be asking them like how they are prioritizing when it comes to these high-value duelists like the Punisher, like the Human Torch, versus when it's time to swap over to this maximum sustained style.
And we were sort of talking about him a little bit earlier. The mad scientist Vanguard is going to join us for the second
Vanguard. No, it's a tank player, chat.
Interview with Trust Me coming in. I think the first thing that I'd want to say to you, Trust Me, I don't
trust me again.
How many like different Vanguards did you play on that first point of Araco? Because we saw you on Hulk, Thing, Venom, I think at a point. You seemed to do the whole like gun game, I suppose, of playing all of them in that one round alone.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of swapped around a lot. You had to, right? Because the matchup lead into it. I was a bit surprised by the Emma ban. I think the Emma ban was really good from them because it kind of lead into us like losing our strategy and our idea around it. So it was really hard to defeat that Emma, right? Because Magneto on point loses the resource traits, so he takes more damage than he does, and that's really bad for us in general. Because then you need to make value out of him, and you can't really. So the idea was the wolf grab with the hook, but that didn't really work when they swapped.
That was a nice fucking shot by him.
That was a big problem.
So I want to ask something about that I was just talking to Ryan about, and that is how you guys do seem to draft. In terms of prioritizing, at least in the early game, in the first round, a bit more of a single duelist style where you prioritize one of the big characters. The Human Torch, for example, the Punisher hovered in there, the Psylocke in that Araco map.
Where's Canute in, bro? Usually after his matches, he comes here, man.
You adjusted and went very heavily on the defenses, giving yourself that triple res comp available.
Has there been any interesting games yet?
Belio just kind of chasing people down on Ultron. where do you feel like the balance is between trying to prioritize one of these high-value
compared to the NA games last night where everyone was really close? No, there's not been any close matches.
For me, it depends a lot on the map, right? If the right map opens up and there's a lot of open space, then Wolverine, an example, becomes way weaker because he has less opportunities to hide for a grab, right? When he has that close corner and he can be pocketed from an angle, which on an open map that cannot be possible.
The next game should be really good, actually.
Are always going to be exposed when the Wolverine plays close range, so you kind of isolate that problem by not having to ban the Wolf then, right? Because you can play a dive comp because the map is so open. So we always ban around what we feel like is good on a certain map, and we always are super individual with the bans. I spent 3 hours yesterday watching America, the bans that they have there. There was a lot of upsets in the American tournament, so that was very enlightening to what is very good to ban, what is usually good, what people play. A lot of things also lead into what you think the
Wait, no
opponent is
wonder
strong at.
Melio's
Like,
fucking winning. Is he still here?
Loki. That's why
This guy's a fucking
We
genius.
had that thought that as a last savior,
This
they
guy
might save Loki
stayed up
first.
at night to
Right,
watch
since they
the
did that
NA
in the
games
past
and
against
had to go to
Papa
bed
Pin.
and wait.
So
Oh,
we
he's probably on
wanted
the
to
gamer
throw them off
schedule.
with that and maybe catch them off guard because they're like so sure on the idea they're gonna get Loki.
I love
safe now
Canute. We ate
because we
sushi
always
yesterday
ban tank
together.
first,
Hey,
but then
next time you
suddenly
see
ban
him in
Loki
real
first.
life, can you
And it,
smack
like,
him in the
throws them
face
off
for
a
me?
lot. And they
Right
had
on the back of the
two
head.
strong tanks open.
Thank you.
Magneto and Emma, but they couldn't really play them because we just like had really good bans around it.
I wanted to speak about that last map's bans as well because you went for what? Loki, Luna, Cloak and Dagger, Mantis. And Z10 are a hard team to draft against because they're so flexible. Was that the formula almost? Because it felt that they were trying to play triple strategies, but they just didn't have enough sustain, right? Like they were lacking so many of those big ultimates to keep people alive. And whilst they protected the Invisible Woman, you were still just mowing through them, right? They had to go Rocket, Raccoon, and Jeff in some instances. That's how much you starved them away from playing strategists. Was that always the goal against C10? Because like I said, they're a very flexible team.
Not always. If the map is not that open, then you cannot play the Ultron comp, and then the entire strategy falls apart, right? It's the fact that they have supports that have to play in the open against the dive composition, because otherwise the invis don't get value, and then they can never make any progress because they can never walk up because our captain will just instantly contest everyone. So it's like the fact that the strategy is good on that specific map, why you play it, right? So that is one thing. I also have to
this
say,
guy's a fucking
yesterday,
genius.
right? I came here with the most terrible microphone because I had webcam mic. I think the microphone now is a lot better, right? Hopefully.
It is, yeah. You're not on your
That is great
webcam
to
mic.
hear.
I saw Melio having a good laugh at you in chat afterwards, so I wasn't too sure.
All right, let's look ahead to the future. You are now in these upper bracket finals, meaning you are essentially one
Jay
game
ignored
away
us so
from
hard.
the grand finals if you can beat
I don't want
either
to talk over the guy that's
or
talking, bro.
Bulgur
It's
Pascal. I feel like this is gonna be
disrespectful.
a
And
really
also, what do I
obvious
have to
question
say about you
ask.
guys laughing at the
Which one
fucking
would you
bald
prefer?
dick spot on the back of my head? What do you want me to
In
say?
terms of who we think is weak.
Why are you
in
laughing?
Who would you like
terms
to play
of-
against?
You're supposed to be on
it's
my
probably
team.
Butterpim, because I want my revenge against them from Fight Night, and I have gotten. I obviously we're down and we're fine to play either of the teams, right? For me, it's more a thing about that. It doesn't matter how many times we lost against VP. There's a saying that I always follow. Yesterday is history, tomorrow is a mystery, but today is a gift, right? That's why it's called the present. That's the saying I always
This
follow
guy,
along.
I love this guy.
And, for me,
I love this
right,
guy. Where's
yesterday
Melio?
I think we
Melio can
really
unfollow me. I
outperformed
want
in the very
Trust
first
Me
map,
to follow me.
And I think we made up for it today. And I think we really showed that
This
we
guy's a
earned
genius.
Our spot as a good team. Because yesterday the energy level during the first map was also low. I felt like we were not giving 100%. I asked some of the team if they did give 100%. Some of them said yes. But for the amount of effort we spent, we cannot give 100%. We need to give 200. Right? 100% is not enough for the amount of effort we spend on each other. If we want to respect each other, everyone needs to give all of what they have. It's not enough if we don't give 200% for the amount of work we put in.
I want somebody to take that clip and put motivational music behind it, and you can play that like if we see you guys going the distance, because that was a hell of a showing today, trust me. Thank you very much for joining us, and you get to sit back and see who your opponent in the upper bracket final is going to be a little bit later. So thank you again for joining us, man. It was an absolute pleasure.
Trust me, been around in the scene for a
Thank you
long
very much.
while.
It
Was he
a
in
great game.
Overwatch? Well, he was an Overwatch player, right?
I could listen to him talk all day, honestly. Like, we have some players that are just like, we don't want to give anything away, but trust me, it's like, okay, so this was our thinking on this specific situation, this, and this, and honestly, he just has that sort of like football manager approach of how he talks as well. Like it's very good listen and a lot of insight on how the pros play at this.
Did I not
top level
tweet
of
that
game.
picture?
I'm smarter and more inspired than when I first got here today, just from listening to him talk. But that was a solid matchup.
I guess I didn't.
Didn't
I tweet that picture,
They are
chat?
heading down to the lower bracket, so there is still a chance for them to fight their way through into those grand finals. But it's the upper bracket finals we're going to be focusing on next. We're about to find out who will be playing against Rad. Our next matchup is going to be Berber Patapim versus
This next game is going to be good, though.
I'm excited, but calm down. It's time for a quick break before we head on in.
I think this next game is going to be good, chat. Wait, hold up. Sorry. There you go. Is it that? No. Okay, GG's. I can't find it.
My power grows.
I can't find what I was looking for on Twitter. I swear I tweeted that image. Should that spot be censored? Bro, chat, can you guys... Oh my god, I actually did tweet it. And it has 5k likes for some reason. 5k likes and 130,000 views. I remember this. I remember this. I remember this. I remember this exactly. I remember my power went out. My power went out and I went to go fix my power. Or my power finally came back on. And it was reconnecting. And I was trying to reconnect my cameras. And I'm right there. And that's the image that I see. No, bro. That's fucking just crazy, bro. I'm done, man. Nah, man. I'm done. GG's. Oh, shit. Chat. Wait. Rad Esports won, right? Yep, Rad Esports won. Sorry, Zero Tenacity. Unfortunate. Now we go to predictions. Who is going to win between Patapim and Virtus Pro? Bang, chat. Start your predictions, bro. Get your money going. Get your money going. Dropping in to stream to see bald dick spot on Jay3's head. Okay. I don't like any of you guys. Get your predictions in, chat. Get your predictions in. What is this?
It is time. We have history, and tomorrow is a mystery, but the present is a gift. We are heading on in to Berber Patapim versus Virtus Pro to decide who moves on to play against the other quoted here, Rad EU.
I was trying to work out what that quote was from. Bill Keane. I thought it was a Dr. Seuss quote, but it's not weird enough to be a Dr. Seuss quote. But yeah, I mean, I think we've seen Trust Me give us the energy to go into this series. A game that we've
wait, is Jay3 actually balding?
Because historically,
no,
the number one team
ask my chat. It's not true, bro.
Against the second best team of EMEA, separated from groups.
Okay, chat. This is gonna be a really good game, though. This is gonna be a really good game.
Patapim, they wanted to be the team that beats Virtus Pro first. Unfortunately, they were pipped to the post by Rad in the group stages, but beating Virtus Pro for the first time in playoffs and in a best of 5, no less. That's still open to potential challenges, I suppose, for Berber Patapim.
there is so far no team that has beaten Virtus Pro in a tournament, like not actually beaten them in a tournament to take first place. Like you say, that title is still available. And this is a team with a lot of experience playing against Virtus Pro. Patapim. They have some of the most legendary players throughout
okay, I want to see this.
EMEA history.
I want to see Patapim, chat.
You can see here Pokey.
We got to see Pokey, bro. Pokey is the next person that we got to cheer on for.
To swap onto stuff like
Yo, Charles, appreciate the massive Prime Sub, my friend. We got to cheer for Pokey, chat, because Pokey's also in this chat here and there.
They would pick up that. Now that has been replaced
also,
by Pokey on this side.
Tanuki's disgusting.
Too, Jeff, but Polly being the ultimate Captain America in EMEA right now. There are a couple people trying to seek that title, but Berber and Patapim, they are a legendary roster.
I mean, yeah, they have been consistently at the top contesting, but there's one team that have been beating them a little bit more when it comes to the rankings, and that being Virtus Pro. The loss against Rad sort of put a couple more question marks, and you got people talking about scrim bucks being pretty bad for Virtus Pro at the moment. But the performances since have been stellar, only dropping a map against Insomnia in that group stage. The last couple of games that we've seen from Virtus Pro, you can't really fault them in any sense. Not only that, Tetra, they've been adapting to the meta, they've really shown that flexibility, and for all parts of the role, they maybe have the best in-slot players to be competing on there, because the Vanguard line, the strategists, and the duelists are all top tier on this roster.
I think that's pretty safe to say. Virtus Pro, they've been the kings for a while, but Berber have been one of the teams who have tried to challenge them the most. Going in oldest to newest order, OG, who later became Berber Patapim, took them to a 4-2 in the finals of the Marvel Rivals Invitational. For Fight Night, while they didn't make it far in MRC, they still were able to show back up in Fight Nights, taking a 3-1, 3-0, and then finally in the most recent Fight Night they have played each other a 3-2, getting one.
I remember playing against Tanuki a lot of ranked. I root for him now. That's what
Virtus Pro.
That's what usually I do. What region do you think is going to win the grand finals? Between NA and EU.
Try and take that final bite.
I will play devil's advocate, I think.
I don't know, man. I think NA has like a little advantage on EU. I feel like there's a few good teams in EU, but on NA, I feel like NA is having like a
convergence or
they're just murdering each other, and there's upsets happening left and right. I have not been able to watch Asia. I have not been able to watch Asia
over and over again.
So I wonder what they're running and like how well they do against these two teams. I just can't, chat. I just can't wake up at 5 a.m. to watch HL matches, bro. I just can't.
With an upper bracket game looming against Rad, both these teams feeling like if they can get the best of each other here, might set themselves up quite nicely for a grand final appearance if they keep that form up.
Let's see who moves on to play against Rad and who will be making their way down to that lower bracket to fight for their tournament lives. We are starting on the Krakoa.
Oh shit, I gotta mark this.
Hellfire Gala is here, and it is a party with tickets available to the upper bracket finals. And we're looking at, well, it's Krakoa. It's only fitting that the mutants are taken out first, removing Emma Frost and Magneto.
Yeah, pretty much standard. Patapim actually taking out the Magneto first. Virtus Pro have been now the sort of biggest Emma Frost merchants, to say the very least. So Loki's actually going to be protected first from Patapim, giving Ken something to sort of play around and making sure that that backline of strategist isn't hit too hard with the bans that are about to follow. Virtus Pro having a bit of freedom here. Usually teams might ban out the Loki, but because it has been protected, they're going to gun for the torch just to make sure that the likes of Tanuki or Pokey can't get their hands on it.
But there's still the Psylocks, there's still the Punishers, there's still so many of these duelist officers, and even the Black Panther, which we have seen Berber Patapim bring out from time to time. You can see here for Virtus Pro, Nevix currently hovering the Thor. I don't think that will make it out of base, but it would be fun to see. Captain America is being hovered on both sides, though. Both these teams can play extremely well, while Polly is the more popularized member. Virtus Pro, more than capable.
Yeah, Nevix has
if I had to put my money on one team, though, I'd probably say Virtus Pro.
Potential because him and Pokey combining that cousin Metro.
Virtus Pro just has like a lot of people that I know. Saipei, Nevix, Sparker, Benzi.
Not only banning out the Human Torch, but protecting it themselves over from Fi. That's a scary non-mirrored pick to be having, I think, Tetcher.
Also, banning Adam is really smart considering how Fi just likes to play, you know,
that is going to give them a lot of extra potential.
Star-Lord.
But you can see here, Berber Patapim, they've been studying these games as well. They're looking at the Adam Warlock. There have been a couple teams who have been running.
Yeah, Saipei's cracked.
Triple strategist setup, utilizing the
What's
Adam
up,
Warlock
D8?
and the Mantis, but with running the Human Torch instead. Some teams have chosen to deal with this by banning the Mantis to prevent the damage boost, but it seems Berber Patapim would prefer to remove the Adam Warlock to prevent the revives.
Punisher going to be the last protection coming in, knowing that you're going up against the Torch, having something to shoot it down is going to be pretty prevalent. But because there hasn't been
Home Decor with a massive dono again on YouTube. Trade the opposite.
Makito is going to be taken out.
What do you mean?
Patapim. So that front line is going to be a little bit more strenuous. But
wait, I appreciate the massive dono, but what does that mean? Trade the opposite.
Nemo, because that team up has been such a strong aspect. You could go Venom as well, because Enzo, it might just sort of rely on comfort here for the most part. It seems to be more of like the standard stuff that we're expecting, and I'm not going to put too much stock in Firelocking in the Spider-Man. It would be interesting to see it pulled out now, though.
They have played it in tournaments in the past, but it's extremely rare. So
Bet money on B, what, Berber Patapim?
I'm not entirely sure we'll see that make it out of the base, but both these teams are hovering the
whole. Oh, I don't know about that, man.
This could obviously change.
I think this game is going to go really. I think this is going to be a good series.
One side, Emma taking out the other, then having that indestructible guard can give you a very solid amount of burst protection for your backliners. So being able to protect them is pretty huge, especially with the kind of one-sided pickups. Luna Snow available for the side of Berber Patapim. Dridro currently hovering us in on the rocket to armor up their team.
So you would sort of expect that Loki Adam could be the backline of Berber Patapim for this one. Nevix over on that Hulk to begin with. You do have the Emma Frost, so is it going to be Finzi that's playing on it? Yeah. Sparker over on the Psylocke. You do have that team up available, so lethal damage can be done by Sparker with that combo if Berber Patapim are not careful. Might be Enzo wanted to try and deal with it, but a portal placing a Berber Patapim up on the high ground with a turret for Pokey.
God damn, this crosshair from Sparker. I love it.
Gun here, bringing out the Star-Lord with the Element Blasters, and it's going to be Pokey getting first blood onto Sparker. Sparker is one of the most legendary Psylocke players in this game right now, but if there's anyone you get the chance to practice against, it's Berber Patapim having the opportunity to, for starters, know how to play it, and for second, turn around and just guess where it's going to be and try and pick it off because you've had all that time to warm up against it.
Sparker does have the Punisher available to him, and he was a very good, like a Bucky Punisher playing up in the Invitational. But you're right, he's mostly been over on that Psylocke. I mean, the combination is strong. You've got Finzi and Nevix both locking in the Emma Frost consistently. So, like I mentioned, team up very good, very strong. And his turret has been an absolute Hail Mary, I think. Virtus Pro have struggled to
damn, Berber Patapim is taking the lead so far. I like it. I like it. Okay.
Gonna back out in the sky, and Tanuki, in an attempt to try to shut down Fi that's up in the sky, the Idolor is going to keep him going. And the fight is going
oh my god, wait, that Hulk jumped up on the high ground and actually slammed that guy down on the ground. Holy shit.
Alex has it ready, so this is a good first fight. And Berber Patapim are building up a nice amount of progression on the point here.
They're holding this very effectively, already up to 50%, and Virtus Pro is starting to get whittled down. They keep trying to go for the flanks, but Enzo was able to chase down Fi earlier on, and now Nevix going to be dropped down into Banner. Will they be able to stagger them? That's going to be the pickup by Tanuki, taking that 1v1 duel with Enzo, getting that final hit onto Fi as they came in for the reinforcement. This will mean that Virtus Pro now have to wait and regroup later. Nevix, of course, was staggered, is finally able to run off the map so that they can rejoin their team with a 4-second delay.
Fate both votes has just been grabbed up by Saipei. That's how long it's taken. Meanwhile, 5 other ultimates available for Berber Patapim with 80% on the board. This looks weird to see the Virtus Pro are sort of this behind now, but ultimates wise they have caught up. It's going to be A pretty big battle though with what's available, but Saipei goes down. Pokey catches him with a turret.
Oh no, Virtus Pro, bro, Saipei. What are they doing, bro? They have 5 ults, chat. They have 5 ults.
They need to keep bodies on this point. They finally get onto Tanuki, shutting down the Galactic Legend. Fate of both worlds from Berber Patman is giving them all that extra sustain.
Oh no, bro, what is going on?
It removes a lot of that extra crowd control from the point and will get rid of a big body for Berber Patman. But that overtime is ticking down bit by bit. Five retreats to the low ground to make sure that they're topped up before they re-engage. Psionic Seduction from Finzi to try and lock onto anyone in the back line. Great pickup from Sparker to take down.
Is that what I hear it is?
Dozens of butterflies. Sparker is likely going to secure this for Virtus Pro as they will flip this and clean out the remaining members of Berber Patapim. And Virtus Pro now have to hold from 100 to 0.
Everything was
yeah,
used as
I don't know,
available,
chat.
but
I don't
it's
think
one
Virtus
hell of a
Pro
retreat
holds this
throw.
first
I think
point.
that was really good from Ken as well, actually, with just the low-key clones really just mixing out the damage done from Sparker's Dance to the Butterflies. But the follow-up is there. Now it's a case of like a final judgment for Pokey. If you can get out that Eternal Bond first, Saipei's not going to be close to having a fate of both worlds. That could be enough to take this first point. We see Berber Patapim being very good on his domination modes. But Virtus Pro have been very good, even if...
Does anyone else hate this, the dragon that randomly, like, leaves and comes back?
Tanuki on the flag, Sparker spotting the Hulk, leaping on past. Enzo trying to sneak in from behind, cause a distraction, but having to retreat into the rest of the team. Berber making sure that no one is picked up. They're trying not to get staggered out, but they're going to try and commit to this. Here comes that final judgment to push on in. Immediately, the Eternal Bond comes on out to try and keep the team topped up. Fire in the sky has already backed away to make sure that they're not going to get sniped off, and the healing output is just too much. They just burned Final Judgment and found exactly nothing.
Breaker is available for Nevix, but Sparker is going to try and go in first. He's able to actually catch onto Finzi, but they lose Kent at the same time. And that's just as he is to go to Mischief, so Berber Patapim may be stressing a little bit to try and keep themselves going. Fate of both worlds has to be dedicated, but it still allows Pokey to go down with just the pressure that Sparker's been able to put in on him. Tanuki now trying to find a good spot for the Galactic Legend, trying to go for the portals to dodge a lot of these bodies that are throwing.
Where the hell does that portal take you? What?
I think is the one to bring out the portal.
I've never seen that portal before in my life.
Still in control of Virtus Pro, still about 95%.
Oh wait, no, I know what that portal is. Holy shit, I never used it though.
I don't know if they're going to have much of a choice, especially when these supernovas thrown down at the same time. They have one player that's able to jump on, but are they going to be long for this world? Everybody's able to keep up for the time being. The Tanuki now trying to clear the space. This was 99 to 0, pulled all the way back for Virtus Pro to make it close. And now the contest is there. Berber Patapim want to try and take this back. Finzi with the Eye of Agamotto, and not from Polly actually, he gets CC'd through it, so he's halfway to have.
Damn, what a bubble on his teammate. I don't know if he saved it. He did save him actually. This is a really good fucking game. Holy shit, it went 99-99 both ways.
Monster Hulk to try and delay Finzi with their own Eye of Agamotto, like you say, but Berber and Patapim, they might not even need to be hit by it as they are getting picked off one by one. Down goes Enzo. That Hulk dropping back into battle as overtime is ticking down. Tanuki is on the flank. Pokey is dropped all the way out here, is not going to make it to the rest of this fight as they have no HP left.
What's that, baby?
Teleports in to try and buy some time. There's the flying venom from downtown from Polly to try and get those extra seconds they make their way in. But Fire in the Sky, they can't get that high and they will just be pulled off the point. It's a VP game 1, or at least round 1.
Yeah, round 1. I mean,
wait a minute, holy shit, bro, that was a fucking crazy round 1.
What makes this Virtus Pro team so strong is they were really sloppy at the beginning. Like, we were.
Did you see that round?
The Virtus Pro to be at the top of the EMEA for so long, like that, and they're playing like this. It was pretty awful by their standards. But once they were able to take that point, it was so well contested. There was so much control taken there. And Berber Patapim just couldn't find enough to actually take the objective from that point onwards. Even when you're looking at the amount of damage that I think Pokey's been able to throw over on that Punisher, it's not been enough.
They're doing so much. Like you say, the Punisher is trying to drop everything. The Galactic Legend is trying to just melt on through, but they're up against an eternal
Wait, please, I need Berber Padawan to lose. I hate Polly. Why do you hate Polly? What did that guy do?
Who's on the Lunar Stone with the Fate of Both Worlds. They have two of some of the best healing ultimates in the game.
Yeah, while you were kissing your cat, VP popped off. I was watching that, chat. Boba didn't come up till the first, like the last like 3 seconds of that round anyways.
Timing to perfection once they got that defensive position.
Virtus Pro, because that fight went on quite a while. You have the Fate of Both Worlds if you want to contest this early. And
wait, what did Polly do that people hate him? What?
Otherwise, they're in for a rude awakening. That'd be why they're playing quite close together. In fact, they're giving a lot of respect up, actually. It's just going to be the Doctor Strange on the points. Polly has a lot to deal with. Tanuki seeing if he can just get a couple more hits with the barrage to get that Galactic Legend online. The final judgment is going to be the thing that starts off, forcing out the Fate of Both Worlds. Dreedro is very close to having an eternal bond, but no doubt Tanuki is ready and waiting off the back of this, especially with the cloak being taken out. That might be the perfect chance for Tanuki to go in and do the damage to clear this up, but it's actually Spark with that Dance of the Butterflies.
Nevix is insane on Hulk, bro.
Was enough to actually stop Tanuki from getting anything, Tetra.
The duel is being traded out. Sparker has so much sustain here with everyone just keeping them topped up. They are snowflaked repeatedly throughout these fights. They spot the flanking Tanuki. Tanuki, by the way, just tried to chase down Cypher and was not able to catch them in a 1v1 because of the mobility and because people came for the reinforcements in time. Here comes the bond from Dreedro to set up early for this fight to go for the hyper commitment. The Punisher is up on top of one of these trees for a little bit of extra culling turret sustained.
Who are we rooting for?
I have Agamotto into the backline, but they're just not finding targets, Ryan.
Oh, the Supernova is just a bit too much to deal with.
I think chat is rooting for a good game, just like me.
3 minutes, I think
VP's. I feel like VP's gonna win, but I want a good game, chat. All the games today have been like 3-1s or 3-0s.
To be pocketed and saved for this next engagement. Berber Padawan, though, are the ones that are actually holding on to the point for the longest amount of time. But the bodies are starting to give up. That Terror Cape is fantastic. That actually just came through from Dreedro. That's something that's going to force Berber Padawan back. And even though Polly's able to get the catch onto Sparker, the point finally goes in the direction of Virtus Pro.
Like you said, we were fighting on that for so many minutes and it only just got picked up. These two teams are just trading back and forth. Fate of Both Worlds has to be used by Cypher because Nevix is taken down. The Vanguards getting staggered out here for Virtus Pro. With the Fate of Both Worlds buying some extra time.
Bro, I don't understand.
Get their own Fate of Both Worlds,
people come in here and say they don't like this guy, and then I ask why, and then they don't say anything. What happened? Is there drama that I don't know about?
Punishing the Vanguards this game.
Virtus Pro can just sort of hang back and go, okay, they use 3 ultimates. We've got 2 that are looming with the World Breaker and then also that Supernova for 5. Even Eternal Bond might not look too shabby too soon for Dreedro. Have a lot to sort of get through, though. You know, Tanuki is just a mind game of, okay, what are they going to have available strategist-wise? What can we force out? Can I go afterwards? Is he going to try and use it now? He's got the right read that he's able to get there before the strategists are available. But
I feel like playing this game feels like...
just in the nick of time to stop that damage from following through.
Oh, wow. What a good eye on that guy. What a good eye and to take away the cloak ult. I don't know. I feel like most of the time that I see DPS players ult, it doesn't do anything. Oh, my God.
We've seen Virtus probably comfortable from this spot beforehand, and you have a lot of ultimates to go for this next engagement.
Tanuki not finding a lot with these Galactic Legends, but what they are finding is forcing positioning. They are trying to dual fight. This is the plan here, to just try and make sure that they do not get the positioning that they want. So if they can keep that pressure on, then they're successful. And once Fire is no longer causing damage, then they can just try and focus onto these strategists to force them out of position. Like you said, that forced out the Eternal Bond, which allowed Polly to land the Eye of Agamotto, getting the timing, passing the check, and able to burst through that Cloak and Dagger, which removes the goop off the floor and prevents that extra healing and damage. As Sparker is in the backline, Psionic Seduction to prevent any follow-up and protection from the Dance of the Butterfly if they decide to pull the trigger. But for now, they're taking their time as they're already winning the fight. With Tanuki and Pokey down, they have forced Berber Padawan off the point. It's essentially a team wipe, and Berber Padawan
what a stagger on the Luna, bro. What a stagger on the Luna. Look at this.
To get the stagger.
Yeah, Nevix has been an absolute menace over on this Hulk. Just forces everybody to back up into the room off the point, forces the regeneration domain as well, in a place that isn't actually on the objective itself.
Yeah, I think it's probably part of their contract or part of being a caster. You have to know all the abilities and know all the ultimate names.
It really is the best chance, I think, for Berber Patchbim as a reminder to go in and do damage in this best of 5.
It's kind of wild, bro, because I don't even know the map names, let alone an ability name.
They're not looking to be in a losing position.
I don't know any ability names.
might have something to say about it, but you've already lost Tanuki in this engagement. Fate of both worlds. It goes from being an unoptimal fight to be thrown in ultimates to the last opportunity potentially as Virtus.pro about to even up the point percentage, and they're sat on ultimates. Fate of both worlds, followed by the dance of the butterflies to go into the backline. Ken just gets to the copy to make sure that he has a Luna ultimate of his own, and the supernova from Phi. It's just whether he can catch somebody, even if they're being healed up this much, bursting them down. Polly.
Wow, was it? Wait, we didn't see the angle, but I wonder if he actually got the block on that with his bubbles, the Hulk bubbles. Wait, what is this? Don't show us this! Show us the last fight! It's overtime! What?
Virtus.pro still have enough bodies to fight for it, and there's no contest. Berber Patchbim losing out.
What was that?
Shot in this best of 5
it was literally overtime situation, and like they fucking just started showing us the scenery. What is that? The sky was cinema? Bro, I don't give a shit about the sky. Does it look like I go outside?
With the Stardogs being one of the best characters to reinforce quickly, they knew it was time to burn ultimates to try and take the fight. Even though it was early at the beginning of overtime, you want to try and just make sure that people are going down one by one.
Damn, Sparker 27-2 and Phi 22-5.
So quickly, but like you said, that forces out the Loki immediately into
our boy Pokey though, 14-7 with 7 final hits, 24,000 damage. He did well.
Ultimates expired and they're taken down again. It just creates a constant looping effect of
just admire the sky dick face. What the?
Person down, and the indestructible guard from Nevix to
hey J3, my 8-year-old daughter is absolutely in love with you and she asks to watch your stream every day. Oh, that's cute. I appreciate it. Shout out to your daughter. That's sweet. That's sweet.
I thought the Virtus.pro, when you have the Emma Frost, which I don't even think
I hope she grows up to be the best goated Marvel Rivals player and or Overwatch player.
In some instances for the Portal plays to go and contest it right at the end, as we're seeing. And then the torch, if I is just able to fly in the air scot-free, Pokey has a choice to make. Is he going to go over towards the Punisher and try and contest it, or is he going to go and play the character that he probably wants to be on?
Jay3 is what she says. Okay, never mind. Banner.
The fact that he's able to do just as much damage
figure
as
out that ban.
Psylocke when you're with a human torch is terrifying, because you know that the Psylocke is doing damage at a lethal level. It's not just damage that's going to get healed up by the strategists. He's gunning for you, and if he's doing that much damage, it means that he's finding a hell of a lot of success off the back of it.
Puny guard fighting the
Jay, what game did you play before Marvel? Chat knows me from my Minecraft speedruns.
Their damage output is so high, but keeping up with it, Sparker, we've seen them so many times on Adam Warlock this season for our first season of Ignite, and it got banned out. Oops. Guess what?
Raise me. That's cute. That's cute. Tell her I said hi, man. Tell her I said hi.
Showing it. So the question is, are you still that scared of the revives to where it is worth giving them that Psylocke?
Yeah, and I think as well, if you know that there's a team that's going to be trying to protect the Loki and ban it away from you, going Torch as a counter is really strong, because Loki is weak to those flyers, and even with Loki being the strongest they are and having a really strong like non-mirrored win rate, Torch is just able to sort of match him, I think, in the amount of success that they're having. So it ended up being a pretty sort of smart big picture counter in the end from Virtus.pro, reading into exactly what Berber Patchbim were trying to play around with the pick bans.
And now you mentioned, with Berber Patchbim, the majority of their wins against Virtus.pro coming in domination maps, and that not being available because you have to play a different match type. Do you look at a convergence map? Because that is one where you at least have that early domination-like duel at the start. Or do you look for Convoy and just try and get some meta out, or try something interesting? We'll be finding out after this short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with game number 2.
Damn, look at all the 133103. Just wanted to say thank you for the content you continue to put out there and your baldness and all. What the hell, bro? Hey, I hope you and your daughter have a great weekend, though. Today's Friday, right? Yeah, today's Friday. Nice. Oh, you're good, buddy. You're good, buddy. What do you think about the new skin? Is it a crash grab? Is that what you guys really want to know? Bro, chat. If you guys like the skin, buy the skin. If you don't like the skin, then don't buy the skin. It's completely up to you. You don't have to buy the skin if you don't want to. If you like it and you have the funds and you want to buy it and it makes you happy, buy it, chat. That's my opinion on that. Are you enjoying the tournament as a whole? This tournament's really good. I didn't think I would have fun watching a watch party from this tournament. If you guys really want to spend your money and not buy skins in a video game, chat, let me tell you guys about twitch.tv/Jay3, and you can sub for free with Amazon Prime and or tier 1 sub. Also, if you're already a sub and you're like, wow, Jay3, I don't know what to spend my money on, 5 gifted subs. Appreciate it. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, last night was a lot of fun. Oh shit, chat. You know what? I have 45 seconds. I'm gonna go pee in 45 seconds. I can't wait for the NA match.
Burning brightly, shining on those memories, and yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn, we can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more, that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future, break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the
Virtus Pro been flexing their hero pool quite a lot recently, and I think with that performance that we just saw from Nevix over on the Hulk, you really have to say that he's one of the strongest out there. Virtus Pro found themselves 1-0 up here, and it's been a bit of a party in these upper bracket games, but of course, if you want to come in your best outfit, so to speak, you want to be sort of looking at the potential skins that are in the store currently that we certainly wanted to highlight. I mean, the main one is going to be the 4 Majestic Raymond. He's the one Vanguard that we haven't seen him play at all in Ignite yet, but rest assured, it's a case of when, not if, he's going to be played in the future. You want to be looking as good as this, and of course, the Born Again Daredevil Punisher skin, which, as I said yesterday, the Defender stuff that was on Netflix and Disney and stuff now, it was one of my favorite things that we've seen from Marvel thus far. So seeing a lot more skins come from that section of the universe is very exciting for me, Tetra.
Who would you like to see? Like, who else from like the TV would you like to see?
Kingpin.
Anything on the board? I mean, I meant skins, but yes, for starters, you are 100% correct. But personally, looking at some of the TV show stuff, I wouldn't mind seeing something from the new Ironheart. Maybe get a skin in that way, if not a whole character for themselves. That would be cool to see. But that is a conversation for another day, as we are heading into game number 2 of Virtus Pro versus Burr Patapim. Let's see if they do go for a convergence to try and take those early brawls, or whether they'll go for something like a Rocco to get some little bit of backline flanks that Burr really love to do. And we are heading to a Rocco.
Quite surprised, really, because Burr Patapim have picked up Jalia a couple of times, and it is a map that Virtus Pro have consistently lost in the past. Not a huge amount,
if you need me to hold her while you give her
the
her
maps
medicine.
that we've seen them play thus far, Jali seems the most susceptible outside of those domination game modes. But this is not a bad map at all for Virtus Pro. They've been brought here 3 times by various teams, and they've won every single encounter.
I think it
So
says
maybe
it on the
Burr
package.
Patapim have spotted something about this Berber Patwin also dedicating towards having that Loki protect to begin with. Maybe this is going to be the Ember Frost picked up yet again for either Nevix or Finzi.
I hold the cat. You.
Virtus Pro mentioned that they absolutely love this Ember, picking her up.
Hold on, chat. I gotta.
One of the stronger picks, but this does allow Berber to trade it out for the one-sided Loki, getting those regeneration domains that, of course, give full invulnerability while inside. Fairly easy to destroy with the right character, but it's about the initial burst protection against characters, quite frankly, like Psylocke, if they wanted to bring that back again. And while this looks familiar, we are going to say goodbye to Steve Rogers.
Hold up, chat. I gotta shoot some medicine into our cat's mouth.
Said it in the last map. Seems to be a big nerf to Polly, and whilst this Doctor Strange was pretty much always on the back foot, it was hard to really see how much of a good Vanguard he was. He hadn't had that ability to shine. Virtus Pro seemed to looking like a carbon copy draft that we saw from the last game, with the protection onto both Emma and also Torch.
Now here is the question. With the Torch banned out early, will we see these similar reactions? Cloak and Dagger once again going to be banned away. This does still leave, of course, the Fate of Both Worlds, sorry, from Luna Snow. As the last time that was also not banned out in Virtus Pro. The Fate of Both Worlds and the Eternal Bonds. This time, Berber are going to take away at least one of them. Now, what do they protect?
I wonder what it tastes like.
Looking to be hovered once again, as they are expecting Virtus Pro will hyper-prioritize a ban onto that Psylocke if they want to play it again, and if not, they have options.
So far, Virtus Pro, it's the exact same draft from them that they had on Krakoa. So we're going over towards the system.
Sorry, chat, I had to give the cat medicine.
Only one change for Berber Patwin. Instead of banning out the Adam Warlock, they've gone for the Cloak as that final ban before they save the Punisher. Which means that Sparker does have the freedom to go for the Adam Warlock and play a little bit of that Guardian's triple Resurrect composition. And considering Virtus Pro defended first, I'm surprised that they haven't leaned towards it. In fact, Nevix is like, my Hulk is goated, I am going for more, I'm having so much fun. And Sparker's like, I got you, bro, he's on the Namor.
We talk about defenses, like you say, that Namor is very good for flanking, but they are also good for static defense. Due to the fact that you can't actually move your monsters.
I really like this map. The more I play it, the more I like it. They cooked on this map.
Can be extremely effective. This is also why we see Namor played very flank heavy sometimes.
Wait, where's this at? I've never seen this in the game. What the hell is that?
With those monsters, then they don't get much.
Chat, what is that? That big ass eye
from the side, send out the monsters and go for the quick burst. Then suddenly those squids, the burst damage you can get from the right click from Namor can easily wipe a squishier target.
I'm excited for this. Berber Patwin taking us to the most recent map added into the pool and hoping to take a win against Virtus Pro, who are undefeated.
No, bro, this map does not suck. This map is amazing. I like it.
On the entire Hellfire Gala collection of the two maps. Again, to play the back-to-back is going to be nice for them. They're defending first. And more just chip damage. Finzi does get CC'd, I think, by Enzo with the sedation. Able to just back out a little bit more and protect themselves from taking too much damage and giving too much ult charge. And Tanuki's over on the Black Panther. We've been seeing this a lot more recently. Might be necessary to rely on here as an opening.
No, you guys are haters. My first game on this map was absolutely ass, and I fed so hard, and I think it was a person on Nightmare did not like me.
If they weren't careful, this Namor much safer, going to be damaging that Black Panther every time they run past, and the potential to pick them
But
up.
this map definitely grew on me. I like it.
Namor is still squishy. Unless they're in their Aquatic Blessing form, they can still go down to Snooki, who is able to get the best of their first matchup. As we are seeing Berber Patwin actually pushing in quite far, but there's the counter as Cypher going to be getting the pickup onto Tanuki with the force physics.
Enough people grouped up, and we see the regeneration domain used from Ken a little bit further back. So Fi just having pretty much open ground to throw this fire prison down on. Nevix blocking a little bit more of the damage, able to reset and go out. And honestly, it's an absolute pleasure to be able to watch Enzo and Nevix just go at each other.
There's no way this is his real crosshair, right?
Like diving Vanguard players that we have.
Yo, KJ Savage, first time as a prime sub, my friend. Welcome. How you doing?
You have some
Hope you have a great weekend.
Still looming. All of the strategist ultimates are good to go.
Tanuki, like you say, looming. Poly with that Eye of Agamotto Supernova coming out quite early in this fight from Fi to try and hold this zoning point. Immediately, Regeneration Domain comes out, but the Human Torch, one of the best characters to go into it, as those Fire Tornadoes do go up quite a bit, which means they'll take out that Regeneration Domain. Flaming Meteor into the backline, and they catch Tanuki again. Sparker's now.
Who was the Black Panther player yesterday for NA, Chad? That was absolutely disgusting. Do you guys remember that guy's name?
They can also hold this out for a long time. Make sure that they have it staggered for Berber's next post.
Self? Was it Self? That guy was disgusting, bro. That guy's Wolverine is disgusting, man. It's
this Hulk and through the Emma Frost more effectively.
A mischief for Ken. What is he going to be able to copy, and who's going to be the ones initiating onto this battle? World Breakers aplenty for the two Hulks. An invisible boundary for Saipe is the one supportive element for Virtus.pro to rely on, but in this case, it's not really have to be worried about. There's no break in case of emergency thus far for Virtus.pro, as they take a comfortable hold of this objective right by this first point.
The game of Psylocke Chicken looking for the 1v1. Pokey is going to be the one who's dropped a little bit low, but is able to escape. They're being chased down, though. Sparker finally able to track him with the help of Nevix on the chase. But Fincy picked up on the side as Tanuki gets the best of them with that percentage damage from the Wolverine.
Seeing the copy there. Visible boundary going to allow Virtus.pro somewhere to just choose where this fight is and enter. One of the reasons why they might be playing Hulk is to be able to knock people.
Am I still able to collect
them
demos Twitch shops if I have 45% done? No.
Straight afterwards, Berber Patrim coming in with a portal and also
unfortunately no.
Keeping things afloat for the time being, but still we're not seeing their names litter the elimination feed at all, and they actually got very close to taking this first point. Tanuki with the last stand. More
damn Tanuki
space and also finding a 2K is requiring Nevix to go whole cult to try to hold on for a little bit more time. Fincy swapping over towards the Strange. Is it going to be enough actually when it comes to a portal play? He's on the objective, and actually
no, I think Berber and Patterson probably tick taps first here.
Unfortunately, he are still losing numbers.
What a freeze!
For Berber,
nah, they're falling down here, chat. They're falling down here. They capped. Almost. That was a good first hold by the for Virtus though.
Poly didn't even get taken down, so I believe they still actually have their portal as well for the next setup. We'll have to keep an eye on that in a little bit, as we are seeing them going back to where we started outside of Tanuki, who is sticking with this Wolverine, as it has been very effective. Fincy has been a problem. They need to stop it. Nevix will now be the one to adjust. They're done with Hulk. It is time for the thing. Crowd control, grounding this Wolverine to prevent them from dashing. The inability to get CC'd out. The only thing that Wolverine has over them is, of course, the ability to crowd control.
I mean, if you get hit by the charge as well, the Earthbound will stop Loki from being able to teleport to another clone, right?
What the hell? What is this space cam from Polly, bro? Why did we only see his forehead?
Miserable. Nevertheless,
what's up, baby?
You want to come here? Mischief to sit back on. Alex is not going to be too far away to just go for a safe copy, and Nevix, it's not the most high mechanic of play. It's just a lot of punching square in the face, but it's effective. It's going to force out a lot. Ken, there's the God of Mischief. Bay of Both Worlds going to be copied because there's not really much else that you want to be grabbing otherwise. Paulie goes for the Eye of Agamotto, but it gets grabbed by the jaw from Fincy, and the Silent Seduction is about to follow. It sets up Spark with a little bit more space, I think, with the copy as well from the team up, able to catch Pokey before that Dance of the Butterflies could be used. It's going to be used on the other side instead from Sparker, and everybody's grouping up to try and survive, but you've got so many other bodies from Virtus.pro looking to try and find something.
Oh no, Nevix.
But they're buying so much time.
Come on, Nevix. He's better than that, chat.
On the edge there, they all survived that initial engage. Finally, Fincy's able to get onto Tanuki. Polly has now attempted to Eye of Agamotto twice and has been interrupted twice. Once by the freeze and once by the carbon crush. And they're almost charged up again for the third time being the charm. Berber and Patapin, they were able to take down Fi early on in that fight, who was already returned, as they're going to try and make their way back in with 20 seconds left. Eye of Agamotto, it finally goes off! Berber and Patapin, they push on him, taking out both the front line. Now
damn, that's the both supports playing patty cake with each other and not even fucking dying. I love that. I love that.
Buy some extra time, but it's going to be Berber and Patapin with just under 3 meters to go, cleaning out Fi, getting Sparker, and Nevix is going to get melted as time goes on here. They're just going to get percentage damage cleaned on out. Here comes the Fate of both worlds to try and hold it in overtime, but they're so outnumbered. Fi has swapped to the Strange for the reinforcement. That could be Virtus.pro's chance to hold this.
He's got 50% on the
wow, I was about to say Berber Patapim is actually popping off considering how they almost got full held and they're kind of rolling the rest, but 2 more supports playing Patty Cake, not dying.
And that could be it for Berber Patapim. It might not be able to get past a little bit further. Enzo forced to use that World Breaker to just give himself a bit more HP, maybe catch a CC onto the thing, which is very hard to do at the best.
What I wish my healers did, or my other healer did when I'm supporting. I mean, have you tried communicating? Sometimes you just gotta communicate it. Scream patty cake, patty cake. Oh, he's gonna come down and hit battle. Bang.
Tanuki's gonna come through. 2 get stunned, but 2 have already gone down as Tanuki's
wow, Berber Patapim actually winning that team fight. That's insane. Hey, that's insane. They didn't.
From Sparker, Berber Patapim get things moving yet again.
Fantastic God of Mischief from Ken to buy them those crucial extra seconds. We are seeing
I don't know how they managed to fucking win that team fight, but they did. That's crazy.
And we have been seeing Virtus.pro attempting to make sure that Polly isn't the first person they're taking down in these fights. The problem with that is you're fighting in a tight enclosed area versus the Maelstrom of Madness. And this is where Polly is being able to execute the perfection. Here comes Ayavagamoto landing it for a second time with Wolverine onto Fi, and they just bullied that poor man.
Clobber in time for Nevix. He goes down. He doesn't get a chance to use it. Yeah, Polly's had the chance and a little bit more space created for him.
Yeah, that's Finzi from a lot of the players that you're going to see in this game are from Overwatch.
He's making a Doctor Strange sing a lot more his tune. And actually, they've taken so much space that they're actually able to get past this part of the map, which so many other teams struggle on. The fastball in hand for Tanuki. Fi needs to be careful as he's going to be the target of choice. Might have just spotted it for a pixel.
No fucking way. No, I'm done. I'm done, chat. What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that, bro?
Seen a triple cap on this map due to how close the spawn doors are to the actual end, meaning reinforcements are very easy. Fate of both worlds from Dridro to give Nevix time to respawn as they are taken down. Enzo and Monster Hulk to try and force people off the point so that they can try and creep forward for those extra 3 meters. Fincy getting frozen, forced off, and the bodies are dropping low. Down to the butterfly, onto Sparker, taking them out, and Poke is trying to make it happen. Tanuki last stand. They're forcing them through, but a diamond form is delaying so long.
There's no way, Berber Patapim, bro. There's no way. They went from getting full held, chat. Remember this. They went from getting full held to almost getting held on second, to somehow winning that fight on second, to capping it all, bro. I think Berber Patapim might actually win this map.
Against Virtus.pro.
I think they might. You don't see a lot of teams finish this map.
Just seemed to buy them just a little bit more space. It really started to give them the edge in those fights.
What? Jay's channel points are called PMA. Does that stand for peg my ass? No. Positive mental attitude. What?
But much better. Warmed up. Berber Patapim starting to feel this one a little bit more, and they almost got stalled out on that first objective. Luckily able to keep things going. Virtus.pro now having to match with a finish at the end of the map, which is something that we've seen from them. But doing it against Berber Patapim.
No, you just made that up. I think I would know what my channel points mean, chat. It's called positive mental attitude because I am the world's most positive streamer.
It didn't take him long to move over towards the side.
Yeah, bro, you need to hit a reset on your community.
Would make sense to go that again if he needs to.
I don't know. My community is just, I don't know. My community is just shot.
Without having to worry about diving into the backline. But like you say, it could be a little bit riskier without having that team up, that one-shot potential. Positioning is far more important on the Psylocke than it is on the Namor. Namor can actually.
I want to see the Namor pop off, bro. I love seeing Namor.
They're just going to attempt
as a fellow Namor player myself.
Overwhelming firepower, finding the flank and immediately into that radioactive lockdown. Fi just trying to make sure they don't get rushed down by Polly here on that Doctor Strange.
Yeah, it's Fi just taking pot shots, forcing on the regeneration domain quite early. And you can see just how much the Berber Patapim are split up, and they're able to catch out. Bruce Banner got knocked down from the damage, and all of this poke, I suppose, from Virtus.pro funneled into a short corridor. Fish in a barrel. And at least Enzo's able to get back into the fight, but a good amount of space has been given up prior to this. 3 minutes for Virtus Pro to take this first objective. Berber Patspin, their angles of battles are starting to be shut down a little bit more. Sparker at least forced out with a defensive. Surely that's going to be jumped on now from Tanuki.
Tanuki able to take Nevix off the map there, removing the Hulk and using the environmental pickup. Nevix going to be forced to come all the way back from spawn. Remember, Patspin, they're taking this slow, building up those ultimates and just trying to make sure that they can slow down Virtus Pro, who still have just under 3 minutes to go, but are taking heavy advantage of the both fly and ground attacks that they have, with this Namor actually making it very hard for Pokey to move.
These exiles have been connecting from both the Hulks. Pi very lucky to leave with his life there. Stood up on the high ground, and there's the initiation for Ken going for the copy. Got a mischief. Likely to be the Lunar Snow, just waiting to get the full duration out of it before he uses the ultimate to just make things last a little bit longer. In fact, it's going to be used on the other side, but from
4 or 5. I think he just got solo ulted. Unfortunate.
Really
sometimes it do be like that, chat.
Onto one, which was 5, but Pokey is good enough to follow instantly off what his Vanguard's creating.
Pokey pushing on forward, taking out the Monstros, removing the Squids, as they've been able to keep Virtus Pro zoned out, at least for the moment, but they burnt some defensive abilities here. No Fate of Both Worlds, no God of Mischief, whereas Cypher does have that invisible boundary. This is where Virtus Pro can try and pull the trigger, especially as Supernova is about to come up. Enzo's going to try and delay that, though, as they Monster Hulk to try and take the fight early, and it does force out the invisible boundary. This means that Berber and Patspin have taken the fight on their terms and might be able to turn this.
Nice exile. Nice exile. Wait, he's on controller too. MZO? Yeah, I forgot about that. Oh, and Tanuki.
This Wolverine is absolutely correct.
Hitting those exiles on controller, that's insane.
In fact, nothing's been changed since Berber Patspin were able to choose and finish the end of their attacking side. Able to connect over onto Nevix to bring him down to Bruce Banner and going to confirm the elimination. Just going to leave him in that state to buy more time, as a minute is all that Virtus Pro have left to finish out the map. They do have that Horn of Proteus. If they can bait out Ken, potentially use a Fate of Both Worlds or Alex now that it's available, there might be enough with a damage boost to break through that break point of healing.
Silent Seduction is going to be key here. If Fincy can land it on both strategists, it will silence them, preventing them from getting their defensive ultimates off. 5 now on the Wolverine of their own, going for a ride. Sparker dropping low, will get healed up. This is where Virtus Pro are going to have to start pulling that trigger. But with Fincy down, they no longer have the setup. Once again,
oh no, bro. Virtus Pro.
He's finding so many picks, just pushing people out. And Virtus Pro are building up a lot more ultimates, but they're losing out on time. With Fire trying to connect over on the Wolverine himself, he's trying to get some of that success. Now it's really just Berber Patspin holding on. Overtime is about to hit. No ultimates being used just yet. It's more a case
no
of
way. Oh wait, he lived.
Jumping off and then jumping back. The side base there, ready and waiting. The Silent Seduction, along with the Fate of Both Worlds, is going to give Virtus Pro a little bit more life and a little bit more space that has to be respected from Berber Patspin. They've backed up, given up space, and they've lost Enzo.
Polly is still up, meaning there's no portal to come on in. Horn of Proteus forcing out the second Fate of Both Worlds, but with Polly now down, who is left to be healed? It's gonna be Tanuki.
Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. What an insane choke, bro. Wish it was me.
But they're committing to this. It's full staggers, but Brother, they've bought enough time for the portal. They're gonna try and take this fight. Takes one down. Alex is down. Enzo is down. Sparker is uncontested. Polly is off the point, but they're doing everything in their power to delay, but it's just not enough.
No fucking way, bro. Virtus Pro cap first point, bro. Berber Patspin had that. Dude, that was so crazy. Diving in there and then just getting automatically choked.
You've got the second point to just push up that hill, and then you've got that awkward point in point C to get underneath the bridge. You have to finish out the map. Doesn't matter how much time you have to match what Berber Patspin put down with their own personal best, it feels like. Now Patman may be a bit frustrated that it didn't end there or then. Know how many fights that they're able to take, and they want to be taking as many as possible. That's why the Dance of the Butterflies is going to be used so early on in this engagement. Even if it doesn't necessarily land into a pick, it's actually gone pretty awry, actually. We're seeing some space being created from Virtus Pro. The Thighs move over towards the Wolverine has been a good one. It's just a case of waiting for this Hornet Proteus when you've got people up on the high ground for Berber Patspin. It's really a case of Sparker finding the perfect moment. He uses it. Yo, there's no real picks. I think it's just Enzo that goes down to Bruce Bannerform and Finzi shuts him down.
Sparker's shooting these 3-point shots, bro. They ain't landing.
But it works out, gets them locked down, meaning they can't keep that topped up. Nevic's able to take down Tanuki as Tanuki takes out Finzi, making it in a 1-4-1. Trying to make their way back onto the point. Berber Patspin, even though they are.
Why doesn't he just save his ult to combo with, you know, his Luna to try to kill the other Luna when she ults?
They can commit to this. Their big burst abilities aren't up, but they easily do enough damage with a fully charged Maelstrom of Madness to try and turn this. Final stand comes out from 5. They can't use it. Holly is taken down, getting out of it with the regen domain for the sustain.
That was a hell of a save from Ken. We're also seeing some nice lineups here. Eye of Agamotto catching on to Saife. Follow-up, just not enough. He's able to survive through it, but Nevix can't say the same. It's traded on the other side. There's 2 Vanguards go down, 1 apiece. So it's a 5v5 fighting under this God of Mischief from Ken, who's copied over the fate of both worlds. It was used from Treedraw at the same time. And now Silent Seduction, can it get a little bit more going up this roll, up this hill? Now Finzi not having much. It's Sparker trying to find another little bit of catch. With all these clones, just cleared him out, stopping Berber Patterson, going for an engage, but Tetra, it's looking like another overtime fight at the end of this checkpoint.
Okay, this is another very tough spot to cap, chat. Let's see what happens here.
And these doorways are very thin. Here comes the Horde.
Oh, it looks like they capped this without ease. Never mind.
Sails on through, and they are melting. Berber Patterson. It's essentially
okay, chat. Now the question is, can they cap third?
More just to stop them being staggered from the rest of the team by getting themselves picked off. That is point number 2 for Virtus Pro, and they are heading into what might send us into an overtime as they are cruising on towards point number 3.
That is much better.
They're going to change up their comp at all is the question. It doesn't look like it.
It's working.
Treacherous, yeah. I mean, now it might be a little bit more awkward though. For Patspin, if they've got some tricks, they want to use it now. Tanuki being able to play from the high ground, maybe dive down and catch people in this area. Where Polly is, no player on the attacking side wants to be. It's incredibly scary, and if we see Berber Patspin maintaining control up on the high ground, you could have a 2-pronged attack come all the way in. They have actually managed to catch Enzo that could have been out of position and maybe could have gone down, but it has to use the World Breaker. The stuns have come through over on the side of Virtus Pro, as I think it was the last stand from Fire catching on to 3 people. Follow-up's not quite yet. Fate of both worlds is the thing that's going to keep these defenders alive for the time being, and Eye of Agamotto catching on to Sparker. It's one target.
Holy shit, wait, did he just solo ult of an ulting? Wait, that guy got deleted. That Wolverine just solo ulted, I think, an ulting Hulk, and the Hulk just disappeared.
But Finzi goes down just short of having that own psionic seduction.
What?
And I think somebody's DC'd. And that is such bad timing with less than 10 seconds.
Bro, there's 10 seconds left and it's the last fight of the game, bro. How are you going to pause right there?
They just need to win one more team fight and it could be over. They just have to hold long enough through potentially a portal re-engage.
How are you going to pause right there, dude?
Over. But it comes down to just how much time the side of Berber Patspin have been able to hold back Virtus Pro on this map. They held on that second point on that large ramp for so long.
It's been a hell of a way for this map to potentially end. I think neither team are going to be happy about this, but so long as we can get all 12 players back into the server.
Wait,
it's going to be a key moment.
Wait, did they say they need to get all 12 players back into the server?
They're not a team that can't do these kind of plays. When the odds are stacked against them, they can certainly pull themselves up by their bootstraps to be able to put on an on-par performance.
Was it one person that disconnected, or did he say all 12 people?
You always just feel that they have a trick up their sleeve at any given moment. And now I don't know what the rules are necessarily when it comes to DCs, if players can talk or not. In other games, you have to be silent, which I imagine would be the case here. But if not, gives you a little bit of time to deliberate what your next moves could be on either side.
Oh, just one person? I thought he said all 12 people. I was about to say, what?
Whether you can talk or not, thinking is going to be important. Working out which people are down. Who can swap to Strange for the side of Virtus Pro, as they are not currently playing it. They've been on the Emma and the Hulk, which means anyone who goes down can portal. This is a little bit of versatility. You lose out on the strengths that Doctor Strange gives, like that Eye of Agamotto, Maelstrom of Madness being so deadly and such a big blow-up ability. It can be very rough to deal with, but they gain the advantage of being able to portal in when needed for these last second pushes, and that's exactly what we have. A last second here for Virtus Pro, down to less than 10.
As a reminder for the bans, we saw Virtus Pro taking out Emma, Torch, Captain America, and Magneto, and protecting the Emma and Torch
What?
themselves.
Jay looking
So
real good with a black shirt. Black shirt is better than a white shirt. Nah, I love lighter colors when I'm
Loki,
wearing.
which they also protect. Captain America.
Black
Polka
isn't
Dagger,
black
and then make
slimming,
sure that
but
they get
nah,
the
I
shirt
like
right at the end,
I like
which
lighter.
don't think is in play. nor
Professional
has been in
yappers.
play
They
so
have
far
to
from
yap.
them
Someone disconnected,
on
guys.
our
What are they supposed to do? Just sit here and just not
I
talk?
think you might be
They're
right. I
paid
don't
to
think we have
talk,
seen the
chat.
Punisher
They're
yet.
literally paid to talk.
Because Tanuki's been on Black Panther a little bit, is on the Wolverine, which I think has been their saving grace.
It's been huge.
It's been
Right.
the case of honestly the difference maker,
Don't
to the
talk
point
to
that
my
we've actually
baby.
had to see Virtus Pro make the move themselves.
Where are you
to
going?
try
Your
to
room?
Contest it, really.
Are you playing your Disney game?
I feel like if we talk about like the characters that have been the defining features
Hey!
of the group stages, we're going to be looking at Cloak and Dagger, Mantis, people like that. Maybe Adam Warlock.
Yeah,
at
like
the
what do
end.
you
If
what do
you're
you want the
looking at this
casters to
current
do
playoff
when
stage
someone
that we've only
disconnects? Do you just want them to sit here and just be like this?
It might have to be Wolverine and Hulk. Those are the ones taking a little bit of inspiration from Insomnia. Everyone's kind of jumping on this train a little bit.
And there's a lot of good ideas with it, and I think it is just more. It's hard to really focus down some of the flyers. You know, it tends to be if you have more than 2 flyers going, Star-Lord seems to be a really good option.
They have a lot of stuff to talk about. Trust me, they can yap.
Could just shoot you from the ground. Wolverine just being.
Are
able
you in
to
your room?
catch. The CC's always been rated really strongly, but also
Emily.
the fact that you can CC them and also have so much control
Emily.
over where they're going to land, you pull them right back
Hello?
into your team. There isn't much that any character could do to get.
Are
out
you
of that
downstairs?
scene. Speaking of which,
Oh,
I think
because
that
I
we
think
are seeing a lot
Boba-
of stuff from
Boba's
Virtus
trying
Pro
to
when it
find
comes
you.
to
He left my
the
room.
strategists. I think Saipe and Redro are having to work overtime to put out the amount of healing to keep people alive. And when you've got Loki available on the other side for Ken, being able to match that as like an invisible woman in the side of Saipe is very, very, very hard work. And especially when they have a lot of Wolverines to try and push and pull around to stop them getting full value.
They very much have to hold.
Oh,
on to
they're
the
back.
and we're back in. Never mind.
Wait, we're
With
back
no
in
seconds remaining,
just like
already
that
overtime.
with
Stars
10
is gonna be
seconds
holding it,
remaining.
but
What the
post off the point. Then suddenly that
There's
title
no
starts to
countdown
tick
or
down.
any-
Here comes the reinforcements from Nevix to hold.
Nah, that's fucked up. If Virtus Pro Virtus Pro is gonna lose this. Either Virtus Pro is gonna lose this and say that their momentum was cut off because there was a pause.
For a turnaround. No one on the portal as of yet for Virtus Pro. They're just going to try and reinforce the manual way. And Dance of the Butterfly is cleaning them off the point. Fincy falls.
No,
The time of
no,
falls. Ryan,
nah,
it's
chat.
gonna be a
Listen.
1-1.
I really enjoy that this is a very close game and the series is tied 1-1. But if I was on Virtus Pro and that just happened to me, I'm fucking fighting someone. I'm going outside and I'm fucking fighting whoever I see is next. Listen, I don't care if it's a fucking little kid. I don't care if it's an old lady. These hands are rated E for everyone. If that happened to me, bro.
To progress much further than that.
That's tough.
We're on as even so far. So much of the focus has been for Berber Patbin. If you can win on domination,
Nah,
that's
that's
your best
crazy,
bet.
bro.
Outside of that, it's going to be really hard. And here we are, being able to take the win over on the convoy map.
And look at Tanuki, 16 final hits, at least a couple of them environmental.
What if it was Virtus Pro, the one who gets it disconnected? Then I'm going to fight whoever bought me this computer. Whoever gave me that computer, that gave me that disconnect, I'm fighting. Like I said, rated E for everyone, chat.
Guardian Barrier can't protect you if you're not behind Guardian Barrier. And that last stand from Tanuki we saw there was a great isolation. The amount of times they were picked up by the Feral Leap were great isolations. Tanuki showing us why
yeah, you guys need to remember. You guys need to remember.
It's just been a rise
there
and
is
fall of how people
$750,000 and $854,000. There's millions of dollars on the line here. This isn't just a casual game. There's money.
So Jolly is possibly one of the
almost $2 million.
They're 2-1 on it so far. Central Park, they're undefeated, but they only played it once, which was yesterday. It really is like a symbiotic service. You've lost Jalia, you've lost at one point. Virtus Pro are not looking like completely clean on the map ball that is required of them for this next game. So it means that there is a good chance here. I think symbiotic service for Patapim, they're 2-0 on it. And whilst they did pick Jalia once, they also lost. So really, it's a case of Virtus Pro maybe taking us there just because it's a map that they've got a little bit more time and pressure on. But it's not as if Patapim are going to be too upset at the fact that we could go over towards the galactic continent that is Wakanda.
We have been seeing a bit of a rise of the fastball special from other teams that aren't Insomnia. Berber Patapim picking that up. It would do so well, as we saw from Insomnia, on a map like Symbiotic Surface. So if Virtus Pro get a choice, maybe moving away from that, like you say, to Hall of Jalia could be a little bit of a safer choice for them, even though they're going to have a little bit of trauma from it.
Are maps selected by the losers? Yes. When you lose a game, you get to decide the map
of this series. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with game number 3.
Yeah, if you lose, you get to decide the map, but you cannot play what has already been played. So if you just played Domination, you have to pick a payload or a hybrid map. And if you picked, if let's say you already played a Domination in a payload, then you have to pick any what do you call it? Hybrid map. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. And then after all 3 modes are played, then you can play whatever map that you want, I think. I think that's what they said. I'm pretty sure that's what they said. So you cannot, so let's just say if you're a great Domination team, you cannot be like, hey, I want to play Domination. Oh, I lost Domination. Oh, I lost Domination. You can't do that. All right, nice. Easy. All right. I can't believe Berber Patapim is an unsigned team. I'm pretty sure after this tournament, they might get signed, chat. They might get signed. If there, I don't know if there's any other orgs looking to get into Marvel Rivals, but I feel like they would want to because, I mean, it's a $3 million on the line. But the one thing that I need, I don't know if Berber Patapim is like gonna watch this VOD or, I mean, I know one of them likes to do. The one thing that they should not do is they shouldn't sign to a team just for the grand finals, chat, if they make it there. Because if they sign to a team, unless they get in their contract that they get all the tournament winnings, because it would be really fucked up if they sign with an org and then the org takes 50% or let's say their tournament winnings and they get fucked. How you doing, Dad? They should not do that. So right now, if they're unsigned, whatever their team wins, they get. So that's good. I know a lot of teams, because no team wants to be unsigned, bro. Players want to get signed, chat. Orgs, you know, they want to get salaried. Right now they're playing for free. Orgs will pay them a salary, and it might look good. They might be like, hey, What team are you on, Dad? I'm not on a team, Dad. Menace, appreciate the massive new tier 1 sub as well. They're gonna be like, hey, yeah, we'll pay you $2,000 a month or $3,000 a month. Sign with us. You guys could be, let's say, team FaZe. And then, hey, you won the tournament, congratulations. Yoink, they steal all your money, and then, yeah, good luck.
As we see Berber Patapim evening up the series and taking us to a convergence map.
FaZe, Jay? I couldn't think of an org name. I just said FaZe.
So, I mean, there's a couple
what
of
happened?
options there, like we sort of mentioned before the break, but
Jesus,
it's up for Virtus
you
Pro
scared
to
me. You
decide
started
where exactly
yelling.
they
I
want
thought
to be taking
something
Berber Patapim. Again, these teams, because they're in separate groups, might have been scrimming quite a lot last week, for example, when we saw them in different areas where they didn't have to play up against each other. But surely they knew that it was always going to lead towards this. Another rematch of these squads where Berber Patapim have been close to potentially beating Virtus Pro in the past, but no cigar up until now, potentially. We're even on map score, Tetcher. It's going to take a lot more theatrics like we just saw in Araco for Berber Patapim to keep that energy up against Virtus Pro, it feels.
We're in a best of 5, meaning either of these teams still need to win twice in order to claim victory. We still have quite a bit to go, and these teams have gone to the peak before when it comes to the series going all the way to final maps. So far, Virtus Pro has come away ahead in all of those matchups. But there is the argument for attrition. There's only so many times you can avoid getting hit by a powerful team like this until something slips.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many teams going in for them now. I think really we're sort of looking at Rad, naturally, Z10 up until today. Maybe the fact that they lost pretty handedly, I think, to Rad earlier makes it feel like it might be a 3-horse race yet again. But now, for Virtus Pro, their choice of map, as they just lost up to Berber Patapim, and also choice of side. I think in the last 2 games, they have been the first team up on the chopping block. So maybe they want to go over towards being that second ban, which is so good with the triple bans later on that you can try to catch people out by surprise. But nope, they're still committing to being the team in blue, defending first on Halls of Dajalia, which is Berber Patapim. They're going to be pretty happy about it because they've also picked it. Granted, they lost. It means that they show some promise here.
They have the experience. This does, of course, mean that Berber Patapim get the highly sought after early protection, or at least that early first protection, but having 2 protections for Virtus Pro a little bit earlier on in the draft can be a big difference maker. At Berber Patapim, they're looking at this and saying, hello. What has been missing from these drafts? We've been focusing so much on banning out and trying to protect the Emma or a Magneto or something like that, or in some cases a Strange, a Wolverine. They have finally been gifted Captain America. Freedom reigns.
Emma Frost banned out for Virtus Pro. They're not the kind of team to really change stuff up for the sake of changing it. In fact, them first banning out Loki seems to be the most spicy thing that they've done in quite some time. Which makes sense. I think Patapim have shown their hand of wanting to try and protect it first, so at least they have an option in the backline. Now the ban's going to come through to make sure that neither team can get their hands over on the Code of Mischief, as we now go into that stage where both teams are going to ban at the same time.
We're looking at that human torch. Has been so deadly from Berber Patapim, so they're going to take it away, and we're going to see Berber Patapim look to take away the Captain America. They want it one-sided. Give Polly the freedom. But this also means that Berber Patapim get their protect before Virtus Pro's last ban. They could, if they wanted to, secure the Psylocke, meaning that the cousins could be activated like sleeper agents to try and get into Virtus Pro's backline.
I would have thought that there might be, because of the ban of the Torch, that they might protect Torch here, but no, instead they're looking to try and grab the Loon, Dredro, or potentially Sidebase. Both are able to play it. So it does feel like for this final ban, I mean, surely you take out the Torch. You don't want to have that just for free without Virtus Pro needing to protect it.
Yeah. It's
Does it you have to copy in that
Animal
sense?
Mantis, somewhere
Yeah.
in that line because of how much Virtus Pro do play that comp. I completely forgot about Cloak and Dagger. Never mind. While the Human Torch has been so viable, I still would have potentially leaned that way, but that's why I'm not here. I'm not the better player. They get that damage bonus from a Cloak and Dagger. It has been dominant, and so far, game number 1, Virtus Pro, they had Cloak and Dagger, they won. Game number 2, they didn't. There is a correlation here. Maybe not causation, but there's at least notes to look at.
So I look protected for Pokey. So Pokey and Polly are going to be the ones in the draft that have the most say. And a non-mirrored Luna are going to be coming in for Virtus Pro. So they have the Emma, they have the Luna,
The right heroes can
and they're
make
able to
all
actually
the
get the
difference.
torch for free. They're going to have a Psylocke for free as well, as it was only protected from Patapim in the end. The only thing that they don't really have is the Cloak and Dagger, but because of that protection over onto Luna, Invisible Woman, you can go for the Guardians composition. Choices galore for Virtus Pro, but a really interesting draft to see both these teams have to change stuff going from map to map.
One-sided Cloak and Dagger, but the big loss here for the side of Berber Patapim is they did not get that Luna. They got basically everything else in terms of all those backline dive characters with that Psylocke and with that Captain America, but they don't get the Idol Aura. This is what could have been the key for a much more solid setup. Now they have to play a little bit more defensively, having to dive in and go for those dives, of course, but being more prepared to disengage because you don't get that consistent healing.
Alapim attacking first. You can already see that Enzo is looking to be a little bit more annoying. I think looks like he's on the Loki, but no, it's a Doctor Strange he's going to be on. Skin throw me off a little bit. I was like, hold on a second. Wait a minute. And all bodies on the point. Maybe expecting Enzo with Doctor Strange might go for the portal play.
Oh, it just started. Okay, thank you, thank you. Sorry, chat. I didn't mean to go AFK for so long.
His legs up until now. Now he's going for the portal play to set up the turret. Lovely stuff.
So they hear the portal, they're going to position because they did that portal close enough that Virtus Pro would have probably got the sound key. Here comes the portal into the calling tower, but no,
it's the wrong way. It's the wrong way around.
No.
Oh no! Did they fuck up the portal and put it backwards?
Set up to make such a comical error. Hopefully Tanuki can see the funny side,
here, do
but
it
it
before
certainly
you go
wasn't
downstairs.
something that Virtus Pro were expected. They just see a portal rise and it's just the fresh air in the sky from another part. Good God.
That is unfortunate.
Whatever place you
Immediately
like.
Tanuki has
I'll let you
abandoned
decide.
that, made their way down to join the rest of the team. Fi now just having a lovely time up in the air. Already used the Fantastic Force. They did get that Invisible Woman, so they get that extra healing side.
I've never seen a portal fumble in an upper bracket finals before, chat. Playoffs, by the way.
Now has self-healing. They have a Guardian Barrier. They even have that one-sided Lunar Snow with that Idol Aura on them. Fi is going to have so much freedom this game.
Well, Alex has managed to find himself a very early Eternal Bond, and Ken has matched it. That strategist duo palming up the ultimate is just a little bit before Dreedra and Saipe, but the invisible boundaries could be used on this corner of the point, which makes it very uncomfortable for Virtus Pro because they need to start contesting. It's 2/3 that Berber Patapim have been able to grab, potentially a little bit more. Silent Seduction trying to pull people out of it, like the Pied Piper pulling them pretty much into the river, and with Sparker, he's dunking on them.
Damn, bro. When two supports start playing patty cake and you don't kill anyone, that would piss me off.
Guardian Barrier is allowing the backliners to sustain on through that dance of the butterfly, but Sparker will still chase them back to force a reset either way. It's just a question of whether they go on legs or via the spawn room. Berber Patapim will be forced to regroup, but while they did use a lot of their defensive ultimates, they still have Freedom Charge, which will give them that bonus health for anyone who is in the pathway of Captain America, which will be their tool to try and engage. Here comes the commitment. Final Judgment as well as Fi.
Captain America just screams assemble and then he just runs.
To stay out of sight of that Punisher, who doesn't seem to be able to spot them right now. The healing output, that bonus health for the Guardian Barrier is keeping Tanuki topped up, though as Fitzy's the first to fall, but Tanuki will go down to Sparker on that flank. Enzo chasing them down, trying to get onto Pokey, and with Sparker dropping huge damage, chasing down Ken. But the point was still taken. Berber Patapim were able to zone well enough.
Yeah, now Sparker, it's a case of trying to exit elegantly.
Oh, we have ourselves a game, chat. At least it wasn't a full hold, bro.
Coming in from the
Wait, did Finzi disconnect?
Saipe, it's a little bit more chill. Luna Snow.
Bro,
still fun stuff, but we're missing
no,
out on
chat.
Another player, I think.
Is the reason that Virtus Pro didn't win the last game is because
I mean, I
Finzi
still need to recover
disconnected?
from the
He was
portal
running in the
play because
wall.
It almost was just too silly. That was like some Benny Hill sketch right there with a portal, I swear.
They're all human. That is the whole point here. This is something that we do talk about very rarely when it comes to pro players because they are always so composed. But these are high pressure situations, and there is the possibility that it can get to you. And you're so focused on, here is our strategy, here is everything we can do. It is possible when you're thinking of so much, what is the right angle, which abilities are used in what sequence, that you do forget something like that.
What did you get?
I know exactly where this portal goes. Just
two of them?
the wrong way round. A single movement of a
and you're
mouse.
getting two of those?
It's very easy to miss in these high pressure situations. Pro players we see it so rarely because they're always so composed. It does happen.
The beauty of it having this pause is that I can check the reaction.
Soy,
for people
garlic,
with the delay
Korean
in chat
chicken
because,
wings?
Oh man, it's too funny. At least we're having these sort of moments here.
Huh?
And for now, the players just given a little bit of respite whilst we have people connect back in. I'm not quite sure who it was that was disconnected beforehand. So,
oh yeah, last game I don't know. This game it's Finzi.
Oh, it's Finzi.
Yes, we had a quick second of them running into a wall, so they are. We're just trying to get them back into the game before we carry on.
Virtus Pro losing the point, I think, with like 4 minutes on the clock now, maybe even a little bit more, as that fight was sort of forced out. Patchbeam had a really good showing, managed to take 2/3 of the point pretty early on. And whilst the fights were good from Virtus Pro, it did feel a little bit like they were just. I wasn't quite on the ball. Like the objective was either progressing up nicely for Patchbeam or just flat out taking it.
Chat,
as we saw from Sparker. He was on the way to having a really nice clean free kit, and then bam, oops, the payload has spawned and it's going to start moving, so you better get out of there.
Hey, hold up.
Yeah, the fight was won, quite frankly, by Virtus Pro, but they didn't win it where they needed to, losing the objective while they were taking a lot of those KOs.
What kind of boba do I get? Do I get Taro?
Spark needs to get out of there because the spawn door is now next to you, and you need to skedaddle before you
or do
are
I just
becoming
get the signature
a nice
milk
stagger
tea?
for Virtus Pro to get some solid distance with this statue of Bast.
Hopefully it won't be too long. I think it was about 2-3 minutes before we go back into game. I don't know what the rules are when it comes to like timeouts, because sometimes previous games, previous times might be like 15 minutes, and then we have to sort of consider about getting a substitute in, which I do believe Virtus Pro have. They had Lindstrom and stuff on the team.
Do you think Eagle Death will beat 100 Thieves today? To be honest with you, 100 Thieves is looking. They were a really great team, but they're looking kind of weak lately. I don't know what's going on.
Off you pop. It's your job to go play main Vanguard now in a pretty pivotal match that Patchbeam are certainly not wanting to let go anytime soon, right?
What did you get? 50% sugar?
To move on to this upper bracket. We literally just heard them get called out by Rad in our previous series. When they were asked who they'd want to play against, they said that they wanted to play against Berber and Patapim because they wanted revenge for the last fight night that they played in. And Berber and Patapim, they'd love to move up here because, again, the further you move in this upper bracket, the more of a buffer you have to get to those grand finals, which is the key position. Obviously, these teams are safe. The top cut of everyone in this bracket is going on to stage 2 when it comes to Marvel Rivals Ignite for EMEA. But getting those top spots, the potential for going to that mid-season finals, it is prestigious. The first international offline event for these teams. You want to be one of the first teams to go, and being in the upper bracket is an advantage to get there.
Sorry, chat. Emily wanted me to get Boba for her, so we got Boba.
Well, been a little bit of a reset, and it's 3.5 minutes on the clock for Berber Patapim, getting an extra 2.5 for actually capping the objective. Virtus Pro, now that
the one good thing I like about this game that I don't think Overwatch does, correct me if I'm wrong, when Finzi disconnected here, he still keeps the same old charge, which is really good.
Everyone stayed grouped up, able to get out of danger using that Dagger Storm from Alex to keep the team topped up, and the Eternal Bond to make sure that they can commit to this. Media M coming in to try and siege Ramon, and finds it. The prediction from Enzo. Pokey gets Nevis.
You've never tried
Pokey before? To see Virtus Pro's defense getting absolutely cleaned up right now. Vinci, the last to fall.
I mean, get whatever that like sounds good to you.
All aboard, except for Ken, who is walking back.
Depends on the place that you go to.
Back inside for Berber Patbim looking good today. If they can get things rolling, there has to be a contest here, and it's exactly that for Sparker. He's the one that dives on first and pretty much taken out instantly. Even when you've got the fire put on the ground from Fi, it isn't really enough to deter Berber Patbim, not forcing them back into any of these engagements. Psychic Sphere dealt with, Freedom Charge got to allow a bit more space. And then the final Judgment to try and carve through on top. Jay3 just getting the fate of both worlds, but it's not enough to keep one of the Fantastic Four alive. The other one going to be using Invisible Boundary on the side of Berber Patbim to just blockade this as much as possible. Finzi.
Damn, what a pullback. Wait a minute. Oh, is he going to die? He's going to die, though. Fuck.
And with just under 3 minutes on the point, or 3 meters even, Virtus Pro have managed to pull this back off the back of a really nice supernova.
Damn.
Beautiful
Fi.
Well
Okay.
to make sure they can catch Pokey on the way out, and now it's a chase back to spawn.
Excuse me.
Gets out of there, will make their way back to everyone else, and will get healed up. We did see a little bit of the combo that we saw a little bit earlier, utilizing that Freedom Charge to set up for a final Judgment. The reason they're doing this for starters, bonus health going to be that Punisher is going to be protected throughout that ultimate. But also, what is the weakness of this ultimate other than just blowing it up? The fact it makes you move slower, while that also got buffed, making the Punisher even stronger. The Freedom Charge, anyone in the path gets a movement speed buff, allowing you to try and go in for these harder games as Nevix swaps to the Venom, and that is Virtus Pro catching everyone on the rotation, cleaning up. They're going to force yet another stagger. The Eternal Bond was set up, allowing the dive from Polly and Alex, but now they're all alone, and they're going to get cleaned up, setting up yet another stagger.
Damn, they're so far in.
Ends up with a double kill. So now Virtus Pro set themselves up with a good amount of a hold. Nevix being able to get that Feast of the Abyss means that he's sat pretty comfortably. Your strategists are sat nicely as well. You've got the Invisible Boundary and just on the cusp of having a fate of both worlds. Other Patbim need to find an opening. Enzo's been on this Magneto for quite some time, so the Meteor M, if they can get onto the back line, as these bigger ultimates are going to be used, that could be really key to stop this from going any further. As overtime is about.
Is it even possible to get to Eternity solo queue?
Yeah.
I solo queue like 80% of my games.
Control of the payload. They have to worry about where
it's just going to be a lot harder.
Defenders are going to come from.
Solo queue's a vibe, bro. Solo queue's a vibe. I like solo queuing. But I also like making friends.
And the final Judgment will likely be the first tools to be burned. Invisible Boundary will actually be the first trigger as the Sonic Seduction comes out first. But Tanuki just obliterating Finzi to make sure that Sonic Seduction goes down. Media M absorbing at least a couple of the shots from Fi, who's been able to hold on to Supernova for this entire time.
I think Sparker's waiting to go into the back line with his ult.
The final Judgment is coming on in, melting through the Venom, but the Supernova and Sparker is enough.
There you go. Look at there you go. There you go. Sparker with a little solid 2K on both supports. 3K. Make that a little 4K. Holy shit. Make that a little 5K. Okay, Sparker.
Empty as Virtus Pro hold on one.
God damn.
That was insanely clean from Sparker there at the end. It's really been a highlight reel for him so far, playing up on the sideline.
Was it 6? I counted 5.
But some of the moments that he's had on Halls of Dajalia have just been splendid to watch, it looks like.
I think when you stack with people, it makes the game harder, though.
Cap that first point has
I think that's what happens. I think if you stack, you probably go against other stacks, but it makes your games harder.
Really put the tie in it for them. So even though Berber Patbim weren't able to sort of finish off past that first point, it still might be good enough if they can have an absolute out of their minds hold here.
That is going to be the play. But Berber Patbim, they have the Punisher, which is extremely good on these heavy defensive holds. With the Invisible Woman, they have the tools. Let's see if they can pull out the win here. Virtus Pro, on the other hand, they look like they are going to be mixing it up. They are now on the attack. We are seeing Jay3 going to be bringing out this Penny Parker just so they can get some armor on the setup. But Sparker moving over to the Mantis is a bit more of a telegraph as to how Virtus Pro plan on playing this.
Sparker has more final hits than the entirety of Patbim combined. That's how good he has been on this map. And you could even say that the point was lost for Virtus Pro because of the DC from Finzi, because I think he was contesting it at the point, and then, you know, DC walked off the map into a wall. Hard to know. It's certainly something that we're going to have to look back on and just double check exactly how that went and how that transpired. But Nevertheless, Berber Patspin managed to find a lot of space even before that DC happened. Portal play, it didn't quite work last time for Berber Patspin, but on Virtus Pro, looking to do something a little bit similar, seeing if they can catch somebody by surprise. They're going to leap right on top of the high ground, instantly forcing Berber Patspin to surrender this space.
High ground is abandoned. That is an aggressive portal. Often you'll see it placed around the corner to prevent anyone from getting picked off when they first step through the portal. Virtus Pro, they ain't about that life. They are all about aggression on this point. They commit early, and as such, they've already managed to step onto the point and start zoning away Berber Patapim. The team is split as Polly is once again in the backline. They turn to try and deal with them. Enzo is dropping low, but has both the strategists keeping that focus onto them to make sure that they can sustain through these fights. Pushing on in aggressively as Finzi, Maelstrom of Madness, is keeping the pressure onto those front lines, but it doesn't seem to be creating a huge amount of distance. Virtus Pro are just winning due to the fact that they have the zoning control for now.
Managed to get a third already, and that Dance the Butterfly is in a great spot. Him and Sparker has been able to find so much
Yo,
success,
Rad dude, for 59 months, appreciate it, my friend.
The trade. Now with the invisible boundary, however, Virtus Pro, a player down, might even be able to keep contesting, and it's really a statement that they're trying to make off the back of the Silent Seduction being used. Freedom Charge forced out from Polly to try and get a little bit more in the face, and Enzo connecting perfectly onto one of the strategists. In fact, everything for Berber Patchum is going to follow through. Almost 2/3 grab for Virtus Pro. But it's been
where the hell did that one other support go? What the fuck?
And a lot of ultimates used up from Virtus Pro.
Did he jump off the map? Oh, he jumped off the map.
Realizing that they hadn't got deep enough into the backline yet, tried to go for a dive with the Eye of Agamotto. They got onto the backline, but Tanuki was already transforming into that final judgment form, and we did not see Dredro arrive in time for the save. Fincy gets taken out, the backline survives, and Berber and Patapim are able to repel. With just under 2 minutes remaining, Supernova is on the line for Phi, but with no defensive ultimates, they also need to be careful of Dance and the Butterfly as Berber Patapim. Pokey begins to hover on the flank.
Really, at this point, is it worth using Dance the Butterflies from Pokey? Yeah, you're right, there's no strategist ultimates to rely on yet. Side pace still a while away to have it, but everybody's grouped up, so a lot of this damage, if positioned well, Virtus Pro don't need to worry about that.
Oh, come on, Pokey, bro. Come on, Pokey.
Takes him out, make sure that the ultimate doesn't get too much, and the point is going to progress. A similar amount of time on the board that Berber Patwim had, but they know that they don't need to finish up the map, they just need to get to the end of point B.
Just the end of point B is what stands.
Why are there a bunch of sprays all over?
Lead in this series.
What do you mean, on the map? People just like spraying.
3.5 minutes is how long they have to hold this out. But
I remember when I used to play a lot of Overwatch, that was like a very like ADHD thing to do. When there's nothing going on, you just spray the floor. Or after like a fight, you spray the floor. Or when you're reloading, you spray the floor. I don't know, it's just a
high value options here. Sparker already with Dance of the Butterfly, ready again. Here comes another Guardian Barrier to try and delay.
Wow, they managed to get one though.
They take out Ken, and Sparker retreats into the invisible boundary.
Oh, this counterattack. Yeah, this counterattack is actually great for Berber Patspin. They clean up.
Your brain always
entirely.
has to be doing something, man. Always.
Sparko is just bringing everybody down low.
See, like that. There's nothing going on. See, like, look at that. Exactly what I'm talking about. There's nothing going on. He's just spraying the floor.
Pro could keep that going, but it was just off the back of that.
Or spamming voice lines.
From Alex. And Polly, Enzo, Ken, all able to follow up a little bit more. This is a very sneaky portal. Trying to get it pixel perfect to see if Imzy can leap in and create a bit more space. And up in the sky, you have to worry about the Eye of Agamotto, especially if Nevix is going to connect over on the
Oh my god. What a fucking
Enzo,
shot by Enzo. Controller, by the way, chat.
Player showing that he can hit a moving target, a clay pigeon for him. But Nevix is still finding so many picks, and I think we might have lost Finzi again.
Bro, what the hell is going on, yo?
As they tried to engage with an aerial psionic seduction to set that up.
Yo,
but
bro.
in order to follow up with a psionic seduction, you need to land your shots.
Bro.
How do you counter that?
Bro.
Yo,
Bro.
The flying Phi off on the side.
Someone turn on the fucking stove, bro. Yeah, what the hell's going on, dude?
That might have been the saving grace from Enzo for the
Speaking about that, was that made into a tweet on TikTok?
Trading that for a 1-for-1 as Polly was finally caught in the backline, but they were only caught there because Virtus Pro were in the process of retreating.
So we have a bit more time left for Virtus Pro. Tetra, what's your prediction? Do you think they're going to be able to finish up this map, or do you think Berber Patspin are about to take the lead?
Oh, that's a harsh question to ask me right now, but I will give you my best answer. I feel like Virtus Pro have been creating a lot of openings, and I don't feel like Berber and Patapim's defense against this
Oh,
Dance
yeah,
of
it
the
was a
Butterfly
TikTok.
have been effective enough because of how aggressive Finzy's been playing on this Strange to add just enough extra damage. If you try to defend against the Dance of the Butterfly, you need to group up. If you're grouped up, you get hit by the Maelstrom. It's kind of similar to what
yo,
Berber and Patapim did in the last
Lincoln.
game.
Appreciate that as a prime sub, my friend.
Adjustment, I'm leaning
Someone said if my boy's air fryer and microwave or stove are on, his room loses power. What?
Chance Berber Patapim to maybe catch their breath a little bit. Like I said before, I'm not quite sure on the rulings if these disconnections keep happening, because it's been pretty much every half for the last game and a bit. And surely there's maybe rules if this starts getting a bit out of hand, and we're assuming that it's
one DC is forgivable, two DCs drop them. You really think that
second time?
You really think
we don't have any
that Virtus Pro is gonna drop Finzy
in the first or third?
Yeah, that's not happening, bro. That's not happening.
Hopefully this will be the last one. Hopefully we don't see too much of this for the rest of the game, but at the very least it's good to see, especially after the Z10 game where they had a couple of disconnections last week. That
all I'm going to say is that you guys are frustrated that this is happening by saying this throws off momentum and it's not fun at all and yada yada.
They're probably not going to get it.
You guys don't think that they know that? You guys might be pissed off, but they're pissed off probably 20 times more than you. They're the ones that are actually playing for money.
There are also... Oh, never mind, we're back in. I'll tell that story another day. As Sparker looking for another charge of already at 78, 84% on this Dance of the Butterfly. It just charges up so quickly. They're ready to dive into the backline, but defensive abilities, invisible boundary, and freedom charge. Berber and Patapim, they can time it well. They might get a turnaround, but Sparker fading, trying to bait out these ultimates heroes.
Virtus Pro is a good enough team to not use this as a strategy, chat, to win.
Only one defensive ability left. They know it's time to drop it. Force Ken to force that ability out.
That's a big ult. That's a big ult, bro.
To push on in even further with defensive abilities down. Polly is going to be the ones who have to hold this on the finish line with freedom charge, with that extra bonus health, giving them every second they can. Ken is keeping them alive as best they can, but down goes Polly, and Virtus Pro push on in to take the lead in a 2-1.
See? Virtus Pro disconnects. Virtus Pro still takes the lead, chat. I do feel bad though. It does throw off momentum and shit.
But just the way that Polly went down,
because imagine if Berber Patapim actually loses, then they're gonna be like, wow. If there wasn't any DCs, we'd have probably won.
Supernova and Fire really started to come in and shine. Now, Virtus Pro taking back the lead, Berber Patapim having the choice in map next. It reopens now.
I mean, to be honest with you, it doesn't really look like.
Patapim won.
Fi went 29 and 5. Sparker went 30 and 2. Chat. I don't think anything's
taking us to Yggdrasil or, for example, back to another convergence map like we've just seen here. The best kind of damage, I suppose, that's available for Berber Patapim is probably on domination. However, Krakoa not quite going their way.
Not quite going their way.
It might not be even. It might not even be their computers, chat. It might just actually be the game not being maybe optimized or something. I don't know.
Perhaps a symbiotic surface will
Who knows?
a bit longer, but it's more of a chance to get these flanking pickups, or they can try and take us to another convoy, where, like you said, Yggdrasil Path is an option, but there's also maps like Spider Island for a little bit of a turnaround. I just heard from the manager for Virtus Pro that last DC was not them. Finzy was in position this time, getting some.
Oh, there you go. See, it wasn't even Virtus Pro's fault. The DC wasn't even them. It was Berber Patapim, probably.
Such an insane sentence to say.
Both teams.
Nevik setting that up.
Both teams are having issues.
I love that Blaney was just like, that wasn't us. That wasn't stop this slander. Stop this fake news. But maybe it's just a certain day, like various countries, the weather's warm. I mean, it's a heat wave. I think production was saying yesterday that, like, it's very warm in Poland, and, like, we're used to it as Brits complaining, so I think I'd give
It's very warm in Poland. Like, wait, are they having the tournament?
It's warm in a lot of places.
Are the servers like in Poland?
In fact, it impacted me earlier, so I'm also on that list, I suppose, of people sort of in the black, I suppose, of being disconnected now and again. But here, there's no reason to sort of switch off and disconnect out of this series.
Tara
so
said this
far.
is the smoothest build and he doesn't even want to play on the actual game anymore.
It was a very
yeah, you know that's actually kind of crazy that they're playing on a professional build or a practice build or something. They're basically playing on a different game that we all play, chat, because they play on a different patch, and that game is actually a lot better than what we play on.
Picking the map that we could be heading into a game number 5 if they take that game number 4. Being able to pick your map is a huge advantage when it comes to that, and we'll be finding out where Berber and Patapim will be taking us after this break. Give time for the players to get sat down, get comfortable, deal with the pressure of these matchups, and give us time for a quick drink. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
It's a good skin.
A gift from Khonshu. The moon haunts you. Not bad, eh, Khonshu?
Oh shit. Yeah, it's not here yet. Will you be buying the new Punisher skin? I have no idea, chat. I'm probably gonna... We'll see in a little bit when I launch the game. My job needs me to move my car to shut down the parking lot. They don't know that... Don't they know that the Marvel Rival players are having it? Yeah, tell your job to go fuck off and mind their own business. You're currently watching a stream with Jay3. And then after you say that you're with Jay3, they're gonna be like, oh, I'm sorry. Here's a promotion, here's a raise, become the CEO of the company. And there you go. And then they'll understand. How? Jay, will you play today? In the tournament, no, but comp, probably. I just got fired? Nice. Same. Nice, nice, nice. I mean, if this tournament ends at 5, we have like, what, 2 hours until NA starts? Oh my god, bro. I want to know, how long did this last? This has been going on for almost 8 hours. Oh my god. And if NA starts at 7 o'clock, and that goes on for 8 hours, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3. I'm going to be finishing at 3 a.m. Chat, are you guys ready for a long day? Wait, I'm at work, but I told my boss I'm on Twitch. I told my boss that I'm on Twitch. He let me be here. Having a boss or having a job that low-key lets you watch Twitch is fucking awesome, because I feel like it makes days go by so much faster, and like, yeah, that has to be so cool. My boss doesn't allow me to watch Twitch when I work. my boss doesn't let me watch Twitch. Twitch.
Ball is back in Berber Patapim's court, and they have decided to take us to Hell's Heaven. Naturally, quelle surprise, they want to go to Domination, which is an area, and this is also a map that they've been consistently able to take up against Virtus.pro in previous innings.
Twitch is banned at my work computer, so I'm here on YouTube.
And hopefully not the cursings of the hells as we head into the Hydra base. Berber Patapim looking to try and take the more brawlier playstyle of Domination. Like you said, they've had some pretty reasonable success on it in the past, and they need to take this. Otherwise, they're heading down to that lower bracket. It's time to even up the series or send us home and get prepared for the Americas.
The Emma drops are over, but you still have magic drops.
It has always been a choice of, well, it's both attacking, but the red side, second ban, Virtus.pro have always been in that pole position for the time being. And that Loki ban, I think, did make a world of difference for them. They're going to continue it on from Jajalia. Magneto taken out from Padapim, which I think is pretty much in line with what we've been seeing consistently. Yeah, Mag has been the first ban with them so far all of the games today.
But this means that Emma and Cap are both available for the teams that want them. We're immediately going to see Captain America secured again for Berber Patapim. It's the second time. First time unsuccessful, but they still love it. They're still confident.
There should be an Emma ban into an Emma pick, but maybe because they know that there's not much focus from Berber Patapim over onto the Emma, they're going to go for something a little bit different. Banning out the Luna beforehand.
What was the best NA game yesterday? Probably the last one. That was very entertaining. Seeing the Black Panther come out and the Black Panther actually carrying.
The game so far today. This ban, I mean, historically it has been low-key. You also see the Captain America banned out, so it's not available on the side of Virtus Pro. Even the Cloak and Dagger afterwards, but it's going to be the Loki that follows.
Loki down to make sure that there is no one-sided God of Mischief. We are, once again, though, going to see the one-sided Captain America as Berber Patapim look to take that away. Virtus Pro, they're going to remove the Cloak and Dagger to prevent damage boost. It's snuck in for Berber Patapim in one of the previous matches. This time, not going to be the ones to deal with it.
Strange, really. I guess more of a focus on the strategists. This was all Torch stuff for 5 beforehand, but now I guess the Hell's Heaven, the Torch isn't as popular, isn't as prominent, so they're changing their approach as we go a little bit deeper into this best of 5 by banning out the Cloak and also protecting it. So they have access to a lot of like the strategist backline. They still have Luna Snow available, and they've protected the Cloak and Dagger themselves. Ooh, do we actually see it? Is it worth doing? Was Virtus Pro
Damn, wait a minute, chat.
Tanuki's
they banned Loki, they banned Luna, they banned Cloak and Dagger.
It might be more intimidation than anything else.
They saved Mantis. They're probably going to, ban Adam?
But they're not going to go that way. Taking out the Mantis, trying to nerf
No, they banned Inviswoman.
Leading on that Starlord, or damage boosting with the
hey,
Human
baby.
Torch. Could have been very... Oh, obviously not the Human Torch, it was banned away. So they're just trying to nerf away that possibility for a... Sorry, they protected the Mantis. I am talking absolute nonsense.
No, I think it's a good move. It really does protect that triple strategist. Feels like Virtus Pro going for a little bit of what Rad's idea was with 4 strategist bans. We saw beforehand Z10 trying to save onto Invisible Woman, but it wasn't enough healing and sustain to outmaneuver some of the bigger ults and damage. Torch isn't going to be available for Virtus Pro this time. They've pretty much put a lot of pressure onto getting it and protecting it as early as possible. It's going to be the one time that we see Fine move on to something else. But honestly, I mean, on this map, what is he likely to be playing, I guess? Wolverine, perhaps?
There are some environmental points, and there are some lovely points where Wolverine can get some big punishments on some choke points that can prevent anyone from moving in aggressively nice and early. If we have a look, we will be seeing Fi currently on that Star-Lord. They are bringing out Sparker. On the Mantis, though, they're not going for the Adam Warlock to empower it this time.
He's laying on me.
Scary old stuff. It's series point for Virtus Pro that they're playing on, but Verbat's been bringing them to a domination map that they've had a couple of victories over Virtus Pro on. It's expected to be grueling, and now Polly having access to the Captain America means that there's a little bit more to play around. Ken also on the Ultron, we're seeing the aggressive portal play coming in again, and Virtus Pro looking a little bit more prepared for it this time.
Getting the first pickup onto Enzo as they were able to get the turnaround. Finzi dropping quite low though. Sparker wrapping around from the other side. Ken on the Ultron, like you said, they're going away from... They're going very heavily on the Flyers here. As they push on.
Yeah, I don't know why you would force a team to go on to Rescomp. Rescomp is actually really good, chat. Thank you, Bree.
With all of this healing output, and it's just being kept sustained so aggressively.
Iframe Safai, he's only got a couple that he's able to use and doesn't want to try and push his luck if he can help it. Tanuki having the non-mirror torch I'm really used to seeing Virtus Pro on the other side of it where they don't have the answer themselves. But Vi reads into this nicely, having a Starlord in the first place. Expected
do I look weird? Do I look like I'm just rubbing my stomach?
Has to be used from Alex, and really it's the only big support ultimate that they have available. Rage of Ultron might be stacked on top if it was needed, but the fact that the eliminations are going to be Patspim's way, it can sit nicely on it, as well as the Supernova. They've got the point, they could hold on back, they've hit 35%.
Vi only just respawning here as they're going to try and make the commitment to come on in with the Psionic Seduction. Nevix, though, is just getting sieged from above. It takes a lot to make diamonds melt, but they're trying their best as is. Ayamoto coming out from Enzo, but Vinci gets the turnaround, dancing the butterfly, and Virtus Pro are capitalizing. The Rage of Ultron to try and get the trade out, but Ken gets sniped, but Karmic Revival brings back the whole team. Vi immediately into the backline. Basta Mirage cancels it early to make sure that they don't get caught.
Still a fight that's going away Berber Patspim, but it could be reminders of Cocoa early where they hit 99% and then still lost the point as Virtus Pro held on the entire time. And now that the pick Sparker's finding those multi-hits, and Guy is just cleaning up house as well, so
yeah,
the bodies of Patspim starting to diminish. The chances of holding on.
When you see them save Mantis, chat, I don't know why you would not ban Adam. Rescomp is actually really good. Unless they know that maybe Rescomp is not their strongest, like.
They are set up to try and take.
Oh, they're not running full Rescomp. Instead of they're running with a Human Torch.
In the game, Mantis can self-boost with their own Inspire. They've got the Adam Warlock, who of course has a hit scan, and Cosmic Cluster is massive first in the front lines, and they have the Ultron, who we already know is so rough to deal with. They're committing to hyper aggression with all the sustain. Ayamoto going to be coming out from Vinci for the turnaround. The Supernova though is making this very hard to fight through. Cypher keeping the team topped up with the fate of both worlds, but Berber, they still have their own.
He wants to attack the monitor now.
Rage of Ultron to look for a second, but Tanuki caught on the side against Sparker gets another pickup. They did not have to burn that dart to the butterflies for it.
He's leading the line with final blows, and he might be able to add to his
no. What are you doing? What are you doing, Kitty?
He can just sit pretty on it for the most part. Berber Patspim have to make a move, and Ayamoto for Enzo available, but there hasn't really been that many connections so far this map that we've been seeing out of these Doctor Strange ultimates. Walking his way in, trying to find a good amount of space, but that Sonic Seduction is going to require him to keep that shield up a little bit more, and the Dance of the Butterflies in the backline, even with that Rage of Ultron from Ken, it's not going to be enough healing to keep people going. Ayamoto forced out, and so is that Freedom Charge, but yet Virtus Pro are looking at a pretty comfortable pole position, and it almost feels like a victory lap coming in.
Oh my god, good dodge. Oh, he almost lived. I was about to say, good dodging by that guy.
He almost got out if it wasn't for the amount of bodies that Virtus Pro have placed here. They've overtaken Berber Patspim with the progression over on the point. Is there going to be a contest coming in from Enzo?
Sparker was able to get the double pickup onto Pokey, and it looks like, unless this portal can land, they're going to try and commit to it. Run on through 98, 99. They have the torch to touch it, but that will do the job. Karmic Revival drops early on the other side of the portal, so they can just dance back and forward to keep the team revived. But Sparker is just on the flank. Ayamoto.
Oh, he got two. That's big. Good play by Finzi.
They do so in convincing fashion. The bodies are falling. Berber Patspim are running out of people. They save the Rage of Ultron. They know they're not taking that fight as Virtus Pro take round number 1 in map number 4.
They have a Dance of the Butterflies from Sparker right at the end there that they can take straight into the
I think Virtus Pros knows what they're doing, bro. They know what they're doing.
If they're not careful,
oh shit, speaking about know what they're doing, fuck, did I like...
into a blender. Looking quickly at the numbers, it's a similar story to what we saw in the last map. Sparker this time is the one with the more final blows than all of Berber Patspim. In fact, if you take all of Berber Patspim's final blows and times it by 3, they would just have one more than Sparker has right now. That's how dominant he has been. Only 4 casualties happening on the side of Virtus Pro, full stop.
Tanuki is done. The Human Torch damage output, even with Mantis, is something that so many teams have been leaning onto. Tanuki is getting targeted. They can't burst through this front line. They decide to go for duels. They're still going to stick with this Adam Warlock.
Yeah, I would have banned. Yeah, I would have banned. But if you ban Adam Warlock, you're going to give them Invis Woman ult. So they would have had probably 2 defensive ults, which is basically Invis Woman and Mantis. I don't know.
Interesting. I mean, this is what happens when you get 4 strategists spanned out. Like, you're not really left for too much when it comes to changes. Pokey gets frozen from Saipe. Absolute Zero is not going to bring him down to 0 HP. In fact, he's going to be able to survive. Unfortunately, however, you've got the Dance to Butterflies to cut through right at the end. And to be right back, Alex, maybe not wanting to return to this engagement, is actually able to get the pick onto Sparker before he's traded from Nevik. So at least he gets some revenge. And Berber Patavim have actually taken the point first, Tetcher.
They're extremely outnumbered now. Gonna get targeted down. I was wrong, by the way. Pokey was on the Adam, as Polly is gonna delay with the Freedom Charge. They know they're losing this fight. There's no way they hold this for any longer than a few moments, as the reinforcements for Virtus Pro are coming in quite early with the Eternal Bond. But what they can do is delay this for an extremely long time to get that percentage up. The BRB is brought back to Nuki. Aya Magamoto.
Oh my god, wait, did he pop his ult and get stunned? Oh no.
Pokey gets through. Finzy's taken out with
Oh, that fucking sucks, chat. Oh, that fucking sucks.
Berber and Patavim with the longest delay into full re-engage are able to hold the point.
You absolutely cast a curse that one.
Oh,
like Berber Pat, they can't hold on to this too long, right?
Oh, there's no way.
It ended up being in a good position for Berber Patavim, even if they lost the point because of how many ultimates got dedicated out. But Enzo just coming in with the Eye of Agamotto, Virtus Pro weren't expecting. And now for Berber Patavim, you really only set on a Soul Resurgence for the time being. A Camera Revival would be nice. He's working his way.
Okay, I told my job I know Jay3 and they asked me to move my car and they said if I could move my car back home and not come back. I think they're just trying to do a surprise promotion now. Yeah.
It's not enough. However, the actual
congratulations on your promotion, man.
Pokey, the Soul Perseverance has brought him back into this engagement, and also the team up for Alex means that those 2 picks that Virtus Pro got at the start of this fight, what might have been too bad. The Camera Revival able to come through, but because the Adam Warlock's taken down, there's not going to be anybody returning to this engagement for Berber Patavim.
I'm sorry, did I miss a trick where Sparker somehow put a tracker onto Pokey, tracking them down literally every time they ultimate? The way that Karmic Revival works is there are 2 revive auras, the actual area of the ultimate and the aura around Adam. It is sometimes doable to just put a Karmic Revival down the middle of a fight and it can bring back everyone, but you're in the middle of a fight, that's super risky. But so what we usually see is Adams do the Karmic Revival and then run into the fight to revive everyone, but with them already taking down Pokey once with that Eye of Agamotto to remove that cocoon, and then Sparker knowing exactly where they were, tracking them down a second time means that the Karmic Revival is where no one can be revived by it, and there is no poke to bring anyone back as Aya Magamoto comes on out from Enzo. Freedom Charge into the backline, but Sparker is still finding the flanks, taking down the entire backline. The BRB.
Oh, I can't imagine what the comms sound like in this game, bro.
Be right back.
I can't imagine.
Karmic Revivals are just giving Virtus Pro more
to
play with and to choke down on. I mean, it might not be
this is making me want to play this game, chat. This is making me want to like play like not ranked, but like scrims.
It was for Berber Patavim to switch it over to towards their side, pretty much right on the edge, 99%, and enough bodies for Virtus Pro to stop that from happening. So a lot thrown at the point. Another Soul Resurgence from Alex, as well as the Legend used from Tanuki to keep this one going, but it's not enough to pin this through. Finzy must be looking at the Eye of Agamotto, licking his lips for a good fight here. You can see in the corner, he's got red flashing across his face. He's ready to be the evil do-over for Berber Patavim. He wants to try and find a good engagement, but it could be a defeat screen that's about to show up in front of his face if he's not careful.
Look at these flicks, knowing that there's flags, waiting to see who is going to eat this bird. They can see all those strategists up on the high ground. Cloak and Levitation coming up very soon as Tanuki moves into the backline. Blaster Barrage, but not going to stay for too long as they don't want to get picked off. Enzo dropping.
Oh, big.
They go into the backline, taking out Alex.
I mean, he got one, but it forces the res, right? Yeah, he forced the res.
It's overtime as Virtus Pro on 99%. Fi is untouched in this fight, finding the Strange from behind. On the side, you can see Tanuki looking for a counter duel. They have their own Galactic Legend for the turnaround, but here comes down to the
they're not gonna die if they Soul Link, yeah, Soul Bond or whatever it's called. Yo, what's up, Alex?
Enzo is finally taken out of Pokey. They've got Karmic Revival this time, and it's gonna be Berber Patavim with the flip on 75%.
Just in time, really needed, but they've got plenty to work with now too after that engagement. So the portal play looking to come in from Finzy. It's everybody getting up. Fi's about to have that Galactic Legend. It seems to be a case of who can draw their guns first between him and Tanuki.
Silent Seduction for the setup, trying to get onto Polly. The shields are holding everyone back. Great positioning by Berber and Patapin, burning through that ultimate or in its entirety. Here comes the Galactic Legend.
Alex, I don't think anyone liked Ultron, by the way.
Have right now, but they're still waiting for the charge. For that fate of both worlds. Sparker very nearly getting caught in the flanks. They tried to go for Alex, but they're able, both are able to get away. Lovely sleep from Alex here as the Cosmic Card Amplifier for that damage boost and that bonus health is the commitment which means Tanuki. If they were to go for that Galactic Legend right now, they'd have the damage boost. I could try and commit to this, but they're waiting out that fade of both worlds from Cyber to push on through as Enzo will be the first to fall.
Oh, big res at the end there by Berber Patapim. I don't know why you wouldn't ban Adam, Chad.
Soul rejuvenation from Alex. Pokey may have just saved the team the game. I am Agamotto from above as they push on into Virtus Pro.
It's still a case of fighting it out. Counter Revival's done and over, and so is Pokey. Sparker now finding a pick and an opening. The Beerbat's going to bring back Alex, but it's whether you have enough to deal with the fight that's happening on the point. Tanuki, Galactic Legend, trying to keep this legend alive, and it's not really going to be enough as Virtus Pro do lose out on Sparker. That's a big pick in the end from Enzo, and a portal play, I think, coming in from Vinci to just find a little bit more, perhaps. You heard it in the background.
Dude, this is an insane overtime situation. This is insane. And they didn't even kill that guy that was 1 HP. That was a clutch fucking ult by Ken. What the hell is going on, dude?
Both worlds now for Saipe. Gonna keep things trucking along. They still, Virtus Pro, have to take this point. If anybody gets off of it, it's gonna be Berber Patapim taking us to a third point over on Hell's Heaven.
Holy shit, bro. What the hell is this? Virtus Pro can't get off the point. Okay, now Berber Patapim has to get on the point now, unless, or they're gonna C9. No, their whole team's just dead. They almost have another fucking res. Pokey is 85%. There's no way. Oh my, they're bringing it fucking back, bro. What a fucking overtime situation, dude.
And we are heading in. Virtus Pro still on the brink of victory.
I don't care what anyone says. Virtus Pro should have banned Adam Warlock. They should, instead of banning Invisibleman, should have banned Adam Warlock.
And it took everything that they had that was available to them. And Enzo, the absolute hero with the portal, literally end game moment. It felt like just seeing it turn up and the bodies come through. You look at what was used, Soul Resurgence, the Freedom Charge for Paulie, Tanuki with that Galactic Legend was the one that really took, checked the X in that box for the Super Soldier Factory. But now that we go over towards
Reds comp, bro, Reds comp.
Monument,
the Reds comp is
Virtus Pro might have the edge here with the ultimates that are either available or about to be.
We'll find out which team has been making their unholy sacraments to the eldritch god that exists.
Yeah, no problem.
This temple. That's Berber Patapim. They almost have that Karmic Revival already, which might give them an early pickup. And using it early would be potential. Oh, never mind. Using that Karmic Revival early could give them a great reinforce early to get the point. And of course, the earlier you use it, the more time you have to charge for a second one. I'll actually tell a quick story here while we are waiting out here, because obviously it's not just potential internet issues that can cause a pause. We've had pauses.
Wait, is there another pause going on?
Mouses running out of battery or stuff becoming unplugged. I once had pause in the previous tournament for a rogue cat that decided to enter a player's play area that forced a pause. And once at a LAN, I had a pause for a nosebleed that just came out of nowhere because of the air conditioning. So yeah, it can just be
a pause because you had a nosebleed due to the air conditioning.
The most optimal conditions they can possibly get.
I think one of my favorite moments was in another esport where in the middle of the game, the Observer's PC decided that it was going to do a Windows update.
Oh no!
And you just saw it just shut down.
You never had that happen? I don't think I've ever had a nosebleed due to air conditioning.
Now, games where you can take timeouts.
The only time I've ever had a nosebleed is when I actually hit my nose really hard.
To surrender, and some teams just accidentally surrendering in the middle of games.
How good are the casters at the game? I have no idea what rank these casters are, but I do know
drinks on themselves.
Some of the NA casters are Eternity.
seas. Maybe, you know, it's hot weather. Staying hydrated is going to be important. Hail hydration, I guess.
I've had it happen in mid Overwatch map before.
It's gonna
but
feel like a case of
I've never had. I mean, I don't know. I guess it's never dry here. In Florida.
To pause, I have been attacked by a bird. In a cast, had the window open because it was a lovely hot.
He got attacked by a bird during a cast because he left the window open.
So I was able to take some time away to shoo it out, but. We're all people. Things do happen. We are all in this meat space, so therefore we've got to deal with what life throws at us.
It was sounded like a very cute.
Vicky's very high rank. I know Shib and Dogman are the ones that I was talking about. I didn't know Vicky was very high rank.
Brutal, I suppose. Man, I'm happy to take a moment after that final fight, just the back and forth of it, and really again showing the Berber Patibim. They're having their moments, but still this has felt like a series that has been in line for Virtus Pro, that we haven't seen them have to sweat too much. Maybe just asked a couple of questions that they're not too comfortable in answering on Araco. And here, well, it's going to take everything the Berber have available to them mechanically, coordination.
You can be low rank.
Spiritually,
yeah, you can be low rank and be a caster. I mean, even Overwatch casters, some of the best Overwatch casters are not that high rank.
And then we still have a map 5 that we have.
Who's that one Overwatch caster who I'm thinking of who won multiple awards for
Berber Patibim have a lot of work to do.
Being a caster. Uber
going into the upper bracket face
Uber plays at like a plat gold level,
to
I
see
think.
If they can make it on through.
But he casts for Overwatch. He casts for I think he casts for Marvel Rivals as well. He casts for I'm pretty sure he casted for Valorant. I don't know about Apex, but he casts for a lot of games.
Berber Patibim from Fight Night or against Virtus Pro from the group stage for their rubber match. The lower bracket. Team Peps awaits the loser of this match, and on the other side, Zero, Tenacity, and L9 will be competing for dominance.
Ooh.
It's good to see so many people also jumping in with the watch parties. You know, you can go towards that magic skin.
Yeah, but
I don't want to say from like all of the timeouts you could have earned the spray or the nameplate. I don't think it's been that long, but you know, it's a chance to just keep this on in the background, go get yourself a drink, go to the toilet, still earning towards some of the in-game goodies from just watching along with the Ignite tournament, which, you know, I think today we've had some closer series, some closer games. America's was crazy yesterday. All the best of 3 matches go in the distance.
Bubba, why do you always have to go on my desk when there's food?
Like FlyQuest losing and stuff like that. I don't know much about the NA region as of yet, but I know that FlyQuest are good, and them losing was a big shock.
I want to point out that I did say that I think Techie would go very far. Techie XD, the team, not the player, because there is also a player called Techie, which makes it extra confusing. But I did call that they would go far, and I am so far being proved right. So it's one of the few predictions I've made today that has come true. So we will take these.
Saw Blaney in chat, who is the manager of the Virtus Pro team, in this game and another one, saying that it isn't their fault. But he also did say it to Fate and saying, would you believe me if I said? So we need a poll. Do we believe Blaney or not? Is this a VP pause, or is this going to be Berber Patibim losing out on people? You know, internet's been a little bit haywire today. It is a Friday night. People are finishing work, ready to get on with their weekend, but they could wait a little bit longer. Esports is happening. This is important.
It is important. We've got matches to find. We've got winners to decide. We have spots in a mid-season final to fill over the next couple days. And exciting matches to find out who takes them. Once we can get out of this pause, I'm excited to see. I'm just looking at the chat to see if anyone else has any like pause stories. I can't read some of these.
Naturally.
Want to try mine?
Icelandic Wi-Fi gob. I wonder who that is.
I knew what yours tastes like, but I tried it.
I haven't. I really want to go to Iceland. There's been a couple of events in Reykjavik that I've missed out on, and I've only heard wonderful things. Oh, we're back finally. I don't need to talk about Reykjavik any longer.
50%
but Virtus Pro, they're taking the momentum out of things just a little bit, perhaps. And I think a portal play was actually used from Berber Patibim to try and set up in an aggressive position off the rip.
Finzi actually used their portal and cancelled it, so not going to go for the full commitment here, just deciding to go in via the power of legs. Dridro already taken out by the fearless leap into the Super Soldier Slam coming in from that Captain
Yo,
America.
Wine Dying
Tanuki
for
will go
23
down on
months.
the
I
other side,
appreciate it. And
but
Lucifer, I
BRB
appreciate it for
brings
2
them
months as
back,
well.
and
How you
they
guys
have
doing?
that cocoon, and they will at some point have Karmic Revival. It's going to be real hard to keep Tanuki down.
Movable objects, perhaps. But whether Virtus Pro and Unstoppable Force is a case of attrition, forcing out these ultimates and being able to do it spaced out nicely enough that you could stop Patapim from being able to resurface. Because Pokey now sitting a little bit further back, able to just pop away. Yeah, you lose Enzo, that's going to force the ultimate out pretty early on. And the resurrects are plenty. Nobody has really disengaged from this fight for Patapim, but they've got off the point long enough for Virtus Pro to actually take it. So this fight could get really messy.
These fights, sometimes I don't even know what's going on.
And the Silent Seduction is just going to cap it off. Everything that Patapim had to keep themselves alive in that fight can't last the unstoppable force that is Virtus Pro.
Karmic Revival turning into a KO1, KO1 free as Virtus Pro are able to clean out Patapim, who are setting up for a portal re-engage, not wanting to give a single second worth of time, and they of course go for the wraparound to attack from the other side. Any defensive positioning that has been set up is going to be disjointed as Tanuki takes to the sky with the Galactic Legend, but the Eternal Bond is making it very hard to deal, and they even find the BRB on the flank.
Galactic Legend throughout all of this mess that was left on the point from the Cloak and Dagger. He's now found a Tanuki that's out of position, a little bit cheeky, a bit of a Mongoose play there, just in the back line, trying to see if he can fit in. Bit of spy play perhaps, but the Barrage is trying to cut out for a little bit more. As after the Galactic Legend, the Hunt Dogs are trying to find that little bit extra, that combination for Sparker, just allowing him to put out a little bit more damage, twice as much onto Tanuki. So even though he was brought back with a team up from Adam Warlock, he's taken out again by the other duelist.
Dance of the Butterfly once again in the backline. Sparker continuing their what seems like a very personal vendetta versus Pokey. Able to get yet another pickup and grabs Alex on the way through. Neither of them are going to use that cocoon, instead just choosing to head back to base so that they can regroup with their team that way. Virtus Pro on 87%. Patapim are running out of time. Remember, if they cannot claim this map, it is over and Virtus Pro will take the win. Already we're seeing Enzo stepping onto the point, but it's getting eaten out here. Here comes that Cosmic Yard Amplifier for the extra bonus health, but a fully charged Finzi is melting through it.
Come on, I want Patapim to win. Come on, guys. You need to win so we can go to a match 5.
And the damage goop on the floor.
Come on. Come on.
Disengage as the soul rejuvenation comes on out.
Oh, he airballed. Finzi, come on. How are you going to do that, bro? He didn't hit anyone with that ult. He's looking like me out there. Come on, bro. You can't do that.
It really is going to force that fate both worlds out from Saipe. To just keep Virtus Pro going. Galactic Legend is going to just pit the post there as Spies. Very close to having his own, but not quite just yet. He wants to get on the point. And Tanuki is absolutely cleaned up as Virtus Pro hit 99%. Patapim are going to streak things up now. One more fight. A good one for Virtus Pro, and they're able to take this one. But Patapim digging their heels and have a Karmic Revival and a Be Right Back, as well as the multitude of different combinations from that team up with Adam Warlock. They shall not be moved.
Let's look at what Virtus Pro have. What are they bringing to the party for this re-engage Karmic Revival available for Patapim? For Virtus Pro, they have that Galactic Legend. They almost have that Dance of the Butterfly, but that's about it.
Come on, Patapim.
They're going to have to use here. If Pokey can stay safe, they might be able to turn it around. Alex going to be the first to fall. Brought back at the BRB. Trying to get on.
Wow, nice survivability from the 2 support players on Patapim. That's crazy. Well, I mean, one died, but the rocket, or the rocket died. That person would have not been res.
But it's personal. It's personal. Pokey's down again, but they have the cocoon.
I said he got Canute, and it's just by practice we're seeing him play that much Adam Warlock, but he's been
Pokey fucking just got solo ulted by Sparker.
Revival in hand, able to get a pick onto Nevix, and he's already lost Polly. Is he going to pull the trigger on the ultimate now to bring back your tank? No, instead they're going to hold on for as long as possible.
Come on, Patapim. Come on, Patapim. Come on, you guys got this.
Patapim, the follow-up after these Enzo ults has been stellar. Soul Resurgence to really stick the knife in, build up the pressure. Can Finzi get the copy over.
Finzy just solo. Finzy, bro, Finzy, what's up with his ults lately? He's only hitting one person or no one.
Might have found a way
Bro, Berber Patapim! Holy shit, Berber Patapim won!
Broken down piece by piece, and the
We got ourselves a match. We got ourselves a fucking match, chat.
They take the win. Then they didn't even need the Karmic Revival at the end. They just held onto it for the last possible moment. It came down instead to the damage from that Iron Nagamoto to take down.
This is the best. This is the best game of EMEA so far yet. It went to a match 5.
And then they were able to work their way through.
Ooh.
Everyone on the side of
It's going win-loss, win-loss.
We are at 2-2. One map to go as both these teams sit.
Bro, these games are good, man. If these games continue to be good for the rest of the day, chat, I actually might just get naked out of excitement. I don't know, man. These games are good.
A hell of a fight back. It's got
30 fucking final hits from Sparker. 51-7.
Right? Like, it's not anybody's
35,000 damage. Holy shit.
Looking at Sparker, 30 final hits. Yet again, it's going to be close between him and the entirety.
That's why stats don't matter.
That's
why stats don't matter, chat.
To show up himself over on the style.
Rain, Christian has 2 years, my friend.
Really start to shine a light. It was looking exceptionally strong from them. Just some good engagements, able to stall things out.
Good shit by Berber Patapim. Good shit. Good shit, bro. Good shit, chat. This is what I like about these series, bro. I want games to be really close and entertaining for us to watch. 3-0s are boring, bro. I can fall asleep and watch a 3-0.
Seen that not work.
Yeah, it was started working for bits of it, where Sparker was.
But the one thing I'm scared about,
like we said earlier,
this stream has been going for 8 hours, and this is we've only been watching 4 matches for EMEA. So when we start NA, chat, we have to go for another 8 hours, and that starts at 7. That means we're ending at 3 a.m.
Like in that central first map, they were standing in that entrance room to make sure that they had the cover from Sparker, who was already in the middle of the fight.
Who's staying up till 3 a.m. with me?
In that little doorway, which forced again Sparker to use ultimates on just them to try and prevent them from getting value. It was a lovely little adjustment with very little actual effort having to be put in to make the change.
Bro, I just said hey, and you went to go back. There you go. So what are you gonna do now, huh? What are you gonna do now?
Giving Virtus Pro a taste of their own medicine by being down 99% to 0 on a point and being able to pull out the whole switcheroo. Tanuki, just a hero plays, honestly, some really good moments. But
it's 3 a.m. for me right now. Oh my.
From everybody, Polly being able to get that Captain America seemed to make a vast difference, it felt like. But I'm going to give people watching a chance, right? You've got your box here that might be that prediction that Virtus Pro are going to win this. Are you going to stick with it, or are you going to switch with it? You have a little bit of time to deliberate, as we're going to have a break very shortly. But honestly, Tetra, like, this is going the distance, and this is all we could have hoped for.
What are you doing?
It's exactly what people who saw this matchup wanted to see. We wanted to see if Berber Patapim could do it, but we wanted to see it go all the way because we just like watching these teams play. They have done it so often. They're so versatile. They're some of the best teams, and we're finally going to find out which one is moving on to that upper bracket final after this break. We need to take a break after how intense these games have been. Follow Ryan's advice and let us know which team do you think is going to win in the chat, and enjoy your Galactus skin because these games have been going on for a while. Don't go anywhere.
Bro, why does this cat have to be so annoying and like lick everything I do? No, stop. Yo, Pecker, I appreciate the massive new tier 1 membership on YouTube, my friend. I appreciate it. Listen, I love you. Hey, you just smacked me. Ow, your teeth are so sharp. Ow. God damn, his teeth are so sharp, man. What do you... Here, bite your toy. There you go, bite that toy. There you go. Yeah, demolish that toy. Oh, he's taking... He's killing that toy. Alright. Jay is a changed man? Wait, what happened? What did I do? Oh my god, he's killing that little duck. Jesus. He wouldn't have been like this with a cat a year ago? What the fuck? Yo, Pecker as well on YouTube with the 5 gifted memberships. Absolutely insane. I appreciate it. Like, look at that. Crazy, crazy. I appreciate it. YouTube is popping off. Bro has his feet out. Wait, what? Did y'all just buy the Thor skin? Bro has, you bought the Thor skin because he has his feet out, really? Really? I don't play Thor. I'm still probably gonna buy the Thor skin, even though I don't play Thor. It looks really cool. And then in the future, if I ever do play Thor, then look at that. I mean, you never know, chat. Maybe Thor will become meta one day. You don't know. Are we about to see the 5th match? Yeah, in about 10 seconds. 10 seconds it starts. Parker, though, I appreciate it, my friend.
Patapim, taking the name of Hell's Heaven and ascending into a map number 5, taking an intense final fight and being able to hold on to it without even needing the revives from Adam Warlock. Able to take us into what is going to be our final map of the night to decide who will face Rad Ryan.
Yeah,
no
it's
problem,
an exciting
McLean.
one, and we're actually headed to Midtown as well, so not going to be domination again. That's taken out, so it was the choice of Convergence or the full convoy. And
wait, you don't watch it on Discord to get the magic skin. You watch it on Twitch.
Map of Arako shortly beforehand. This could go either way. We've only seen these teams play once so far, undefeated for both of them. For Virtus Pro, I mean, if this is something to rely on, it's now. And I think so much pressure is going to go on those first points, especially to see how fast people can take it. Honestly, as well, I think it's going to be a case of who attacks first, because Berber Patwim have been very good at setting the pace on these payload maps.
They really have. They've been turning this around from what you mentioned before and what our colleagues mentioned before of the fact that Virtus Pro.
I think they do need to ban
so well
Psylocke
on these convoy and convergence.
I forgot what they saved last game, but I think banning Psylocke would be smart here.
We're immediately seeing Berber Patwim come in and showing that they can do it too, and just as well. Will this be the second time in just 2 weeks that we have seen 3 weeks that we have seen Virtus Pro go down to a lower bracket? And will they have to play against Team Peps again, which they have played against quite a few times now?
Not you guys again, please. Not the losers bracket. Yeah, like I'm just thinking about today a little bit more. So we had 4 games in the first series, 4 games, so that's 8, and then it was 11. So this is going on to our 16th game of the day. So shout out to production for staying awake for this whole entire time.
16th game of the day, chat.
Sort of going slap bang right into America.
This is our 6th.
Knowing those guys, by the time I
wait, what did he say? Are we going straight into America?
So good luck to the casters on that one. Final
chat.
Map of the day.
Did they say we're going straight to America? We're not waiting for
hungry for their first ever victory against Virtus Pro.
We're not waiting for 2 hours, right?
Lose to Rad last week, but now Virtus Pro, they choose the setting. They've chosen Midtown, and it's going to be them.
I mean, yeah, it makes sense if they go straight into it.
In the ban phase yet again.
How appropriate that we are heading into the Americas after this with our wonderful American colleagues, and we have decided to head to the concrete jungle where dreams are made of. And for these teams, there's nothing you can't do. They've both proven that they can surpass the odds, that they can surpass expectations, which are already extremely high due to how powerful these teams are. Yeah, the Luna.
Oh, they saved Luna because they don't want to play without another support.
I guess it was because of that. like quadruple strategist ban that was coming through. Because it was
America
Loki
started at
Luna
6.
that Virtus Pro banned out.
Does it say 6? It probably might start early. Dude, I
got
got mad because EMEA started at like 8 o'clock my time, and I thought it was going to start at 11, so I missed the first match.
Today, now it was a case of banning out Loki, Kappen, and Torch for Berber Patspim. The first point does make a lot of sense considering the Virtus Pro win for that first time on Loki beforehand.
There is that Loki, once again, like you say, taking it out. So far, very predictable. Captain America, if you see that Lunar Snow, you're expecting the Captain America and the Psylocke combo. So they're going to take away the Captain America part of it, as that's something that can really empower Pokey when they dive into that backline, as it's a great setup for them Pokey to get the finishing blows. And Berber Patspim, they're sticking with their fairly consistent style, just not wanting VP to have what Berber Patspim believes to be one of the most powerful characters in the game. But this leaves Virtus Pro open for one of the first times to get their hands on the Human Torch.
Back to the Torch, Protect, which is what was going well for Virtus Pro in the other maps. Last time it was the Emma and the Cloak, and really you just want to allow Fire that space in the sky to do quite a lot of that damage. So now we're getting into that final ban on the side of Berber Patspim. Last time it was the Torch they took out, but that's not longer going to be available. Cloak and Dagger, I mean, that was the one that was protected last time, so it really is a case of one or the other for them. They protected the Mantis last time to give themselves that triple res comp, but instead, knowing that having Torch on one side and not the other on Midtown is too much of a risk. Both going to be available on both sides.
Giving themselves the option, they've of course got that Lunar Snow as well, so they can go for that idle aura onto the Human Torch in the air or onto Pokey on the ground if that's the strat they choose to go for. If not, then Punisher is still available. They have Mantis for damage boost. Also, there is currently the option for the one-sided Cloak, where Berber Patspim could pick it up for a bit of a damage boost on their own side, and they're gonna do so with Ken going for that hover. So now they have the potential vulnerability from the Terra Cape to set up for Tanuki or Pokey.
Yeah, Patspim having access to Luna and Cloak is a lot of healing output. But at least on the side of Virtus Pro, you're able to maintain the Torch. You've got the Emma Frost as well, so that is enabling you to set up Sparker on the Psylocke yet again. Able to keep and hold on to Luna on your side. You're only just missing out on the Cloak, but you're going to just probably have Saipei or Dreidra on Invisible Woman instead for that team up with Torch. So not the worst thing in the world. I think it does just put a lot more pressure onto Patspim's backline. Notably, I guess it would be Ken in this instance to hit those Terra Capes, because you have to get through a good amount of healing if they have Lunar Snow and Invisible Woman available.
We'll also have to see if we go for any of these big holds, these early setups outside the main doorway that we saw from some of the other teams earlier in the group stage. Of course, that strategy is a little bit weaker now with the multiple Vanguards, as the nerf to Penny Parker has made these setups a little bit weaker with the consistent trap setups of those biotic spider nests.
Well, I'm sorry, chat. I'm gonna have to
having much of an option when it comes to the
I'm gonna have to stand because he's in my chair.
Captain America not available, Emma Frost not available, nor Magneto.
He's in my chair, chat, so I'm sorry. I have to stand.
Those bands Virtus Pro have decided to look at the front line as opposed to the back line. But Enzo has been happy to play a little bit of Hulk, and Wolverine's available, so if they want to go for some plays to counter Fi up in the air, maybe that fastball special could be very useful in these places at this time. Pokey trying to sort of have a bit more follow-up, isn't combined with the cousin on these dives. Instead, it has to go over to the French controller player to see if they can get a connection here to find some space on this attack.
Looking for an opening, both Tanuki and Fi sieging it from above. Duelists are mirrored. One looking for quick burst blow up, the other looking for just whittling people down with those flame forms. In comes the dive once again from Enzo on that Hulk and getting out. This is exactly how we used to see Hulk play. Dive in, indestructible guard, do what you can, and then leave. Set up later. Here comes the fate of the Eternal Bond as the first setup, forcing that invisible boundary out.
Yo, what's up, chat? You like that? Standing desk. I love my standing desk.
Into the backline, and Tanuki pushing into the invisible
I can't sit down because he has my chair.
They burned one ultimate for that as Berber take a convincing fight.
That was unrelenting. Is there going to be a contest here, though? It's eking onto the edge.
Good shit by Berber Patspim, bro. Only what did they say? Only one ult to take first point. I have not seen a team actually do that in this tournament yet. Usually they're bloodbaths.
And really, Virtus Pro at this point, they've got ultimates. They just don't want to keep having to be reset. And Nevic's caught in no man's land, it looks like.
Hulk going into the monster Hulk form as the Dance of the Butterfly comes into the backline. Dridro with their own Fate of Both Worlds matched by Alex for the defensive play. Pokey has held onto their Dance of the Butterfly just in time to try.
Come on, Berbert. Come on, Berbert.
Dridro's Fate of Both Worlds, but they time it a little bit slower.
Damn. Come on, Pokey. Come on, Pokey. Good shit.
Taken out, and this is
good shit. Berber Patapim is looking like a really good team, but too bad they don't have any ults for the next fight.
Into the fifth building basement.
And that's what Fate Both Worlds and its seduction used. Dance the Butterflies finding nothing. Alex manages to beat them all with their own Lunar ultimate. Auto play coming through to just block this entranceway from Virtus Pro being able to contest, but there's still a window. It's just that everybody else has to funnel through it. A little bit of healing to keep people topped up, but the Supernova is going to be available on this defensive side, trying to catch the Human Torch that's kind of put himself between a rock and a hot place as Fires managed to cook him down with the Supernova. Berber Patspin maybe overstretching and overextended a little bit to try and cap that second point quickly.
Happy to see other EU teams putting up a fight against VP. That's what I'm saying.
Enzo in banner form.
Virtus Pro was like on the top for so long. It's good to see that like teams can actually, other teams can actually beat them.
They jump off the edge. There we go. Not deciding to go in with that gamma radiation gun to try and get some snipes on the side. They just go to transform back into the Hulk and rejoin their team in this main entranceway as they try to make their way back to the subway. Dance of the Butterfly, Fi and Sparker clean.
Yeah, never mind. It looks like Virtus Pro is catching their stride here, bro.
They get burst down.
And that was through the Eternal Bond. I think Berber Padbin would have taken that trade, otherwise just been like, okay, yeah, we're 90% away from having our Fate of Both Worlds. Just let them reset us. We'll just go again in a second, buy them a bit more time. But now this is really hard. I mean, this is a perfect setup, though. Nice art on the ground. Fi's drawn.
Oh, this is gonna be a good ult by Finzi.
Dots a little bit more. And
oh, why did he show himself? He should have flew over the boxes and ulted. You know how fucking fat that would have been?
Eye of Agamotto. There's not really many barriers outside of
that would have been such a big fucking ult, dude.
And Enzo, even if this looks like a bit of a ragtag thing and he goes down to banner form, that's a great play to make sure that Virtus Pro have to give up some of that space. And Berber Patspin are allowed a bit more freedom to fight on this objective.
But now they're down a member. Once again, the Hulk forced out of sync with the rest of Berber Patspin. Going to be transforming once again. Enzo has to make their way back in. But like you say, Virtus Pro, they are being forced back into this doorway in the underground, protecting that entrance to the basement. As Fi creating a pyro prison up on the high ground to make sure that anyone who has to come in is going to have to take a little bit of damage.
Twitch just leaked that Blade comes in Season 3. It's crazy. Wait, how did Twitch leak that?
Supernova actually coming out of fire this time.
I want to see that. Let me see that.
Holding on to it. It's going to be the fate of both worlds to allow a bit of pushing power, but Enzo just seems to be going down so quickly in these fights. He's got enough sustain to keep himself going, but this kind of place to be taking a battle, it's a bit too hot, so he has to get out of the kitchen.
Sparker chasing.
I thought you hated leaves. I do hate leaves, but
Pokey, but can't
I want to see how with the drops.
Retreat out of Berber Patapim.
Wait, how did Twitch leak that Ultron? Oh, sorry, characters coming out with drops.
They are starting to tick down to that last minute once again. They've made it well over halfway. Still,
oh shit, he jumped up here.
But they can't afford to just give it up here. It needs one more commitment, and they have almost every ult to do so. Whereas Fi, 35% on their Supernova, Dridro 15% on that Fate of Both Worlds compared to Alex, the only person on Berber without their ultimate. Silence enough to try and shut this down as the Supernova and the Eternal Bond come on in for the commitment onto the backline, but it is great positioning by Virtus Pro to stay out of danger of the Eye of Agamotto into the invisible boundary to set them up, but everyone is tanking through. The invisible boundary is about to expire, and Berber Patspin are about to have the ultimate advantage. Counter Eye of Agamotto to get onto the backline, but it's blocked out with the barrier, and Sparker, they've timed it perfectly. They're cleaning up the backline. It's the
damn, bro.
Oh, that was a play for Berber.
Dude, Berber Patapim was rolling this fucking map, and then all of a sudden they just started like folding.
Once they connected onto Finzi, but he was just able to get up in time. And Sparker, the hero in the backline with 10 seconds left. Enzo having to drop himself into the underground to try and reset this quickly. Tanuki switching over towards the Spider-Man to try to go for a super swing in to save the day. Unfortunately, no overtime fight is going to be allowed for Berber Patspin.
Oh, no problem, man. Will you check out the Marvel Rival patch notes after the match is done? I posted a link in here. We'll see. There's a new patch today?
A solid push by Berber Patapim, but held at this low ground location in the underground. Berber Patapim, they just weren't able to break that siege. Enzo tried to distract, tried to dive the backline, but Virtus Pro were reacting too fast every single time, and there were too many
Did
times
they actually
where Enzo
release a
was
patch?
in the spawn room while their teammates were waiting for them. As such, Virtus Pro, they're beginning to adjust. Tanuki moving over to the, sticking on the Human Torch. It's Enzo who's moving over to the Thing as the potential defensive option for Berber and Patapim to try and put a stop to the Psylocke.
Again, as a reminder, start to look at the bans at the top, and you can see that the triple Vanguards was taken out on the side of Berber Patapim, so there's not really much to rely on. You lose out the Magneto, the Ember Frost, the Captain as well, that Polly would want to be playing. Feels like it does force people onto uncomfortable roles, to say the very least, and whilst these Vanguards are flexible, there's no combination that is as good right now as it feels like Emma Frost plus Magneto, or Magneto plus X. It's just so hard, and now Virtus Pro traveling from that Baxter building, pushing their way up with Herbie. If they could set a very strong time on this first point like Berber Patapim were able to,
Berber Patapim is like,
could be set.
Someone said it was like an Italian meme or something, Italian brain rot or some shit.
There's no reason to stay on it at this stage when you've got that Human Torch available for more consistent damage. But they were going to try and go for a lockdown early to see if they
basically like a tree with a face.
Edith
I
will
don't know,
force Ben the Thing
weird.
down to that low ground as Nemix is gaining so much positioning here down to the low ground, catching Strange in the Carbon Crush, and that will be a huge pickup for Virtus Pro as that cart starts to move forward.
Bullying of the Vanguards happening in the draft, and it's happening in the server too as well. Now, if I see if you can win this head-to-head up against a Human Torch that's already dove to the low ground to try to escape some of the damage, not able to dash to a safer position. So already, Berber Patapim have lost a lot of members. Polly required to go for the portal play pretty early on. But you can see just how far away he is from the rest of his team, and there's a portal that was placed there in between from Vinci that's going to make this a really annoying fight. You've just got all of these holes around. It's like the Spider-Verse. We're trying to get around the dots that are placed in this engagement. So Virtus Pro, they're making a lot of chaos here, and it's forcing out a lot from Berber Patapim. You see the Eternal Bond having to be used, and the Cloak and Dagger needed to be very careful with where they position themselves now. The invisible boundary for Cypher is going to set up a nice engagement, and Fies found himself a nice pick to set this up great for this first point.
Darts of the Butterfly going to try and get onto those backlines. Sparker getting absorbed thanks to that Fate of Both Worlds from Alex, as both teams are just burning big abilities but can't seem to find an opening. But now with the Strategist ultimates about to expire from Berber and Patapim, Enzo is deleted here. Aya Bakamoto comes on out, and Fi is uncontested. They have that Fate of Both Worlds from Dridro. They chase back the members of Berber and Patapim.
Chat, this doesn't look good, man. 5 minutes for 5 minutes for Virtus Pro to get to the end of second point, bro. Berber Patapim better just like not lose a fight like Virtus Pro did.
And try to set up this defense, and this is looking kind of familiar, Ryan. Virtus Pro trying to just rush ahead.
They're getting farmed right now, bro.
Fans, you don't need to worry. Patapim were able to get that first point a lot faster, and you saw where exactly it got stuck. But it does feel a Berber Patapim, if they're going to go for a fight here, they need to win it. They almost lose out on the Hulk and the...
Yeah, I don't know why Virtus Pro doesn't ban, what do you call it? I don't know why Berber Patapim doesn't ban Sparker's Psylocke. His Psylocke has been fucking disgusting.
Berber Patapim could be done and out at this rate as Virtus Pro didn't lose anybody in that engagement. Paulie using the portal before. I don't know if he's going to have it available now.
They just try to rush back in on feet. They don't even stagger the Hulk here because they know that they need that cart to be moving, and every second that Bruce Banner is alive is another second that
like after Sparker dropped a 30 fucking final hit game on you, I feel like you would want to ban that character from him. They got a Psylocke as well, yeah, but you can ban a Psylocke for the other team and save your Psylocke, so they can't play Psylocke and you can play Psylocke.
Eternal Bond for the opening, invisible boundary for the counter. But while this is happening, we're building up towards Aya Bakamoto. We're building up towards Supernova for the setup. Psionic's introduction to prevent any follow-up, prevent sustain. Alex swapped over to the Adam Warlock and is bringing the team back as they try to sustain through the point. But Fi is untouched in the air. The Supernova is melting through the team, and Fi is pushing on the down to the Butterfly to try and take him down, but they're too fast.
Now Fi having to try and reset, casually escaping the encounter, whistling as he goes along. And there's still a fight is going on. Berberpat's been fighting for every tooth and nail if they can grab a little bit more room to work with. But it's 3 meters that the objective is stuck at now. And Virtus Pro are not clean engaging from this. They're trying to consistently fight. And it's going to force Enzo out with a feast of the abyss,
I think Virtus Pro needs to, like, they just need to reset. And Tanuki
is able to use that space to make this a clear up fight.
Okay,
now,
chat, 2 minutes left, bro. 2 minutes left.
Pro, and that payload is starting to whittle back, giving Berberpat
2 minutes left. Look at the stats though. It looks like Virtus Pro is running this game.
To tick down. Ayavakamoto, fate of both worlds not yet available. Eternal Bond at the ready. Portal hovered for Finzi, waiting for their moment. They want to see if they can maybe bait someone out from Berberpat. If someone comes to see,
wait, did he disconnect there or something? He's waiting for the.
Why haven't they come through yet? That portal is ready to allow them to strike. They've wrapped around behind, setting the trap, moving on in. Psionic Seduction not yet at the ready, but it's creeping in for Nevix. Polly needs to land this Ayavakamoto. If they can do so, they can get the turnaround. Enzo tried to put some pressure onto Fi, forced to swing away from their own home spawn to make their way back to the rest of the team so they can get topped up.
That's the Butterfly trying to cut on through, but it's going to force out the Cloak and Dagger ultimate from Ken. And now the Silent Seduction in the middle of an invisible.
I think this is going to be basically last fight. This has to be last fight. Finzi used his teleporter and has 1 minute left and everyone's using their ults. It's last fight. Whoever wins this fight wins.
Just going to force out a little bit more. Virtus Pro just not having enough to keep things stalling. Berberpatman, they lose Enzo. Portal play means that at least one of the other Vanguards is able to dive back in. And the Eye of Agamotto catches onto Fi. It's going to be countered on the other side. But Berberpatman are just losing out on numbers.
No fucking way, chat. No fucking way. Berberpatman actually held that. I mean, 30 seconds.
30 seconds now. Does Finzi have the portal? I believe he does.
No, Finzi doesn't have the portal. He used his portal to engage, didn't he?
They used the portal to engage the first.
Yeah. They don't have the portal.
Someone needs to touch. They're rushing on in on foot.
Bro, oh my fucking god. This is the last fight, chat.
From taking down Virtus Pro for their first time ever and making their way in. But Virtus Pro, they're not going down without a fight. Moving on in. Feasting the abyss to take out.
They got to pick on the support, bro. They got to pick on one of their support. They got both supports. That's GG's. It's GG's. GG's. Berberpatman won. They got both supports. It's done.
Back for Sparker, takes out Ken.
No fucking way. No fucking wow.
Which in this case is Sparker, as overtime ticks down. Cyber tries to run in.
Oh my fucking god, dude. Virtus Pro actually lost.
Patapim are moving on in the upper bracket, and for the second
there is no fucking way. There is no fucking way they actually won that.
But they are the first to take them down in playoffs, but also in a best of 5. That's an area that Virtus Pro have looked the strongest when they've had the map pool to work
that
with.
Is crazy, bro. That is fucking crazy.
What Berberpatman were able to do on
hopefully Pokey comes to my chat.
And Hero plays
wait, so we can congratulate him. Yo, Home Decor, appreciate that massive dono again on YouTube. My friend said, what a comeback, greatest game. That was a great game today.
Frustrating day for Virtus Pro.
I appreciate it.
Issues, but you have to say, in a game like that, as a neutral, that's what you want to see. A little bit more fight. And it means that in that upper bracket game, the one that's potentially going to lead to the first qualification for the mid-season finals, it is not going to feature Virtus Pro from EMEA.
Bro.
Virtus Pro? They have to fight for it now. Who will be making it between Berberpatman and Rad? As Berberpatman have shown that they have the
the lower bracket has so many good teams, chat. The lower bracket has so many good teams. Hopefully they show us the bracket for tomorrow.
They have beaten Virtus Pro for the first time, and once you've broken that seal, anything is possible.
Oh, you can take a breather, and it gives us a couple of hours before America starts to really just soak this one in, honestly. And Berber Patspin, they had a really rocky start. It felt like the first domination of Krakoa really did not go their way in the slightest, but a back and forth best of 5 series.
Wait, is Pokey in here? You said, where is he? No, I don't think he's in here yet. Maybe they're still talking about the game. Hey, maybe he might even get interviewed. Who knows, chat?
We see a loss on Arako as well. The convoy game modes for Berber Patspin looking very, very good.
Let me see.
It was domination that we sort of expected to be their win condition to get those maps.
Berber Patspin.
They're able to do that, but it's also those 2 convoys that did them justice here and send them into that upper bracket final against Rad tomorrow.
Playing those convoys, like you mentioned, the Arako, utilizing those flanking positions, and on this one, an overwhelming assault was their follow-up strategy this time to get so much momentum so quickly. A strategy that Virtus.pro seemed to mirror. Difference is, Berber Patspin were able to reinforce fast. And we have an interview with Enzo from Berber Patspin. For starters, you have taken your white whale down. How do you feel?
He's gone.
Oh no!
Oh, the fact that he like
lost for words.
The fact
unfortunate, chat. Unfortunate.
Just that smile. Oh, the fact that he disconnected in the interview as well just seems to really add up to how this feels.
Bro,
we'll have him back in a moment.
There's been so many disconnects this whole series, and then the guy even disconnected in the interview. GG's, chat. GG's.
Berber Patspin 3-2 up win against Virtus.pro. And for Virtus.pro fans, it's an annoying one. You sort of look at it, but it isn't done and dusted. We get to look at the bracket so far.
What kind of computers do these guys have, bro?
Today, we have got qualification for the mid-season finals to talk about, but honestly, we're going to leave that tomorrow, I think, because that's where the stakes really start to ramp up. And I'll put it this way, Rad versus Berber Patspin could be the debut team to be making the international stage.
Okay, chat, it looks like we have 3 matches tomorrow instead of 2, I think.
Looking at the losers bracket, Peps punching through the drywall as they have to face
Z10 against L9 and Virtus.pro against Peps. And then you have Rad Esports against Berber Patspin.
I don't know if it's us casting that one, Tetcher, but for the numbers, that could be a very fun one for leg days. He does love his wordplay. The 7, 8, 9, 10 could be the thing to go for.
Yeah, I don't know what the schedule is for tomorrow yet, so we do not know which ones we're going to be casting. But either way, I'm just excited for any of these. Zero Tenacity versus Low 9 is, I believe, a rematch, if I'm remembering correctly. I'll have to check that one later. Virtus.pro versus Team Peps, that is a rematch of all the way back to the MRI, so they're going to have a lot of history behind them.
Yeah, NA is next. I just don't know what time NA happens. They said it was going to start right away. I don't know.
It's time to fight to see who's better.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's where the focus is going to be, collecting those infinity stones, so to speak. And, you know, with Rad being able to make pretty clean work from Z10 earlier on with a 3-0 win. Going to be watching that, and they're going to take a lot from it. I think both these teams have very different approaches with how they're affecting the draft. And I don't think we're going to be catching in with Enzo. We're going to have to leave it another time, perhaps. But it has been a hell of a day. We've seen 16 games of Marvel Rivals maps played in EMEA today. Tetcher, what are the main takeaways from it, I'd say?
The main takeaways is just how much momentum can make a difference in these games. Rad coming in from what was a bit of a rough matchup. We talked about it in their rematch versus Virtus.pro, but then they started off so strong versus Zero Tenacity and took what is maybe the most dominant matchup of the day. Berber Patspin Virtus.pro, that went extremely long. We have a schedule to see what we're going up with.
Oh, do we actually have a schedule now? Let's see this, chat.
We'll carry on for the teams, how much of a break they have.
Oh, we have 4 matches tomorrow. Wait, 15. What, chat? What time is 1500? 1500 is what? 15 CEST. What is that?
Next up, and
1500 CEST.
We'll be jumping into
9 a.m. I have to wake up tomorrow at 9 a.m.
Yeah, the TBD as well is going to be the winners of those match 1 and match 2 playing up against each other to see who's going to finish out on 4th, and then we're going to play that losers bracket match for 3rd place, and then the grand finals on Sunday. So yeah, a lot of
Holy
Rivals
shit,
action
chat.
to be happening at the moment. So being able to get all of the in-game stuff
Yo,
again,
chat,
you
I'm gonna
should
be
get it
seeing
at
you
the end
guys
of this
tomorrow
week. If
at
you
9
haven't got
a.m.
it, I will think probably a little bit less of you, to be honest, because there's so much going on in all of the regions. Asia seems to be having a grand
Streamers
old
when they
time
wake up
as
at a normal
well.
time.
And yeah, like I mentioned,
Well, you
it's
also have to
probably about,
remember
like, a
that I
couple
go
of
to
hours
bed
away
at
from
like
America starting, and now they're going into the best of 5 games.
2 to
I can
3
only
a.m.
imagine we're
every
gonna see
night.
a
So
lot of
like
post-games
waking
now
up
that
at like
teams know
8
officially
o'clock when I'm
that
going to bed at
mid-season
3,
finals
you
is
know,
going to
5
be
hours of
happening.
sleep.
A little bit more information to come,
Not too
but
much.
It is going to be an international event with teams from all of the regions around
You think
the
I
world
have a
attending.
normal schedule,
We'll be
bro?
going into more details on that when it comes to Saturday's games, but what we do know a little bit is that every region who has an MR
5 a.m. for the Asia
MR
bracket? I am not
Rivals
waking up
Ignite
at 5 a.m. for the
region
Asia bracket.
is
I'm
going to be
sorry.
represented. We already have our first representative from Ground Zero Gaming from the Oceanic region. And then
I
we're
am
gonna be
not
finding
waking up
out
at 5 a.m. for...
tomorrow and on
listen,
Sunday
I'm pretty
who
sure
will
those
be
games are fucking
representing
amazing. I'm
the
not waking up
other
at 5 a.m.
regions. And it could be, in fact, this team as we are back with the interview. Let's have another go. As please, ladies and gentlemen, welcome Enzo for a second time.
Yeah, you know, I'm sorry, my connection crashed out. I had to restart everything, and then I'm
What does
back.
that say?
I think a few people have had that issue. I mean, I want to start
Is that-
with the
is that
fact
talking
actually,
about
Tetra, you had the better
fruits?
question. Like, you beat your white whale. You were maybe upset that you weren't the first team to beat Virtus Pro, but you were the first team to beat them in playoffs and in a best of 5. Surely that's something that you take over the first best of 3 win that Rad got, right?
I think these 2 wins against VP, like Rad and us, are completely different. They went into a best of 3. They just farmed them. They had no chance. But this beer we just played was completely insane. We were forced on L7 on the worst comp ever. We were like, they cheesed on us. We were forced to play such a bad draft, something that we never played before. And we lost the first one, and we're kind of all like, this is gonna be hard. And then we won the second point with the most longest overtime I played in my life. And then I say, okay, if we can win this, we're gonna win this game and go win this BO. And then we go into the last game. It's going pretty smooth. It's going really good. We capped the first point, 4 minutes on the clock, and it's not working really well.
It says how to keep your
I start
fruits
dying
and
a couple of
vegetables
times.
fresh.
I start going in. It's not working. I'm getting pulled. I keep dying. And I'm thinking, this is a disaster.
Why does he have...
I know all my teams think I'm the key in this scenario, that I should be the one carrying right now, like doing something, making space, and I can't make it. But then we know we say, okay, this map is really hard. We know it's really hard to push. Most of the good games against like 2 really good teams end up on this point, and if they can make it, we are gonna make it also. So yeah, this first part of the point is a disaster. Second part of the point is a disaster. I say, okay, I'm gonna swap to Venom because this is not working. I just can't do anything. And there's like some
Chat, what
miracle
language
fight.
is that?
And
Is
then we
is
start
that...
believing in it again. And then they double ult, and we're like, okay,
Is he French?
We're gonna make it. And nah, it's just unbelievable. Everyone, I'm still shaking. Like, this is insane. Everyone was like screaming in the VC. It's the best BO we
See,
ever
it
played.
sounds like a French accent.
Wow, I don't have any words.
I mean, I don't blame you. I'm struggling for words as well, just due to how insane that series was, how back and forth, and how with those last-second adjustments, just seeing you fly in like a
Look at that,
missile
chat.
on that Venom to try and save the game and hold it on that overtime. Just mwah, chef's kiss for starters. But let's look ahead to the future. You are now 1 game, 1 series away from the grand finals, and you are going up against Rad. What are your expectations for that series?
I think this match is gonna be really important. If we lose or they lose, they will never forget themselves for doing that. We are like, I think there is like 3 really good teams that deserve to get to the LAN, and there is only 2 spots. So one of us at the end of this week will be crying, and I hope it won't be me. And I want to be the other team. But yeah, we're gonna give everything. I think we are gonna struggle more against VP than we should struggle against Rad. I don't know. I just feel like it feels easier to me to face this team. But with the fact that this match is so important, there might be some messed up thing happening with the stress and stuff. So I don't know. But yeah, I can't wait to play it.
We can't wait to watch it, but you've got a big game tomorrow, so we're going to let you go, calm down a little bit, get some good rest as you'll be facing up against Rad tomorrow. It should be a good
No,
one.
he does
Enzo, you
not
played
seem
terrific
like he's
today.
from
Can't wait to
Quebec.
see more of that tomorrow.
Thank you, guys. I can't wait to play tomorrow.
Oh man, what a day. I mean, shout out to Enzo's mic for doing a lot of the heavy lifting there towards the end because it was holding on by a tether, it felt like. But it's cool because we've seen that Enzo in those interviews be like really like chill and a little bit more composed, but seeing him sort of lose himself a little bit goes to show how big of a deal it is. Again, $3 million prize pool total for Ignite, and Patspim are looking for the biggest chunk of it that they can get in EMEA.
Looking to try and claim that mid-season finals spot and to become the first EMEA Rivals Ignite champions. Who will do it? You're going to have to tune in tomorrow and Sunday to find out. Me and Ryan, as well as Leg Day and Moxie, will be covering tomorrow. Then the grand finals will be covered by Leg Day and Moxie. Make sure to tune into those games. We have champions to crown and representatives to find. From us today and our wonderful production team behind the scenes, thank you all very much for watching. Make sure you tune back in tomorrow and we'll see you next time.
I don't know when NA is starting. Yeah, chat, bro. How can it be French Canadian if we're watching EMEA? Do you guys know what EMEA means? Europe, Middle East, and Africa. Thank you. Do you guys know where Canada is? Because next up we have North America. Where do you guys think Canada is? In EMEA or North America? Around France, yes. Okay, yeah, what time did these games start at? They said they were gonna start right away, so I'm not too sure. It starts at 7 p.m. They said it was gonna start at 6, and then they said they were gonna start right after these games, because these games, they're gonna last a long time. Okay, hold on, let me turn this down. This is way too loud. It's probably gonna start really soon. Out of the 115 players that are currently in NA, only 13 of them are Canada. This doesn't tell me any times though. Thank you for cheering. Yo, Pokey, bro. We were wondering when you were gonna show up in our stream. Congratulations. Yo, you guys popped the fuck off, man. Hey, that was a very, you guys had me worried in the fourth match when they banned 4 supports. They banned 4 healers and you guys were running like some wild comp that apparently you guys never ran before. But you guys ended up bringing it back in the last fight. I don't even know how, and won. And then, what do you call it? That last game as well, when they capped first point and had like 5 minutes to cap second, I was scared. Bro. Yo, congratulations. That was a good series. That was one of the best series in Europe, I think, in EMEA that we've watched. Very good. Aramori's stream shows 7 p.m. EST. Is it actually 7? So we have to wait an hour and a half. The NA games are at 6 p.m. 6 p.m. Chat, I'm getting like 5 different things. You know what? Watch this. I'm going to show you guys something crazy. Ready? Watch this. Ready? Watch this. Go to Marvel Rivals. Go down to see who they're following. Marvel Rivals Esports. Look at that, chat. Bang. It says that tomorrow's matches right here, it starts at, it says 7 p.m. Wow, you don't follow me? Wait, are you following me? I don't even know if I'm following anyone. I don't even use my Twitter anymore. Yeah, it's 7 p.m. 7 p.m. chat, so we have like an hour and a half. Liquidpedia says 6 p.m. Yeah, I don't know, chat. GG's. I don't know, bro. GG's. So we have, I'm just gonna leave this thing here. We have like maybe either 30 minutes or maybe like an hour and a half. So we're probably gonna, should we run it down mid on a comp game and throw someone's game? I just follow. How are you gonna say that I don't follow you, but then you just said you don't follow me? Oh, hang on, let me look at the patch notes. Yeah, you said there's patch. Where's the patch notes at? That's not patch notes. You didn't. These are not these are not patch notes. These are Marvel Rivals Season 3 balance update predictions. They're predictions, bro. They're not even patch notes. Patch notes don't exist for Season 3. We haven't even heard anything about Season 3 yet. No, man. I rather just wait until Marvel Rivals actually comes out with, you know, information about the next season and we actually do stuff from there. Sija Hem? Is that how you say your name? I appreciate the massive new tier 1 sub, my friend. Give me 1 second. Oh shit, chat. Wait, I just realized something. If the tournament does start at 7 a.m., I mean, sorry, 7 p.m., we're not ending the stream until 3 a.m., bro. Hold on, I just want to make sure this is still. I think they are getting ready for the NA though, because right here they already changed the title: America, Marvel Rivals Ignite, Stage 1, Playoffs, Day 2. Seems like they're getting ready for it. So I don't think we need to wait that much time. Okay, let me figure out what we're doing here before we... That's a silver 1. And that is a gold player. I guess we could just do that. Does Virtus Pro also have a Counter-Strike team? I think Virtus Pro probably does. They're a big org. Pretty sure they're a big org. Okay, chat. I think we have a time for like maybe like two games, if anything. Let's just run it down, see what happens, and probably lose. Let's see. Majestic. Ooh. 2,800. You know what? Say less. Buy it. Okay, equip this one. I don't. Let me see what this gun sounds like before I equip it, chat. Let me see what this looks like before we do anything. Let's see if it even sounds good.
I'm a blunt instrument. That's how I like it.
I mean, to be honest with you, it just looks like a reskin of like the normal one. They just painted it black.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Wow, 4 in a row. Wow, that's amazing. 6 in a row. Way to go.
Night, night, mope.
If you taunt, can you like walk and go around? Yeah, I don't know, man. To be honest with you. Hold up. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. No, 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 no. I don't want to play quick match. Fuck.
Pick your hero. Or
Listen, I'm not gonna get punished. It's fine. I didn't mean to play quick play, bro. I didn't mean to play quick play. You said his shotgun is different?
Right is right, and wrong is wrong. Hostiles up front.
It doesn't look like anything's different. Let's see this skin. Okay, this skin looks nice. I like this. I like this.
My power grows. Behold the god of thunder!
I don't know. I think I like this skin. That doesn't sound like anything's new, but okay. Anyways, before we go, I'm gonna go back to the store, go back to the heroes, scroll all the way back down to Punisher. No, we're not gonna use this skin. We're gonna go back to this skin. I still think this skin is by far one of the best skins. I still don't understand why people like this one. I don't like it. And then we're gonna go run it down mid on a comp game. And I am actually restricted from matchmaking for 4 minutes because I left a quick play game. Just one quick play game. But I am not restricted from comp. Hey, I am not restricted from comp. I'm banned from quick play for 3 days. Why, bro? Like, I didn't even mean to quick play. I meant to, like, whatever. Bro's gonna run it down mid. I am not gonna run it down mid, bro. I'm gonna get on a game, probably win my game, and then we're gonna get off. Hopefully we win, right? You could get banned for leaving games? Yeah, of course. Oh, yeah, we could probably do that. Holy shit, this guy has a 62% win rate. It would be funny if it takes 4 minutes to find a game. Even if it takes a long time. I think maybe not a lot of people are playing. Probably people are, I mean, it's a Friday night. I feel like people would be playing Friday. People are probably getting home from work or school or whatever they gotta do. Let's see. How many people are playing Marvel Rivals? 72,000 people are playing Marvel Rivals right now. Yeah, and that's only on Steam. We're also not including, like, a lot of other things. Hey, there we go, W. Wait, how the hell do I have a Celestial too? What?
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
I'm not a hero. I'm the Punisher.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
I'm scared. Yeah, I'm gonna ban this character because I really don't want to play against it, chat. So, no one's banning anything. I don't know, man. Listen, no one's banning anything. If I didn't ban anything, we would have probably fucking not banned anything. And they banned my Punisher. GG's. I either ban Storm or I'm gonna ban Ultron. Is my team even here? I don't do bans, bro. I usually let my teams do the bans.
No one escapes hell.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
So this guy goes from tank, his tank gets banned, and he goes Wolverine. So we're gonna solo tank Venom. I like it, fuck it. Tourney is in 9 minutes? There's no fucking way you're saying that right now. No. There's no fucking way the tournament is in 7 minutes.
The great river into which all others flow.
I thought they said 7 o'clock. Oh my fucking god, chat. I'm so fucking done, dude.
Who are you to judge my worth? That duty belongs to the gods alone.
Hopefully we full hold. Hopefully we full hold, bro. I'm not leaving the game, chat. I'm not leaving the game. Hopefully we full hold.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
I prefer teams of 4, but I can make this work. A little help, please. Perhaps I should be grateful.
Stop that vehicle.
Find that soul.
Oh, I'm fine. Don't mind me.
Oh my god, someone kills him, right?
I want your soul. No escape from hell.
Wait, chat. Full hold succeed. Full hold succeed.
Here's this life.
That guy's 1 HP, bro.
Find that soul.
There's still a chance to stop them.
Always return.
Us against the world.
Bring on the chaos.
Shields up.
I seem to be
Shields up.
Your power's mine!
Yeah, I'm just gonna die here. Well, that's good.
Now might be a good time to stop them.
I may return from my own realm.
Wait, you're finally in my game, bro.
We need to win fast, bro.
Alright.
Can you like start hacking? Wait, why did you do that?
I meant to get out of that. Alright, I lost it.
I'm taking damage. Get me
I
some
gotta support.
Solok's low, no dashes. On point. Oh, we're playing against Noko? Oh, this should be a free W.
Barely harmed. Resistance is futile.
Your powers are mine!
I want your soul. Why would I need you?
Us against the world!
Here's this life.
Bring on the chaos!
Shields up!
Resistance is futile.
I don't think I use my ult here. My whole team's dead. Oh. Wait, is Noko playing with Super Gomez?
Goddess is ever truly gone. Fight.
Wait, who's Super Gomez on the other team?
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
He's one.
Stop that vehicle!
Immortality.
Are they
has its
queued together?
privileges.
Is Noko and Super Gomez queued together? Chat, imagine that, bro. Imagine queuing with a pro to carry you.
Find that soul.
He killed me through the wall? You can do that? No.
Double KO! It's now
I
or
am
never.
returned to
Stop
claim
them.
what is mine. Here's this life. Behold, exile!
They have no runes.
Your powers are mine!
Against the world! Don't give them another inch. Or else.
Okay, well, I got some good news, chat. If we get full held here, this is really good because then we could get back to the tournament that we were watching, which is really good.
No one escapes hell.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I don't think BP's the play here because they probably can use Loki again.
Round 2, go! seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Oh, I think we lose this game, bro. I think we lose this game.
Even when you can't see me, I'll still make you believe.
This is a nice
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Second World War was a nightmare. Much better.
Psionic burst.
I think we lose this game, chat.
My strength is renewed.
Oops.
Clear the way.
I can't heal them.
Ourselves worthy.
Psionic burst.
I'll patch you up.
Clear the way. Vortex field.
Those guys are about to shoot at us. I feel like myself.
Wait, this game's like easy, but like we're making it hard.
That's what I need.
Feel the pull.
Your powers are mine!
Got you covered.
Now! That's fucking hurt!
Psionic surge.
Us against the world.
Well, that's double support ult.
Tastes like the heart-shaped herb.
It's clear I'm still needed here.
Get that vehicle moving again.
No worries. I've got your back.
Grace us with victory!
You want to go first, Poop?
I have a shield, but no complaints. We've got trouble. Clear the way. Clearly you needed some help.
Much better. These gods are worthy of our help.
Behold! Dark child! Psionic burst! Disappear!
The god of thunder!
Yeah, I think we fucking lose this. Okay, okay. Did they start the tournament, chat? No, they didn't. Okay, good.
We have our support.
I'll fight for my family until the end.
Only 60 seconds left.
Strength return.
Wait, they have one
We only have
healer.
one support, so we should be able to win this.
Vehicle moving again.
Vortex field!
Here they are now.
Should.
Tree already.
Psionic surge!
Better than my mutant power.
Down to 30 seconds.
Clear the way!
Wait.
Vortex
Huh?
field!
Time is of the essence. Rocket needs some healing here. I feel like by the eye of Agamotto.
This is bad. This is bad.
Powers of light.
Disappear!
For mutant kind. Berserker.
Disappear!
Oh, you got 2 kills. Shit. Oh, you know what, chat? It was worth. It was worth. It was worth. It was worth. You know why? Because I had no faith in this team. But fuck, we capped, man. Oh!
Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Good
Is it bad that I'm like low-key wishing that we actually lose, like fast? Oh, I had to reload.
I won't disappear so easily.
Nice spot. You're halfway there. Keep going.
Feel the pull!
Child!
Much better.
Clear the way! Force burst!
I'll patch you up.
That's much better.
Onward to Icarus.
I'm scared.
The god of thunder!
Only 60 seconds left.
You must look behind.
Psionic burst! Disappear!
Oh my god, what a fucking bubble bomb my teammate. Oh my god, what a bubble bomb my teammate.
I've got your back.
Here come our next victims. You're welcome.
Force burst!
Your powers are mine!
How did my push not actually push him?
Psionic surge!
Hey, idiots! Turn around!
Final 10 seconds.
Praise our swift victory! I'll patch you up.
So winnable.
You'll have to keep fighting.
There's a sidelock behind us just pressuring the support.
Someone scratch my back.
Magic roll on me.
What am I? Invisible?
We each must do our
Vehicle reached the checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Clearly you needed some help.
just to us looking. That's your full strength. Let's do this.
Good stuff.
Insignificant gnats.
No,
Oh,
chat.
no, we got it.
It's not winnable, bro. It's
There's
not
no way you're
winnable.
gonna push.
It's not winnable.
Only 60 seconds left.
Behold the god of thunder!
Don't let anything stand in your way.
Good ult.
Feeling fantastic. I've got you covered. Psionic surge!
Down to 30 seconds. So close. Big chance.
Magic roll, magic. Oh my. Split it out. Don't die. Come back.
Final 10 seconds.
Damn, this is bad. This is bad. You know what?
Enjoy the amplifier!
That's when it's the touch point.
I'm gonna TP. We're only gonna have one heal.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
I'm opening a portal.
No way.
Look at Cloak. She's one hit.
Wow, died instantly.
The more the merrier.
GG's.
Like, whoa, can you get any kill, bro?
You have 16 deaths.
I don't care. I was doing everything.
Hey,
Hey, shut up, bro.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
What happened? What happened that game? I played one game. No one used their mic besides, like, the last 2 minutes where people just started wanting to roast each other. What happened, chat? I don't know what the fuck happened.
Marvel heroes you'd like to see coming in here in the game over the next couple months?
MODOK. Do you know MODOK?
MODOK?
Yeah. I don't know what he would be, tank, DPS, or support, but I don't know. I think it'd be cool.
He could fit all three. Honestly, I'd see it. You know what I mean? Just a huge body rolling around, just a huge head.
Jay, that was literally one of your chatters was talking about earlier, remember?
Yes.
That's awesome. Well,
I don't know what happened, bro. The one thing I don't like is, you know, people have mics, they choose not to communicate or use them, and then at the end of the game, it's just a bloodbath.
All right.
Appreciate it, Guru.
Later.
All right. See you later. So Guru from Solaris and that whole team. I mean, it's been insane over here in North America, like you said. I mean,
gotta reset. We gotta refresh that. That looked a little
it just
laggy.
Feels like any of these teams.
Oh my god! What the hell?
In Ego Death, it's crazy the fact that he thinks that maybe even they could beat 100 Thieves, but I'm kind of in that same boat.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you put it that way, right? And we've seen them show up in those moments. I think yesterday was a testament to how crazy these games could be. We saw even the channel points bets across the board almost dead even towards the end because people just weren't sure where it was going to go. But speaking of where is it going to go,
I didn't get banned, chat. It was the quick play ban because I lost quick play. We gotta get the channel points going here.
Honestly, was definitely an underdog story there from what people thought initially.
Today is chat, wait, am I here? Hello? Can you guys hear me? Did my game fucking crash?
With Somble, he was describing on his interview yesterday, he was talking about how they have to, treat the game like the professional gamers. They have to be scrimming, they have to be bot reviewing, they have to be doing all these things.
Versus Envy.
It's true. You have to be in that mindset to win.
It was such an honest interview. I love when teammates get honest.
This should be a great game, chat. Okay, we're gonna start the channel points for you guys right now.
The emotion, you know what I mean? How excited he was. So I'm with you, man. I think we're gonna see, some unique stuff today, man. I think we're gonna see some change up in comps.
Get your prediction points going, chat. Get your prediction points going.
But I know, or 3 in a row, excuse me. This could be 4, but I know they're such a strong team. But diving into FlyQuest, this team, they are not afraid to play unique stuff. That Hulk comes out. We've seen that Namora a ton. The Cap, Vest has been playing really, really well over these last few weekends. Their whole team.
FlyQuest wins that? I don't know, man. I don't know if FlyQuest wins.
So this team is incredibly strong. And when they get knocked to this lower side bracket, like we discussed, something unlocks, man. Bruce to the Hulk, and they just pop off and show up. And I'm excited to see if they can do it again after losing that first match.
That'd be pretty funny. Yeah, the lower bracket buff could definitely be a thing. And then for Team Envy, we already know how good this roster can be. But it's like you said, I mean, the last 3 games, it's been sort of a skid for them, which is honestly something that maybe they need, right? We talk about how Team Envy is an ultra-confident team. And it's not like, I don't think we have any villains in the Marvel Rivals scene currently, just because it's so new. We haven't had an in-person event just yet. Everything's sort of been online. So right now, I mean, the only real diss I've heard about Team Envy is that they're a hyper-confident team, right? That they think they could beat anyone. But, who isn't like that, right? Which team doesn't feel like they could beat everyone? And, for Team Envy, you need to have that confidence, and especially going down the lower brackets to make a run, you got to do something. You got to show that you have some life. And right now, this team definitely has it, but the target bans have really been screwing them over, it feels like, right, Shib?
Yeah, and a consistent, you mentioned confidence and how that may portray, but I do think we've had this conversation. I think confidence is necessary at this level of play. I think if you believe that you can get the job done, you can actually win.
Damn, 75% of chat thinks Envy's gonna win. Only 25% of chat thinks FlyQuest is gonna win. Really?
Across the board, talk about how every single role has players that could be considered top of the role. So definitely can proceed forward for sure. I just want to see them show up in some of these matches.
Yeah, both teams have great coaches as well. I mean, FlyQuest have Coach Yoki. They also have some assistant coaches. Same thing for Envy. They have Coach Gator, right? Also a lot of awesome people behind the scenes supporting the organization, and then also through the coaching, like you said. I mean, Gator has a lot of experience in professional play himself in hero shooter genre, and then for Yoki, he's been experienced in coaching professional esports for quite some time. So both of these teams have big brains behind them, and I think who said it earlier? I think it was in the EMEA region. I think it was the Berber.
Did Dogman get another haircut?
The name is flying over me currently, but he was talking about how it's just like,
bro, Dogman looks good lately.
Really what it is. I mean, hero shooter
games. When Dogman had that long hair, chat, he looked like a wet mop, but he actually looks like a nice,
with 12 players in the
fine
lobbies.
gentleman now.
It feels so hard to do that, especially
Looks
when
good.
in the ban phase too, right, Shib? In the targeted ban phase that we have in the new system that is available for Ignite only, that has really changed.
What?
A lot of
It's
strategies
true.
as well,
Did you
because
guys
might
not
be
see with the
lacking
long
one or two
hair?
heroes out of a composition you've played a lot, and that can really mess up your entire game plan, especially if you're only scrimming.
He looks good now.
That's
a
2 blocks a day.
compliment.
Yeah, it's just like the multiverse. There's so much variance to team comps that you go against, so set plays are just non-existent because you have no idea what to expect. And we talk about the ban phase coming into play heavy, and how I truly believe some teams have just won in the ban phase. And speaking of the ban phase, we're going to be heading that direction now.
Where do you make the prediction? Is that Twitch? Yeah, it's on my Twitch channel. I don't think I can make stuff on YouTube. Oh shit, we're back to 50-50.
Will Envy wake up and showcase
50-50.
how strong they are as a team? I am so juiced to watch this match as we head into the bans.
Yeah, it can't be stressed enough, Shib, like you said. I mean, it's these two teams were favored to win the whole tournament, and now today they will be playing against each other in the lower brackets. One of these two teams will not be in China competing for the millions of dollars that is on the line, and also for the stage prize pool, which is 70K for first place, 500K total in the region, 250K rather for the whole region. And right now we have an Emma ban first, met by the Psylocke ban, so Envy already going for those targeted bans towards
FlyQuest already beat Envy already in the Invitational. So, yeah, but from one thing that I've seen in this tournament is that there's been a lot of upsets lately, and teams who got beat, the teams who beat other teams are getting beat by those teams that they beat already.
Here, which is unique,
So,
right? We talk about very consistent.
It's been pretty good. It's been pretty good.
Change. It seems day in and day out. There's a new set of bans and what people identify. They're really locking in on each other, and they're starting to understand compositions and what they feel comfortable on, and they're doing their homework and they're knocking that out as fast as possible. As we see a lock here, probably for Emma on the side of Fly.
Yeah, I mean, the Emma lock is very easy for them, I think, at this point, with the fact that the Psylocke got banned first, or the Magneto, right? It depends on which team favors which, and you get to see early on for Envy which Vanguards, FlyQuests really prefer. Second ban now available after the Ultron ban comes through, because we've seen how good FlyQuest is around
Yo,
that
Lemon,
Ultron
appreciate the massive
composition.
get this up, my friend.
Envy loves to play that Ultron.
Does the opposite
They do a
team
great job
see
with
who's
Hero
banned from
playing a lot
each
of
side?
that
Yes.
Character, and then
Those
Wolverine has been a
teams
sort of prominent mainstay
see
in North
what
America.
are being banned and
FlyQuest,
saved,
they're not
yes.
going to be able to play that. Magneto ban comes to the other side, so neither Vanguard's available. Envy, though, I'm sure Shib, they've thought of this, right? I mean, I'm sure they know that Emma, they know that Magneto's going to get banned, and they're going to play something like like a whole cap or something along those lines, maybe a thing like we saw earlier.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot more thing. Obviously, Wolverine hasn't been banned out, so we might see that combination there. But I do think you're right. Like, we'll see something a little more unique, and they've done their homework, right? The Excel sheets for the coaches, we've heard a few times, are immense, right? They really do know what to do in every given situation. So I'm sure it is just the comms are just terrifying to listen in on. As we progress to the final ban, they're locking in Strange here for the side of Envy, so they will be playing Doc over on this side. I'm excited to see those eyes.
Yeah, I wonder the Doctor Strange ban. I wonder if it was going to be a group, or sorry, Protect. I wonder if the group was going to be a Doctor Strange ban or Protect.
No way you're watching
Doctor
12
Strange ban.
12 hours
Just
of
because
this
of the
a
fact
day.
that I don't know. We've heard. I mean, Doctor Strange is a great hero. We've talked about how good he is right now.
Why can't I watch?
I think banning him out wouldn't be a bad idea either, but definitely Groot is another character that is super strong for Team Envy now. That probably puts them over to the cap alongside that Doctor Strange, unless they want to play that whole comp that we've seen earlier. Although,
how much
if I'm
are
not
they
mistaken,
paying?
Chip, I don't think Envy's really played a lot of that.
$500 billion.
That's more been of a FlyQuest staple in North America.
Yeah, I'm with you 1000%, but I do think Kaluj plays a mean strange, which is definitely why they're locking that in early. Kaluj is one of the.
Do you get
top
paid
strangers,
to
if
watch
not,
your favorite NBA game or your favorite
the
fucking
number one strange
soccer
just has
game or football game?
insane
No,
plays
what?
and is super confident on that hero. So definitely going to see that lock in as we press forward here. I am excited. If you don't know already, the way these break down is you start off with domination, then you choose between the losing team, then choose
Bro, not even a trillion. I tried to offer them. I told them to give me a trillion. They said no. The best we could do is 750 mil. So I took it. You know, it's pocket change, but you know what, chat?
Look at the predictions. FlyQuest 67%.
Guess I could put it away in the savings.
As we begin this battle.
I mean, it makes a little bit of sense just because of how FlyQuest was playing throughout the whole tournament, throughout the group stages, to make it as far as they did, to win in their group and then just get absolutely destroyed by 10. Now it's just crazy. We also have cameras coming through. Kaluj in the vertical, looking like he's on TikTok right now. Envy walking up already with some space on the triple.
I think this is going to be the best game that we see today in North America. But in North America, yesterday's games were fucking amazing, so we'll see.
That guy is on the Loki.
We have Hulk here diving up on the high side. Very aggressive hero. Seen a lot more play in this tournament. We do see Adam go immediately.
The NA games have been so fun to watch, man.
Of dropping them out of the sky with that jump off cooldown. And here we go. Kalush holding this point down. Going to be using that left click, just trying to build some ult charge. Already at roughly 60%. It looks like FlyQuest going to be just slightly ahead in ult advantage here as the point is being swayed towards Envy. It's all about positioning now. They're dancing on this point, trying to buy some time. But will they give up the point in the initial take here?
Is that guy wearing a jacket with his headphones on like backwards?
Holding it down with Torch, incredibly strong right now. We have seen a ton of bans, and out immediately goes that Eternal Bond. That can get charged incredibly quickly. Fate of Both Worlds is gonna match it. Out goes Emma, going to yell.
Oh shit! I gotta. There you go. This is my tournament viewing.
And immediately FlyQuest are gonna be up in numbers.
Yeah, but Envy's got those respawns. However, they're still not going to use them. Back off the map they go. FlyQuest. First team to take that point, right? That was the biggest thing. FlyQuest got on that objective, forced away Team Envy.
Oh, I think it's
really found
there you go.
Right, just kind of surrounding the point, finding those first picks from.
I think the webcams are all lagging.
Do it early on, then with the whale later on in the team fight. So right now, Team Envy on the back foot, having to come back through. Though they do have ultimates ready to go.
Oh wait, I just realized that. Yeah, they don't have Cal playing right now. They have NK playing. I think we didn't see that before. Wow, did they bench Cal, chat?
Go down. FlyQuest just winning these fights even through the Q fest. And out goes the dance floor from Zealous to hold on. No ults available here. The side of FlyQuest month is holding on to that res though, and that could be game winning. NK comes back with the res. You mentioned holding on to them. Now you're
he got kicked from the team. There's no way Cal got. There's no way Cal got kicked from the team. Cal is a really good player.
Even when you think you're ahead in numbers, out again goes the Bond, taking that space right back. Speedery onto Zealous, and again Envy now has pressure, and they're taking this point. But 75% already for FlyQuest is a massive start here for Team Fly.
Yeah, Cooper losing his counterpart or his teammate rather than Zealous. Big whale as well on the backside. Energy's there to follow up on Speedily in the middle of all these Stratus ultimates from Team Envy. They have to set up the res now if they can't win this fight.
Oh, what's up, Snake?
Stratus ultimates, however, so they're gonna need to win this fight here and now, and they're actually gonna do so. Great job with the Stratus ultimates, able to win off of it though. Energy's finding a pick. It's not really enough, I think, for FlyQuest at this point, although they're still alive. And
damn, he even has a hand cam.
Yeah, roughly even on the trade here. Envy just trying to get back on that point, 99%, as they are holding on. Energy takes out Nero. Down goes Kaluj as well. FlyQuest still finding value through the situation. Up heavy in numbers here, holding on. And Energy up in the sky, just a menace. Here comes the teleport. Will it be enough, or will they hold them down? The portal is out. Can they touch?
Damn.
FlyQuest on the first map.
FlyQuest 100 to 0 Envy?
There. I mean, what a play from him and then his team and Audios to kind of control around that objective. Unfortunately, looked like Envy just collapsed.
AC, that was not Cal.
Ran out. It seemed like their game plan was just kind of, you know, hopefully you win. And unfortunately, right now, for how FlyQuest is playing, it was tough for Kaluj to find anything there. Right on that Dr. Strange.
Yo, can we bring back our boy Cal, man? Listen, I don't think the reason why they lost yesterday was because of Cal. Let's bring Cal back, bro.
Right now, FlyQuest look awesome.
We need Cal.
Kept that team fight alive. Didn't even have Stratus ultimates. Played hard around their abilities. Right, we've seen the daggers, the storm daggers. Right, that aura ability is to play around that inside that health pack side area. So right now, how FlyQuest is playing around the strategist is absolute peak.
Yeah, we've talked about how that ability is, you know, it's 55.
I still don't understand what that. Chat, is that supposed to be a spaceship?
That blue dome that gets thrown down there by Dagger from Cloak and Dagger. It's actually like it's a really good mitigation to help shut down ultimates. One of the things we need to discuss. It's so difficult. You see Month there holding on to that Warlock res. It's so
yeah,
difficult
I believe that is Speed Elite
winning.
from Overwatch. Yeah, pretty sure a lot of these players are from Overwatch.
Team. So holding on to that still. Kalush has ult advantage, going to be on the side of Envy as we start up our first fight.
Yeah, right now Envy trying to take the space on FlyQuest, understanding that the Namor is going to be, you know, a force to be reckoned with on the backside alongside the Torch, right? That spam comes through. Eventually, the Torch can kind of come through and slam down your backline. Meanwhile, you also want to set up Month on his res and maybe set up a Stratus ultimate alongside it. Kalush also, in the meanwhile, going to constantly look for this Eye of Agamotto. Speedily early ultimate committed by him.
Yeah, crystals are going to be popped out. Just buy some time here for the side of Fly. Good work there by Cooper. And we do see the Eternal Bond out too. Ult advantage heavily on the side of Envy, though. They've got to make some stuff happen here. Get this point back and swing the momentum, which we know how important momentum is. Kalush finding a few with that eye. Can they get a pick? Not quite yet. The whale goes out. Doesn't find
Oh, that whale, bro. That whale. They're down all 3 supports, bro.
They clean up and they should be able to get this point here.
Yeah,
damn.
Split, right? Only allowing one of their teammates in terms of energy to fall in that fight. Energy did get connected on by the Eye of Agamotto, but the peel came through from Adios, understanding the situation. That was a hand toss in the Horn of Proteus towards that Eye of Agamotto from Kalush. Able to find everybody else running towards the Envy, towards the Eye of Agamotto. And right now, I mean, Envy's sort of a little bit lost. They're swapping NK now over to the Punisher alongside Speedily on that Human Torch. They're giving up entirely on that triple Stratus composition, moving on to something a little bit more standard.
Yeah, I think a change was necessary. I like that. I think you can't just keep running the same thing if it ain't working for you. I mean, you talk about Adios with that whale. That was disgusting. It really set up a 4-piece there for the team to press in. Now, their spawn door holding them here. Going to be throwing a ton of Qs out, just trying to buy time on this point as much as possible. Your goal is to try to get a ton as we see Window fall. Down goes NK as well. Nice pressure there. Trying to find a third. Good idea tries to get the XL. Doesn't work, but they find Month, who is going to stagger. They might wait this out a little bit. Just trying to, you know, free time here. No reason to force that KO too early, as they do have 50% on the point. And
all I know is, chat, is that I'm very happy to see Hulk Namor dominating the scene right now.
I was talking to
Hey,
over Color Caster over in the EMEA. Talking about how
I love Hulk Namor, man.
He is incredibly strong, but you know, it's only strong if you have a player that's super good at Loki. And for FlyQuest to get Loki on Cooper, his best hero that he plays, I mean, it's an absolute blessing in disguise because Envy do not have a Loki on their side.
Yeah, those crystals are insane for shutting down ultimates. Such a good ability, and that's why you see so many Loki bans. Out goes the whale again from downtown. Does it find more value? Good defensive ult there. Well done by Window to clean that up. Great ult there again. As we see more from Kalush, they finally able to find a little more value from that NK trying to press out here. We will see that final judgment very soon here. And then Hulk gets knocked back into Bruce form. We see out goes the Eternal Bond to try to, you know, just force this into a little bit more of a slow fight. 91% on though. Envy pressing Q everywhere. Can they find some picks? Pressing in heavy now. Whole team needs to make
sure dude, when I see a Punisher ult not get anything, it hurts my soul, chat. When I see a Punisher ult just
energy with great position. Just trying to get that ult charge up as he's sitting at roughly 85. We do have Emma ready for Vest. Will Vest find more value? Vest, a mean Vanguard here, is trying to buy time off this point. Still ticking down that OT, and out goes one of the more defensive ultimates from the Vanguards. Excuse me, as the Freedom Charge is out for Cap. Out again goes the Psionics Induction from Vest. Will it get much? No, great positioning there for the side of Fly, or excuse me, from Envy. We're able to hold on, and at this point, it looks like Envy will get the point and hold on. Great work to not panic in that situation.
Yeah, that took a long time, and you know, actually the coach of FlyQuest, he was the one that mentioned how you don't really want to judge teams too harshly on domination as the first map of the series. Also, not a huge time bank in domination compared to maps like Aegis Path, compared to, you know, Convoy and Convergence. So I mean, domination, a tough map to play, in Team Envy now in control of the point. They could.
Yeah, no, I think this
second round, which FlyQuest are looking to close out.
I think FlyQuest just wins this right here. But both teams have a shit ton of ult, so we'll see.
We do see the invisible boundary up the counter a little bit. Nobody finding anything just yet. No purchase on these abilities. Cooldowns being used. FlyQuest still slightly up in ult charge.
How do you feel about a randomizer for bans tournament? I don't. Nah. The way they do bans right now is actually amazing. I love it. I was confused at first, but I like it because it's not mirror matchups. It's good. Both teams aren't running the same thing like what Overwatch does. Overwatch, you usually have like everyone running the same stuff.
And that's a great pick. That's trying to build up that Emma charge. Remember, once you get to 100, it is double damage on that laser. And they're finding more with the Sonic Seduction. Cap in a dangerous spot here. Gonna punt him into the wall. Ton of damage there. Speedery on Audio. Spark Chief on a window. Traded again. But it's now 72% for Envy on point.
I mean, they're building it up right now. Speedy's popping off. Also, first thing.
Oh wow, they're pushing him in so he staggers more. That's a big stagger. That is a big stagger. Oh my god.
And right now in the Punisher, creating a ton of space for Speedily. Right.
That is a big punish. That was a big stagger.
Maybe not finding any total eliminations, but creating so much room for Speedily right now, who has that Luna Snow idol. He's been the hard pocket right now. 95% of the board. Envy could do it.
Yeah, I mean, here comes the portal touch. It needs to happen. They will get the touch, and it's all about this next fight. Ult advantage just slightly for Window. That ult finds a ton of value in OT like this. It's essentially another strategist ultimate. If your team dances in, remember, you got to stay inside the path of Cap if you want that overshield. A lot of people don't quite understand that, especially as you're climbing the lower side of the ladder. Adios up in the sky, burning that cooldown is good as Speedery. He's going to try to capitalize on
oh
that.
no, bro. Hey, this is good for Envy though. This is good for Envy, but oh,
gets a pick with the eye as Vest goes down, and now goes the invisible boundary. Stalling this just a little more out again with the Eternal Bond. Adios falling with that ultimate up is difficult right now, but it looks like Envy's doing a great job holding on to this, and it looks like they will get map 2. Maybe I spoke too soon, as it's really close here on the OT.
wow. Okay. We got a game, chat. We got a game. We got a game, bro.
We're heading to the third round on the very first map of the day in North America. Imperial Institute of Science will be that third map, which is a little bit more open. So I'm curious who you think this favors, Shib. I mean, does it favor Envy's composition?
I think, look at Speedery, bro. This guy is, that guy is carrying the game for them. 13-5 with 11 final hits, 25,000 damage. This guy is keeping them in the game. But look at this team. This team is just crazy.
But Speedery in the sky is terrifying. So I think it might favor Envy a little bit here in that space, that opening.
I think you have to ban Speedery's Human Torch, bro.
So
you have to ban it.
Is more favored for Envy on this next map, but we'll see if Fly makes a change or if they get it done with the team they're running right now.
All right, kind of agree with you, actually. We'll see what happens between both these teams. I mean, it's definitely neck and neck at the current moment, and right now FlyQuest sticking with their Hulk stuff, right? Consistently playing with that Emma Frost, considering that character made it through in the ban phase for them. We'll see what happens in this upcoming map, right? FlyQuest do have that whale ready to go. No strategist ultimates on the side of Envy. However, Speedily with the Supernova can create so much space alongside with NK if he's in a good spot.
How long is this tournament on for?
So right now for FlyQuest,
it's 4 matches today that are a best of 5. So I mean, the EU tournament lasted 9 hours. So
it is something you have to deal with, especially if you try to go down these off angles.
We'll see how long this one lasts.
You know, that AOE damage from the turret, the area of effect damage. For those who don't know what that means.
Do you think Thor could become meta in the pro scene right now? No. Thor's a throw pick.
Tornadoes, the Supernova again on the back line, double landed as NK from Energy takes that NK and Month. Good turn there. Nice start up here as Cooper finds one. Speedery back on Energy. Adios on a Speedery though. And now FlyQuest is looking like they'll take this point over early on. And they just got to drop this Cap, who is very difficult to get off the point.
Yeah, smart little counterplay from FlyQuest there. I thought they were in a weird spot after Cooper was forced to use his crystals being played for NK and that spam in that turret, like you mentioned, Shib. That was a good call out, but you know, for FlyQuest, they're really good at counter engaging. It looks
the
like
only I think the only flanker that we've seen being played is Black Panther, and that's like twice.
From Audios just connected on 2, and that was massive because there's no crystals to save on the backside here.
Unless you're talking about Wolverine.
Audios already found Speedily though, so that's a tough spot to be in for Envy.
Yeah, it's tough to stay up when you're using that ultimate. As NK does go down, Spark Chief, nice patience there to find out when to dive in. Energy gonna pop that Supernova now, and a ton of damage goes out. That's a second pick on a Kaluge. Well done by Energy right now in the sky, who is actually holding his own.
Energy is crazy, bro.
As one of the best, if not the best flyer.
Oh, Psylocke. Yeah, but Psylocke in a lot of Emma, yeah.
I think we've seen it before in other regions.
I thought he was talking about melee characters.
Side of the map is really hard to dislodge. We also have so much space over there. So right now, Audio's taking full.
My bad. I shouldn't have said flanker. I should have said melee characters.
That's going to be fight changing for them. This is the first time in this round they're able to build up those towards those ultimates. 60% of the board also built for FlyQuest, so they're halfway to closing out on the first map.
Gotta show up the Spark Chief with that early pick onto the final judgment.
We've seen Iron Fist rarely as well, like by Panther.
Hold on, as the teams are now battling in the alleyways. We do see the damage boost goes up. NK gonna take out Energy though, and that's tough as Vess finds Kaluge. Numbers are even here. Alt advantage on the side of FlyQuest, who have 4 available as they use another. Zello's gonna pull out the dance floor. Here comes the whale, but nobody is inside. Good, but it did force the team to play in 2 different locations. Will that be enough? We did force out an ultimate there for Month, as Month is gonna start another dance floor speedery. And here we go again with the Supernova. Will it find more value? Hulk trying to escape, does escape and find some off angle here directly out of the back line. Great positioning as we do see Zellos fall speedery. Great decision making there, playing around this angle. And these are those flying covers that I was mentioning. If you break that middle start of the map, you can actually break it immediately. Those will pop up for you, and it gives Flyers a huge
Thor demolishes teams. LOL.
Incredibly well. They will not fight it without natural cover. You'll never catch them out in the open as we see the retake here, but 90.
Okay, I'm not trying to sound disrespectful or mean. What rank are you if Thor is dominating your game? I'm not trying to be mean. I just want an honest answer.
Full disengage away from that ult and understanding how strong Final Judgment is. As most people in chat said, I've seen enough. Nerf Adam Warlock right now on the comeback. Envy. Do you have that Avagamotto? We've seen it before from Kaluge. Can he get it done again right now, Shiv? They need to not also give up that point as they're currently in control.
Yeah, I think we might see something a little bit more unique. We might see a counter Supernova here, potentially just to try to put damage out to wherever Strange is trying to make a play. Speedery up in the sky now, getting close to ult as well, but Energy is popping that right now. Will they find value? Essentially going to try to put as many on the floor as possible and then dunk in there. If you see 4 of those fire pits on the ground and you land on them, it can burst through Strategist ultimates, but no, gets frozen immediately. Going to play low ground here onto the dance floor as Cooper copies up Zellos and keeps it going, and Zellos will be very close to another Kaluge.
Bro, I want to be talking chat, but I'm so mesmerized by these games.
Zealous was about to have ultimate. Cannot stress enough how huge that was, but Vess, Spark Chief, and Adios say no, we don't want this to go that way as they find.
Holy shit, FlyQuest takes map 1, bro. FlyQuest takes map 1. That was a good game, though. That was a good game by Envy.
Wow. What a play from FlyQuest. They're so good at disengaging all these ultimates, splitting up at the perfect times to not get hit by the Eye of Agamotto, only resulting in one of the members going down.
Hey, that was a good series, bro. That was a good series. So far, I mean, good map. Not series yet.
They're staying alive. I mean, that Namor has so much survivability. Same thing with Hulk. Same thing with their backline with the Namor, right? They have so many options in terms of just living. And right now, honestly, I mean, Envy's going to have to react in the ban phase next map, honestly. It feels like the Psylocke ban, I mean, it was kind
Namor 30-3 with 9 final hits. Damn. Energy 24-7 with 10 final hits, bro. And even the Hulk. Look at the Hulk. 23-2 with 11 final hits.
But right now, I mean, it feels like they just allowed so much space to this Loki and to the rest of FlyQuest, who just didn't seem to fall. I mean, they only had
bring Envy needs to bring out their secret weapon, bro. Envy needs to bring out their secret weapon. Where the hell's Cal at?
Yeah, I think FlyQuest runs this comp so well, and they do it so consistently. It's difficult.
They got to bring Cal back.
You ban them out. It may not be quote unquote meta, although they make it look like it's meta. So they don't like to ban it out, and they try to find stuff like getting rid of the Psylocke there, which makes sense. But then Vess is now allowed to play this Emma and found 30k damage in 8 finals, almost across the board. The entirety of the Vanguards and Duelists looking very similar with 11 finals, 8 finals, 10 and 9 from Spark, Vess, Energy, and Adios. So the team is just playing so well together. Everybody has their space. Speedery with 13 finals of the opposition to show you how good
is this NA? Yes.
Sky, like
I don't think they can. I don't think they're gonna ban Envy's Human Torch.
There's so many factors when it comes to normal rivals, with the ban phases, with the protection.
I think they do need to ban his Human Torch. Speedery is really fucking good on that.
Within your own team, that's a huge thing as well, being target banned that we've seen so far. But realistically, it's a hard game, I think, for NK on the opposite side on that Punisher, right? Trying to figure out his role in that composition. I think comparatively to what we saw for like with the 100 Thieves, they were really good at playing on this Punisher.
Oh, D-Bane train for 6 months. Appreciate it.
Able to build those ultimates so fast as well as.
Can they sub in series? They have to. I'm pretty sure if they want to sub a player, they're gonna have to do it in between rounds. So that was first round. Maybe we do see Cal come in.
You called Chip. I mean, they're playing so well around speedily. I mean, he's obviously a hard carry of this lineup, but it almost feels like that Punisher needs to be doing a little bit more. Maybe support the Punisher a little bit harder, because I just feel like anytime that final judgment would come out, it just wasn't to any avail.
Yeah, I feel like you need to have either the mag or potentially the thing to get that damage reduction over to your Punisher. It's so difficult to stay up when everyone's eyes are on you. Punisher has a large frame, right? So everybody's looking in that direction. It's very difficult to stay up. You know, you can try to pull something like the Loki crystals, but Loki was not being played on that side. I don't believe he was banned out, so just elected to not choose it. But this has been, you know, I do think FlyQuest, it's playing right into their strengths, and they're looking really good. But we're gonna see what happens here on game 2 right after this short break.
Bro, I don't know how these casters can like talk so long and so much about this game. Bro, I would get tired. Jesus, yo, Vince Dog. I appreciate it. 58 months, my friend. How you doing? How you doing? I'd get tired.
Out of sight. Judge, jury, executioner.
And they speak so fast, bro. I feel like I'm like at an auction. Yeah, damn, yo, what's up, Robotic? Jay, you should make a streamer comp team. We'll see. I don't know, man. We'll see, chat. The problem, I don't know. Maybe we make an Overwatch team on Marvel Rivals like we did in Overwatch. I don't know, bro. I don't know who I would get. Also, it's very. Wait, no, wait. Alright, sorry. Jay3, make a team and play in the MRC next season? Yeah, see, that's the problem, though, chat. Like, as a streamer, I love how, okay, pro players and streamers are completely different. Pro players have to scrim this game, play this game, you know, scrim, practice, VOD review, do all this stuff. As a streamer, bro, I just like to sit back, kick my feet up, bro. Sometimes, like, if I don't want to play this game, I don't have to. I could go play Expedition 33 or any other variety game. I could just sit here and watch it with you guys. I don't have to scrim all the time. If I don't want to play, bro, I don't have, you know what I'm saying? Like, if I have a team, I don't want to scrim and I don't want to VOD review. Listen, I just don't want to. You can admit that you're washed and don't have a chance of going pro now? That's that, bro. I'm gonna be honest with you. Fine. Shit, I'm washed. I'm still top 500 in some in the games that I play. Oh, okay. I mean, yeah, I literally play with these guys in my ranked games, but damn, shit, fuck. I guess I'm okay. Were you on Flat's team for this tournament? No, I was on Flat's team for the XQC's 250K tournament.
Welcome back, everyone. FlyQuest doing FlyQuest things in this lower side bracket just looks so
with Summit and everyone.
They're pretty traditional team comp at this point.
Yeah, and I think that it was close. I think on map number 2, that we saw speedily kind of pop off on the Human Torch. That could be an option moving forward for them, and it depends if we even see the Storm again, right? That's potentially in their back pocket. I know that the character sort of gets banned out versus them a lot, also sort of fallen out of favor recently just because of how, you know, things have sort of gone. But, you know, I'm curious to see what Envy has in their back pockets and if they'll even change anything, because I think, you know, for Team Envy and for like we said about Yoki earlier, a lot of teams think that domination's a bit 50-50, right? Sometimes you win domination and sometimes you get smoked. It feels like it's random, right? Because if you cap the point first, you're probably going to end up with 50, 60, 70%, maybe even 80% sometimes, even just losing that first fight or winning it, and then maybe after that losing it. But regardless, FlyQuest on that domination.
There's a reason my pro.
Right now,
huzzah! The one person that you named that isn't a pro, I'm sure there's a lot of other reasons why they're probably not a pro.
Know where they could take Envy as they were in the same league together.
Sure, there's a lot of other reasons, man.
Yeah, I think in domination you mentioned like
Don't think that would be a very good example.
I think it's just due to the fact that both teams commit a ton to those first fights. They use, whether it's the second round, they use a lot of ultimates just to try to ensure that they get that point early. And if they don't, then it's just a downhill slope where they just kind of fall down because ult advantage is now against them as they're defending, and defending gives you better positioning a lot of the time. So it's very difficult to battle back. So I'm with you that it can be a little tricky on domination.
Oh, we missed a ban.
Uh-oh.
Why does that keep happening in our games? Was it Envy who missed it last time? I don't remember which team.
FlyQuest missed the ban, chat. Uh-oh.
It was 100 Thieves.
1 second.
Last time, yeah. This is crazy, dude. That's the first. That's the first ban.
Did Energy crash or something? Wait, Envy missed the ban now. We might have some issues potentially. This is the only explanation, unless both teams are agreeing to not ban things or something. Because,
Yeah.
What do you think
shown here? Yeah, there's nothing being shown here on the next ban. I'm curious if we're gonna see history in the makings here. Yeah, it could be it could be a gentleman's agreement. I'm not quite sure exactly.
Oh.
I imagine maybe they're gonna restart in a second or something because. Okay, there's an issue.
Okay, I was about to say, bro, I was about to say, that is
crazy, like you said, Chip.
If a team doesn't ban and they forgot or something happened or someone disconnected and they didn't ban, bro, that is fucking respect to not give a ban as well and skip a ban. I thought that's what they were gonna do, but they're just gonna reset the lobby. I was about to say, that's respect right there. That's sportsmanship. I like that.
But that makes sense. I do think we need to see a change. Do you think we're gonna see maybe the Hulk banned out? Hulk is getting a ton of value on that side.
Yeah, I mean, I think we talked to some players before saying how they talked about you want to do individual bans, and right now I think it's a good idea to ban out maybe that Hulk, maybe something that FlyQuest likes to run. But the real difficulty for sure is that I think FlyQuest out of every other team is one of the most flexible teams, almost too flexible, right? Because sometimes we'll see them play Iron Fist when Iron Fist is not good. We'll see them, figure out a whole bunch of stuff. And, for FlyQuest, it almost feels like you can't target ban versus them considering that their hero pool, right, Shib?
And that's how you excel, I think, at this level of play, especially with this banning system. I think you need to have diversity in your roster. You need to be able to play different roles, whether it's brawl, dive, or poke. You need to have other things in your arsenal, because if you do get banned out, which we've seen some of these teams struggle with.
To hell with sportsmanship. There's $3 million on the line.
Not as frequently.
Hey.
It is very apparent. So I do think
true
from Envy in the bans. I don't think the Psylocke ban off the rip is necessarily what they need.
Yeah, I kind of agree. In that boat, we'll see what they opt into, but yeah, restart on both teams' side. They're looking like they're gonna go for that Emma ban, and they are this time around. Don't want to deal with Vess on the Emma, and he was having a good game, so I don't mind that, right, Shib? I mean, it seems to be a solid choice.
Bro, chat, they didn't bring in Cal
for them last time.
Yeah, I think that's a great choice. I think Emma had 30k damage, 8
Bro,
finals. Just
they actually benched Cal?
Seduction. I think that ability sets up so much, especially when you have Namor on the field, where you can throw that whale at enemies that are walking directly at you with no pace at all. So can guarantee that center location. We saw a lot of value even with just knocking down the entirety of the team. And the follow up there from Human Torch in the sky, as we see Speedery's Human Torch getting taken out there pretty quickly.
Yeah, maybe fine with it on domination, not so much on convoy. That would make sense, I think. From
maybe
everything
he's
we've
sick.
Discussed, it seems like,
bro, who cares if you're sick, bro? Do you think Michael Jordan, when he had that flu game, you think he wanted to sit out when he was sick?
Again, for Team Envy not wanting to play against FlyQuest and theirs.
Probably.
So
I don't know. Good question.
Hovering that Psylocke ban is FlyQuest yet again, though. Targeting speedily definitely a priority for FlyQuest.
Yeah, we had a conversation with Guru obviously earlier, someone who can play Wolverine at a high level. I think Yggdrasil's path is a Wolverine, it's a playpen essentially. You can just do so much with that movement and tackling around corners that leads to.
Oh yeah, FlyQuest did ban Speedly's Human Torch. They didn't want to play against that Human Torch again.
They lost first map. They have the choice of map and side here on map 2. So choosing Yggdrasil, so they feel comfortable on this. So expect to see them playing well here as we go into game 2.
I think the Psylocke is definitely interesting. Doctor Strange ban for Team Envy's side, and I'll be honest, that doesn't feel necessarily targeted.
Oh, that's interesting. They kept Storm
removed for FlyQuest side, because on Envy's team they've also removed Ultron. We'll see what FlyQuest want to do. I mean, Loki is still on the table. That character's not been touched, and FlyQuest has played well. It doesn't feel like, to me at least, Shib, that Envy is targeting FlyQuest specifically right now.
Yeah,
interesting.
I'm not quite sure about the Strange ban. Obviously, Strange, you know, portal block on this map is very impactful. I think so. That is likely the thought process there. Kaluj needing to protect the Strange there. Although we saw some
better than Serial. As of 9 months.
So
Nah, keep it on, bro. Trust.
Obviously, Cooper on Loki. Shout out from last map. Just MVP again. Most healing, 59k. Closest after that was 51, and then it was followed up by about 40 and 30.
Month has a really good oh yeah, chat. There's a problem not banning Loki. You're giving the other team basically a Luna ult, and on top of that another Luna ult. You're basically giving them almost close to 30 seconds of just not dying.
With the 3 Vanguards in 3 strategists in. Remember, guys, this is a best out of 5. So first team to 3 maps is going to win the whole series and move on. The team that doesn't is going to be eliminated from the Ignite series and will not be going to China for our very first LAN and Marvel rival. So
Strange is honestly a base ban. Well, a lot of people ban Strange because you could, you know, counter. You could portal off people's spawns. Also, it takes away that like extra fight that you have. Let's say if your team loses a fight, you can't portal back to the fight and also like defend or attack.
I don't know what is the real answer, Shib, to this triple Vanguard composition. Is it that Storm?
Oh, and they're gonna be running triple. Oh, they're running the 3-3 chat. 3 tanks, 3 supports, first point defense. It's really strong. Really strong. I wish people actually did this in ranked. 3 tanks, 3 supports. You have a lot of health pools and that you heal, and you basically have unlimited support ults and no one dies.
Like as you see here, Magneto or Strange, and ton of damage out so far. This is going to give your backline strats a ton of ult charges. You see 70% already here for Cooper. 82.
Look at this chat. You already have 3 support ults in 30 seconds.
Has that ult, but so is the Eye of Agamotto from Kaluj. Finds some purchase, but not able to find any value.
Oh wait, they double support ulted, I think. No, they didn't.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like.
Oh no, they did.
Specifically, Window is gone, by the way, in the spawn doors of his own team.
They double support ulted, but they still have one more.
Go into that turret form just to farm ultimate, right? Not to find eliminations, but just to build that ult. NK just going there without the turret, right? Just running in towards their face. Maybe that the idea to swap for the turret just to build up the ultimate quick could have been helpful there.
And just to shout out, Adios actually used that.
Wow, went on the rocket, and the rocket just disappeared. Crazy.
It may have been a mistake, or it may have been for the damage to try to, you know, they do not have any.
And now they have another.
So it's all about keeping in the fight here. NK gonna find energy and Bass, and the shoddy to the body, terrifying here as Punisher can really burn through this front line, as is shown right here, shoving through and finally pushing out of the spawn door.
Yeah, able to get on through, but maybe job's already done for FlyQuest, right? Winning at least one team fight. Envy now on the back foot with 2 minutes nearly off the clock. Another fight got to come through. No portal though, because we talked about how Dr. Strange was banned earlier, right? So FlyQuest at least in a position where maybe the second fight isn't going to be totally ideal for them, whereas Envy, because of that Dr. Strange ban, afforded themselves, you know, a really solid second fight here as FlyQuest swapped Adios over to the Human Torch.
Oh no, they lost their fucking big Groot ult, but they lost their Loki, bro.
Immediately goes Vash Speedery with that AoE, just keeping the team damage boosted, walking through as Sparchi falls as well. Envy starting to look like their old selves as we see 2 more go down from Kaluj and Window. Really well played.
Yo, Gene Lombardi, Prime sub.
In the next fight with double duelist ultimate. This is going to be terrifying if you are a Vanguard. You got to get up there quickly, but Vess will not have that meteor ready on the Magneto.
Yeah, I mean, it's made a very awkward fight now. Cooper comes in with the copy. Here comes the Supernova from Adios as well. Can they find elimination? Speedily will fall down. These are great opening picks for FlyQuest on the re-engage.
Oh shit, no, bro. Envy's selling, dude.
FlyQuest comes through and finds the entirety of the team. What a retake as they
Envy is selling, bro. What was that?
Advantage in the next fight. So well played across the board. Adios and energy there, just sweeping right as you see NK pop that final judgment. That is a tough look, and we mentioned trying to keep NK up there when you're using that final. Just had a very difficult time staying up when he presses Q.
Yeah, and they should be able to find those eliminations there. So like you said, Shiv, that is tough. Now double Vanguard ultimate for Team Envy. Here comes energy in the back. Oh no, Month's already gone, and it's only.
Oh my god, energy getting both supports. Dude, energy's the fucking goat, dude. Jesus Christ.
Again, not having to overcommit is Sparchief now, and Zelos will have all again tied up and roughly even in the next fight. And it just seems like FlyQuest has found their footing. They got a little shaken there on fight 2 and came right back.
And they're not even looking for him. He's set up behind again, unfortunately, for...
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. No disrespect to NK. I don't know much about them, but I think they need to bring Cal back out, bro.
I mean, they're just getting dominated right now. Zealous with the clap speedily goes down. 11 seconds left to go. You have to toss out ultimate.
Oh, what a big ult, dude. What a big ult.
NK gonna follow up on Cooper. That's a nice pick there early on. Out goes the invisible boundary, and it's in OT now. It's all about this next few moments. FlyQuest with the meteor.
That was a big ult by Kaluj.
Value energy gonna take out Nero though, and once again, it is in the favor of FlyQuest. Envy starting to panic. The heartbeats are skyrocketing as they're just holding on. Speeder gonna get back here, and out goes the Hurricane, and this could be huge. Zelos just trying to run out. Out goes those crystals, but they don't have a lot of value into the Hurricane as it just burns up at the same time. Adios on NK though, still going to be up slightly in this fight. It looks like Envy doing a good job with patience, just kind of holding on for this fight. Adios trying to find Storm.
Seeing two flying characters fight each other is just...
With great movement in the sky on that Z exits, out goes Cooper. Kaluj with that Maelstrom again. These fights are so back and forth, but it looks like it's going to go in the favor of Envy, who will be able to get point one.
Good shit by Envy, though. Hey, they didn't give up, bro. Good shit. That was a good hold by FlyQuest. Really good hold by FlyQuest.
One from spawn there, you still kind of take yourself out of the fight just due to how the Psylocke plays, trying to spawn cam Nero. I mean, Nero unfortunately got bullied in that last fight, but it didn't end up mattering because his team was able to win without him, while Energy was distracted in the backline as well as speedily eventually able to get that elimination. So sometimes on Psylocke, it is that tough decision you have to make, whether to go for that spawn camp or whether to just keep harassing backline, because it looks like Team Envy were able to just win on that frontline duel.
Yeah, I mean, we have a double strat ult here available for Envy as out goes the boundary. Psylocke not able to get any value there as Energy's going to have to reset, just burning some of these walls down on the way out. Kaluj taking that space. This is a very good jump spot. You actually might see him retreat here and climb upwards, using that corner to hide the height and then fall down with an ult as Kaluj is going to try to hide up in that top side angle. There is flyers on the opposition as Adios is going to pop that hurricane, or the tornadoes, excuse me, the supernova. And here comes the Hurricane right through onto the backline. Speedery, Adios going to find NK, but will Speedery be able to find some value? Yes. Down goes Vess as the numbers are evened out. Spark Cheap going to pop that ultimate for Cap, the freedom charge. Will it keep the team in? Out goes Ayavaga.
Oh, that's unfortunate. He didn't get any value there. I'm actually really surprised that Storm's getting a lot of value too.
I mean, in these neutrals, I just think that really Speedy's hard carrying. I mean, Envy's strategists both layered their ultimates in that previous fight due to the Dance of the Butterflies. They definitely did not need to do that, but it doesn't matter because Speedily keeps eliminating Energy. Energy's had a tough time versus the Storm player on Envy, and he does it again. Speedily takes down Spark Chief.
Also, I can't imagine double support ulting in a $3 million tournament, chat.
If you're able to pull out two strat ults like that,
that's
bad.
Bad.
Is the most valuable thing you can do in this game.
Like in a ranked game, I could see that happening, but not in a...
If you're able to force them out like this, it gives your team a massive advantage over the next few fights. As we do
not in this, bro.
Like to use the dance floor, keeping the team up. They're trying to burn through it with the strangling prison.
Oh!
As NK.
Okay. NK's showing up, chat.
As they get a penta, and that will get
hey.
10.2.
Okay, NK's showing up.
By Envy, who still have the reset.
That might be the most eliminations from a Bucky ult I've seen in one single crack at Impact. Amazing job from NK, like you said, Shib.
God right now, damn. Hey, maybe this is what NK's saying, bro. This is why I'm here, not Cal is. But I don't know, man. I gotta support my boy Cal, man. He's our homie.
Has been absolutely impactful for Envy to get into this third phase with a minute and 34 seconds left on the line, and their tournament life still, hanging in the winds.
And here comes the Omega Hurricane again. Will it force out some abilities? It does not. Instead, it finds a pick on a Zelos.
Yeah.
Gonna grab that health pack, but doesn't matter as Vest with great shots there is able to find that pick and even things out a little bit. But losing a strategist early like this is difficult, especially when that strat may have ultimate. So we are going to see some pressure here from Envy, who will be up. No ults available besides Vest on the side of FlyQuest. Very close here for Adios.
I think you have to ban Speedery's flyers, bro. I think he only plays flyers. Do you guys know? Even in Overwatch, when he played Overwatch, I think he only played flyers as well, and he was very annoying.
On the back line, though, is going to have to retreat. Vest still holding on to this ult, going to use it defensively to try to counter something, if possible. Potentially Window with, I was going to say the strangling prison, tried to make it happen, but unable to do so.
Oh, come on, airball, bro.
And that's tough. That's a very tough look.
You can't be missing those ults, bro.
Just riding the high.
You can't be missing those ults. Yo, what's up, Violet?
Find another here shortly who's at 75, looking for another big ultimate.
And this is a tough part. They want to kind of slow it down to make sure they don't get eliminated due to this storm. But right now, counter ultimate to come through for Month. It's getting early engaged from them as FlyQuest counter with the Fate of the Worlds.
Prime Jay3 ult? Hey, bro, what the fuck, man? It's not mine.
Dunk energy able to clean that up. Sparchi finding 2 more energy again with a 3-piece. Cooper onto Kaluge. FlyQuest, great retake there. 5 seconds on. They will not be able to get point 3. Great defense by Fly, but you gotta show some love for the side of Envy and NK, who gets that penta to push them through point 2, which is a very difficult point to press through.
Yeah, I don't know how Envy got it done there, honestly. I mean, in the Streets phase, it did feel like they
Who's
were
the controller player? I don't know if he's in this game or not. I don't know if any team is running controller players. If you're thinking about TTK, yeah, he's on 100 Ds. I know he's a controller player.
The Winter Soldier, because then you allow that Groot, you allow that Winter Soldier, you allow that Storm to sort of take space and just able to kind of just exist and build up ultimates. Also, find picks on the front line. So it's a tough decision right now, as it's a matter of is dive better than like these
I think Envy can win this now.
Compositions with the Groot just sort of run together as a unit.
Envy looks like they're gonna run the triple the 3 tanks 3 supports as well and go hold. Yeah, that's like the best comp to do on these maps, chat. 3 tanks 3 supports, do it for the first fight, hold their spawn.
Push away Spark Chief, maybe even eliminate them for FlyQuest. They're gonna need
Enzo is on controller as well,
especially versus a Storm
on Berber Padabim. Yeah,
said, Shib, I mean, before, I believe to me how that Storm factor sort of changes a lot of the game up with that damage boost for the whole squad.
Yeah, not only does it have that damage boost, but it is just a guaranteed force out of your backline, of the opposition's backline, right? It does force out cooldowns, and for Loki crystals really don't get nearly as much value into something like Storm, just because they get burned at the same time. It forces your strats to use an ultimate or they're in trouble. So really well played. They tried to ban out Speedery here, but just too many flying heroes for him to play. Just knows what he's doing as they do push out. We see the defensive side of Envy actually going to be using double shield.
Okay, I might need to stand up here soon.
So that could be a little bit of change of pace. Adios finds one early though, but it is res back, and that's that just goes to show you some love there from Speedery on Rocket, who is now not using a flyer, instead going to help the Vanguards in the back as they will continue forward fast. That's a great change here. A lot of teams
wait, Squirrel Girl?
Squirrel Girl here just to push through these walls in the shield. Just shoot right into them. Go ahead and just take them out. You don't need to find a ton of value on burning the backline. Just burn through the shields and make those shield front lines way less valuable. But as I'm saying that, FlyQuest just kind of collapsed through and just walked through them. Great switch there by Vess again to burn walls and shield on the Squirrel.
Yeah, perfect Terror Cape there from Zelos, able to find the elimination. It's a shame only that Vess is not using the AC-130 crosshair that we saw in EMEA with Orion. Now early fight from Envy. Energy, oh no, picks off Nero early.
Yeah, and that is valuable again. FlyQuest looking really good. 3 more go down, and now Energy going to play in the Storm with the damage boost combination.
Bro, I don't think we've seen a lot of Squirrel Girl in this tournament, bro.
Only 20 seconds on.
Squirrel Girl, I mean, the good thing about Squirrel Girl is that they are running 3 tanks, and you do a lot of damage, yes, chat, because they're very big targets, but I don't know if you're finishing anyone. I don't know. Maybe you're not finishing anyone off. I don't know. I don't know, bro. I don't scrim.
Moves as fast as possible, sailing in the wind right now for Team
She could be there for shield breaking, yeah.
In the second phase is crucial, and getting a fight win or 2 with 5 minutes is important, obviously. But for Team FlyQuest, they
wait, was their Squirrel Girl player their fucking tank player? No, the answer was 3 DPS. Yeah, no, 3 DPS, chat. 3 DPS burns through that, I guess.
All right, Kalu's trying to set up an eye here. Alt advantage for Envy. They want to make big plays and hold tight here again as they still use that double shield composition. Then far less frequent. Adios going to pop out the final judgment. Haven't seen a ton of Adios on Punisher. Trying to burn through that Omega Hurricane as you are, so see immune. You cannot be moved around, which you do get slightly moved in that Hurricane. And it's one of the strongest ultimates outside of something like Iron Man to just burst through that Hurricane and find value as a counter to Vess. And it's Spark it too. Out here goes Vess with a meteor. Will it land? Gotta get
Oh my God, the LeBron James, bro. The LeBron, bro, I feel bad for Envy. Envy's getting rolled, man. I have some friends on that team, but dude, they're getting fucking rolled, dude.
Oh my God, shoved it.
It's never a good feeling watching your friends get rolled.
Kaluge tried to ult, got it canceled by Vess and Spark Chief, setting up the wall behind him. The freeze also opened it up from Cooper, so everybody putting in work there to pick off Kaluge, who had that Eye of Agamotto, like you said, Shib. And now Envy, they're looking to stall out with this Fate of the Worlds potentially, but it's going to be against the Swinging Prison and the Storm ult, and those can get eliminations even through that ult.
Oh, and here comes the change of pace as you see Speedery now on the Wolverine. There goes the dance floor, forced out by the Hurricane. No ults up. It will be a neutral fight coming up here shortly. Actually, last stand here from Speedery could be very impactful. We will see a ton of ults coming here from FlyQuest at the same time as they're all relatively on the same pace. And now it's all about playing slow and, you know, patiently finding an open window. Adios going to initiate with the fighting one. Will we see more through the dance floor? Looking right for that Wolverine to try to find the last stand. It does go out. Does it find any purchase? It does not. It is matched up there by Cooper with the dance floor to ensure no one falls. No KOs yet on the side of Envy, up just barely by one as they're trying to pull out the Shotty. Adios directly on the front line, and down goes Window.
How are FlyQuest in the losers bracket? FlyQuest played.
Able to live through that Meteor M from Window.
Don't tell me, chat. Hold up. FlyQuest played against Techie, and Techie actually fucking popped off. No, I think they played against Techie.
Not connecting on ultimates, right? That Meteor M needed to hit. That last stand needed to find
Sentinels yesterday played Envy. Sentinels beat Envy, and Techie beat FlyQuest. That was everyone. All the matches yesterday were really good. If you guys missed yesterday's matches, do yourself a favor, go watch them. They were insane. And I'm talking about coming down to the last team fight.
Positions before, it's all about bunkering down now and holding this angle. It's a pretty strong defensible position. You have some height in the back. Adios, though, out of the sky goes Speedery. Nice shots there again. Adios really showcasing that they can play whoever they want here. Has a ton of variability in who they can choose. Sparchy taking a ton of damage. Out goes the last.
Jay, host a $1 million tournament. Yeah, can I get a $1 million?
Not able to get anything there as we essentially see a switch. They are forcing them deep back into the spawn. Nobody up in numbers. FlyQuest has the Hurricane and the double strat line. Out goes Kaluge, finding a few with the eye. Window gonna clean that up.
I can see what Kaluge is like aiming for with his eyes, but sometimes I feel like he's too high, and if he was lower, he would be hitting more people. I don't know.
But they did lose the Eternal Bond, and those are those small wins for the side of Envy you need to have.
And got up the dance floor, at least with Energy's ultimate, falls back to the team. But like you said, those are those fights you need for Team Envy. However, losing a Strider's ultimate now is not ideal because FlyQuest are coming back through with their own Fit of the World. They're trying to win right now with the Final Judgment.
Adios pressing in heavy. Got to get through this barrier, find out where the enemies are there. Trying to keep a ton of pressure. Great rotation as Kaluge is not going to allow any value. Adios goes down early. Well played again by the side of Envy, who are just holding on. Now NK going to keep the pressure up and walk them back towards the spawn door. 2 minutes and 20 on the clock. And
oh shit, chat. You guys think Envy does it? Oh, I gotta itch my foot. You guys think Envy does it? 2 minutes?
Last stand available. Energy gonna swap back over to that Psylocke. Audio.
2 minutes. Are they gonna do a hold of a lifetime?
Also back over to Loki. So going back to the more traditional composition for Team Envy, they're still.
Has there been a single good Punisher ult yet?
From Window.
Yeah, ult advantage again for Envy, and this is what we're
That's fucked up, bro.
You always want to be ult up.
He's trying his best, chat. Maybe he's nervous.
Some sort of advantage, and they're doing a great job.
I don't think I've ever seen NK. Have you guys seen NK play in the recent previous games? I don't think so. It was always been Cal.
Relatively quickly bites you in the butt a little bit, where you just feel like you have it, and now the enemy team has made some swaps, and they're looking real good. Energy gonna get tackled there early. Down goes Energy as NK cleans that up. Speedery here on the Wolverine, finding a ton of value. Speedery's hero pool is just so vast, and this is a great swap here, but they do.
Oh, Speedery can actually play that? I thought he only played Flyers.
But now it's going to be Speedery focusing the backline and the duelists instead of the Vanguards, because you can't really get too much value there on the thing. They are going to press him back to the spawn door again. This may not have been an ultimate that was necessary unless they find a few picks.
Even the casters said that ultimate might have not been necessary, bro.
A very, you know, the smart thing to think about, burn equipment. It's value as you burn equipment. Do not forget about it, is it will bite you. And again, we have a retake here. There's a ton of ults being pressed for Flies. We see Energy, Cooper, and Vest. Vest needs to land this here. And yes, he does. His two go down.
Oh, shit.
Even out the odds. Oh, my goodness. Speedery looking so good here.
Speedery, I think Envy, Speedery's their carry, bro.
It lands on a few, but no follow-up. Nobody's able to find any value. And out go Crystals as well. As it's evened out on this fight. Who will land in the neutral as Window finds Spark Chief again?
Yeah, I feel like this Wolverine is definitely
Speedery is their hard carry, bro. If FlyQuest wants to win, counter Speedery.
FlyQuest, low-key, another part that matters of Punisher's kit is those wall hacks whenever you threw out that Scourge Grenade and stuff. So we saw Energy was going for that flank. They knew the Dance of the Butterflies was coming, and it was ranked to by the backline of Team Envy from Nero, from Month, with that invisible boundary. They have no Shredder's ultimates in this coming fight. In fact, nothing in general. They need to find a pick early.
And here we go again. FlyQuest.
Nice fucking steal again, bro. Nice kidnap.
Early, not able to get anything with that tackle again, and out goes Adios. Will this get any value? That is diveable if they need be. Adios just trying to take this free space and is in a dangerous position now. The cart right on the line. Will they find Strange? Very weak.
Oh, chat, last fight, bro. Last fight. Envy is folding, bro. They're folding.
As FlyQuest clutch up in the moment, and they will get the job done and shove through and take map 2.
Bro, that was
up by 2.
That was the map for them to win, bro. That was the map for them to win.
I mean, it took them 3.5 minutes to close out on the map, Shib, and they finally did it. No ultimates, a little bit overuse of ultimates. In fact, in the last fight, I was a little bit worried, although I understand why they were playing around the payload, you know, with that Human Torch ultimate with the Supernova, looking not for the backline, but for those Vanguards. It took them a little while, but the chunk down of that HP eventually came through, and Envy's collapsed. So really, really good map between both teams. I think right now, though, Envy are definitely sweating bullets in
40,
that phase.
damn, 40.5 thousand damage, 35,000 damage, 38,000 damage, 35,000 damage.
Series, and also now it's putting them on map point, right? FlyQuest could close out on Envy and send them home early. One of the favorites of the tournament could be already gone if they don't come back on map number 3, man.
Oh, the stakes are so crazy. Removed from the tournament, removed from LAN, and you know that prize.
Removed. If you lose this tournament, chat, you are removed from the tournament, and you are removed from the LAN. Yeah. If you guys didn't know, whoever wins this goes. Not this game, but whoever wins like this playoffs go to LAN in China and plays there. That's fucking sick.
You know, Cooper, at this point, might as well call Cooper.
And I think that LAN tournament is for $500,000.
Popping off here again with 75k healing. Do not give Cooper Loki because it is just unstoppable.
Yeah, I don't know if I was fully on the boat with ban Loki, because I don't think you need to ban Loki every single game, but I kind of do agree with the point that maybe you should be banning Loki against teams with a good Loki player. I think that definitely has some validity to it, and right now Cooper, I think, you know, a lot of the gameplay of Loki is seen in the stats page like we saw, you know, maybe also not seen in the stat page with saving certain members of the team with the invulnerability, with his abilities. So for FlyQuest, I think they definitely rely heavily on that man. I think he's been doing a good job for their team to keep them nice and healthy. And for Team Envy right now, I mean, not exactly ideal. They're going to need to look at that ban phase, and it's tough to go down 0-2 in a hole. We've seen teams come back.
Wait, aren't
though,
you playing
right?
soon? Wait, you can't stream your tournament, can you? I thought you could stream your tournament. Wait.
Anything is possible as long as Envy can kind of stay together.
Armori, I appreciate the massive raid. I hope you had a great stream. I hope you had a great stream. Are you not
the stakes are this high?
Can you not stream your match?
Start doing things that may be a little more. You know,
I can, but I have to warm up in between. Good luck. Good luck. Hey, I just want to say, we watched your game yesterday. I don't know if you go back and watch my stream. You probably don't even. Who cares about my stream, right? But like, y'all pop the fuck off.
They were down alt advantage though.
And your interview.
They did a great job.
Good stuff.
3 minutes straight coming out on top.
Good stuff. Hey, keep it up. Keep it up.
Next fight, just slightly over Fly, but it did not work out for them in the final fight. Their speeder though 15 finals.
Keep it up. Keep it up.
Switch to Wolf, 16
I'm only cheering for you because you took the time out of your day to participate in my content. Hey, so listen, I'm a big fan. I will say that I'm a big fan.
Coming in for Cal, but definitely showcase that they can get it done. And maybe it's just
good luck. Good luck. Good luck.
On stage experience at this point on this team that had bitten them a little bit.
W Glaze chat.
Them, you know, like Wolverine would bite people if he was a vampire. I don't know where that.
Armori has a $3 million tournament to participate in, and she instead of I think she had a little bit of time before her warm-ups, came to my stream and did content with us and chat. Hey, I respect that. Anyone that gives you their time of day, they deserves it back.
Yeah, Vest started really showing up here on map 2, I would say, but it's very difficult actually to ban out their duelists and vanguards as they have a ton in their pocket. I honestly think.
And you repair with J3 Curse? What do you mean I repair? I have all my. I'm betting the house. I'm betting the kids. I'm betting everything. Everything is going to go on Sentinels today. Watch.
We're gonna find out if it's enough as we head into game 3 right after this break.
Hey, Mr. Wilson, I appreciate the massive prime, my friend. Every viewer here gave you their time of day, and yeah, hey, Listen, if you guys ever got in a fight, I would be there to back you guys up. Hey, that's all I'm saying. If you guys ever got in a fight, I would be there to back you up. We're homies like that. Unless you're not following my stream. If you're not following my stream and you're getting jumped and you call for help, I'm gonna fucking jump in and start beating your ass. No. I'm gonna take out my camera and say World Star or whatever that thing is. Oh, Sentinels goes against Techie. Oh, that's gonna be a good game. Techie looked strong yesterday. Techie actually took out one of the strongest teams yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. Techie beat FlyQuest, right? Yeah. Yeah, these games are going to be good. These games are going to be good. I like to fly. I appreciate the massive Prime sub. And hey, Mr. Wilson. Appreciate the massive Prime. Appreciate it, guys. Jay, are you comfortable doing predictions? I need that candlelight dinner. Oh, the predictions are already going on. Hey, Super Gomez. Thanks for kicking my ass, I think, with Noko. GG's, my friend. I hope you had a great stream as well. Good luck. Good luck. Hope you guys pop off. Hope you guys pop off. You guys better carry, man. You guys better carry. Wait, what? FlyQuest losing to Techie is funny and Kaluge might be looking for a team. Wait, how is Kaluge looking for a team? Just because they're losing the FlyQuest right now? Chat, is Shroud X playing today? I'm gonna cosplay you in a few weeks. I'll at you in the tweet. If you know, you know. Wait, what does that mean? Are you shaving your hair? Are you gonna like cosplay Wolverine because he's short? Wait, I'm scared. What are you doing? Wait, now I'm scared. Yo, Radiant! Appreciate massive Prime sub. Wait, I'm scared. Jay, can you shake it? I'll tell you what. If Sentinels wins, I'll shake it. They just, yeah. There you go.
FlyQuest right back on what they've always been doing. They hit that.
Wait, what do you mean bald? Why are you? I'm not even bald, bro.
So fluid, but they almost got held there. 0.3.
Nah.
Envy's now finding their footing.
That's the second fucking player to come into my stream today to call me bald, bro. Melio did it when we were watching the EU games.
I think
in the middle of his match, he came to my stream and called me fucking. He said, what did he say? Hairless?
Maybe the Hulk is an option, but they didn't even play the Hulk the next map. So we talked about the Vanguards being.
Oh no, he said hairline. Oh, you're doing it for charity. Okay, I respect that. I respect that.
Cooper on that Loki, but maybe he's going to play over to that Cloak and Dagger. So I mean, there's a lot of options. Maybe banning out the Duelist could be a way forward, but right now for Team Envy.
Yo, Super Gomez, if you guys win, I'm going to twerk on my wall. Hopefully that gives you enough motivation to want to win your game. I got you, bro. Watch.
Yeah, if we're talking about strengths, you got to say FlyQuest.
A cycle. I appreciate the massive 2 months. And Jay Saul, appreciate the massive 100 bits.
Really helps in this ban phase, which we've talked about a ton. The ban phase is so impactful in this tournament. So being able to work yourselves as a team around that, to have the ability to play virtually anyone if need be, and all these.
Wait, I said it out loud, and Nectar screamed, "Let's get it!"
Really successful for them, even when they allow Emma too. That combination, it's just. It's terrifying, but I know that.
Oh yeah, you guys are doing a LAN.
They hard targeted their speeder.
No, I love that team. That team is awesome, bro.
Was able to find a ton of value on Wolverine. So
that team's fucking awesome. Good luck, guys. You guys.
And will they be able to find as the rest of the team?
What do you mean? That's quite possibly the greatest. Oh, I thought you said the worst.
For all these teams, I mean, it really is just like that. I think we've heard it as well from SDX players, from Shroud X players. We've heard it from top tier players on 100 Thieves and stuff. Really, all these teams can can win depending on the day, especially in
That's wild, bro. That's wild.
Want to go home just yet, or be eliminated from the tournament rather?
Jay Saw, appreciate 100% mine. Twerk for your chat, and they don't have to win. No, they have to win. If they win, I will twerk on the wall.
Specific timing is announced, but regardless, I think all these players want to compete on LAN. We've seen that's the sort of dream for esports, is to play on a stage, right, Ship, and have that crowd chanting for you, right? That's kind of the big prize.
The Sentinels match is in 2 games.
Pro players.
2 games.
Absolutely, nothing gets your heart pumping like a LAN event like that.
Also, I feel really bad for NA, bro. It's going to, like, some of these matches are going to be played at 1, 2 a.m.
It's going to be so exciting.
If we made predictions, if your predictions came true and some of these teams make it to LAN, for teams that you think will make it to LAN, which team would have the most fans chanting for them? In China, it's going to be tough because, I mean, you have the Chinese team, so, I mean, obviously they'll have home crowd advantage, right?
Yeah,
What if they stop talking so much? Bro, it's their job to talk, chat. They're casters. Also, they have to stall. They have to get everyone into the same lobby and start the game and everything. You guys don't understand what's going on the back end. Probably because you guys have never played professionally, but there's a lot of things that are going on in the back end that you guys don't see. That's why they talk.
And especially the pro scene.
It does not take 5 seconds, bro.
Who their team is. So I think that FlyQuest very much will gain a ton of fans for doing stuff like this, which may not be ideal as a coach or as an owner. You may be a little nervous, but it does drive the
What's that saying?
sure.
Patience is a virtue,
I think this team definitely has gathered together enough fans, but we'll see if they can even make that come up, right, from that lower bracket. Like you said, I mean, pressure creates diamonds, and I think another team that might potentially see a lot of people at these events supporting them is a team like Sentinels and stuff. But now we're entering the ban phase. Emma banned first for both sides. Again, for Team Envy, they're sticking with their strategy, at least first ban, but they have some potential changes to make later on.
I am a professional and can confirm Jay3's right. Wait,
I think Sentinels, we mentioned this last cast, I think sometimes they don't always get their flowers. An incredible team with a bunch of likable personalities. So similar story.
Oh shit, chat.
We see that torch ban off the
Cal's back, baby. Hey, I'm calling it right now. Envy, put Cal back in. Cal is going to do fucking insane shit because he was benched the first 2 games. He's going to come back in here and prove to his team why they should never bench him again, and he's going to pop off. He's gonna be insane.
And potentially see the double ban here of Psylocke and Ultron, which we haven't had eyes on yet.
Nope, I mean, yeah, getting rid of that again. Envy kind of following their similar strategy from Domination and then recently on Convoy. And we've talked to Aramori on broadcast, at least Vicky and Cozy did yesterday, with Aramori mentioning how these teams have spreadsheets, a lot of them, right? Figuring out, you know, they ban this, we ban this, they're on this, we play this, right? Against every specific team. And we talked as well, I think in EMEA, they talked to Trust Me, how we watched a lot of North America. North America, definitely a big region on top of the meta to a certain degree in certain aspects, right? Every sort of region has their own takes, and it's good to have that diverse opinion of the meta, considering you don't want to get, you know, stuck in your little echo chamber of your meta, right? And, you know, be stuck on the potentially wrong composition. But right now for teams, Envy focusing on that Ultron this time, keeping it protected. Also on FlyQuest side, keeping their Psylocke alive and on the table as they banded out for Team Envy.
Yeah, I like that point, bringing up the meta change and needing to be versatile as a team. We're about to get into Season 3. That's coming up here. I can't wait to hear new hero, but that starts the wave of a monthly new hero and patch, and that is going to force these teams to be versatile and really focus on team communication and understanding rather than just locking in one hero and only finding value with that 1 or 2 heroes. You need to be versatile. You need to be able to change things up, which I think is super interesting for Marvel Rivals as a whole. As a hero shooter, I love the idea that you need to be able to have more in your bag, and I think that really helps the scene, as we've seen a ton of different compositions find value here in this tournament alone.
And I wonder, Shiv, does that warrant the question, right? If we're getting so many heroes, right? If we potentially would have 12 heroes a year, I mean, what does that mean that we have to add more bans to this potential Ignite series stage with the first time we're seeing these targeted bans? You think we had 5 bans instead of 4? I mean, I don't know. What does this sort of change the dynamic of the game? Like you said, Shiv, I think it's so enticing to think about, you know, the potential
before we start this tournament. You guys see this?
That we have in store.
Look at this.
I think that's definitely a conversation of more bans, but I do think that heroes in and of themselves are potential counters, which may take away from some of the banning, where you just have a new hero that comes out that counters someone that's always been a problem.
I don't know if you guys can see it.
Talk about, you know,
his head's right here, his paws right here, and then he has a leg. His leg is hanging off.
Counterplay.
He's just chilling
against Emma. So that kind of conversation can come into fruition too, especially because there's going to be so many of them. So yes, banning could definitely be something that helps, as we get more bans, but I do think just heroes in and of themselves can be a good counter. As we start off
Okay, let's see this. Wait.
I know a lot of pro players have opinions on balance and discussion of heroes, so... And a lot of them are good. You know, there is a lot of validity, I think a lot of passion behind a lot of these pro players in which they discuss and have a lot of discourse around the meta of the game. But right now, energy on that Psylocke against those double flyers, like you mentioned, Shib, gonna have Nero, Speedily, and Cal, or Nero and Speedily in the sky, supported by Cal and Month. So triple strategist, but right now, the Ultron's priority is to keep Speedily alive.
Yeah, and Speedily so good
he's
there
so
in the sky. You know the Storm is going to get value. I think this is a defensible position, but with the flyers like this, I think it's a really good map actually for Torches. Adios playing around that natural cover like we talked about before. You'll never see players at this level just standing in the open. They always have some sort of wall near them that is either indestructible or takes a fair amount of damage. And Nero already with that ultimate out goes right towards the back line. Sparky finds Cal there though, and that is going to be
Cal, you just got back into the game, bro. You can't be doing that.
And that just means that value there from Ultron wasn't as impactful, but good ideas. Audio's going to clean up window, and that should be enough to drive them back to the spawn door.
Yeah, that's insane. I mean, Peel came through from Vest, a little bit too far of a dive from the side of Envy, and Spark Chief.
Do you think they'll add a trench coat to the new Punisher skin? Because it looks like, and I don't think so. Punisher should have a trench coat, but
over to strategist, his original role in this hero shooter genre is fun to see.
Yeah, Cal been very versatile. We've seen him on Vanguard as well in this tournament, so a very strong player. He said, put me in, coach, and here he is as we begin FlyQuest with ult advantage.
Oh, nice. Oh, Cal, bro.
Out goes the eye, and it's mean. It finds a ton, but we'll be able to collapse. Month gonna help take out energy there, and that is some value. Audio's gonna try to counter it back by forcing shutting them down. Sparky gets two.
Why did they put in Cal to go on Cloak and Dagger?
Vest onto Speedery. We haven't seen a ton of value with those right clicks from Venom, but that's a two-piece as Cooper cleans up Kaluge, and that is a win there from FlyQuest, who will be slightly down an ultimate advantage in the next fight.
Yeah, Spark Chief, an absolute unsung hero of FlyQuest, one of the best kind of diving Vanguard players in the game. Can play the Venom, the Captain America, also can play a lot of Hulk. So his versatility has been big for FlyQuest. Overall, the whole team for sure as well. Envy trying to disengage again, another aggressive dive from FlyQuest.
Yeah, energy is going to be obviously a very strong Psylocke. Saw a ton of very strong dance of the Cutterflies, if you will, on the back line with multiple 3 KOs. And Ultron going to put a ton of pressure out. Window going to find Zelos, and that's a nice start there.
19 HP. Wow, he almost died while popping off his...
Out goes the dance of the butterfly, not able to find much. And here comes the hurricane, and it lands, but will it be enough? Great teleport out there by Cooper. Incredible movement, staying up. And
nice job by Speedery.
Speedery is going to shut that down. Great tracking and understanding where that teleport went. Speedery holding on with that Ultron. Ultron does enable your flyers to play more aggressively.
Oh, good stuff by Speedery.
You're finding a two-piece and owning this space. The teleport comes through, and they may hold on to the last possible second before they walk through.
And diving back and forth, triple Vanguard now for the stall from FlyQuest.
Oh no! What? No! Bro!
So what we saw there was, I believe, we saw the push there from Vest shoving the eye into that corner. Incredible patience there, and then popping a bubble to have another right clicker ready to clean up Strange right after.
Oh, he got pushed in his ult? Oh no, man.
They have 2 ticks on Spark Chief onto Window. Vest onto Cal, and the teleport needs to come through here from Kaluge.
Bro, what is going on, man? What is going on?
Push through, or will FlyQuest take this series 3-0?
I mean, this is their tournament life on the line at this point. I mean, getting first held on this map is pretty much a death sentence. We'll see if they can get out of it here. Opening pick onto energy, that's massive. Forcing the greens out. Vest trades it though again.
Yeah, Vest just finding a ton of value with these meteors. The meatballs out of the sky. Adios holding on to that eye, and here it comes. And it finds a few. They've got to get this pick here, but no.
Oh, they're not going to get the kill. Nah, chat, I think this is GG's, bro. I think FlyQuest just 3-0'd them, man. This is not what I want. This is not what I want to see, man. This is not what I want to see from Envy.
For him, but they're able to kind of come back with 2 eliminations. Kaluge is also there, and finally in overtime, I mean, they just have a couple more.
Oh my God! Thank God they capped it, bro. Thank God they capped it, man.
What a high pressure situation to be in. But Envy, I mean, they've cooked something up right now as they move into second phase of the map, and you know we've seen teams struggle first point, but then kind of smooth sailing throughout the rest of the game. We'll see if FlyQuest can sort of stop Envy's push, as you know they did a really good job first point, but you know the map's not over just yet, and we've seen teams kind of snowball to the end of the map. And for Team Envy, yeah, they're in a position to do it. I mean, they have ultimates available. Nero as well has that Ultron Rage ready to go.
Yeah, Envy clutching up there in moment of need. They get it done, and that's just what the best teams do. Envy looked really good on that final point. We do see a bit of a switch in team comp here. Window obviously on the Venom now, playing very
I feel like
Hero
they need to
has
get
about
Cal
5,000
off
of these
Cloak and
ultimates
Dagger,
whenever
bro.
we're
I feel like they're
down.
wasting his talents putting him on Cloak and Dagger. I don't...
That is a ton of value there, Nero.
But I think they want to keep the 3 support team comp because you just run Ultron and you give your little drone to your other flying
and really showcasing what you can do here with that triple
Storm character.
Actually, yeah, the triple strat line, excuse me, again, as they take that corner, and that's a very defensible position. Envy really finding their footing up again. Double ultimate here.
Cal usually plays DPS, Chad. He plays... I mean, Cal can play anything. He's that good of a player, but I think I like him on DPS.
Now FlyQuest on the re-engage. No Stratus ultimates, but they do have months of those crystals ready to go. Venom fighting the sky, by the way, towards the buildings in the top right, trying to kind of control that positioning and also deleting a lot of the cover while they were at it.
And now the pressure's up. Energy with a nice pick there on the window, and that's how you want to start these fights. If you're FlyQuest, they gotta get that momentum back. They lost it slightly there. Envy still up in alt charge, but here comes Speedery. This is going to force out a few things in the dance floor. Going to be popping. Energy takes out 2 of the back line as Cal falls. Energy out of Nero as well. All 3 strategists go down to Energy, who is so clutch in these moments.
Energy is just having the game of his life right now, bro. He's popping off.
There, excuse me, on the back line from Cooper, but wow, as we do Sparky.
Can we see the stats?
Point, and that's dangerous.
Any pausers? Any pausers? There it is. Pause comes out from the referee. And it's a real quick disconnect. Man, I don't today. This whole kind of playoffs has been both a blessing and the curse. We saw some incredible games yesterday, like you said, Chip. Earlier, how every single game went to 3 maps in a best out of 3. Now we're entering the best out of 5. Another incredible series of matches surely ahead of us, but it feels like we're rated by technical pauses. Like this actually just keeps happening, right? In EMEA, same thing. A lot of pauses. We call Virtus Pro could be called Virtus Pause, right? Because we saw so many pauses out of them.
Virtus Pro could be called Virtus Pause.
Fantastic team. Sure, it was not really their fault. I mean, there's been a lot of other things like we saw with Terra having a hurt hand. I mean, he cut his hand up, had to play with bandages. He said in the interview, he's like, man, I'm hurting after that one. And, we also had, I believe, obviously no excuses for any of these teams, but, for SDX, for Shroud X with, I believe it was Scatter Gengi, his entire neighborhood's power went out right before their match. So he had to go to an esports cafe and make them stay 4 hours past closing time. So he
damn.
So, a lot of things
that's a sick esports cafe, letting him play in the tournament and that they stay
like this.
That's
people
cool.
will argue even behind the scenes, which server are we playing on? Are we playing West Coast? Are we playing Central? Are we playing East Coast? All these sort of things can dictate the outcome of the matches. But at the end of the day, Shib, I mean, me and you can both agree the best teams will win despite the odds, right?
That's it. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. You talked about Terra there, obviously with the torn up hand. It was like, a really cool tweet. It's essentially like the flu game, Michael Jordan's flu game. 50-1, I believe, something like that. There on Punisher just looked insane on that final game to clutch up the W there.
Why would a caster put more attention to technical issues?
Quickly, Energy. Did you see that final alt finding?
So hopefully Marvel Rivals can fix their game.
3 strategists.
Because I think a lot of people in general also disconnect from playing their game.
The side of FlyQuest heavy up in terms of alt advantage.
I'm so impressed that these dudes can just babble on and on, and it's not awkward or anything. That's their job. Oh, we're back in already. Nice.
Again, as the pause is going to, be unlocked here. Smart Chief coming back in the game, but you see alt advantage actually on the side of Envy, but those picks for Energy were huge. Vess has found value with almost every single Meteor M. Well, can he find another here? That would be crucial. Nero, what do you know? Another engagement here with the Ultron's Rage. Doesn't find a pick this time, but it does. Oh, I lied as Window cleans that up on a Zelos, and that's a massive start here. Spark Chief off the map. Unfortunately, Nero on the Vest. Make that 2 as Adios goes down. Nero just does not miss here on the robot.
Hey, this is what I like to see, chat. This is what I like to see. Come on, Envy. I don't want Envy. I'm cheering for Envy right now, but I don't want them to get demolished, bro. Seeing them lose 0-3, I feel bad, man.
That threat and also the damage follow through afterwards was too much for Vest to stay alive. FlyQuest moving into third phase of the map. This is what we talk about, Chib. It seems like in the second phase of a lot of these maps, teams tend to get snowballed sometimes. And right now, FlyQuest looking to get another 3rd-point hold like it did on Aegis Path. Window above, ready to go for the dive.
And here we go. Great engagement and great call out of that beginning. Good position there by Window. They are going to collapse onto the backline. Crystals going to do their job. Speedery with a Hurricane out. It is going to be matched here by the side of Zelos, who's holding on. Eye of Agamotto. It finds at least a few. Spark Chief goes down. Nero going to clean up Cooper. here, and the momentum has heavily shifted towards Envy as FlyQuest are gonna have to stagger onto the point.
There you go. There you go. There you go.
Actually, we'll have ultimate. Spark Chief going to be switching over to Hulk, as that is going to be essentially home here. Will they be able to get this touch, or will the pressure from Window at the spawn door hold them enough? Up in the sky goes Window.
Oh, did they actually get it? They spawn trapped him. They spawn trapped. Did they get it?
To take height instead, just walk up and then fall down, so you have the tendrils to escape, as you saw right
That's a
there.
very risky play, but now they don't have a portal, chat. Now they don't have a portal to get back. They have to win this fight.
As crystals are popped again, ton of damage here again towards the backline. Energy trying to find a second, but Kalush takes out Spark Chief. Down goes Bruce. The numbers are even down as Envy's trying to head back here quickly. Here comes the portal play, and it's holding on as Kalush is doing a ton of damage. Speedery onto Energy, and that could be enough here. On the sky goes Kalush, which Strange actually does a decent job here in the sky. Window fall, or takes out Zelos, excuse me. And here comes the Hurricane to clean up the rest as Speedery drops Cooper, and that should shove them through all 3 points as they have a few left on the stagger. Down goes Hulk. Well done,
Envy
to hide
went.
that momentum.
Envy went from getting fucking full held, chat. They went from getting red, what do you call it, full held to getting almost held on second to fucking capping everything.
Come out of the spawn as well. I don't know if somebody got stuck in there. It might have been the Loki, but we've seen Loki's escape out of those if you just teleport to your clone. So a lot of different adaptations and changes from FlyQuest, but unfortunately could not build up towards those ultimates. You called it out, Shib, how Envy was already sitting in such a great position with their ultimates, right? Sitting at an advantage, and FlyQuest really not able to react. They did find Nero in the sky with Energy. By the way, that's a tough thing to do on Psylocke. Take care of a flyer with that Dance of the Butterflies. You have to sort of position it in an angle in which it would get onto Nero.
You see what happens when Jay3 cheers for a team, chat? As soon as Jay3 cheers for a team, the team suddenly gets a plus 50% boost in morale, plus 36% boost in aim, and plus 15% in teamwork and coordination. That's what happens when Jay3 cheers for your team.
Path went that Envy could get slowed down in that third phase of the map, but luckily for them, they were able to close out around Energy as well, around Speedily, maybe shut down some of Energy on that Psylocke as well. So FlyQuest could potentially change things up with that Hulk yet again.
Bro,
if on that Namor earlier, we'll see if it can pan out for them.
If Envy reverse sweeps this, wait, what do you mean minus 50% in hair though? Wait, what?
Yeah, I got
bro,
caught again.
if Envy reverse sweeps this,
on Ultron, enabling Speedery to
I will
play
get
more aggressively.
I will get naked on stream.
That Hurricane,
I get naked.
when you enable your flyers with that Ultron drone, it's another level of protection. You can play hyper aggro, and that allows Storm to get that ult back incredibly quickly, who already gets a ton of value with how fast that ult comes back. It just is even cleaner and faster. So well played again, and great composition shift here as Nero immediately finds a pick here onto Adios. Numbers now up here again for the side of Envy, who are going to play this composition and not change a thing. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. But FlyQuest are going to shift things up and pull out that Namor Hulk.
Yeah, and that was an incredible shot from that from Nero, like you mentioned. Window trying to evade in the meanwhile, but we talked about how good Storm is. By the way, Zelos, oh my gosh, aggressive, bloodthirsty Luna Snow open things up in the next fight for Envy right now. Sent back all the way into the choke point right now. FlyQuest trying to kind of absorb this point and control it themselves.
Yeah, good pressure here and great space taken by the Vanguards as they are owning and
they have to do
that corner. But great decision making here by Envy.
They have to get on point, bro. They can't give them the point like this.
Nero takes out Energy and then retake the fight. Hulk obviously really strong into those frontline shield Vanguards, can just essentially pummel on the front line and be ready to use that exile if need be. Adios taking the pressure right onto Venom. It's very strong into Venom there. Venom not able to escape those squids as they deal damage. Nero trying to find some value in the sky, but very low on HP, 50. Great dancing there, but not going to be enough as Vest cleans that up. Nero goes down. Out goes some of the dance floors. We see Zelos popping. That Fate of Both Worlds. Cooper going to run out right there, but FlyQuest still should be slightly up in numbers as Nero goes down. They are holding, and here comes Adios with a two-piece with the whale. Energy on a Speedery. Kalush with the eyes.
Come on, Kalush. Come on, Kalush. Hold it down, bro. Hold it down. Oh, unfortunate. They held it. They held it. Hey, chat, 2 minute. That was a 2 minute hold. We take those. We take those. We take those.
As well. I mean, you saw both Stratus players playing inside, not expecting to get, one shot by a whale from the top ropes, and Envy unfortunately could not react to Adios and that ultimate. I mean, that Namor found all the value there for sure. We've seen him before on Domination, on Burn the Chala, do so much on the Namor. We'll see if he can do it again. 4 minutes and 20 seconds now into the middle phase of the map. Right now, Envy looking to stabilize, but right now for Window, he's going to have to deal with so much pressure from this Namor.
And here comes the Hurricane again towards the back line. Crystals get popped, but they won't last long. Speedery gonna take out Zelos. Monk's gonna follow up on Energy. Window onto Cooper. Well done, Envy, finding a 3-piece off of one ultimate, and that should be enough value as Vest is gonna take out Speedery there.
Wait, did they show Cal's perspective?
I thought he was contemplating using an early portal. As you have 3 minutes on, you can actually portal. It is a 3-minute cooldown. Keep that in mind. Spark Chief going to jump off the side just to reset with the team. I believe 6 seconds on that retake here, on that respawn, excuse me, as Vest starts taking that space early. Remember, Eye of Agamotto, alt advantage on the side of Fly. You don't want to hold on to stuff too early, and you don't want to start this fight too early when you don't have Spark Chief here, because it just, you know, feeds that back line of Envy. So good decision to not force too much energy. Going to use that. Oh my goodness.
Oh, Cal's right there. Hey, come on, Cal.
Kaluge built up the energy, flew up into the sky, and then just no fallout damage on that E now. So Dr. Strange very strong at doing that right now. Kaluge as well took full advantage, similar to what Vest did on first point. So both Dr. Strange is trading blow for blow. This character can do so much in this current patch of the game, which we are on that most current patch, the live patch of the game. But Emby, they need to win these few fights in a row. Whale comes through, and no, it finds Cal again. That's brutal for Team Envy.
Adios just absolutely popping off with these whales from downtown, just feeding them towards the back line and always seeming to find value. Gotta show some love there as Envy's down 2 numbers, both of which are important. As Speedery goes down, Adios finds Kalusia and Nero.
Oh, what a shot.
Another great shot there on the window out of the
I'm very happy that our boy named Moore is getting a little bit of showtime.
But it is the dance floor, which we know how strong that ability is, as they are going to have a slight advantage in positioning, shoving them in the door. It looks like Envy might give this point up. I don't know if they're going to be able to touch here.
Yeah, you're right.
Uh-oh.
They tried. I mean, it looked like there was maybe an attempt there, but now we're into the fourth phase of the map, or third phase of the map, rather. 3 minutes and 45 seconds. Envy not even the fight there is definitely kind of brutal. Window trying to escape, but man, he's had a tough time. Here comes Speedily again with the Hurricane. He's found value before, but I mean, they already gave up the point. Fate of the Worlds comes out from Zealous at the very least. He's going to go down on the trade because of that ultimate. Eye of Agamotto also committed onto Spark Chief. I mean, there's not a lot of card space created, so kind of interesting use of ultimates out of Envy. I wonder if they're going to try to change compositions or something, because right now they're finding no value.
Yeah, one thing to call out is when you're struggling with flyers and you're playing the Vanguard position, Strange does a decent job of taking out flyers. Build up that Maelstrom and then try to get up in the sky through a couple left clicks, throw a melee out and press E. And it typically will clear out flyers incredibly quickly, and they don't expect it as you're playing Strange. And we see a lot of that in this tournament here. Now goes the Eye, but I believe it was shoved away, or the map change may have messed it up, as not able to get a ton of value there on Vest. No, oh my goodness, Adios on a month and Cal. Can he be stopped with these wheels? Moby Dick from downtown just absolutely demolishing.
Envy is not going to win when they're losing 2 supports to 1 ult.
Heavy up in numbers as they shove through and clean up the rest, and we're going to hold on to these Qs and try to use them in potentially the final fight.
I know with the radius got increased, right, with the Whale ultimate, the Horn of Proteus, but damn, I mean, every single time he's getting a backline with them. For Envy, it's tough because they also don't have that Loki, so they can't just like live with the crystals. You know, there's so many different ways to avoid that whale, and really the only way right now is through splitting. Hulk ultimate is well committed from Spark Chief to stay alive, but it gets Eye of Agamotto, so he's perma-stunned in the spawn. Do they have the damage and follow-up to take out Spark Chief?
Yeah, that was great play there by Kaluge to slow up Hulk before Hulk could get a ton of value. Down he goes early, and that is worth it in my opinion. You may say, you know, you need eyes to try to hit 5 pieces. If you get a single pick with it, it is more than worth the value. So great play there, especially on an ulting Hulk. Down goes Vest, his window, not afraid to punch right through those.
Why did they go show us a Hulk that was ulting in spawn for a second?
Envy gonna retake positioning here.
But guess what's coming up? We got that whale. All right, we got the famous book available for Adios and Envy. I know Speedily's able to find the backline a lot of times, able to connect onto at least one member on FlyQuest, especially that Zelos.
Gotta sell those skins. No, bro, like I will say, I don't know if you guys also noticed it from watching this tournament. They do a lot of switching characters. A lot.
Up in the sky, Nero putting a ton of damage out, does force out cooldowns. Will it be enough? There goes the dance and the butterfly, and it still didn't find a ton of value. Did use more cooldowns as energy. They are going to start walking them now as they're down a ton of abilities. Vest trying to own this space, but the Hurricane is terrifying. Do they have a match? They do. Cooper should be able to copy up here. Yes, already ready for it. Good early copy there on the Zealous, which can be risky.
Oh, he's gonna explode. Yeah, you don't want to finish in there.
There we go. Counter flying. Down goes Speedery early. Good damage as Adios already used the whale. Didn't find much value. It does get matched up as we do see the invisible boundary. 54 on the clock.
And Cal's coming up with that Eternal Bond. Zelos there to match it on the other side. And here comes an Eye of Agamotto matched by Zelos immediately. But Cal goes down with the oh no!
Oh no, Cal, bro, Cal.
That could be another yes. Energy, great positioning. Adios on a Kaluge.
Cal, bro.
With some time on the clock.
I mean, we're done. We're done. FlyQuest capped out the map. 31 seconds left to go. We're all tied up now. As both teams are going to have another shot on attack.
Okay, Chad, this is doable. This is doable. A minute 31 to a minute. This is doable.
It's Ben Shib. I mean, both teams
Wait,
in their attack
Jeff,
against the wall,
what?
right? Just every time. Really, the clock working against them, right? Envy almost got first point held, and now we're going to the attack of Team Envy. And man, that's brutal, Shib, because Cal had his ultimate. He had the Eternal Bond ready to go. Goes down again to Vess. I mean, both of these Doctor Stranges have done a lot of work, but Vess, I think he's done a good job peeling, understanding when to go aggressive. He's obviously pocketed by some of the best backline in the game. But
does he know
right
Cal
now,
personally? Yeah, I like
Vess has
Cal.
been so much on Doctor Strange,
Cal was
really
on my
opening up a
team
lot
for
of his
Twitch
fights.
Rivals as well.
He's gonna
Well,
be
my
going
team.
over to the Magneto because that character
Yeah,
did get through
Cal
for
was on
both
my team
teams.
for Twitch Rivals until I had to bench myself because
off.
Twitch
Magneto
Rivals
at some
fucked up
point
their
or another,
their
looks like both teams
settings,
gonna go back towards
so I had to
those
bench
competitions,
myself.
Whereas instead of having the Doctor Strange, Spark Chief will
Plus,
be
I used to
on.
queue with Cal a lot when I used to play with Tim, and Tim used to play this game.
Consistent pick on both sides. No longer going to be choosing that. We do see Envy running back the double shield.
Yeah, Cal's a good guy.
And stuff like Emma, but Emma being kicked out.
Uh-oh, now they put Cal on DPS. Now they do. Now they put him on DPS.
Across the side of all of the Vanguards. Kalu's just an absolutely disgusting Doctor Strange, showcasing what he can do in these fights.
Yeah, I know that they want to support Speedily in the Sky with that Invisible Woman and with that shield, but right now, definitely need that Loki to come back through. So, you know, besides that Luna, or besides that Storm, Doctor Strange, and Punisher, the difference will be FlyQuest going to have energy on that Psylocke alongside Hulk and Hulk. Oh my goodness, Hulk's gone already.
Yeah, that's dangerous. Hulk, he really struggles into, you know, a really strong Punisher, especially like if an Invis is on there to pull back the jump, but no Invis, just raw damage out there from Cal, who's now back.
Gotta support the boys, chat. Gotta support the boys.
To get some vengeance here, jumping up, trying to find a nice shot.
Cal,
there
don't die,
on the
bro.
backline.
Don't die.
Taking to about half HP, does escape there, and here comes the teleport. Will block off a little bit of the vision, and that is going to be a defensive TP, I believe, from Spark, who's now no longer on that Hulk, and instead on the Strange. Adios likely going to switch off of Namor here. Spark Chief finds Speedery. Cal on a Sparky. Cal stepping up in this moment.
Going down is definitely big, and FlyQuest
Come on.
this point with the
Come on.
portal. I mean, they have people respawning. I think one person just missed the portal, however, and Kaluja again does take down Adios, goes very aggressive. I mean, he kind of just ignored everybody else towards the objective, running on through. And
Hey,
Envy,
this is why we put Cal on DPS, chat. This is why we put Cal on DPS.
Envy really showing up. I like this change in composition and play as we see, like I said, a full switch in position here. No longer running the triple, and instead going to have that Punisher. Cal, a very mean hit scan, can track like no one else, is going to find a couple picks in that fight. If you pull out the shotty there with Punisher, you get a ton of value. As we will see that final judgment coming shortly. Adios going to be back on the Human Torch, which I do think is a strong pick in this season. Vess holding on to the Meteor M. Cooper, going to copy up and pull the dance floor out. Going to be a little bit better as it's slightly delayed in comparison to Nero's. Our energy holding on to the dance of the butterfly here as well. And here comes the eye. It finds a few on his Zelos. Can they clean it up? The Meteor not able to happen. Cal going to still take out Adios though, as they're committing a ton in this fight. And it looks like Vess was not able to clutch up. It looks very close. Not sure what blocked that Meteor, but it was threatening for sure. And here comes the dance of the butterfly. Will it get value? Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness, with Spark Chief and the damage boost, the Abyss able to connect onto two, and right now, I mean, they're sitting really low HP, nobody else really here, the cleanup is coming through, but right now, I mean, this is pretty much as far as you'd want to get for Team Envy. It's nearly halfway through the map, so for Team Envy, that is a huge push on their attack, and for FlyQuest, I mean, they're going to have
that was a big push.
Excellent attack, Shib, right now.
That's winnable.
They did play that Namor earlier, they did a good job with it, but I think maybe going back
That's
over to
winnable.
Doctor Strange alongside that.
Keep Cal on DPS. Thank you.
Better for them, even if.
Thank you.
Magneto
Envy wins this,
theoretically
chat.
is a
I'm
better
putting all
hero.
my money on Envy. Watch.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough look there. Obviously, a very strong Hulk player, but going in and getting that early.
I'm putting all my money on
so
Envy.
much free
They win
space.
this.
They walked right through it, and they did not let off the gas. Forced the teleport back in, and burning that teleport that early on an OT that has a minute on is just enough to win you that point. So well played again by Envy, who looked really strong. And you're right, halfway through the map with a minute on is more than you could ever ask for. FlyQuest a minute 30, but that 30 seconds doesn't count for much. It just gives you a little more time for that TP. So we will see what gets done. Will they be able to press this right back? Let's find out shortly.
Definitely have a good shot. Minute 30.
Holy shit,
to go.
Speedery has
I mean,
52,000
looking
damage.
at potentially changing things up. They had
The
Audios
Storm
and
has
Human Torch
52
earlier.
fucking thousand damage.
Invisible Woman also available for them if they do want that character, but they prioritize having Zelos on that Luna Snow alongside Cooper on that Loki. For obvious reasons, I mean, both these characters are incredibly good for both players, but I mean, that's such a daunting task to get halfway through the map with only a minute and 30 in the time bank. I mean, they can do it.
80,000 heals and 68,000 heals.
Cal and the Punisher. I think this swap over to that Punisher
Jesus
the Cloaking Dagger
Christ.
has resulted in a bit of a better game for them. Also, they don't really have to deal with a lot of those dive compositions. Incoming Portal, though.
Early
FlyQuest.
Yeah, it's going to be aggressive portal. It's going to wall off likely a teleport. They are going to own this height. Let's see what they do here. I was expecting to see.
Wait, he portals and then switches to Venom. Oh, interesting.
Coming back in quickly with Venom while the entirety of the team pushes off the off angle. This is going to force eyes in two different directions. A very smart play. We talk about how set plays can be different, but when it's more meta level like this as a team. But as I'm saying, that window onto energy early, that is going to
That's a big pick. That is a big pick. Energy is their. I think energy is their carry.
Gonna force Spark Chief away. I mean, he's getting pulled back towards the site. It's been tough because Month is now over to Invisible.
Does your portal last if you switch? No, I'm pretty sure if you use portal and then get out your switch characters, your portal disappears.
And they're also stuck behind enemy lines, so if there's staggers to come through, that's brutal.
Yeah, this is a tough look here. 38 seconds.
Wait, you don't lose your portal when you switch? Wait, really? I'm pretty sure it disappears when you switch characters, chat.
Down goes Speedery, and that is a necessity right now. Adios on a Month 2. How do they do it? Clutch up in this moment. No ultimates, a neutral fight, finding two immediate picks without the squad being fully here. Vest on a Kaluge now, and that's going to be able to delay.
Okay, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. And all Envy needs to do, chat, all Envy needs to do, build up their ults, use 6 ults in the last team fight before the game ends. GG's easy, and then we get to go to a match 4.
Heading to the next phase of the map speedily as well.
It's easy.
Unfortunately, was the one to go down
It's easy.
There, so he's not having too close to ultimate necessarily. Full Stratus ultimate's nearly available for FlyQuest alongside that Supernova from Adios. There's going to be a very intense upcoming fight. I mean, every ultimate in the game is going to be up eventually at some point or another. Hopefully, for FlyQuest, energy doesn't get picked again because that could be crucial moving forward.
And here we go in the next fight. Envy is up in ult advantage, but very close. FlyQuest will be there at the same level as we see Audio, Spark, Zelos, and Cooper. Vest as well. Cooper going to use that dance floor, match it, and just try to buy some time. Force out a few ults. They miss a few. Envy. Window.
Oh shit, chat.
Clean that up though and finds Audio out.
Oh fuck, chat. They might win. They might win. They might win. They have to win.
Collide from Vest does not work out.
They might win.
Judgment go out, and it does take out Vest early. I believe numbers up are up in Envy's favor. We got to see Adios get back here quickly and use this all, but it doesn't matter.
They fucking won! How much did I tell you guys? How much did I tell you guys that you put Cal in? Put Cal on DPS. GG easy.
Very first map in the series in the lower.
What did I say? What did I say?
For Team Envy, massive win to get right now, considering, you know.
What did I say?
To really ending up with them out of the tournament. Breath of fresh air right now for Envy. Maybe go outside for a second, right? Take a breather, because I mean, I'm feeling kind of. I was sweating during that game right there, Shib. I don't know about you.
Jay actually really right for once. Look at him, bro. It's not that hard, bro. It's not that hard, chat. If I was a coach, what I would tell my team is, listen, this game might be hard. Life might be hard, but you always gotta be harder. You always do.
I truly do think that OT play
it's easy.
Was just, you know, very strong by Envy. Finding that early pick onto the Hulk was game winning for them. It bought them enough time and gave them a slight advantage. I also think the retake there, one thing in ladder, if you are down in OT and you already pushed past the first point, don't commit everything in the first point. You just have to win one fight. All that matters is you win one fight. So if you can retake position, you find a more advantageous defensive position, you're able to stack as a team again.
Good shit by Envy though. Good shit by Envy. Listen, it was a hard fought win, but they need 2 more, Chad. They need 2 more of that.
All right, for Envy, we'll see what map they go to next. Right?
Also, I don't know why I'm cheering for Envy to win, because it's just going to make the series longer when this stream's probably going to be finishing at 3 a.m. So technically, I should want all the games to be like a 3 out.
He talked about how good Energy was. Unfortunately, for as good as he was, he got picked towards the very end. I mean, that crucial pick that sort of resulted in them not winning that fight at the very end of first point, and then or at the very end of the first capture. And then in the second phase of the map, it was Adios. Unfortunately, got picked out of the sky. So a lot of Vanguard work done by Window. Even though the Meteor M maybe didn't connect on the back side, he was able to
Adios
kind
popped
of
off.
poke
That guy popped
energy
off.
out of the sky, and the fact they didn't have Invisible Woman definitely creates a bit of a weird situation for energy. You know, a lot of the support kind of comes through on that low ground. He does have that idol usually from Luna Snow, but it's kind of not enough to just stay alive in this guy at all times. I mean, especially with how much poke damage is coming through from those rings, from that Magneto. So right now, I think that was just such a good job by the Vanguard players, Kaluge alongside Window, to create so much space in the second the second phase of the map. I mean, really showing a ton of veterancy there as well in terms of Kaluge. So fantastic map that we saw. The backline as well definitely doesn't
I do think you need to ban Loki and Luna, yeah, because if you let them both slide, you're just gonna have a team go Luna Loki and just have two support ults, two Luna ults.
You talked about a little bit of the backline. Nero, obviously, their MVP with the most final hits out of his entire composition. So 13 there, obviously was playing Ultron, who does manage to get those final blows, but then switching over
Jay Hoshia, appreciate the massive 3 months, my friend. And Jay Saul, appreciate the massive 1,000 bits as well.
To always make that work, so that's something to keep in mind in the banning phase. I think they're finding a ton of value from that, and it just worked out for him. And
yo, what's up, Noko? What's up? What's up?
Maybe not
You still watching the games?
Just so well done, 38k healing, but you know, just a ton of damage.
You gotta watch your carry, bro, on Sentinels.
And Ultron, that is insane to say out
who
loud.
you pay to get carried.
Opposition with Loki, you see 16, you see 13. It's wild. So really well played there by Energy, who clutched up. I do think that you got to show some love. Flies push through. If you push through 0.1 in OT with a minute on, it's a win. But you just can't. You can't expect to go a full half point after the fact with a minute on. So very difficult, but I think the momentum is shifting. Can we see this go the distance? We'll find out shortly, right after this break.
Did you not see my top tier Loki heals? I saw you die first to me. I remember that. Three-minute break. Okay, chat, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick, and I'm gonna go into my glasses. I don't recall that happening, old age and all. Yeah, you know what, Noko? I'm gonna go to my glasses, chat, because I'm gonna get out of my contact lenses. Give me 2 seconds, okay? Give me count to 2. While I'm back, you guys make friends. Make friends. Wait, what do you mean wait, bro? I gotta go take out my contact lenses. And he said, wait, head down.
Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will flash, no matter where. We will fight, pushing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the winds and fire, and wonder no more. That now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the
Welcome back, everyone. Envy showing up and pushing through on to map
Okay, chat, you guys have glasses
pushing
3.
this again to another. Can we see the comeback? What do you think?
I mean, it's possible. Listen, I mean, Envy is a team full of veteran players from esports in general, and then also in the Marvel Rival scene. I think they've been playing for a long time, and, you know, everybody's incredibly motivated to get to China. We saw across the board a lot of hungry players, even that are teamless, or sorry, orgless, that are on the brink of qualifying if they were to win one more game in the upper bracket. We'll see that later, but the very first game of the day, these teams have a little bit of a different objective, and that's to stay alive in the tournament, Shib. So Envy, like you said, a lot of pressure, I think, on them to kind of come back in the series, but maybe you mentioned momentum could be shifting right now, and Envy, like we said, that they do have that experience as a team. Kaluj, I think, is definitely a veteran player, but, you know, it's still a lot of pressure to put on a singular team at the current moment, especially in the lower bracket.
Yeah, and we got to call out Cal's switch over there onto Duelist. It looked really good as they pushed through on point 1 in OT. I think that was a strong play. It kind of shook up the way the team was playing together with that triple strat, and being able to do that, switch in the middle of the game, throws off your opposition, and they now have to try to counter back with a composition. So, well played.
Well, yeah, another thing as well, make sure you guys are getting your Twitch drops for the Magic skin. Those are available. You know, we have a lot of cool predictions. Our mods are doing a great job, by the way, in the Marvel Rivals Twitch stream. But alongside our Twitch stream, you can also watch co-streamers, so make sure to come through on twitch.tv/Marvel Rivals if you do want these drops. The new Magic skin, only available for this tournament, Shib. So a lot of insane things we've gotten from the Ignite series, and this skin is definitely one of them.
Yeah, you got to see the way Dark Trial looks when you have that Will of Galactus skin. I'm honestly a huge fan of it. Obviously, Magic. We saw played, I think we saw Self pull out Magic once, but that was the only time we've seen Magic in this tournament. But Magic obviously had a place in the meta over the past. Absolutely will come back in. Talk about the story of Thor, maybe a similar story. Well, he will see his day in the meta, just maybe not quite yet. But, you know, we will see those change ups, and that's what I love about these seasonal, quick season turnaround changes. But we've had that discussion before. Going in to game 4, this one now will be decided. FlyQuest will have the decision as to where they want to go, and they choose Krakoa for domination.
You have Jay3 in his glasses
Krakoa.
now.
I mean, I'm curious to see how this pans out. I think both teams are actually, Envy's been kind of not necessarily struggling on domination, but it's been hard for them. We've talked about how domination can be a difficult map type, right, to just play on in general and be consistent on. We'll see if Envy changes their bans, right, because in the first map, I mean, FlyQuest did a fantastic job on Burn the T'Challa, really just to shut down Envy in their pushes. Alongside that Namor, they kind of got easy ultimates from Audio, so I'd be curious if that's the strategy again, play that Hulk Namor. And Envy, I wonder if they'll react, because Envy has shown they don't really do targeted bans. They kind of make generalized bans. I mean, they get rid of Wolverine a lot of the time. Sometimes they get rid of the Psylocke. Wolverine again, another thing that Envy doesn't want to play around. And as we enter Krakoa, which is interesting because I don't even necessarily think this is one of Wolverine's best maps.
Also, I got popcorn chat
it's more
for
so
this.
Just the presence, right? At
this turned into a really good series, so I'm watching.
Just gets value out of so many different things. He's got
I'm
distraction,
going all
he's got
out.
tanking capabilities, he's got, you know, if you do have that pocket with something like Ultron and Magneto Bubble, he's essentially another Vanguard. He is just a monster out there. If, you know, and obviously the Last Stand, let's not even forget about that, where you can just sweep entire teams. You essentially pick up a Vanguard and toss him back towards the strategist and get a 4-piece. So I understand the fear. I do agree that he, you know, maybe not the most Wolverine friendly map. I think it's more so just don't allow them the opportunity to play it there and just take it off the battlefield, because you don't have a composition that you like running into it.
So yeah, to me, Envy's bans field is kind of generalized. I like the Mantis ban to get rid of like triple, right, with the Ultron and stuff. You could play it on your own side. We'll see what FlyQuest opts into to banning or protecting. The problem is with banning, you know, the character that you obviously want, or sorry, protecting the character that you want to play around, especially ones with team ups and that synergize well. You want to be careful protecting them, because then, you know, on the opposite side, maybe they ban out the character that synergizes well with them. Meanwhile, group ban being hovered for FlyQuest, getting rid of that character so they don't play.
Yo, drive safely, drive safely.
Storm and Magneto, but with that Storm protection, that means Punisher is potentially available for the side of Envy. They want to play it alongside that Ultron, so they have options for FlyQuest. We know what they can play with the Hulk Namor stuff, but also with Human Torch available, also the Psylocke Protect. We've seen they're prioritizing dives from Energy and Spark Chief.
Yeah, FlyQuest won domination. They typically actually do a pretty good job in domination, at least as of late. So not afraid to just have that team fight battle. It is very heavily about this first fight, though. So I think they build these compositions.
Why are they never banning Loki, bro?
You know, raw abilities,
I feel like one of my bans against them would be Loki.
Obviously, Crystal's super important. Cooper, a disgusting Loki.
That guy's like a Loki specialist, is he not?
Head in here to Krakoa, but very exciting. This is one of my favorite domination maps. Love to see it. We've seen a lot of Krakoa and a lot of Araco, actually sister sentient islands. So they actually, and when you actually look at Araco, we've had this discussion before.
What do you mean never ban Loki or George?
Like
Loki's one of the most banned characters in this tournament.
Kind of looking a little bit like Groot, trying to head over there.
Yeah, no fight. She's doing better.
So we will push in here off the rip on point 1. And I think one thing that Fly was doing off the rip was they were using that, you know, letting you use that portal, or that, excuse me, that penny armor. If you use the pennies additional land spawner, you actually get 50 HP off of those.
That's weird.
Packs instead of just the 25 from Rocket.
By the way, those two guys are us in game. You know, we're actually in game talking about the game live to these players through their heads, right? They could hear us, surely, right?
Hey,
That's it. Wasn't expecting them to show us. It was vulnerable in that
there
moment.
You go. Eat that one.
There
Here,
we go.
Eat that one.
Off the rip,
That's where you're panicking. That's where you were jumping around like a little boy. That was funny.
That's it. That's it. We see the teleport here from Vess, and that obviously is just to own this space. They're going to break down all these trees. Those trunks right there will
what are
actually
you
not
eating?
be
I'm eating
so
smart
you can use those
food.
as fly cover speed. Are you going to
White
try
cheddar popcorn.
to be doing that? Is they will have the Invis shield and Kalush find Spark Chief early, and that is a good start here for the side of Envy, even though they had that portal used. So FlyQuest heavily down now. Looks like Envy will take early, point priority, which, if you know domination, is a heavily increases their odds.
I think the biggest thing is Envy has opened themselves up to a lot of options, right? They can play that Ultron composition if they want.
Yo, good shit, Envy. Yo, chat, this is the reverse sweep that we're looking.
I think for FlyQuest is to dive.
This is the reverse sweep that we're looking for.
Grouping banned on the opposite side, where they banned it out rather. That's not really a thing, but regardless, for FlyQuest, you know, the real thing is, can they set up Energy and Spark Chief right now, or do they go down to Speedily in the meantime? Because right now, what we saw on Aegis Path, Speedily has done a great job at shutting down Spark Chief and Energy. We'll see if we can keep it up.
Yeah, good space here again. It looks like FlyQuest is kind of taking priority. They're still touching. That's all you need there for Envy. You just need to have one Vanguard on. Don't need to have the entire team in harm's ways. Like we talk about that natural cover. You look at the right side. As I'm saying that, you see the dive in from Adios, who's going to pop that all. Will they find value here? Immediately using Supernova. Out goes the boundary to counteract. And the dance floor right back. But will they get value through? I don't know that they will. Window going to take out Spark Chief. That's a
no, both teams are even. Both teams are even. And someone just missed their... Oh, it was Window who missed his whole fuck.
Nero likely going to see a damage boost switch here shortly if need be. Will we see the switch? Not even necessary, as the whole team is going to be on top of the Eternal Bond there from Cloak. Energy and Adios. Zelos,
oh, look at Cal trying to get out ziplining.
Well done again by FlyQuest on the retake, who are down 60%.
I mean, the biggest thing there was Zelos connecting on that Terror Cape onto, I believe it was Month, in the middle of Nero's dance floor. So with that Terror Cape, you just got eliminated by Vess. And I mean, yeah, what can you do? Really not a lot of counterplay to that Terror Cape except blocking with the shield or just straight up avoiding it. But it's so hard when you're just getting a giant rectangle thrown right at your face. So Zelos, fantastic work from him to keep the team alive as well, to get the point flip at 61%.
Okay, and here we go again. Envy slightly up in health advantage, pretty much a neutral fight, but they do have the bubble for Cal, and this is where Punisher gets a ton more value. If you bubble your Punisher, give him that additional 300 HP to play with, he becomes far more threatening, and it's all about counters. But right now, FlyQuest has no answer, and they are going to press forward. Do we see some picks here, forcing the entirety of the team off point, and that could be enough value in and of itself. And here comes Cap, just going to be dancing on the point, doing the Cap dance. The entirety of the team is going to follow in the wake to get that shield. Great play there to counteract and hold on, as FlyQuest are looking seasoned, impatient. Out goes that invisible boundary as well.
Who's winning the tournament?
One of the best teams at disengaging final judgment. Speedily also removed that.
I can tell you who's winning the tournament probably on Sunday or maybe Saturday.
Yeah, and
we're still pretty far away from the finals.
Some pressure. The dance floor is out and matched by both sides. Everybody out there doing their thing. Oh, and here comes the eye again from Vess. Does land on a few. Will they be able to dunk return?
Oh, come on, dude. Window is missing those windows of opportunity to hit that. Hit that ult, bro. You see what I did there?
For the side of Envy, well done, FlyQuest on that sweep.
I mean, Envy on the re-engage. This is tough. I think every time FlyQuest is ready to go on those dives, as well as you said, Vest connecting with a massive Eye of Agamotto. Window now over to the...
Not in playoffs yet? We are in playoffs, but there's 8
I think
teams.
off the Punisher's fine, and here comes now speedily in that
It's
Hurricane
double
on the backside of the
elimination.
That was a necessary start. Cal on Hella, about time. We haven't seen Hella in a while. Takes one. Speedery onto Zelos, and that's a great re-engagement there. They didn't force out everything they had. They will be looking for Cal and Kaluj in this next fight. Hopefully,
Okay, see, this is good. This is good. This is good. This is good.
You want to fall as a team and get ready for the next fight.
Oh, Cal's on Hella
As it is a
now.
one-fight game here as the teleport was burned. Kaluj is going to take this space there. Press forward, as you can see him up on the front side, but is going to elect a retreat to the team, as we might see. No, actually, we're not going to see.
Why don't they just break the waterfall?
I think the biggest thing is that, you know, Punisher is pretty much FlyQuest perfect.
Wait, wasted ult. What? Why would he do that? That's bad.
At least to force away Vanguards, but regardless, right now FlyQuest play so well around Punisher, so Cal over to the Hella, especially on such an open map like this, could be better and could absolutely find picks on a FlyQuest.
Cooper takes out Speedery. Window back on Adioso, matched up on both sides, but being down Speedery is a big take, as Window is going to retreat to the team. Here comes Cal in the sky, being blocked here by Strange and Cap at the same time. That's good value. We'll be able to press back in. You talk about FlyQuest re-engagement being very strong. I think they do that really well, and here comes that re-engagement, but it is matched here.
Oh, stunned!
Tries to get the eye out. Great play there from Cal, which I believe
He got the fucking stun, man.
Value back to 50% here for Vest, who is quickly getting that all charge back. Adios holding this space here with the tornadoes. Will it be enough for them to own this, as Spark Chief is down early?
Early pressure as well from Window on the backside. Just need to live, right? Allow time for Envy to find these picks. Here comes the Abyss as well.
Wait, did Envy actually take that round?
Wait, who didn't touch the point there? It was,
hey,
in this case, FlyQuest. They didn't touch. Envy win on the Grove.
Yeah,
reverse sweep.
Kind of fell off as a team.
Reverse
Saw
sweep.
those ults played, and
Reverse sweep, chat. I'm calling it right now. Reverse sweep.
But still not able to get the touch. Just kind of lost focus for a second, and that's all it takes.
Put Cal back in the game. Put Cal back on DPS. This is a different game.
I mean, what a map from both teams, but Envy changing it
This
up.
is a different
the biggest
game.
thing is the Punisher change over to Hella. I mean, we've seen teams like 100 Thieves play Hella. We've seen also Cal be one of the best Hellas in the game. I mean, shout out to Amadian as well. Was another player who did so well on that hero versus Sentinels. So, you know, that character can do so much work.
Wait,
as
no,
well.
not,
Cal,
don't put Cal on healer, bro.
Especially against FlyQuest, their dives. I mean, this Punisher hasn't really done too much, but they're going to switch back to Cal over to the Punisher. I'm curious to see if it works out, just considering FlyQuest plays so well on this Punisher, specifically the Final Judgment, but Cal has not been the focus. It has been speedily on that Storm.
He's a good boy. He likes,
and the team, though,
he ate a piece of popcorn, too.
Seemingly seeing every play here. I feel like we haven't missed a thing, as it's been so back and forth in these fights. But yeah, I mean, it seems like FlyQuest just lost focus for a millisecond, and they did have.
Is Expedition 33 worth it? It's 10% off in summer sale right now.
The right decision, unfortunately.
That's like asking, is the best game ever on Steam
I like this positioning here.
a good buy?
Who, you know, we do see
Yes!
every team seemingly fighting
Expedition
vertical on this
33
map,
is
using that
fucking
natural cover
amazing.
instead of more horizontal, where it seemingly is a little more open. It gives your flyers this back line over here, essentially this giant like tombstone, as you see in the back there.
Yeah, I want to see how they play around this Eye of Agamotto. Incoming Fate of the Worlds, right? Pressing out Vest. Vest looking for it. Pretty obvious. Creating a lot of space so their supports and the strategists can kind of fall back. But nothing really gained in terms of eliminations. A lot of space for Kaluj to set up, and Agamotto catches out one.
Oh, what a fucking freeze by Cooper, bro. Wow.
Huge freeze.
What a freeze, but look at Cal. Look at Cal. Cal got fucking 4, bro.
Pops off. Kaluj still able to find one, but what a freeze. It just didn't matter when you have Punisher there popping off and holding on to that Final Judgment, still ready for the next fight.
Yeah, it feels like a lot of times in this game. Even
Okay, Cal, I was just cheering you on, Cal. Now you're looking like an idiot out here. Bro, what the hell?
If you're a Magneto player onto like a Root Ultimate, sometimes it doesn't matter, right?
Does Jay have videos where it says Expedition 33 gameplay on YouTube? Yes, it's on my second channel. It's called Jay3 2. Or Jay3 Reacts. Sorry, Jay3 Reacts.
After Nero committed his
Jay3 2.
FlyQuest double up
it's called
on
Jay3 2
for this upcoming fight. That should give them an advantage for sure.
Yeah, and we have the turret out there early, as it is, you know, not necessarily for all charges, just the AoE damage. Very good combination there with Envy's shield, just to try to force out the team's positioning, making something happen like that Venom charge there. But he got the entirety of the clip out before they push forward. Adios trying to take this space back. FlyQuest heavy up an alt charge here. Envy slowly gaining as the invisible does pop. They see Cal holding on, waiting for the final moment. to use that final judgment, as it gets a lot more value as enemies are out in the open.
Why are we blazing Cal? Because he's my fucking homie, bro. He's my friend. I'll cheer on any of my friends in the fucking tournament.
A little too patient there, not using some big ults, and they pay for it.
Man, if I had a friend and my friend was watching me play in a tournament and he wasn't fucking cheering for me, that's not a friend.
The strongest ultimates in the entire game. Right? Cooper committing the fate of the world, just walking on forward. Envy. The only real counter is there is maybe Kalush hits a crazy eye Agamotto or something, but he just walked on, had no HP, was in pressured situations, and now Energy. Oh no! The assassination of Speedily before they could even take the portal. Vess and him combined.
Yeah, again, FlyQuest, you can see them getting a little angry.
Oh wait, they flipped the point. They flipped the point. This is insane.
Champion is able to find one there and even out the odds a little bit, but here comes that final judgment out. But I don't know if it's going. Oh, as I say that, good positioning by Cal. Still able to look at a few, but no, great retake again. FlyQuest just drops out, comes back when the moment's right, and here comes the engagement from Spark Chief, holding on to that Feast of the Abyss here, ready to make a play towards the back line, and the Hurricane gets popped again. Speedery, and we see Vess doesn't land and dodge towards the back line, not able to get any value.
Oh yeah, come on Cal, come on Cal.
But it isn't enough. Ooh, nice.
I don't know how the hell that killed that person, but that is insane.
And Envy now at 98. I don't know if they're gonna be able to hold. I think that's it.
Oh my God! Energy tried to touch last second, but he could not. And
man,
what a mistake
it's happening
from FlyQuest. I mean, they went
towards
Speedily, like the whole team, and then they just left the point
behind.
It's fucking
happening.
Envy just were like, okay, I'll take the point. Then
it's happening.
So, I mean, what a bad play there, honestly, from FlyQuest towards the very end. And right now, that's what it is, right? In these high pressure situations,
it's
Envy take another
fucking
map, kind of coming
happening.
Like the veterans.
Put Cal in. Cal reverse sweeps. Don't put Cal on Cloak and Dagger. Put Cal in. Cal wins.
And it's kind of right now like a matter of which team makes like less mistakes, honestly, because FlyQuest, that is a
wait, true friends pee on friends jellyfish stings for real, for real. Isn't that a myth?
But you know at what cost? We saw that.
Isn't that actually like proven to like not help?
But they kind of left Energy to find Nero on the back line.
Jay said he was going to get nude on stream if Envy reverse sweeps, by the way.
Even if Energy found those picks, he was taking themselves
yeah, let's go, FlyQuest!
Energy or Vess.
Come on, FlyQuest, you guys can win.
Themselves out of the fight. And,
you guys got this.
Resulted in losing objective, losing those anchors, and right now they kind of need them. And map number 5 is coming up, and I'd be a little worried if I was a FlyQuest fan right now.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about Cal making that switch there to Punisher, and now, again, leading final hits in that fight.
You know what? I think, chat, watch this. I have $50 billion that FlyQuest bans Punisher next game. $50 billion.
But 15-3, and, you know, the 4-piece metal just cleaning up teams there in the
It doesn't really matter if it doesn't help. It's for the love of the game.
What? The Punisher, or you try to get rid of the Magneto, and then you have a Magneto. You got to do something here to shift that, because you were finding a ton of success when Cal was forced into the back line, trying to triple strategist. Now that he's back on that duelist role, he just is not missing, man.
No, yeah, I think that's a tough job for him as well. I mean, able to kind of come back through after NK played the first 2 maps, and then now coming through on the other ones, and just playing very well, right? Coming back onto the Punisher. Going back into his, hard aim role, was kind of came in for the Cloak and Dagger play alongside Nero in the Ultron, but they're really finding a lot of success right now around Speedily, around Cal playing a lot of that Punisher. And Envy, they're coming back. I mean, they're making an absolutely insane comeback on Domination when they lost that first map as well, Shib. So, oof, man, map 5 coming up in just a bit, man. I'd be scared if I'm FlyQuest.
Momentum heavily shifted, right? We talk about that happening, and Envy is just looking really good. I mean, that C9 there, it was rough. It was rough to see. They were able to,
yeah, that's
come back a little
C9.
bit
If they
lose
on
map 2, but it just was not enough. I mean, you got to show love. Kaluj, obviously MVP, 17k damage, ton of damage blocked, hitting some big eyes and some follow up there, forcing out strat ults, and that may be the hidden value you don't necessarily see a lot with Strange, but I mean, Cal, again, like I said, 8 finals, the entirety of Envy was looking really clean. It was just a tough look there for Fly. I just feel like they're a little bit on their heels, and they've got to change up this ban. And I'm surprised they didn't run that Magneto, which I do think was open for them.
Yeah, the Magneto, they also had Hulk Namor available, right? Those are another option for this team that can play those characters to such a high level, but we'll see what changes they make on that map 5, and we'll see what map that even is. I mean, both teams, tournament lives on the line, gonna end it up on this next map. We'll see what it is after this short break.
Such a cute baby.
Not bad, eh, Khonshu?
This is good. This is a good series. I told you guys this was gonna be a good game. I told you guys this was gonna be a good game. How much time do we have? Wait. We have 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Jay Hoshia, pre at 3 months as well. I think so. That Jay, how does it feel to be six foot Jack and have a full set of hair? I'm trying to be like you. You know, it's just it comes naturally to me.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was.
What's the cat's name? I don't know if you can see him, but he's usually on my mic's in the way, but he's right here. He's Boba, like one of those little tapioca, you know, balls. Are you seeing Boba?
Do you remember who you
He's a good boy. Do you know roughly when this stream is going to end? Until this series is done. You have 3 more games, especially after this one. And each game is about 2 hours, I think. So maybe 2, 4, 6, maybe 6 more hours. Fuck. Give me 1 second.
see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire.
I love you.
That now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has
Overnight shift wouldn't be so too bad then. I mean, even if I wasn't live, I have a 24/7 VOD channel that's always running. Right now on my VOD channel, I'm playing comp, and my record is 12 wins, 12 losses. Jesus Christ.
We got to get the script writers on the horn here. Another full series going the distance. It's like it was made up. Kevin, chill. All right, Kevin Feige, incredible. Turnaround here. Incredible work.
Kevin, obviously the guy behind the scenes that works for Marvel. He's working on all the storylines, working on all of the potential metaverse that's going on currently in the esports scene. Map number 5, Shib, you called it. Kevin,
do they have the same headphones?
Seems to be something special because it was crazy in EMEA today. It was insane yesterday for North America. I mean, we had so many games go map number 3, and today, first on the day, 5 mapper, man. I don't think this is the first time in a while I think we've seen so many games just in a row, back to back to back to back, go to that last map. Insane series of events in the esports scene for us.
Yeah, I mean, what do you think's got to change? My take is you try to ban out Cal. I mean, Hella, he played Hella for 1 KO and swap back to Punisher, so clearly wasn't feeling as confident on that. Get rid of Punisher is my take. What do you think?
Yeah, probably. I just think it's like not anything due to how Cal is playing it or NK in that matter. I just feel like FlyQuest is just so well studied versus Punisher specifically. I mean, we've seen every time that there was a last stand, or sorry, not last stand, Final Judgment, get those 2 ultimates confused a lot of time. Every time they use those 2 ultimates in tandem, I mean, FlyQuest.
I think they're gonna have to save Punisher, chat. Save Punisher, put Cal on the line.
You can't really win when that ultimate is popped, and I think that you could probably do that with more ultimates in this game in general, right? Just decide to, okay,
who are you supporting between Nemesis and Shroud?
Go again, and that's kind of the tough part of Marvel Rivals, because you build so many ultimates so quickly that it can be hard to make split-second decisions as a team, especially when the meta
I don't
is
know.
always different.
I think both of those teams are very equal, but if I had to pick one between Shroud X and Team Nemesis, probably Team Nemesis.
It's worth trading out alt for some, some percentage or some tips.
I feel like Nemesis would win that.
And trying to retake in the last possible moment. You're right. I think Fly does that well. So you're right. Maybe it's not necessary for them to get rid of Punisher. So what's the thought then as to what needs to change? It seems like there's a heavy momentum shift where Fly was looking disgusting. First 2 maps are on their heels right now.
Yeah, I mean, they eventually kind of pulled through towards the second half, and for Envy, I mean, they can kind of just keep, you know, steady, right? Just kind of keep the ship moving forward. I think as it stands, even if they do play the Punisher, it's starting to kind of come online. We'll go to a Convergence or a Convoy up next, though, so we'll see what, in terms of what map FlyQuest want to play. They didn't look as good on those maps as well as they did on Domination in map number 1. So for Team FlyQuest, I think they should probably go back to that Namor Hulk stuff. I mean, we've seen a lot of Hulk kind of get a lot of value. Wolverine is permanently banned.
All right, chat.
Right
enough
now
with
for
anime.
Team Envy.
Jay, what's your favorite
that
car?
Fastball special that we've talked about.
My favorite
how strong
car?
it is. I think so many teams are recognizing how how kind of brutal.
Probably
it can
a
be to play
McLaren
against
P1.
Wolverine alongside
That
the
car
Hulk
is
or the
sexy.
thing, when they kind of just toss them in to your back line. I mean, it can be kind of unreactable.
Can someone buy me
So for
one? It's only
FlyQuest,
like
I feel like some sort of Hulk Namor thing could work out.
$2
for
million?
them. The Psylocke is kind of working, but at the moment, Energy has had a hard time at points, right, Shib? It seems like he's had a difficulty in terms of staying alive, but he's kind of warming up as the series goes on. He's still a youngin, still a a guy still early on in his esport career. So we'll see how he adapts in this map 5, because that's going to really kind of determine his sort of pace in his trajectory moving forward.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, Energy, yeah, he played well, right? Psylocke still finding a lot of value, was able to get 6, or 7
Nah,
finals, but
I don't. I'll
you're
buy
right, it just
one
wasn't enough.
for
It just
you
felt like
and
every
me.
neutral fight was heavily
Damn,
in the favor
Jasmine,
of
you got
Vigo.
money
We
like
were
that?
finding
That's
picks
4 mil
before
right
every
there.
fight started every single time. That cannot happen,
Shit.
especially on Domination, because when you're down a number in Domination, even if you try to overcommit ultimates, now you're losing not only that fight, but you're losing the ult advantage in the next fight, and you just roll down the hill, and the snowball gets even bigger, and you can't.
Hey,
you can't
appreciate
shove
it,
back
Sushi.
up. So I think that, I think it's got to be a reset
I
button
actually
in
have a
mental.
job.
FlyQuest knows
What
that
the
they've got
fuck?
a very strong, chance of taking this back. But right now, if I'm Team Envy, I'm just riding this momentum. I'm feeling confident, and I'm trying to win that first fight and just keep it going.
Yeah, 100%. And on the opposite side for FlyQuest, I mean, you talked about the ban phase. I mean, you could think about getting rid of Storm. The only problem is that they've sort of been banning out,
How are you gonna come into my stream and just drop the J word like that, bro?
Protect the Torch. And that's kind of the interesting thing. It's almost like, I mean, Torch is still a fantastic hero, don't get me wrong. But it almost, at points, I wonder if it's even worth banning the Torch out first. Maybe getting rid of Speedily on that Storm could sort of alleviate a lot of that pressure, just because of how strong he's been on the Storm. And it's not that Torch is not worth the ban per se, but I don't know if I would be banning it versus Speedily, considering how he's played so far on other heroes like that Psylocke and like the Storm.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you. It's the trade-off, right? It's, do I want to get rid of Storm, who is going to force out every
What would you
single
do if
strategy
you weren't a
every single
streamer?
fight because, Storm gets ult incredibly quickly, or do I want to allow
If I wasn't a
Speedily
streamer,
to
I'd
play
probably be selling my
incredibly
feet.
aggressively with Torch?
No,
And we know
I
how
was studying
sometimes,
nursing before I
you can
started
play,
streaming.
Speedily is different on Torch, but especially with that pocket from Invis, and Month was playing Invis last map, so that combination,
Yeah.
the issue, that 1v1 now turns into a 2v1 real quick.
You need
If
help?
you're both
Hold
on
up, Jack,
Torch,
give me a
so
second.
It is such a tough
What do you need help
decision,
with?
but I'm curious as to what they are going to do here as we go in to the final map of the series. Who will take it home?
What better map to do it on than Morocco? Right now, it's so fun to look at the draft phase and stuff and the protect phase, but I think we can both agree, Shib, at the end of the day, if you don't play well, it doesn't matter, the draft or whatever, especially if you have even draft kind of across the board. So realistically, playing well is key number one. You can't really blame the draft on everything. I know a lot of players do tend to do that. It's easy to be just like, oh, I'm coping. This draft was the reason we lost. But sometimes it is just poor gameplay. So right now for FlyQuest and Envy, they're looking to lock in on Morocco. And we see a lot of teams kind of struggle towards this first point, but they can snowball in the attack phase. Definitely a defensive favored map, this one, right, Shib?
Absolutely. I mean, the ban phase is the new strategist. If you lose a game, you might as well blame it right on the ban phase instead of who usually takes the blame, the strategist. But we are gonna, I think we're gonna see a tight hold here, probably triple, as we have seen holds from both sides before, with Groot up on the front side and no Groot ban yet. So I'm assuming we'll see that combination for sure, which bought a ton of time for both of these teams in the past.
And Doctor Strange ban again, like did on was that map number 1 or 2? I think it might have been
2. I believe it was 2. Yeah.
Getting rid of the Strange, so that's interesting as well. And FlyQuest also hasn't really pulled out the Groot either. I mean, they've shown at least on Morocco that they can play that hero. Same thing for Envy on their side. FlyQuest, I think, banned out the Groot last time. We'll see what the Protect comes through. Mantis ban comes out from Envy as well.
This game's too hyped. I gotta stand for this.
FlyQuest. Although I don't know if we've really seen them play it at all or too much, I suppose. But here's the Storm Protect again to make sure Speedily gets the heroes that he wants.
Yeah, and I stand corrected. It was map 1, but yeah, you know,
How's Emily feeling? Emily is feeling much better than yesterday.
Or you want to allow Kaluj just to be a little more free without double shield out there. It's got to be something along those lines, but it has been, you know, it's working.
No
so
problem.
We will see, and by one I meant the previous map prior, but we'll see a change up here. But in terms of composition, it looks like Envy's not going to be changing too much.
Oh, I thought you were saying thank you to me. She said thank you for worrying about her. And she told me to fuck off.
Ultron to get through. So is this the first time in the series they let Ultron get through? I don't think so, but it might be. It might be. For FlyQuest, though, they will be playing the Ultron, obviously, considering that character is not banned, or, I mean, it's available. They want it.
And one of my favorite new maps, and you know, the pros seem to really enjoy it as well. Araco, a very defensible.
I really like this map. I really like this map, bro.
2.3, a few of which getting the entirety, but look
It's
at
okay.
this
Emily can tell me to fuck off, and I'd forgive her for everything. Emily, don't sweat this guy. We got you. What?
Up, and what a change from a few maps back. And
okay, chat. Sorry, I was gone. What happened here?
We have seen almost full holds here out of the spawn door. We'll see if
did they ban Punisher for Cal or no, chat?
Hold that top right alleyway, that hallway where Strange will actually portal off both sides, and then the entirety of the team will try to run down that choke. As you do,
oh, that's a pretty cool.
Krakoa here on your right side pressing forward to try to.
Oh, Cal is on Moon Knight.
Messing with the family.
Triple Vanguard as well, who speedily gets deleted. I mean, Cal's also over to the Moon Knight alongside Window being on that Squirrel Girl. We've seen FlyQuest do something similar with the Squirrel Girl.
They're on Moon Knight, Squirrel Girl.
Composition, but can work as well around speedily with that Solo Vanguard. But they all are on that one side of the map, right? FlyQuest well aware of it, kind of playing around it right now with an off angle on Energy. We've seen how well FlyQuest can play those off angles on Araco.
Yeah, I think right now it seems like they're just doing the Buster comp. They're just trying to get out of this door. So that Moon Knight and Squirrel, I like that change. I think it's really smart as the thing. Great retreat there. Way to get back to the team. Is going to reset and give that
Moon Knight, Squirrel Girl.
Either 30 or 25 after the recent change. Immediately, Eternal Bond goes out here. That's going to be good for FlyQuest just to hold on. Zelos going to find Cal and Window.
I don't know if it's working, chat.
The copy as well. So both of those bonds actually were committed. No, actually, the Zelos, excuse me, did not commit it as they are at Ultimate now.
Cal's over to Wolverine. Window's now over to the Groot.
Cal's on the Wolverine now. Ooh, okay.
Right? They have such a big area to work with. Those off angles on Magneto are disgusting. Audios now comes in through with Ultron's Rage.
Yeah, forcing out crystals early and the dance floor. That is value right there. Audio still holding on. Able to get a slight amount of healing through that ultimate just to buy some time. Out goes the Eternal Bond. The Strangling Prison onto the back line, but shields are
oh shit, that was a big oh no, chat. This is not looking good for Envy, bro. This is not looking good for Envy, bro.
FlyQuest on these early holds are insane.
Right now, Envy might be going out of the tournament with not even a whimper, so we'll see.
No, oh, wait, Vest disconnected. Vest disconnected, chat. Envy can take this. Envy can take this. Oh my god, the PayPal went through. All it took was $5. You see the Groot in the corner just walking in the wall? That fucking sucks, bro. That fucking sucks.
That is the momentum shift that they needed.
Bro,
FlyQuest now are gonna have to retake. And
bro, having a disconnect in match 5 where it's do or die. You either win and you continue, or you lose and you're kicked out of the tournament.
To hold on.
Oh fuck.
Oh my god. I'm telling you, man, it's cursed. It's Marvel Rivals Ignite is cursed. Things like this can happen right in an online series.
$3 million on the line.
First point. I mean, what a hold from FlyQuest there, like you said, Ship. So right now, that could definitely sort of result in them getting another hold in this phase. I think it does favor that attacking side a little bit more, depending on how FlyQuest plays this re-engage with the cover and stuff, and with Triple Vanguard. Envy now also built up towards that last stand, so there's a lot of ultimates available for them. Unfortunately, no Stratus ultimates were built in that previous fight, so that's kind of why FlyQuest lost alongside Vest going down. More than likely, that still would have been the result of it, but regardless, now you got those Stratus ultimates ready to go, Shib, on this re-engage, and that's going to allow FlyQuest to finally win a fight, but it's going to be tough versus that Wolverine, in which Cal's honestly been doing good, flexing over to that Wolverine, right, off of a lot of that hit scan roll, and also having to come in while maybe a little bit cold after NK played the first 2 maps, right?
Yeah, that's a sign of somebody who just wants to go in. You know, there's that conversation in sports that you want to, you know, put me in, coach. If you, the people that want the playing,
they're not going to remake the lobby, chat. The match has been played out for 2 minutes already.
And has showed up ever since. Obviously, starting off on strat, maybe not his strongest position, but that switch over to duelist has been invaluable. And I do think I agree that when you go against a group like this with that Wolverine, it is so difficult to stay up, especially if you don't make that switch to invis, because those pulls are invaluable, and it just allows an early pick every time without the utilization of an ultimate. He is just such a strong hero right now. Logan, a demon against the tree.
And Logan can be disgusting, like you mentioned, and I can relate to that.
You can't reset the lobby, chat, because then it's always going to be questioned. Like, if you didn't reset the lobby,
see you in a cosplay of a certain hero besides a maid.
if you didn't reset the lobby, then they're not going to get that same hold that they just did. It could be better for Envy if they reset them, because now they know what they're going to do. Envy knows that now they're going to hold their spawn and they're going to be able to counter. You can't.
You know, potentially an event, then we got to.
You can't reset, chat.
As a hero.
It's a tough one, man. Blonde hair, blue eyes. I mean, it's close to, you know, it's close to Clint Barton in here. I guess that would probably be the closest one I could do. You know, pulling out the bow a little bit. I could see something like that. What about yourself?
I could see that. Yeah, that would definitely work. I don't know. It's tough. I asked my chat before, and I'm kind of afraid to admit it. A little sad, you know. It's unfortunate. I asked them. I was like, "Oh, hey guys, you know, if I did wear a costume, what would you want?" And they're like, "Man, you should go as Rocket Raccoon because of the height." I was like, "Okay, thanks." So I was like, "Okay, who next?" "Oh, Wolverine because of the height." And I was like, "Oh, okay, guys, that's great. That's awesome. What about next?" "Oh, Jeff because of the height." So I'm like, "Okay, guys, like, come on, can we please? Like, this is so BM." Like, listen, I'm huge, 7 foot tall, all right, massive. You see me, Shib? I'm a unit.
You know, dude. Metaphorically, for sure.
Metaphorically, huh? Metaphorically, he said. Okay, all right.
That's brutal. Nah, man.
Might have to go a little bit of you know, Napoleonic syndrome on you, buddy. I might have to go a little angry, short guy syndrome. You know, I get mad like Wolverine does. You don't want me to pull out these claws, buddy. You don't want me to pull out these claws or these 9mm handguns.
Nailed it with the Wolverine there, brother. It sounds like they nailed it, so they're all over it. But no, that's actually hysterical. I'm sure the chat.
What do you mean nailed it? Hold up.
No, I'm sure the chat is saying things like Emma for both of us right now, just to troll us a little bit.
Emma, that's what I see. That's what I was saying. I was like, maybe we get you that little cross section in the middle, you know, with her gala dress. I could see you as that. That would go hard.
Jay, take notes. Take notes for what?
Oh man, it's funny stuff, man. I'm funny.
Thank
funny
you, Ian.
Stuff. As we are actually,
Jay could cosplay Rocket because of his height.
This stuff is happening. So, you know, I mean, obviously we want to be there. I hope we're there. It's going to be a ton of fun to be a part of it or even just witness it. Lands are totally new ball game. Finally settling that score between regions, right? Like we talk about, everybody stands up for the region, is super passionate. Everybody who may be a fan of various teams here will unite as one to try to, you know, take down whoever we may be going against.
I could cosplay Emma.
What do you mean?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I could cosplay Emma.
You bias?
My ass is fat.
Well, you know, as the states is what I'm saying. For, you know,
nah, I can do that.
You're saying you'd be rooting for the American teams in an international event. Is that what you're saying right now live? You want to say to the camera?
I'm driving the car down the highway and you're just yoinking the steering wheel on me into the side of the post here. No, but
absolutely.
Oh, we're back. We're back. We're back.
I will be, anyway, we're going into it now. It's FlyQuest.
We're back.
We have 2 minutes left in the map. We're getting back into it. Luckily, the pause is over. Vest looks like he's back online.
Yeah, Envy heavy up in alt charge here, too, as you see. Window.
Oh, Vest is back, and then Vest died.
Cooper going to be the only one as Vest is going to have to respawn here. Cal finding that early pick. We didn't even get to check it out.
Are you laughing at that?
Nice off angle there. Waiting for that play. Yeah, that's a brutal takedown early, as this corner is very defensible. It may be far less defensible now as we push into the minute left on the first point.
Yeah, flank play always available now on that. What a eat of the Groot ultimate!
Wow, that was actually an insane. Wait, your Groot ult can stick to walls, chat?
Yeah,
does anyone here play Groot?
And
ceilings? That was a good ult, but no one can follow up and kill anyone. Oh my god, Cal, dude. Cal, dude.
Advantaged fight going on the side of Envy, and they will be down a few now. Can they get the retouch? Not sure it'll happen, as they are going to give up point 1.
Oh my god, Envy is doing it, chat. Envy is fucking doing it.
So well on this map. Cal as well can play that hero to such a high level. On top of that, I mean, teams tend to get snowballed, it feels like, after first point. I mean, these middle phases of the map, the second phases, teams tend to not really, I'm not going to say not struggle with, but it feels like if you get like one fight, maybe like a really rough second fight. So right now, teams in the middle phase of the map kind of don't really do that well, but we'll see how FlyQuest does in this defensive hold. They've been solid so far. We're looking over at EMEA, though. We've seen teams snowball and even cap out the full map with not a lot of time in the bank in that second phase of Araka.
Yeah, what do you think? I think the offensive side, the reason it's a little more, more aggressive on this, as we see immediately strangling Prison. Are they able to follow up on it? Not quite yet. We do see the Bond out to just slow things up a little bit. Out goes the Tornadoes. Do they land? And they do. Down goes Speedery early. Nice follow up there. As Kaluj is very low as well. This could be enough for the retake of Fly to kind of hold on, still having ult advantage in the next fight. FlyQuest needed this momentum shift as they were looking to be in a little bit of a dicey position. But as I say, that month with the copy is going to get the dance floor moving, buying some free space as the team is able to retake this position. As I was saying, on the offensive side, there's essentially 3 lanes here. The height on left, down main, and then off the right.
Oh my god. He wasn't, not enough charge, chat. He threw that ball at 4 charge.
Envy once again with an advantage going into this next fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's finding pick after pick right now as everybody from FlyQuest is sort of funneling towards that objective. I mean, 2 more going down. It's kind of what I talked about. I don't know, teams just struggle in the streets phase. You're asking and kind of like,
do you think Cal benched himself for the first 2 games so you can aura farm and the reverse sweep?
But also, and you have so much cover to work around as well as just.
Nah, bro, Cal wasn't really doing that hot yesterday. Oh, they portal trapped.
So many entrances you can kind of go through. And by the way, portal block as well.
Portal block, nice. Nah, Cal wasn't really doing that hot yesterday, but so I'm pretty sure they brought in one of the reserves, try to like maybe mix things up to see. But I think you need Cal in. Cal is a fucking good player.
Myself, that's something to take in the ladder for sure. Great portal off there as the team was trying to hold off together. Just was just too little, too late. Not able to get back on that point. Adios immediately going to use that Ultron's Rage, forcing them back in the spawn door. Cal going to find Spark Sheep. There's a little off map over there in that corner and makes it happen. Cal on this Wolverine, like you said, is just getting value every single fight and doesn't have to use that last stand. Out goes Speedery, utilizing that Hurricane, dropping a few. Down goes Zelos, and wow, Envy has just figured something out here after map 2.
Yeah, I know people talk about those portal blocks and how they maybe shouldn't be in the game and stuff, but
I'm proud of how Envy played, chat, win or lose. I was really scared if they got 3-0'd that they were going to probably disband and the team was going to like, they still might do it, but I was scared.
Yeah, good work there. I wasn't sure it got a ton of value, but that's why they are the pros. Good value again on the pick, and they will keep walking forward. Dropping a strategist early like that is huge. And we do see a retake energy kind of in an off angle here from behind. Does have that Ultron drone, giving him the space needed to be aggressive. Kaluj there, that's what I was talking about against Flyers. Take that height, wall off the zone, and essentially be the shutdown you need to see. And that is good positioning. Up we go here. Vest trying to throw the Meteor Ram on a Month. Down goes Month. Good value again. Nice find early from Vest. Cal turns that right back.
Wow, Cal, bro. Cal.
With a 2-piece back and forth as the numbers are dwindled down to 4v4. Alt advantage going to be on
the Captain America is chasing the Luna Snow. What the hell am I watching?
This guy, Logan, is built different. Just the unstoppable Wolverine.
What the hell am I watching, dude?
Popping off. Typical. What can I say? Envy, though, I mean, Nero ran away from Spark Chief with the Freedom Charge. Could not catch up to Nero getting back to spawn regardless. 40 seconds left to go. FlyQuest right now finally finding some sort of ground. First point, it went so well for them, and then it's kind of been collapsing. So they need some semblance of a defense right here as we enter basically last fight window as well. Over to that Hulk off of his original hero. Maybe trying to create a little bit more space. Maybe throw that fastball in as well as Cal.
Yeah, nice stall. 20 seconds on. This is going to be for all the marbles. Out goes the Hurricane again. This will burn right through those crystals, and it's electing to drop backward. Did not force out too much, and as I say that, out goes the Bond. It did, so they will hold on. Here comes that Hurricane immediately. The Supernova, but it's counteracted by the Eye.
Did he hit anyone with that? It didn't even look like it.
Start here for Envy, who are using everything in this fight. Speedery onto Zelos, Cal on a Vest, Speedery onto Envy. and this could be it as they shove through again. Down goes Spark. In OT we go, but will they be able to touch, or will this end as a 3-stack push? It does. Well done, Envy.
It didn't even look like, I don't know, bro. Maybe it's because like
I like the idea
can't see.
as well to swap
Maybe FlyQuest just needs to get wait, maybe FlyQuest needs to be a better org and not have players DC in the middle of a tourney. How the fuck is that the org's fault, bro? It could be the game.
The thing, because you could just yeet that guy in there.
Chat, what are you guys saying, bro?
Out of the sky, he'll kind of do whatever.
What are you guys saying?
Definitely teams utilizing that team up so well. And Envy doing well even without that, right? They had Cal on that Wolverine, just kind of running in, able to find those eliminations.
Also, yeah, Gasman, I don't know how they let that slide. I don't know how they let. I don't know.
Almost first point held.
I was thinking that to myself today. I'm like, if this happened, how are they gonna?
You know, you just get snowballed sometimes, and in a game like Mobile Rivals, that can kind of happen. No matter how well you play on that first point, it's you know, a 3-phase game, especially.
Wait, did they do an AI apology?
Convoys maps. So
or wait,
maps. So right now, for FlyQuest, they need to kind of lock it in. I'm curious. I don't know why they're not playing really much of this like Namor Hulk stuff. I get, you know, why you want to play this triple strategist, but it seems like the survivability is
no
is
fucking
not
way,
necessarily
bro.
for them. It's just
that
like
is actually wild. I don't know the whole situation.
That is brought by Wolverine. I mean, he just does so much percentage damage.
Anyways,
that you can't really live, right, Shib?
Yeah, and now we're going to see, you talk about a shift up here for Fly. We are going to see another Bunker Buster comp, as we are going to see,
wow, Cal, bro.
Out there. You got the Punisher and the damage boost here from
Speedery as well, 20 and 3.
Some of these walls that'll be in front of them. The walls are actually positioned on the right side, forcing them out this left door. Good decision here for Envy on the defense, but Fly playing.
No, they don't play on the same patch for the whole tournament.
And another damage boost there with Cloak, and that's the combination you're scared of when you have a Punisher on the opposition. That double stacking damage boost with Punisher unloading is terrifying to go against, and say goodbye to every group wall that's placed as they are shoving through Vest here on the Squirrel Girl, just trying to get that all charged. 46% already, but you look over on the strat line, Cooper at 80, 92, 94, already almost ready to ult here. Adios at about 66. Speedery has ult here at 92. Energy taking out Speedery early. Spark onto Kalush, and that is a good way to get out of that spawn door.
Yep, that works for sure. We'll see if they want to swap off of it. Vest going to stay on the Squirrel Girl for now, but more than likely going to run back to spawn and swap unless they're totally fine playing another fight. It looks like they are. They're willing to go again, even though Envy more than likely going to switch up their composition a little bit, but they do have the TP. Never mind, they will stay on the triple strategist, and here comes the ultimate.
Oh, wow, that's a...
Yeah, I like the idea, but immediately Energy finds Speedily.
Very interesting.
The Squirrel Girl, Energy finds Cal, and that is going to be a huge sweep there.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they'll stay on the triple Vanguard to portal back. Can't believe I forgot about that. Energy also speed boosting him back to the spawn, by the way.
That was very interesting.
Is what you want to do in this game. Kind of give him that speed boost like other games, maybe. Just give him a little bit of that taxi. Regardless, Envy now pushing towards the end. Kind of similar time bank that we saw for the side of Envy. FlyQuest now ending up with a similar time bank to Envy on their attack. So kind of interesting how both teams have been in a similar situation, though. Envy playing with that triple Vanguard, tossing in the Strangling Prison from Sparky. He's the one that actually...
I love that combo. The Groot combo with the Punisher, I love that combo, but they didn't get anything from there.
But no picks there as Adios uses that Q. Nero going to match it. Month and window ready. Cal very close. Kalush.
Oh my God, the LeBron James throw. Are they going to get it? They got one. They got one. Hey, that's enough for the team wipe.
That does work out for them on the defense with 2 minutes on.
Yep, 2 minutes on. Zelos not wanting to commit an ultimate, understanding one of the duelists of his team was down in terms of energy, so just go for that reset, go for another fight. Also, now FlyQuest does have still 1 minute and 40 seconds left to go. Envy, though, do have Monk and his ultimate against double Strategist ult. Cal on the Meteor M could be huge, but I wonder how much time Cal even has. Like you said, he's been flexing over to so many different Vanguards. Meteor M is available for him.
Wait, Cal's playing tank now?
On energy.
Yeah, then we are seeing Q spot for days. Cal gonna find Cooper there. Excuse me, Speedery on Adios here now, and that's a nice trade back as we see numbers up heavy for Envy, and they are walking this right back.
Bro, Cal's doing it all, bro. Cal played support, Cal played tank, Cal played DPS.
Quickly before Nero gets that dance floor. Month, obviously popping alt there. It's going to be in their favor. Vest is looking for this Meteor, and Vest has been electric with these Meteors in this tournament. It's all about can he get value here now, because this is where it matters. You got a minute on. You got to take this first point, get momentum back in your favor. You had it in the beginning on defense. You need to find it again, or you are looking to be in trouble as we get to this OT.
I mean, you're against triple Vanguard with no damage boost, right? You don't have that Cloak and Dagger. You don't have the Storm. You don't have a Mantis. So for Envy, this is actually a solid spot to be in, right? They're just able to live, have so much health pool to work around. FlyQuest need to have a really good ultimate combination, but they're already forced to use greens.
And here comes the Eye of Agamotto, and that's going to stop before we even see. Oh,
there you go. There you go. There you go. There you go. Oh my God, chat. Oh my God. I think we're about to see a fucking reverse sweep. I think we're about to witness a reverse sweep.
Yep, they are in so much trouble here. It's all about Energy's touch.
Oh my God, it might be over. Overtime. Spark Chief tossed that ultimate. We're entering last fight territory. FlyQuest might be
We are about to witness a reverse fucking sweep. Oh my God, Cal with the fucking LeBron James.
Talk about the switch in all the different positions. Cal able to play Mag, finding multiple picks here, teleport through to try to get to the high side. Gonna land right back in. And that's a crazy angle. I like that play there.
Wait, you can do that? When you can do that when you're ulting, chat? What the fuck? Oh my God.
Taking the reverse sweep and will move forward towards land and the 70K prize. What a set of plays and what a return of momentum.
Oh my God, bro!
FlyQuest fans, I mean,
didn't FlyQuest win the stage 1? Didn't they win stage 1 and they lost?
I mean, it's crazy that
in playoffs.
The first 2 maps comes through on the sub-in and just wins every single time, whether it be on Magneto, whether it be on Wolverine, whether it be
oh my fucking God, bro. Oh my God. Hey, didn't I say? Put Cal in reverse sweep. That's all I said. I didn't say anything about that, though. I didn't say taking clothes off or anything.
Wolverine ended up to just panning out, right? You get that last map. You play triple Vanguard.
That is crazy, bro. Yo,
so you get that damage boost for basically everybody.
FlyQuest does not deserve that, bro. FlyQuest does not deserve that.
Pretty much everybody else on the roster.
I'm pretty sure FlyQuest is also going to blame that DC, bro. If they didn't have that DC, the game could have been totally fucking different. That's wild, bro.
70K moving closer to land, but they're gonna have to win multiple
no, bro, that is fucking crazy.
To have a chance to get qualified, right? You just need to get to that loser bracket final, and then you will be qualified for land. So still a grind for them, but what an insane game number 1.
What a fucking game, bro.
Cal looking so good on the Duelist, but how about Cal playing not only strategist, but also going up in the Vanguard on Magneto and finding multiple final hits, ending with 14, right behind Speedery with 15, whereas the opposition maxed out with Vess on 6 on the cap. So just an insane display of ability and versatility from Cal, who showed up, who maybe struggled in the early matches, honestly really did, and then found his footing, wanted in, said pass me the ball, got back off the bench and popped off. So
that is insane, bro. That is insane
from them over this tournament, and they're finally showcasing here in the lower side bracket of the as we push forward to lands.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see if we'll definitely be keeping our eye
that
on
is
Team
fucking
Envy, as they
insane,
still have,
chat.
A tough road against them. You know, whoever loses.
That was the first game of the NA bracket, too, bro. We got 3 more games.
Sentinels won. But regardless, MVP going to be won from that map, and now we're going to be moving on forward to yet another loser bracket, another elimination game. And that's, I mean, like I said, brutal for FlyQuest.
Oh shit! Yeah, hold up. Let me put the points.
In the next, in
Damn.
the next stage and see how they do. But right now, that means FlyQuest will not be going to land. Envy keep their tournament hopes alive.
Damn, bro, that is crazy.
This was just a masterclass on return of momentum and just understanding that you can still get the job done.
What am I hearing? Naked Jay3? Chat, why are you guys saying Naked Jay3? I never said anything like that.
And believing you can do it, right? Once you start that train, once you start trucking, nothing can stop you. You can't put a car in front of the tracks. Instead, it's just going to plow right through it. And they did that, right? They looked so much more like themselves. What we'd expect from them in this tournament, which I haven't seen much from them over these last 3 games, which they lost 3 in a row.
Yeah, I mean, both FlyQuest and Envy were seen as teams that could win the whole thing, and I mean,
what's my son doing?
Early on, it was definitely suboptimal for them and their,
give me 2 seconds.
So
I want to see
how Envy does moving forward. I mean, that's gotta feel good. Taking out FlyQuest as well, considering how that went, but here we have an interview, I believe, ready to go with one of the members of Team Envy. So what a series that was for them, as we will introduce them coming in a second. I believe it was speedily. Oh, it's Cal coming in. What's up, Cal? How you doing, man? Congrats. Coming in off the bench. I mean, how you feeling after that matchup? I mean, reverse sweep as well. What an insane series that was from you.
Hey!
I mean, that's what I do. Come on now.
Cal better say.
Didn't lose a map today.
That's it, man.
My team did, but I didn't.
For sure. I gotta ask.
Cal better say. Shout outs to Jay3 for being my #1 cheerleader.
You said I wanted in, or was that like you set maps? How does that work? Were you rotating back into from the bench?
I mean, looking at our last matches, I've definitely been underperforming like a lot. I've been playing very poorly, and my teammates didn't really trust me in a way. But it was like granted, as I just wasn't playing good like at all. Like every match,
at least he knows.
Gapped, I'm just playing very poorly. And after the first map,
after Jay3 cheered for me, I got better.
Coach, I was like, if you put me in, I will fucking, I will carry. Sorry. Oh, I said I will carry. I will bring us home. And then we were like, let's just see map 2. We saw map 2, and then we had a little chat, and I was like, I will perform.
And shout outs to Jay3 for cheering me on, because without Jay3 cheering me on, I wouldn't have made it this far.
And on that, Cal, I mean,
read the
how do you have
script.
that mentality when, you know, like for I'm sure, you know,
if he doesn't chat, if he does not thank me, I'm gonna die right now.
How do you?
If he does not thank me, I'm gonna die.
Right when you're on that,
I'm just gonna,
bench, like you said, especially
magically just fall over.
I mean, how do you sort of rebound, you know, take that psychological change coming into today, like you said, and kind of get that sort of burning passion that I'm sure you have?
I kind of took it not personally in a way. I just thought like I need to be performing better, not just for myself, but for the people that support me, my teammates, and like give them all I got. So like being benched, I wasn't really too upset about it. I just thought just head on the grindstone, get back to it. And I had somebody really help me out with all that and write a bunch of stuff down, think about stuff during matches. And coming in today, I was just like, I will perform if I play. And I'm very thankful for my team for trusting me.
Yeah, I saw you switch. You ran Punisher a ton. It looked clean, man. You were finding neutral picks a ton, which, you know, is something I would expect from you. I like what you mentioned. You were struggling at first, and you wanted the ball, which I think it could make a team run through a brick wall, which you guys did, right? So you bounced back. But I saw you switch to Hella for a moment and make the switch right back to Punisher.
He's gonna thank me at the end. He's gonna thank me at the end. Watch.
You still believe that?
He's gonna thank me.
It just matters, like, I guess what they're playing. I think defaulting on Punisher is definitely better, and that's like kind of why I swapped back to it. Me and Kluge kind of had a chat going into the second round of that domination of what I should be on.
Chat.
And none of us really
he's
knew,
saving the best for last.
Me and Kluge are just like,
he's gonna say thank you,
Punisher,
Jay3. Watch.
If Hella looks good, I'll play it. But into dive tanks, it's kind of, the character's not bad, but it's less support than Punisher for your teammates. So we just decided we were just gonna stick with that.
No, and that would make sense for sure. And, you know, I think in terms of this patch, in terms of how things have kind of gone for you guys, are things sort of shaping out for Team Envy right now? Are you sort of getting that identity? Like, what are you feeling on this patch? I mean, obviously, there's a lot of prioritization towards Storm, getting rid of Wolverine. What did it feel like? I think on that last map as well, playing Triple Vanguard, you having to go.
Not gonna happen, Jay. They're gonna say, hey,
after the fact that, you know, they didn't.
Do you want to give any shout outs to anyone? And that's when he's gonna do it. Watch.
Did it just feel like you guys were, you know, pretty far ahead? What's your overall thoughts of playing Triple Vanguard, especially against no Wolverine?
Wait, did we play Triple Vanguard? Oh yeah, we did.
So you played Triple
defense,
Vanguard, two strategists, and then you played speedily.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of Mickey Mouse. It's kind of cheese, but I think 2-2-2 is the way to go. But I think in the grand scheme of things, it worked out, and I think it'll always work out just because it's cheese, and even if you expect it, there's not really much you can do about it. So, I don't know, just cheese. Beto.
I saw the Magneto. It looked clean at the end there too. Clearly been practicing that as well. So is that something that you only pull out with triple, or are you just ready to play any role, it seems like?
Never played Magneto in a match, I don't think. that was my first time. I was gonna play Captain America like I did yesterday, and then
Plums for 11 months.
Okay,
appreciate it.
And then, I mean, you saw it. Hit every ult. Good for one every fight.
You're balling, man.
I do feel bad
really
though.
Well done.
It had some internet issues, some power issues. That definitely helped us. I feel bad about that. It's very unlucky, very unfortunate.
Yeah, online happens. Online happens. It's tough in a big tournament like this, but I'm sure, you know,
Watch this chat. He's going to say, do you want to say shout outs to anyone? He's going to say Jay3.
At this tournament, I'm sure they'll have a lot to talk about going into the next Ignite series, but that does push you guys forward, right? Obviously, one man's loss is another man's gain, and for you, Team Envy, you will be moving into the next round. You got to win 2 more again to win LAN. I mean, Cal, obviously, you guys are sort of kind of rebounding, right? The rubber band, sort of what FlyQuest did in the group stages. Are you looking to sort of emulate that and kind of come back through and get revenge? Because obviously losing the Techies, or not, sorry, not losing Techie, losing upper bracket to Sentinels is tough, but we know Sentinels is a good team. How are you guys feeling moving forward?
I mean, I'm going to China one way or another. We're getting there.
Love the energy. Absolutely. It seems, and that's what you need, right? I think it's the confidence, momentum, and you had that last few times I talked to you. It looked like you're struggling a little bit, but and it looked really clean today. I got to ask one final thing. Anyone you want to shout out, teammates, thanks? Anyone you want to call out as we say goodbye to you?
Definitely my coach, Gator, for trusting me and putting me in map 3 there, and my teammates for still trying their best even though we're down 2, and even though I've been underperforming stuff, them really putting their trust into me. I really don't deserve it, but I hope to keep going ever upwards.
Awesome. Well, it's been an absolute pleasure talking to you as always, man. At this point, I see you on screen all the time when you guys take the W. I will see you very soon. Great work out there, and we'll see you in your next series.
FlyQuest should have won.
Thank you very much.
All right.
All right, Sir Cal, and you know what? That's like a plus teammate chemistry moment. You know, if you play 2K, you just see that plus teammate chemistry, plus 500. That's what it felt like because he just shouted out his own teammates at the very end, and his own coach. That's awesome.
How?
Yeah, I love the stories.
How?
I wanted the ball.
I was
the ball
cheering,
right? And we saw that.
Yeah. I was cheering.
You know, I do agree with him. He was struggling.
No,
he didn't think he deserved it, but he wanted it. And I think
that's how I get repaid.
Confident. You play out of your mind. I mean, he was disgusting playing Magneto for the first time and landing every all. Guys just got raw talent. So what a turnaround there.
And it does feel that way sometimes for sure. Like I know, like, because he has Gator, you know, head coach of that team, former player as well. You know, sometimes on the bench, you know, sometimes you're getting benched and you're like, damn, you know, I wouldn't want to see my team lose, but like, I mean, if they lose, maybe that gives me a chance to win. So, you know, like it's not that bad. It's obviously you want to root for your boys no matter what, but you know,
no, you don't want to root for your boys no matter what, Chad. Hey, listen.
Good to see Cal get that.
Friends forget about you, Chad.
That's super important as well.
That's all I'm going to say. Friends forget about you.
Especially for your confidence moving forward, because, you know, a lot of these pros, you may not recognize it from the outside, but definitely imposter syndrome can be a real thing, right? Feeling like you're not good enough, feeling like you can, you're not performing up to expectations.
Was that the DM? Oh, no. That was my DoorDash. My DoorDash is close.
I believe a short break as well before we have that second game of the day.
Chat.
So we'll have an incredible match coming up in
Okay, there's a break. There's a break.
We'll be right back.
Chat, if you guys were in a tournament and you were Jay3's friend, obviously, right? We're friends, and you won a very close match to get further into the playoffs, you guys would give me a shout out, right? And be honest with me, right? What do you mean? What do you mean no? What do you guys mean no? We're friends. I don't know you, little bro. What? What do you mean you don't know me, bro? You're almost a 2-year sub. Nah, that's fucking wild, bro. You really think you know someone, bro? That really makes you think that we live in a society. That makes you really think that... That's crazy. Oh, shit. Let me open this. What's up? Are you drinking wine? Who am I yelling at? I'm yelling at chat. You want to yell at them with me? Old man yells at clouds. Nah, man, that's crazy. Chat. Wait, Gasklin, you've been following me for 6 years? God damn. I feel bad for these guys though. Legit crying because I can't believe everything was against us. Legit, everything that could happen happened. Damn, bro. I feel bad for these guys. Unbelievable how we're about to win a series 2 times and UDC both times. Lamau 2-3 Envy. Oh damn, oh shit. I think he's calling out his fucking teammate. Unbelievable how you're about to win a series 2 times and UDC both times. Oh shit. such BS. Envy played well, but we 1000% deserved to win and lost to straight DCs 2-3. God damn, bro. Damn it. Is that nice? Is that nice to say? They were playing lights out. What do you mean? Watch the whole thing and that was very unfortunate. Y'all were playing lights out.
Oh, I didn't watch it.
Oh, they were winning a series. They were up 2-0. Then, what do you call it? Envy came back 2-2. And then basically last fight, one of their teammates, oh, not last fight, like 2 minutes into their full holding, they lost a player due to a DC. And I kind of snowballed them, and the Envy kept pushing, and then kind of fucked up their momentum. They did pause, but yeah, damn. What do you mean? Damn, that's unfortunate, chat, bro. If I was the person that was Jay is whack. Shut up, mini Ron Greek. You have no friends. How does that feel, huh? Bro, that's unfortunate, man. I feel bad for FlyQuest that they're not going to be able to get another shot at the finals. Hey, but I mean the LAN, but hopefully they come back in stage 2. And what do you call it? No, hey, Cal, go do me a favor, bro. Go watch the whole replay of you playing and ask chat. I was cheering you on. I was telling chat, hey, they have to put Cal in. You want to do me a favor? Go watch your interview. Go watch the end of your interview. You broke my heart, bro. You broke my heart. I was cheering your ass on. You broke my heart. Watch. Go watch it. You would get a laugh. You will get a laugh. That's wild, bro. What? Wait, I didn't hear. Go watch. Tasma was grilling me. Go watch. Ever since you guys got on and you were not playing, I was saying get Callan. Cal's gonna carry. You pop off. You got in. I was being your #1 cheerleader. Go watch my interview. Go watch your interview on my stream. You let me down, bro. You let me down. I was glazing. And I was let down. Oh, chat, give me 1 second though. I gotta go see this.
Envy pushes on, and we have to say goodbye to FlyQuest, a team that was a favorite, and a lot of people believed in them. Unfortunately, not going to be able to make it to LAN just yet, but I'm sure that is not the last we'll see of that team. A very solid team in their own right. It's the only downside to getting pushed to these bottom brackets. You may perform there, but one elimination
broke my heart, chat. Broke my heart. Wait.
Congrats on the side of Envy. Now we press forward to Shroud-X and
okay,
Nemesis.
Hold on. Shit. What is it?
Ooh, this is gonna be a good one. I think that this should be a banger. You know, we've talked about how Shroud-X, you know, when
Shroud-X against who, chat?
Is brightest when the biggest situation
who are they playing against
is and the biggest task at hand is available to them. They tend to lose in those situations, but I think they have a really good players like we've talked about. Like it's tough for a team like Shroud-X who, you know, have been performing
Team
pretty solid
Nemesis
lately. I think that they had a close game with the 100 Thieves as well before losing, coming down to this lower bracket. We get yet another matchup between
Nemesis, get your predictions going.
And with Shroud-X, I mean, they've been performing better versus a team like Team Nemesis, but today they're going to have to prove it, and especially on the first few maps, especially when we head to, you know, domination, you should be able to win on those maps versus a team like Team Nemesis. But on the opposite side, Team Nemesis, I think, are more expected to win. I think Team Nemesis are known as a top team right now, alongside, you know, those teams like Sentinels, like 100 Thieves, and like even formerly FlyQuest with Team Envy. These guys are being spoken about.
Check
as
your
one of the
Twitter,
top
man.
teams.
What happened for my Twitter?
For Team Nemesis, we'll see if they can kind of pop off versus Shroud-X, whereas they're looking to rebound right now in terms of Shroud-X into that lower bracket. Same thing with Team Nemesis, who just lost the Ego Death in the upper bracket, which was an upset alone.
Yeah, anything can happen. If you look at the past, we're talking about the same song, same dance, right? I mean, Nemesis beat Shroud X the last 2 matchups, 2-1 and 3-0. So they've had the advantage in the past, but we've seen these upsets. We just witnessed one right there. It's really just so thin. The margins are so thin, and I like the storyline that you laid out. It's Shroud X, incredible talent. They just kind of seem to not be able to push through the very end. They were right there on 100 Thieves. They get to these OT situations, they just can't seem to pull it out.
Okay, chat. I need to go get my dinner. My dinner's downstairs.
And it's just a matter of
Shroud X
through instead of going
against Team Nemesis. I have my money on Team Nemesis, bro. I think Team Nemesis is gonna win. Hold up, chat. Give me 1 second. I gotta get my dinner.
Top prize and pressing on to LAN as we look at Shroud X, a great team. Impunity, Doom,
I got my dinner, bro. I'm happy.
Vision, and Fidel. Really versatile team, and they'll play whatever need be. We've seen some unique selections here too, and they're also not afraid to run that hole.
Yeah, and I feel like for this team, for Shroud X, I mean, their strength to me feels to be like the, putting Visions on the Hela, which unfortunately has not been, the best character to play at all times, but also having, Doom to play a lot of that Star-Lord. I feel like this team plays very well around Star-Lord. Maybe not triple res necessarily, but I think just him on Star-Lord has been amazing. On the opposite side for Nemesis, their team has just kind of been usually pretty good at winning games, but they let the Black Panther go through versus Ego Death on the 3rd map, and we saw what happened. For Team Nemesis, they're going to have to rebound in this lower bracket. I mean, I know they had a tough situation with Scatter Gengi's power going out in his neighborhood, having to go to a internet cafe to play in their match, and unfortunately that it meant they got sent down into this lower bracket. But for a team like Team Nemesis, this is their opportunity to kind of rebound, come back, slowly claw themselves back into it, and potentially get a rematch later on versus Ego Death, which would be awesome.
Yeah, you mentioned those crazy situations, crazy stories. That's the kind of thing that will go away as you get into LAN. So those problems now no longer exist, as everybody will be on the same playing field. But it's just a matter of getting there. Can you get there? And at this point, we've seen series push the distance almost, 4 in a row now, maybe 5. So this has been insane to watch, but I am curious to see first map. I feel like teams, if they start that momentum and if they don't falter, there is a chance we could see a sweep on either side. I think both teams have the potential.
Yeah, for sure. I think both teams do have the potential, like you said. I think the versatility of both teams is, I would say the versatility actually favors Nemesis a little bit more. They're able to play slightly more compositions, but we've seen, they've had the ability to lose to teams that I think we can all agree they should have beat, right? I think for Ego Death on the opposite side, fantastic job from them and Jitward and that squad. I don't know if I'm fully in the free Jitward squad. If I've heard the full story, I think he plays a lot of Spider-Man. The rest of the story can maybe fill itself out in the chat or something, but regardless, for this team, for Ego Death, that was a big win, right, against Team Nemesis. And for Team Nemesis, I think they did lose to kind of not necessarily cheese, but also themselves, right? It's kind of like when we talk about how a lot of these top teams tend to beat themselves more than they lose. And I feel like especially for Shroud X and Nemesis, that kind of fits the narrative for both teams, right, Shib? I mean, both teams, solid teams competitively. They all have top tier mechanical players that we would mention on a top list when we mention top players in this entire game. And it just seems like they never put it together, both of them. So I want to see Nemesis and I want to see Shroud X sort of succeed, so it's tough to see one of these games not play, or one of these teams not play any more games and getting sent home today.
Yeah, you mentioned kind of battling against themselves. Nemesis, they lost to Ego. Ego didn't ban Emma or Mag, and Nemesis decided to not play either, and they ended up losing. To me, that was the most baffling decision I've seen out of this team. You gotta play the meta if it's available, because it's so free. Like, if you run both of those heroes, your Vanguard line should theoretically be in a much better spot. I mean, obviously, they're scrimming and they've got their decision and who they like the most, but not running that, it seemed to bite them. So we do see the lock in here, as they are going to lock in Mag, so likely we'll see that. Actually, excuse me, that's on the side of Shroud X, but curious to see what they'll do here for Nemesis.
Yeah, Nemesis focusing on protecting that Ultron, which I believe in the Asia region, I think we saw a lot of Ultron alongside Mantis Dive and stuff. It definitely can be viable in the right composition. Meanwhile, Shroud X prioritizing getting rid of Mello on that Human Torch, which, to be fair, I mean, that is fair. Like, he is one of the best Human Torch players, if not the best, in the North American region. I mean, we talk about Speedily, we talk about some other teams. It does feel like a lot of teams have their identity, and Nemesis definitely is playing around Mello. I mean, would already say brightest in the sky, so Mello is definitely him if he... but bans coming through from Nemesis, going for that Punisher on their side. Wolverine ban as well for Shroud X. A lot of teams prioritizing that hero. Envy as well, another team that does not like playing against Wolverine.
Yeah, see, this is where I'm a little curious. You see Shroud X banning, you know, the Emma. They didn't run it last time, so it's almost like, is that worth a ban? But then again, have they been scrimming and practicing? There's some decisions that those coaches are making where, you know, it gets really crucial. And a one ban, you know, we've seen it here. If you miss a single ban, for some reason, the percentage goes heavily towards the opposition. So even if you make a slight ban mistake, which we've seen from some of these teams like Ego Death, who said, you know, if they ban Panther, that's fine. That is a free ban for us that they're forced to ban out in order to stop one of our talent. So using that as an advantage is just how deep that this strategy goes with the banning phase.
Right, yeah, I mean, there's so much that goes into it. I mean, I mentioned Trust Me earlier, but the fact that you kind of have, I mean, you don't have to, but I think it's a good idea to watch every region, kind of see what is best across the board, because
Team Nemesis,
the more top
61%
level you're watching, I think the better off you'll be, even if you don't agree with you know, the compositions being played in other regions. So Captain America getting removed for Shroud X, like you mentioned, don't have to play against a lot of that fast divey compositions, allow a lot of space for Doom, but you do allow triple res to kind of be played on the Shroud X side, whereas Team Nemesis are not. You know, they don't have that available. They can play triple heal with the old Tron alongside a Mantis and maybe another healer, but no triple res available. We did see quad res earlier as well, Shib, I believe, in EMEA.
No,
we saw like Rocket Raccoon triple res, which is just disgusting. It's like the zombie comp times 4. It's brutal.
Yeah, that is really difficult. It's the mental processes of when you see the kill feed or the KO feed, pop up, and you're like, you know, I got one. Let's keep going. We're ahead, and then you find out that you're not, and then the next 3 picks in a row, it's a similar story. Nothing's changed. And you know what I mean? You keep thinking you're ahead, and you try to play a little too aggressively, you overcommit, and every single res just bites you. So with that quadra res is insane. But you can see here, people are believing in Nemesis with 60% on the betting phase, and Shroud X at 40.
Shib, so what did we all predict today? Just going back to it, I just want to kind of scroll up in our little Discord call we have. I believe what? So you predicted on the opposite side, Team Nemesis to win. In what fashion?
I said 3-2. I said 3-2 as I think Shroud X, the only reason I had that, I think Shroud X is an incredible team. I think they just struggle right at the end. It seems like they get to the finish line and they can't cross it. So that's the reason I put it that way. I'm happy in either side. I think you went the opposite way, huh?
Yeah, I got Shroud X 3-2. I don't know. I'm just gonna believe in them a little bit. Meanwhile, Penny. Oh my God, they did. They're trying to counter portal with the Penny Parker mines, but it's avoided on the opposite side with that Moon Knight. But that portal's still here to kind of jump through. But yeah, I think Vicky Kitty's got Nemesis 3-1, and then Cozy said SPX actually 3-2. So we're split half and half. Scatter though just splits Vision in half, removes him from the lobby right now. Namor back to the spawn.
Yeah, it's a good early advantage here for Nemesis. Nobody on the point yet. Actually, Shroud X slowly gaining here, but they're forcing them off this angle. And again, Scatter on the knock, Canadian onto Fidel, and that is a 3-swing advantage. Nemesis should be able to get point here and make that 5 as they press in. Nemesis with the early take.
Yeah, early take indeed. I mean, that was well played by Nemesis, surrounded that point, really just also put Mello onto that Psylocke. So just having him on that sort of hard carry role alongside the Captain America dives through having also...
Okay, I'm sorry, chat. This is my dinner time.
This team is just unmatched, right? They just have the Ultron to keep people alive. They have Captain
Listen,
America,
I've been streaming for 10 hours. It's time for me to eat.
4 different Stratos ultimates to kind of stay alive alongside the survivability that Psylocke has. Shroud X on the opposite side have a giant whale. So, you know, we'll see how that kind of comes through when that ultimate is built, though. Doom on that Winter Soldier. You know, we've seen Bucky's pop off before, and Shroud X can definitely play around that hero alongside the Doctor Strange very well.
And the space is taken. Bagamoto is huge there on the backline. Scatter trying to find a few, but no. Goes against. Dongmin's going to take out Scatter. The good idea there, you can actually use that vertical momentum from Strange to surprise with the eye. Actually use it to try to hit a ceiling and actually propel you forward. So you see that there, but a great turnaround by the team. Mello going to find Vision, though, to even the odds a little bit as numbers are even. But like we said, it's all about just stalling on the point now. It's all about Nemesis just holding on for as long as possible. Out goes that Kraken impact here from Doom. Not able to clean up anyone and reset just yet. But they do have the space on the point.
I ordered a steak and mac and cheese.
That space, Bagamoto committed again, but doesn't look like it connects too well on that side either. So Shroud X trying to kind of claim that point. Nemesis already 70% built. They also commit the Freedom Charge. Look at the sustain that they have currently. Shroud X waiting for these ultimates to be over.
Yeah, it's a tough look right now. I mean, they're just holding on. Vision, nice whale there as down goes Dinks. It's evened out again. Numbers are even. Alt advantage on the side of Impunity, who does choose to utilize it, looking for some more value. Great lockdown, good follow-up. Nice play there by Impunity, trying to get someone out the sky, too, potentially making it a 2-piece. And yes, it is. Impunity getting a ton of value and then locking down another. Make that 3. Impunity.
Yo, Kitty, can you stop trying to bet for my food?
The retake, but 85% on the side of Nemesis, a little scary.
Yeah, I mean, talk about a monster Hulk. That was disgusting from Impunity. And, you know, I think this character is definitely underrated by a lot of people in ranked queues. It can be one of the strongest tanks in the game, especially as a current Psylocke OTP. I hate playing against Hulk and how fast he is, right? They're one of the most mobile vanguards in the games. Could just kind of chase you down like a horror villain. And right now, ShroudX surrounding the point. They do have objective, but no ultimates. Guess who's got the ult as well? It's Mellow. Maybe they'll try to force out greens early from that Loki.
Yeah, a little known fact about Hulk, especially if you're calling out, you can actually left click and right click at the same time. It'll animation cancel and count both sets of damage.
Freezing massive 4 months, my friend.
When someone's in your face and you try to get the tackle out of the sky after the fact. Here we go again with Doom.
Okay, sorry, chat. I was a little AFK for the first like half of this. I had to go get dinner, and I'm also hungry. Wait, is there 2 players named Mellow? There's one Mellow on NA, and there's a Melio, I guess, on EU. I was about to say, is this the same person that's playing?
Stagger on over. We're going after that round. Cradle done. ShroudX sent down a single round in Krakoa. And that's what we're talking about. We got to look towards that Loki, right? And this is the tough part about using cooldown super early. Oh, sorry, the Grove is the first one. Now we're going to Cradle next. And for ShroudX, it's tough because you know, they're playing back and they just want to sustain, but then they just get, you know, too much poke and then nothing's forced to use those crystals. And then after that, I mean, you just have an immediate engage from the Dance of the Butterflies to Mellow. The real solution there, I don't know. I mean, you could probably use those greens. But I mean,
wow, Mellow is popping off. 10-1 with 7 final hits. So did Scatter. Scatter is 6 final hits.
You gotta sort of, it's tough, but you have to sort of lock down that Psylocke with that stun that's available, or on the freeze on the Luna Snow. That's the only real way they can win this. Maybe they can get that one shot on the Psylocke, but there's a lot of different ways to shut it down. It's just very, very difficult, especially after you use such a strong ability like Loki's Shift. Now we're going to the next round though. Cradle, I'm curious to see how ShroudX do here.
Yeah, I think we need to see, you know, the momentum shift, right? ShroudX, they started showing up, but it was just too late. I think if you try to take the point over at Ruff, that was 85%. At that point, you lose one fight.
Bro, Kitty, I stopped begging for the food. You're not going to get any.
Quickly, just didn't have the time for it.
No.
But they are going to take the space on both sides. Double teleport off the rip here. It's all a battle now. ShroudX doubled up on ultimate, soon to have 3. We'll have slight advantage, but we do have that Eternal Bond popped immediately here by Dinks. Take over this space and just go directly, actually pretty aggressivly. Oh, the whale to try to counteract, and it does. Vision, incredibly smart.
Wait, did he actually hit that ult when they were Cloak and Dagger ulting? No, that's fucking crazy. Listen.
That dance floor as well, and it does force out a ton. That's a great play from ShroudX. Can they capitalize? Out goes Dongmin, and he's gonna find some value again on Omadian, and ShroudX looking really good off the rip here.
Yeah, looking good, really good indeed. I mean, the ultimate's committed by Nemesis. They'll have to try to find those eliminations, but I think it was Nuck in the copy on the Luna Snow, got the freeze on a Scatter. Now finally gets an Eye of Agamotto, but it's into so many cooldowns, the bubbles, the shift usage. The Doom does go down, but Vision's on this Namor with all these squids, just able to get so much damage on Nemesis who are staggering in. Dance of the Butterflies committed, but you have the Hulk bubbles to stay alive.
Yeah, it's a long time coming. I would think Shroud actually.
Everyone's playing in the dark, bro. I love it. I love it. That's how you know they're true gamers, chat. Everyone's just playing in the dark.
And they, you know, they are going to force a little bit of a stagger if they can clean them up. A great retake on positioning. They will drop back. You notice they just don't want to stagger, right? So they saw they finally lost point. They committed together, drop back as a 3 stack, and just to meet the other 3 and fight again as 6. Make sure as you're climbing ladder, you don't try to use your ult to 1v5. It's just never going to work. 1v6. Make sure you're retaking together as a unit. As we see Nemesis here with actually they're going to be under ult. ShroudX did a great job in that last fight with patience, holding on to ults as they do copy.
Who won between Envy and FlyQuest? Envy did. Great game if you missed it.
Goes the dance and the whale comes in. Doom gonna find Mellow, good combination there.
Yeah, I mean that was tough. I mean with the Dance of the Butterflies forces everybody together into the Strategist ultimate, and then or rather into the Storm Dagger Storm on the inside, and because everybody's grouped up, that just they get met by the whale. So yeah, I mean fantastic work from ShroudX, who's playing phenomenally this map, and Team Nemesis. They have to come back now. Maybe Mellow, once we figure out what's happening on his screen, you know, in the background of his camera, we'll see what the comeback potential is for Team Nemesis here.
Yeah, I mean, ShroudX doing what they need to do here. Like, you can see every single ult, slightly up in ults, not overcommitting. They used 2 there and got the win and held on to the double Vanguard. Impunity found a ton of value with that last hook ultimate. Can he do it again? And then Dongmin holding on to that eye, looking towards the back line. Not horrendous to use it on something like Ultron, who has a tough time escaping as we push forward onto this 3rd fight. They're forcing their whole team back into that corner now. Great retaking position.
I know this Melophobia guy is really good. I see him on the ladder a lot. He always pops off. I don't know too much about these 2 teams.
Yeah, I mean, Mellow. And has been an incredibly versatile player for Nemesis. They also have ultimates available. So does Shroud X, though.
I've seen Nuck and Vision a lot, though. I think I've seen a lot of Shroud X players.
To match this fight.
Vision finds
I don't know, chat. Who do you guys want to win? Do you guys have any players that you guys follow? Any teams that you guys follow?
Not able to find too much battle. Mello finds Nuck in the back though, and that is a huge pick as Scatter finds Vision. But once again, 99% on the first hold here for Shroud X will allow them to make this a one-fight territory. Mello finding Shroud X. At this point, you fall on the point as a team, and you retake together as Ricky takes out Dongmin.
What do you mean you're old as fuck? You know everyone in the tournament. Age doesn't mean anything when it comes to knowing people. Sometimes I see these guys in my games. That's all. That doesn't have to do anything with age. No, though, for 51
So if they do something similar to they did earlier, somehow force everybody around Dinks when he commits the storm, then maybe they can find an elimination with this whale.
Okay, and we go again. The retake, Vision and Nuck holding on here. Soon to have ultimate here for Dongmin, and we'll be close in this next fight. Scatter and Craze. Craze gonna pop that out early. Run around the team, keep the team healthy. It's essentially a strategy.
Don't come over here. I'm gonna put you back on the ground. Don't come over here. No begging.
Bubble there by Scatter.
Go talk to your mom. No begging.
Does find one. Nemesis down, one in number. The dunk goes out. Scatter cleans it up onto Fidel. Very low on HP, but great retake, great utilization of cooldowns to stay up and healthy. And that's a good trade. Vision onto Mello. That's a massive pick as Shroud X wants to clinch this W right now. Tries to shield off there, as you can see. Strange. One of the things you can do with Strange shield is you
Wait, what do you mean you want some org to buy Shroud X away from Shroud? What's wrong with Shroud X's team?
Vision gonna take out Ricky, and this looks like Shroud X might get the job done here and take home map 2. We'll find out shortly as they keep the pressure.
I mean, Fidel goes down. I mean, they try to come back and peel. Nuts on the hype, but he's kind of dealt with. Here comes another dance of the butterflies towards the point. Doom trying to equalize things. Can he? Everybody's so low, and it's, as you said, Shroud get it done on Cradle. We're all tied up now.
That was a bit of a C9 situation there. Jumped up too high, I think, but you know, it looked like odds were in the favor of Shroud X, but almost a complete turnaround there. It looked like they had used ult successfully on both sides, but then
they had no coach for 3 months
on the side of Doom to get a couple picks.
No, you're not.
And to force them off the point.
Yeah, I mean, it can't be stressed enough right now. I mean, we are in the final stages of Ignite Series. In
Shroud's watching his team, isn't he not?
These two teams, and this is the highest level of Marble Rivals that we've seen ever, right? I mean, in general, I mean, now we're reaching the peak of this game again at the competitive scene right now. Top 8 teams in the entire tournament, top 8 teams in all of North America, right? I mean, we have MRC going on right now behind the scenes, so shout out to every team competing in MRC, but for all these Ignite teams, these are definitely, you know, cream of the crop.
I'm pretty sure he watches his team usually.
Both Shroud X and Team Nemesis, you know, they don't want to go out right now of the Ignite Series. Both of them want to qualify for LAN.
All right, and here we go again with the final map of Game 1. Who will take this home? Alt advantage slightly in the favor of Shroud X, who have more alt charge, but this is going to be a held point 1. We talk about the initial fight. If you can get point early and hold on for as long as possible, but it's now heavily in your favor, because if you turn into one-fight territory for you to just take the dub home, it's a whole new game. But like we said, it's all about just snowballing off that first point. Mello trying to find an off angle, forcing away, really good positioning and understanding of cooldown.
All right, chat.
Dash, not used for KOs for the
who do you guys think is going to win this, man?
And hiding.
I don't know who to cheer for. I don't know who to cheer for.
In back and forth dance floors from Ricky and Nuck on the copy, and we'll see who's able to push through. The whale goes out. Can they follow up? Terror Cape to keep the team healthy. It is actually launched out to do some, damage amplification, and it's back and forth again.
It's back and forth indeed, and right now you have that name ward pressure. Dongmin able to take out Krasmang as well through those name ward squids, through that Gamma squid, and all of them are pressed out. Here's the Agamotto connects on the both backline, but they're sort of alive. Nope, deleted yet again by Shroud X. And also, by the way, you know, side topic, that video thing in the background that says Ultimate Guide. That's a reference to a Rex Gaming game. Marble Rivals Ultimate Beginner's Guide, tips and tricks.
Stop hating on Shroud.
I'll have to watch that video later and see if I actually learn anything. More than likely, probably not.
It's pretty funny. You gotta show some love to the eye, but Bruce Bannerman, a pick there from Bruce.
Bill Satellite, Freeze Mass for 2 years, my friend.
Gotta love to see that, Bruce Main, and that is on the side of Impunity, who found one as Bruce in that fight is ready to transform back now to Hulk. So great work there. Bruce can be threatening, you know. You can be threatened if you leave him alone. You know, you want to leave them in that form for as long as possible, but it can be tricky. Especially if you find some value. Crazemane gonna start making some plays here and dive up onto Nuck with great positioning. Loki, you gotta burn those clones, everybody. You got a vision onto Dinks now. Nuck takes out a second. Here comes the eye. Is it an overcommitment? Oh no, he's doomed. Yes, it is. Excuse me. Finds another, and so it does vision again in their way up, and they use an ultimate. Shroud X looking to be in a really good position as they will already be at 50%.
I hate that. I hate that bird, bro. That little dragon. I hate it.
Nightmare before they entered the tournament.
Actually, it saved my life once from a Magneto. So.
Factor. Now they're going over to Loki off of that cloak and dagger.
Batty, appreciate that for 6 months. How you doing? Congratulations, by the way. Satellite for 24 months. Appreciate it.
Shift. There's so many things Loki provides as well
as an ultimate
of your choice, and usually that's the Lunasto dance floor. So it's the best of both worlds. And right now, the fate of the worlds is in Shroud X's hands. 70% of the board, closing out a Nemesis would be massive in game number 1.
All right, ults up for Nemesis. Here comes Ultron. Will he find value with the Rage? And they don't need it as Doom finds Mellow early. In the opposite direction. Shroud X starting again with an early pick, even being down ultimates, forcing the team to retake once more at 90%. It's all about the touch of the teleport now as they're shoved back to the spawn door, and they may not be able to get out of here.
Hey, appreciate it. Thanks for this, Ghost.
Back on out. So much pressure coming through, like you mentioned. 96% of the board you have to touch with somebody. Mello also has ultimate ready to go, but it can be met by the greens from the Loki.
Yeah, good final touch there.
Oh wow, I think Shroud X actually might take this. Wait, what was that spectating?
Traded right back. Numbers evened out. Mello looking to have some off angles, and there is the dance floor again, stalling on a point. It looks like.
Wait, I'm supposed to be playing.
Great job on
Be right back. Wait, what the hell?
Ooh, we are gonna pop out immediately. Will it be worth it through the dance floor? Not quite yet.
There's a person named Ricky on my YouTube. What the hell?
Also, oh my god, a median fall so low in the whale alongside Doomed. Impunity's able to connect on 2. Nemesis could be done here.
Hey, they can force out enough cooldowns. Vision's gonna take out Scatter. Impunity on a Mellow again, and this Hulk is getting so much value now. Gonna just slam Cap into the ground, looking like Loki.
God damn, poor Captain America, but he's still full health after that. And then he just screamed assembled after getting his ass beat, and he died. Wow, hey, Shroud X
taking map 1.
Didn't matter how much sustain it felt like Nemesis had. Shroud X just had the overall team synergy and the damage potential as well. I mean, we saw every single whale just created space for Doomed to find an elimination.
Why glasses, so well Jay? Why am I wearing glasses?
It didn't feel like the damage was really there on the opposite side.
Because without my glasses, I can't see.
For Vision, I think on the Namor, he did an amazing job.
I think that's why sometimes people wear glasses.
There was just so much pressure. I mean, you have those Loki clones, like you mentioned, Shib, alongside 3 squids coming from the Namor, so it's a lot of I don't know, player versus environment. There's a lot of PvE going on. Yeah.
Hey, I'm just glad I get to see my boy Namor being played, man.
Take the point.
That's what.
Yeah, the entirety of Shroud X looked really good after map 1. Map 1 looked rough, right? They were struggling. They lost. They overcommitted some ultimates. He just didn't go in.
How do you play without glasses?
They were clinical.
Sometimes, chat, when I'm not wearing my glasses, I'm wearing my contact lenses.
One of the maps, they held on and then even forced a final point or a final touch. No matter what, it was only one opportunity, so they just had to win one more, and they were able to do that. Vision with 14 finals, and then you look over at Doom with 12. Both the dual line looking great. Impunity on that Hulk with 8. But
no,
Mello,
Kitty, I hope you're not on my desk.
Mello looked really good with 13, but just not enough. Scatter at 9 as well.
Yeah, tough game from Team Nemesis, but this is what we talk about with Yoki. I mean, like, it's just.
We know you're wearing those glasses.
Definitely
but you better look at that mommy Psylocke.
Teams for losing on these maps. I think because there's not like too much time in the time bank. There's a lot of different, points. I think this is one of the better domination maps personally. I just think that it's well built. But regardless, for Shroud X, I mean, what a comeback as well along the Namor. And we saw
Vision and Ryan Amazing are probably the best Namor players. That's a weird way to spell J3.
It was Envy versus FlyQuest. That was the first map of the day, and we saw Namor also do well on that map. So could just be a very good map and strong map for that character alongside the Loki. So right now, Shroud X definitely had a big advantage, but we know Nemesis on the opposite side in the banning phases, they tend to target ban, and hopefully for their sake they don't overthink it like they did versus Ego Death when they banned out the Black Panther, or they didn't ban out the Black Panther in the map number 3.
Yeah, I'm with you. The equipment was just too overwhelming. I think if you run Loki and you have those squids from Vision's Namor here, you throw them in off locations, especially like you're talking about that Cradle map, the second map, where there's just a lot of locations.
Wait a minute,
and they have great lines of sight. So there's
she divorced me for my drops with the massive 5 gets themselves my friend. Absolutely crazy. I appreciate it.
A ton of value there. 27 and 5, 26k damage.
Absolutely crazy. I appreciate it.
With Namor still very much in the conversation for the meta we've seen a few times today.
Yeah, this character's still pretty damn good, and especially with the changes, he's been oppressive at points for sure, Shib. You're right, and you know, Vision, I think this is a better hero for him as well. I mean, I'm not going to say like Namor's the easiest character in the game because he's definitely tough in terms of positioning and all that stuff, but it definitely makes it a lot easier when you just throw out a squid and all you have to do is hit a right click and, you know, let the squids kind of pop off, right? So it takes the pressure off on you a little bit in terms of a very high stress
I
situation.
appreciate it, my friend. Hello, Jay. Love ya. Hey, I hope she comes back, bro. I hope she comes back.
Projectile, right, with those tridents, so it is, you know, a little tricky, but yes, you're right. Obviously,
I appreciate it.
It does allow you to get a ton of eliminations when you can get those free hits there from the squids. But the value a lot of the time, I feel now, especially this level of play, is forcing highs in different directions. If you are a strong Namor, you're putting these squids in obscure locations that, you know, they've been practicing. They've been understanding locations that have the best LOSs. They've been going in these lobbies.
At least I get to keep my kids.
Prior to matches, and it clearly worked out well there, especially with
that's a W
on the field. And we are going to see more of this. Potentially the ban out. It'd be strange if we saw the Namor ban, but it could happen right after this break.
No, they're not going to do a Namor ban, bro. Why? No team would ban Namor, bro. No team would ban Namor. If League of Legends was a hero shooter, would you play it? Probably. I'd try it. Usually, you only play hero shooters. Yeah. I mean, I played Team Fortress 2. I went to Overwatch, and then I played Marvel Rivals. I mean, even if it wasn't a hero shooter, I mean, that's a lot of fucking heroes in a hero shooter, bro. Wouldn't that be like, how many heroes does League of Legends have now? How many heroes? I think they could make a hero shooter. Wait, is it almost 200? That's crazy. $216. Jesus Christ. That is diabolical. Yeah, oh, this is only the second match. Yeah, we have we're gonna be staying awake all night. So chat, I hope you guys are staying here with me because I don't want to be alone. You guys are gonna stay, right? I'm staying up with you. You're staying up with me, Nova? You're never leaving? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Hey, listen. I'm staying up until we finish these games, and then I'm going to sleep, and I'm waking up at like 8 a.m. to watch the EMEA all over again. So, hey, that's some good shit, chat. Wait, who's this fake Ricky here talking like I'm not? Wait, what the fuck? There's no way. Is there? There's two Rickies in my YouTube chat. Wait, what? You guys are... No, that's not the real Ricky, bro. I don't think any pro player would go on YouTube chat. I think wouldn't the pros go to Twitch? Okay, I have 20 seconds, chat. I'm gonna put my food downstairs and I'm gonna be talking back to you guys. I had to do one round of eating. You want more macaroni and cheese? Okay. You want more macaroni? Alright. Chat, you guys want macaroni?
Welcome back, everyone, as we witness Shroud X step up after that initial map, struggling a little bit, and then just dominating in the next two, looking really clean and consistent, always coming up on top.
Yeah, Shroud X right now I think are looking good, but you know, we've seen teams kind of fall off based on, you know, the first two maps. That doesn't really dictate the full series. That's why we're in the best out of 5, and that's why a lot of teams I think like to look past domination and use it sort of like as a benchmark almost, right, Shib? Like you kind of figure out what to ban and protect in the next map.
Sure, you identify problems and you eliminate the problems, right? Like, that is the goal here. I mean, we gotta show love, which I didn't do last time. It's crazy. You look at Nuck and Fidel, both at 36k healing, only 300 HP difference, which really obviously showcases the power of those two in the back line. And then, you know, Ricky and Madian and Dinks obviously running a triple strap comp, obviously not going to be able to get as much healing, sitting around 24, 15, and 28. So well done by the back line there. We're showing a lot of love to the duelists. Gotta bring it back to the strats as we head into the banning phase of map 2 on Araco.
All right, Emma Torch banned out first. We got a Protect of the Ultron coming out for Team Nemesis, which is interesting because I don't even know if Stridex necessarily struggled with that in the last map, but I can see why a team would want to play around that character so hard, and they have a little bit of flexibility in terms of what they want to play. Maybe it doesn't also, it's a bit ambiguous, right? Whether or not you're going to play like a Mantis with it or something, or triple Tridus with an Adam Warlock backline. But we'll see what the bans kind of come out through. Obviously, they don't want to play against Human Torch. It's a good idea, just considering how good Team Nemesis are around playing that. You know who a team that played well around this Storm, which is being hovered from Ricky, was Envy that we just saw. So I'd be curious to see if they play that. Both teams I know don't want to play against Wolverine. So gonna get removed and Punisher again. I think. For
Okay,
Nemesis.
chat. We're gonna go standing back up.
Map as well, right, Shib?
Yeah, and you may be asking, you talked about the Storm, why not the Jeff NATO? Jeff NATO, with a recent change, takes a little bit longer for them to be swallowed by Jeff, which is enough time for your team at this level, at least, to focus down that combination and try to eliminate it prior to getting eaten and then obviously KO'd. So it's a little bit of a change that
let's get this.
now is enough for these pros to no longer want to run it.
Yeah, that Jeff's relatable, man. Maybe he's like acid reflux is the reason why that patch came through. You know, he's got to slow it down a little bit, take his time. Heartburn's a real thing.
Don't I know it, brother?
Yeah. Wait, how old is Jeff canonically? Do we know? I know it's a weird question. I know he's probably not going to get played, but
it's a good question. When you honestly, it depends on when they pull him. I mean, the origin of Jeff is funny. Origin is actually, we talked about MODOK today. MODOK actually tried to make you know, like aggressive land sharks.
What
and
the fuck is this name?
And awesome, and then it was adopted by a
J3's OnlyFans photographer. Never said anything in my chat before. Followed 6 minutes ago.
A ton of fun in this game. Definitely hoping to see him.
I didn't know MODOK was the reason
what?
behind it. That would be funny. Just seeing a giant head float around, giant guy. Big old chin. That would be definitely funny. For Thor.
I appreciate the massive 5 gifted front.
Either. I mean, it'd be like the minus 80% damage to headshots or something. Like, unbelievably big headshot hitbox. But you know, MODOK may be relatable too. Giant cranium. I can relate to that. Somebody with
another thing that hits at home. Got one of those as well as we press forward to Araco. It seems like Krakoa and Araco back and forth. You know what I mean? Like, people really love these two maps, and I think that Araco, one of the things that we're seeing is it does favor that early hold, but also favors a divey comp with those teleports and off angles plays. We've seen some portal set up with turrets with Punisher. We've seen some.
How old is Jeff?
With, you know, like Black Panther.
Do you guys know? Do you have an adjustable standing desk table, or are you just a shorty?
So I do love to see
yeah, I'm just short. I don't have a standing desk.
Look at the channel point distribution here.
Climbing back up. Make sure to get your points in if you haven't. Get them channel points. And
there's no way he's 1,000 plus 6. Is he 6 years old?
Position on defense is definitely a play that we see a lot of the time. Is going to come out yet again versus the attack that is Team Nemesis, who are rocking out with the Squirrel Girl.
And off we go. We begin again. The Squirrel Girl coming out to help push through it. That is now a commonality on this map. Destroy the walls, destroy the shield, and then your team can do the rest. While you hopefully get the squirrels out at this level, you don't find a ton of value. We have seen a couple double KOs with the squirrels because they, you know, especially at the right location, are very difficult to focus down while they're bouncing off walls. But, you know, only, you know, I believe 200 HP, maybe 300 HP. You got to focus those down when you see them out there on the field. It's got to be priority 1, so you don't just sweep your back line. And here we go again as the team seemingly getting pushed back and not able to find a KO on either side.
And no KO necessarily to Shed indeed until now. Dogman gonna go down. Vision's a little bit too late to save him, but still out there getting a lot of damage down range onto that Loki.
Am I gonna watch the new Fantastic Four movie? Oh, probably not.
Much purchase there, Madian on this off angle. I love that position.
I don't know. I don't really watch a lot of movies. I don't have time, chat.
Waiting for this eye. This could be threatening, potentially jumping over that bridge, and here it is. Bang! Out it goes. The Scatter finds a pick. They used a ton there to figure out and find those KOs. A couple left as down goes Impunity, and there's only one now. Just going to stall on point and likely see a TP back. And there goes Fidel, and here comes the TP.
Yeah, good call on that one. 2 minutes and 42 seconds off the clock. Shroudax are going to come through on the top side this time and wait for everybody as Fidel respawns.
Looking for a location here. Yeah, exactly.
I think you could see, you could read his lips counting down.
You don't portal out early
3,
and stagger
2,
in. Instead,
1.
You wait for the retake as a full team, and here comes a combination. Out goes the strangling prison. Dongmin finds Scatter, heading back towards Shroud X. Shroud X trying to get the job done now.
And that was great engaged. Huge ultimate from Punity. Gets stunned up and also slowed by that Squirrel Girl, but they're down 1 at the current moment. Almost up to that Squirrel Girl ultimate as well, but the greens popped as well, committed by Shroud X there to kind of stay on this objective. Team Nemesis popping out the ultimate, actually going to cost him 80 in his life.
Yeah, Impunity with a nice.
And they're gonna switch to Squirrel Girl, right? They're not gonna stay on Squirrel Girl this whole time. He's staying on Squirrel Girl this whole time. I guess you want to see Squirrel Girl against 3 tanks?
Again, Shroud X holding up just slightly ahead, and they are rotating here.
Wait, chat, I wasn't here. Is Wolf banned? What a nice fade. What a nice fade by that cloak.
Because everybody took that portal.
That was genius. That was really cool. I think there was also that cloak popped off there and managed to make them. Oh boy, but Shroud X following up right after that. What a swing play. Great work again as they cloak away from the eye and then sweep the entirety of the team back to the spawn door and retake positioning and are up in alt advantage. Shroud X looking really good on this defense with 1:13 on the clock.
Yep, 3-3, 3 Vanguards, 3 strategists. Definitely a viable strategy on these first point holds, especially if you want to get a lot of
Marvel
points.
Rivals top 50 more what?
Speaking of Gator and
Guides?
Series, now Nemesis
Is that what that says?
Walking on forward, less than a minute left to go. I mean, that's not a lot of time. Here comes a clobbering time.
I don't know.
Out goes Crystal's early clobbering time launched, but it does get counteracted here. The Squirrel Girl still being played here by a Median.
I think they need to get off the Squirrel Girl, bro. I don't know if that's working. I don't know if Moon Knight would be better too. Maybe Moon Knight. I was gonna say it would be better if they had a Groot, but it's because they could combo the Moon Knight Groot. But I don't.
They should be able to, but that's so much.
Oh, 1 second. I don't think Moon Knight is gonna kill anything. Everyone has very high health, or like even the supports. Maybe they are running a Loki as well. Could be good. Oh, Wolves banned for both teams. F.
Those tight alleyways, and that is so much damage. And Median, you were right. Finding 2 here with the Squirrel. Gonna try to clean up a few more. Yes, they do. That's a 3-piece. Can I see 4 as they?
Hey, they managed to cap first, bro. So it's working. It's working.
Yeah, Nuck, unfortunately.
Yo, Jay3's lost hair. I appreciate the massive dono. You have a nice fade. That hair is fading away. Oh, thanks, bro. Yo, what's up with all these Jay3 accounts, dude?
Just kind of smacked them, right? Got him out of the lobby, sent them in back to the spawn doors.
The hell, man? That was mean.
Nemesis push on forward to the second phase of the map. And we've talked about how teams, tend to snowball in these phases of the maps. We'll see if they can do it again. And to learn what a snowball means is just kind of carrying that momentum, kind of pushing forward, winning fight after fight after fight, using your ultimates to kind of maintain your sort of hypothetical momentum moving forward in the lobby.
Squirrel Girl mains are rejoicing, looking really good out here from the Median. Very tight alleyways. You just got to keep launching down those alleyways and get value, get that ult charge, and then use that ult whenever things are very tight in the tight team fight. There it is right there. Out go the Squirrels, but the dance floor is going to match it. Not able to find anything there from Doom. Doom going to have to reset. Impunity walling up, trying to slow down the pace here. Vision on the high side, going to throw on. Here comes the eye of Agamotto, and it's huge, I believe. They follow up and take out Dinks. Mello trades with Fidel. Numbers evened out, and here comes the Hurricane, and that's going to find a few as Domin goes down with the follow-up scatter.
Chat, did Sentinel play today or 100 Thieves? I think they play next. Not against each other, but they play next. Or maybe is it against each other?
Decided to stick with the
I'm not so sure.
triple strat this as well in this phase of the map. Usually teams trying to switch off with this
No, Sentinels is against Ego Death. 100 Thieves is against
getting another Storm ultimate very
someone.
soon. Already 50%. Mello is building it so fast because he is just not missing and doing so much damage to these backlines and vanguards.
Yeah, I think they're trying to use this.
Oh, nice Groodle.
Have a trillion ults and just use them in nearly every fight if possible. And a great shield there to protect Impunity. Well done again by Doomed in positioning. Doomed. It's awesome to see the trade up here and have them on the Vanguard, but a Vision on the high side trying to find value. Storm in the sky, so hard to hit, but will he land it? Almost did. Is able to escape. And here comes Storm again. This is so rapid.
I feel bad for these NA teams, bro. If they're playing on East Coast, though, they're going to be playing at like midnight, 1 a.m. Oh, it's the other way around. Sentinels. Oh, yeah. Sentinels against Techie, and then 100 Thieves against Ego Death. Yeah. Sorry, my bad. Thank you, Keiki.
Vision on the Mellow. It looks looks like Scatter not able to make that meatball land either.
And not a lot of time left as well. Madian does have the Squirrel Girl ultimate, but at this point, it might be too little too late.
Oh, wow.
Dinks. The Madian does take out Doomed. Portal play potential for Crash. I mean, they have a shot, but with overtime taking down, it's cutting it real close.
Yeah, they're just trying to hold on here, shield up and body block. You got it. If you're on the other side, try to go through the other side of the portal. It'll actually kind of take them by surprise. If they're blocking one way, just head to the other side of the portal at where you've launched.
Which team has to win for Jay3 to Turk on the wall? Sentinels.
Press through with some damage down. Goes Mellow. Vision trying to find a second.
Is Vision chewing? Is he chewing gum while playing? Oh my God, he's one of those. He's one of those gamers. Who here is one of those gamers when you're playing a game and you're like dodging and weaving? You like move your head as well and you move your whole body. That's funny. I like that.
Something similar in terms of running that triple strategist composition,
but I can't imagine. I can't imagine. Like I don't know, bro. I have to be so focused. I can't be chewing gum while I play. I feel like I get distracted. I don't know. I don't know how that's distracting.
But for Shardax to stay on that composition, it looked so clean and smooth throughout the entire map. So for Shardax, you know, sometimes you wonder, like, should they match that triple Vanguard? Should they match the triple strategist instead of switching to Squirrel Girl and stuff? And honestly, from how they played that Squirrel Girl composition, I'm not exactly excited for Team Nemesis propositions, I think, moving forward. Just because, I mean, I feel like usually we see triple Vanguard, you don't usually see a lot of picks. But for some reason, you know, there was eliminations found by impunity by other members of this side on Shardax.
Vision with 10 kills, yeah, damn.
Work from them, and honestly, a little bit sloppy from Team Nemesis.
Makes sense since I clench my jaw too hard when I'm focusing. I just start chewing gum.
Finding value, honestly, they all had some value there.
Yeah, I saw that, Keiki. That's fucked up. Apparently, that was the second time that happened as well.
Especially when you have something on the opposition like that can handle the height and the pressure. And with triple Vanguard, you know, you're kind of just feeding that backline in those strategist ultimates. It's just,
having a disconnect when you're playing in a tournament is one of the worst fucking things ever.
I'm with you. I'm surprised they stuck with it on the side of Shardax, but it definitely worked.
Now over to the attack.
I feel bad. I feel bad for FlyQuest having their game like that.
Bucky coming out first alongside Groot and Doctor Strange. Shardax actually pretty good around this Bucky composition around that Swarm. Usually we see that Punisher. But for Nemesis, we're going to see them play that Ultron alongside the Namor and Hulk. So this is sort of a unique take on it. But we've seen Hulk and Namor do well, but it was for Shardax. This time it's Nemesis running it.
Impunity out in the space already around this corner is a huge early take, not getting spawn held. Instead, they're already getting a ton of free location here. The alt charges are roughly even across the board. It's a difficult hold. I do think it's very, you know, strong to hold that on the spawn door and just waste time. They held almost 2 minutes there on the side of Shroudx on the defense, and now we do see the turnaround of Madian trying to get that ult quickly for Ultron up in the sky. Nuck at 95 with good positioning, clones out. They are going to try to match. As you see that teleport play, they're all up on that height there over the open location to the top left. You may have missed it. That is a good spot to set up Loki clones and just rain onto the backline. Nuck already has ult ready. Vision going to be holding up there trying to pull people into the hole. That is a really strong idea and composition for this map on this point.
Yeah, Cart's already pushing past halfway. Here comes that Eternal Bond, though, early on committed by Fidel. It's matched by that Fate of the Worlds on the other side, though.
Oh, he whiffed that whale so bad, bro.
That Eternal Bond to head towards a teleport and be ready to use it if need be. So smart, so well done, able to find a pick. Nemesis using every Q. Can they find value? Dunked. Scatter immediately going to take out one as Nuck goes down. Scatter for Vision onto Dinks there to even the odds a little bit, and that's going to be another for Vision, who's playing a mean Bucky right now. And Madian trying to get some value here on the side. Mellow taking out Dawn.
Nah, bro, that's not good, bro.
And Mellow now going to be running that Hulk Namor combination, and Madian holding that off angle pressure there with
Wait, what the hell? Did he land that hook?
I don't know how he got that hook onto that.
Wait, what the fuck?
Pushed away by the Hulk, just bullied. I mean, oh my goodness, Visions, no reaction there. I mean, you do see him back in the Bruce Banner form at the very least, but that space was created by the Hulk, and right now they're just able to get back in the Hulk, Monster Hulk form. 2 minutes left to go. Shardax, it stopped, it looks like, for now, as Team Nemesis. I mean, it was a good spot there. I mean, Shark committed that Hurricane. Doomed got support from Dongmin, but it just didn't pan out after that. And right now, Doomed is switching over to the Hela. We've seen this composition played by 100 Thieves. This is the first time today we're seeing Shardax play a very similar composition to that.
It's a difficult decision there when they leave.
Nah, bro, you don't get off Namor, man. Namor is really good.
It could have been a situation where he was in a safe location, whether he had some sort of
Namor. I mean, why would they get off? They've been holding for almost 3 minutes. They're doing good.
And just can transform without the KO time. So difficult. Maybe they just couldn't get the job done there, couldn't finish it up, but they are owning the space again, pressing forward, alt advantage, heavily on the side of ShroudX. They got to press Q quickly before the team catches up. Mello holding.
When does the Black Panther guy play? That is Ego Death, I'm pretty sure, and that is the last game of the day.
Good position. Here comes that whale. Oh, what?
So probably in about 4 hours.
Cloak indeed, and Vision's able to find 2 immediately. Scatter though tries to find the back line, gets Fidel in the sky. Impunity with the Strangling Prison doesn't necessarily connect, but it doesn't matter because the damage is already done on the high ground. You already had the early picks by Visions though. Mello again. I mean, he's making things dicey. There's a chance here. The portal re-engaged. 2 meters left to go. No! Don't touch the payload.
And they actually C9 the point after that, bro. They were holding so well, and they C9 the point after that.
It didn't result in a positive emotion.
Oh, that's a tough look. I'm with you. I think it was just a little, you know, it was a timing thing, right? They may not even have the opportunity, but also just a location. They just slightly passed the point. So when they jumped out, it was actually kind of being blocked by the portal for the touch. So it was able to press through and get point. Now it's just, can they push through the next some odd meters?
Okay, chat. 3 minutes basically to push it to the end of second phase here. ShroudX is looking like a good team, bro. I'm surprised Team Nemesis is not doing so hot.
We got Fidel, Vision, Dongmin, and Doomed ready. Where we have Dinks and Ricky, the strategist backline, ready for Nemesis to counteract.
Yeah, flying away from all of those squids in the backside. Hell is able to kind of dash on forward with the Crow, connecting to his ultimate as well. Mello doing such a good job harassing, but it doesn't matter. There's so much time left, or not enough time left on the clock for them to kind of get this hold as Fidel found a mating early on with these Terror Capes. He's been huge for ShroudX.
Yeah, it's an early pick, but Midian goes down. Good idea there. Doomed. They're both playing the hella. We haven't seen a lot of Vision trying to get a pull, not able to get to the backline. Kraken Impact very much ready, and here's the combination. Can they make a play off it? Bang!
Nice. Good stuff. Good stuff.
Here comes the engagement.
Oh.
Down goes Scatter. Do I see more? Tries to find the invis.
He has an extra one. He has one more. He has one more. He has one more. You can do it, bro.
Excuse me. Now on the hook. Bang again. Vision trying to clinch this W and keep the pressure on. Out go Crystals.
God damn, that Hulk is not dying. Good. Oh, there you go. Finally.
Still able to find a pick there on the Hulk.
Yeah, and then a portal, because they used it earlier. I mean, 2 meters left. You have Venom to touch a little bit longer. Ricky goes down. Impunity able to get onto both.
Wait, did they C9 both?
ShroudX go up 2 on Nemesis.
That looked really clean. Great combination. That group, Kraken Impact.
Chat, I feel bad for Team Nemesis right now, bro.
Today with a ton of turnaround. NK had a 5-piece there.
I feel bad for Team Nemesis right now.
Well played by Team ShroudX to switch the
Shroud should be watching his team right now. Is Shroud watching his team, chat?
Visions, I'm sure, celebrating after that one, and they look pretty good. I think this looks like a revived team right now, ShroudX, at the current moment. Up 2 on Team Nemesis, a team that people had.
He's not even live right now.
The tournament as well, like another top team that people had, but it feels like they've become not necessarily a shell of themselves, but have been struggling on these maps, especially against kind of more cheesy compositions per se. Like,
he's not even watching his team play
alongside Hella so far in this tournament. The only real team that plays a lot of that is like 100 Thieves. So I wonder how much Nemesis has been practicing against that team, against that composition, because I feel like usually we see Punisher.
Yo, Jay3's OnlyFans photographer again with a massive 5 gifted subs, tying 3rd place of the week so far. I appreciate it.
Like a sort of old-fashioned Hella Bucky combo, right? We don't see that too often, but it makes sense with how the
appreciate it.
Yeah, bringing us back to season 1.5 a little bit here as we do see that composition run. It looked really, really good. I mean,
these OnlyFans photos going to be making good money. I mean, apparently he's gifting subs. God damn.
Health as much as possible. Win engagements with your primary fire and just throw everything you can and just have a trillion HP. That is the goal, and we saw it in spades there. We did see that combination with Strangling Prison, which is still so effective as the team is just trying to use those walls to output extra damage, burst through some strategist ultimates, and it worked out so well there. ShroudX looked very, very strong. They said they don't want to let Shroud down here. They struggled a little bit in the Shroud Cup, and they want to bounce back now.
Oh yeah, I love these games, Keiki. I love these games. Haven't seen Shroud really play or even talk about rivals anymore. He's probably watching privately though. I mean, probably. I mean, if I got a team and I'm paying this team to play, I'd be watching them.
Vision MVP, well deserved. Obviously, the whole team played well around them, as well as having that.
I'd be watching him like a hawk. Like, hey, bro, listen, don't make me replace you, bro. Don't make me replace you.
I'm curious what the comms are like for the opposite side for Nemesis, because it does feel like their main strategy, which is put Mello on that Human Torch, it feels like it's just negated, right? They keep getting banned out. They banned out that Human Torch every single time, and it feels like
He
we
watched
haven't
it
seen
yesterday.
Nemesis play at their full potential.
Yeah, but today's a new day, bro.
Strategy, right? Like
is he not watching his team because the team lost and went to the lower bracket? Come on, man.
Understanding of these teams.
Hey, also been loving your watch party streams. Great commentary. Hey, appreciate you tweeted. Even though half the time I'm like talking shit.
But here's where they've always struggled. It's can they push through the clutch moment, which is get this W right now. Don't let the momentum shift. Put your foot on the gas, press it all the way in, and just keep going. And that is where they've had that issue in the past. They've got to get it done now if they want to get this done.
Yeah, they got to get it done. We'll see if they can on the next map. On map number 3, map point for Shroud X to get it done versus Nemesis. We're going to go to a break. We'll see you guys for round number 3 in just a second.
Huh? No, don't stay up with me. What happens if the games go to like 2 a.m.? Huh? Oh, you shouldn't stay up. Get your rest. You don't want to be on my schedule. My schedule's bad. Yo, Mashery, appreciate the massive prime sub, my friend. Oh, wait. Agree, but he doesn't stream our region. Yeah, I don't do it. I don't do Asia, bro. I to be honest with you, I have to wake up at 8 a.m. to watch EMEA, and then NA ends at like 1, 2, 3 a.m. Chat, I can't. I have to go to sleep, bro. Where do? And then EU, I mean, Asia starts at 5 a.m. There's no way for me to sleep. Too many letters and numbers? No, I think what messed it up is that they used to do best of 3s, and you could fit all the games in with best of 3s. But as soon as they make it best of 5s, the games go from like an hour and a half max if it's very close to like 2 hours to 3 hours. Yeah, it gets... No, I'm not a robot, bro. Listen. I wish I was a robot. Take your grandpa naps? Bro, what the fuck? Not a grandpa. Yo, the Hashi Ray. Appreciate the massive 16 months. Wait, speaking about... Yo, when's the next season of Kaiju number 8, chat? July 19th? Good shit, good shit. Good shit, good shit. That's what I'm talking about, bro. That's what I'm talking about. July 3rd? Bro, Dan to Dan is next week, July 3rd. There's no way I'm watching Dan to Dan on July 3rd, bro. I gotta go light off fireworks. Hey, listen, by the way, July 4th is close, chat. If you guys are celebrating 4th of July and you're sending out fireworks, yo, make sure you don't blow your hands off. Or blow your fingers off, just as a heads up. Be safe.
Second map here, and this is a position they've been in. They've looked really good. They always get to these clutch moments, and they, maybe take their foot off the gas. Let's see if they can press through and move forward, heading towards land.
Yeah, we'll see if they can do it, but we just saw a reverse sweep, and we were talking about during the break. It's definitely possible. It's in the cards. I don't want to jinx Shroud X or anything, and Nemesis is a strong team. You can't really let your foot off the gas, right? And if anything, I didn't expect, I think, on the opposite side for
I need people to get hurt. I'm a paramedic. It's called job security. Whoa.
They did not.
Can we not throw that J word around, please?
We talk about internet issues and stuff with Vest. That's obviously a problem, but regardless, they got reverse swept on today. Shroud X more so, I would say, than FlyQuest, or a team that kind of does that at times. You know, I feel like Shroud-X is a good team, but they can sometimes maybe let up a little bit, maybe not be too aggressive, or maybe be too aggressive, right? They can let the potential nerves affect them, but who knows behind the scenes what's happening, and it's obviously they're a very strong team. We'll see if they can finally close out on Team Nemesis as a team that definitely is looking for a big rebound game. This would be it. It was a tough matchup in the upper bracket, man, so 100 Thieves not a team to scoff at, and I think Nemesis, same thing down here.
I'm with you. I think it's Nemesis is a strong team. I'm with you that they could bounce back. They very well could change something up and shift composition, and things could definitely shift. But I will say, Shroud-X, just as a unit, these plays are very consistent. They've been working together. They're always comboing ultimates, and they're making things happen. They're finding early picks. They have to keep going like this. They just can't take a step backwards. They're finding a ton of value with these weird compositions that maybe aren't as practiced against. They brought back an OG composition here with Hella, and they pulled out the Bucky, who had 16 finals, which obviously, you know, when you're using ultimate, it does guarantee the finals. If it does go through that threshold, despite who does the damage, it goes to Bucky. But he only pulled out Bucky at the very end there, so it goes to show you he was playing real.
It's almost 4 a.m. in EU. Should I go to sleep?
We do head into game 3.
Nah, bro, it's already 4 a.m. Fuck it.
Get this W, press through on.
It's already 4 a.m., dude, bro. Fuck it. Fuck it, bro.
And the momentum.
It's Saturday. What are you gonna do Saturday?
For Shroud-X, they're hovering it. Emma ban on the opposite side, and you know I do understand the Emma Frost ban. She's been a strong hero regardless, but they've been protecting Mag anyways, right? Every time instead of Emma, so prioritization towards that Magneto, kind of similar to EMEA. Opposite side.
Are we finishing 100 Thieves? I'm going to try to stay awake for the whole tournament. Yes.
I wouldn't mind a total switch up of it. I know how strong that Emma Frost is, and you can just straight up lose because of it, right? That's the tough part with Emma Frost.
You know, some of us has jobs, right? Why is everyone throwing around the J word like it's not?
It's a big setup ultimate as well.
Bro, watch what you're saying, chat.
Cleanly when you're using that psionic seduction. Obviously the tackle there when you use that carbon crush.
Throwing the J word out like that, like it's no problem, bro. Jesus.
You jump and you transform and dash and you try.
Oh, what's up? You want to go to your mom? Hold up, chat. Let me take this baby to her.
Incredibly strong and the placeable shield location as well.
And Shib, they're banning the Loki out. They're banning the Loki, so Nuck no longer going to play that hero.
Smart.
But honestly, that's kind of. I mean, it is smart, but it's also it's smart, but it's tough because I think Shroud-X are totally fine also playing, you know, Cloak and Dagger alongside Luna Snow. So, you know, they're totally fine also playing those two characters. And I want to see, in terms of Nemesis, I think a little bit more out of their backline in terms of when they play the Loki, right? I feel like their backline loves to play the Cloak and Dagger, likes to play Luna Snow. And if they do get that advantage, if they do get to play that Loki, I need to see a little bit more out of them. And I know that we don't really get a ton of support POV with a lot of Stratus POV, so I don't want to fully blame or flame anyone. But I know Loki can be a hard character to position and play, so not everybody has that in their pocket.
Yeah, I Nuck last map, 46k healing, just about you know, like 9 more or so than the opposition, 9k more across the board. So most healing in the game. It did not find any final hits, like you mentioned, so maybe not as much of an offensive threat, but it's still doing almost 15k damage. So a ton of just raw stats when you're looking at Loki, and the ability to reset ultimates. So I think they just want to remove that just to try to find a couple more, you know, just more value with their Qs. They're just not finding nearly as much, like we talked about Shroud-X. These combination ultimates are just getting a ton of work done, so they're just changing something up. I don't mind it because I think they need to shift something.
And they're talking about it, and I wonder, because they don't really play the Loki anyways, this Nemesis squad, all that much. I mean, they do play it, right? We have seen them play it, but you know, maybe it's also just, hey, let's get that mirror, let's get that Luna Snow Cloak and Dagger mirror, even though we're not going to play the Loki ourselves. We're totally
okay, let's get this
that mirror finally. And that could
I like
put
this
them
map
over the top, so I don't mind that
okay,
answer,
hopefully
that solution to this. But we're going to Clintar. Nemesis actually not bad on this map as well, right? They have a pretty good win rate on this.
Hey Jay from Australia, and been viewing your content for a while now. Been able to watch your Twitch stream live. Hey, welcome my friend, welcome. Appreciate you.
Nemesis was 73% chance to win
as well. Yeah, thank you.
73% of chat favor
Appreciate
to win, and now it's dropped all the way to 41%.
All I'm saying, chat, bro.
So, you know, we can see the recency bias in your guys' chat predictions. That's all I'm saying, dude.
I hope I'm not trying to be toxic. I love Team Nemesis, but I hope Shroud-X finishes this in the 3-0. Just so we can finish a little earlier today. You know what I'm saying?
Changing so even weekly. Yeah. Oh, we might see a counter portal here. I like this plan a lot. Floating, well done there. They're going to try to maybe be tricky. Oh, and force the team to walk over an opening. This could be insane. I'm excited to see how this looks as we begin to teleport here. Oh, great positioning off in the offense.
Oh my God! Wait.
Escape. Good jump up again.
Wait. Did he fuck up his portal instead of dropping? Wait, I think he fucked up his portal.
Stuff, like you mentioned, shit they have to deal with. They also portal blocked that doorway so they could set up their dive. Mellow,
He fucked up his portal, chat.
Doomed on the right side as we have that mirror between them. The only difference here, Punisher versus that Hella. So we'll see how that matchup pans out over the course of the series.
Yeah, I like this swap here a lot, holding high ground, forcing them backwards. You just can't be afraid to give up some ticks here. If you're on the side of Shroud Eggs, know that that portal was worth and try to find value and try to get a pick early like that as Doom takes out a midi. Now it's back in your favor. You can play a little more aggressive.
I think he would have got that kill if he didn't fuck it up.
Back, as we will see them scooch forward, looking directly on the strat line. Dogman walking in directly onto Ricky. Dinks trying to keep, they're just doing a little support dance there back and forth, but Doom's got to get in there and put a ton of damage out. Now rotating over, Vision trying to do the same thing off the left side, trying to get a couple more picks and stagger the team. And that is how you do it. Dongman on to Dinks now. Down goes Craze, and that is a great,
wow, nice
great
fucking
play
hold so far. Nice fucking hold. Wow.
Panic or overcommit in that fight.
Yeah, big opening.
He would have gotten that kill if he played better. True.
Able to take down Amadian. Doomed takes him out on the high ground. Amadian kind of left alone there. Didn't.
You're good.
Good luck,
take care, Biggie.
They didn't get up a tick like you said. So good situation to be in right now for Shroud. We'll see if they can keep it up. I think Team Nemesis, maybe have learned a little bit. Potentially to set up Amadian. Maybe Amadian's going to crawl back to his team a little bit faster. Also, Kraz over to that Captain America, so they want to go for those dives. However, they will be against Stratus Ultimate, so probably not a lot of
what a name. Yo, Swaggy Van Gogh. Pretty sure that's a prime star, my friend.
And it begins again. Impunity early on in Mellow.
Swaggy's Van Gogh. Oh, that's a big fucking eye, bro. That's a... Oh, he's... They were able to get both supports still. That was a big fucking eye. Dongmin.
Holding on to 5 for this next fight. Wow.
Man, this
damn, bro. Damn.
In the bubble play, Ayabagomoto. I mean, they're kind of cleaning it up right now. Nemesis, it's a little bit worrisome at this point now. 2 minutes left on the clock, and it feels like they're getting engaged upon so much. I wonder, what the internal dialogue is right now because they need the rebound. 1 minute and 30 seconds left to go, and they have ultimates, so this is totally a winnable fight.
Yeah, it's evened out here. Should be actually in the favor of Nemesis, who did not commit any ult in the last fight. Good play there, knowing they were down a number. You just don't want to waste it, so you need to make your fights. Oh, what a pick there from Mello. Milliseconds of reaction time, not able to get away there. Mello finding one early. Here comes the Bond just to slow it down, forcing the team to hold on, and we're going to see Q's pop for days here. It's all about who can push through each other. Vision getting some protection, using that. Oh, final the judgment's out. Does it land onto somebody? Up goes Hella. Will they pressure the Hella out of the sky? Yes, they do. And Impunity.
Wait, they actually. Oh, that's a feels bad, man, bro. Not being able to get that kill.
And trying to disengage not resulted in any eliminations on the Shroud-X Visions.
I don't think Mello has
broken through this checkpoint. As 45
I don't think he has that thing that was on yesterday because he probably got in trouble. Maybe, who knows?
He's gonna get stunned out by Amadian. Nemesis will finally get into the streets phase, in the middle phase rather, of the map with 3 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, well played. Good focus and way to commit together using every ult, and they had in that fight. Doomed and Dongman not able to get
what thing on his second monitor right there where you can see bottom right, he had what was it, chat? Mommy is going to put these little boys to sleep, and it was like Emma Frost.
2 minutes and 40 seconds. No ultimates yet for Nemesis as well. Shroud-X could definitely go in with some early ultimates. No greens on the opposite side. So if you have some support from the Dance of the Butterfly, you can find those eliminations. But a big bubble keeps them alive. Also, everybody else playing into that dagger, the Storm Dagger. I mean, that just helps them out so much on the side of Team Nemesis. Although Kraz does fall to Impunity, who chased down that Captain America on the side.
Yeah, already taking this first corner. Now we see Shroud-X retaking the positioning. They're not even going to have height here. Team Nemesis down a number, forcing them back. It's all about just trying to get the neutral, try to get a pick early, and then we'll see if they collapse with ultimates after that.
Walking over to the backside, left side of the map. Nemesis going for that long rotate, just trying to control that.
Jay, you have the best chat.
You
have the best chat I've been in so far. Very helpful with answers and very and extremely nice and funny. Yeah. Please don't compliment my chat.
Kind of a recurring theme from Nemesis, even though they have.
I hate my chat. They're evil. They're nice to you. You're nice to each other, but evil to me. Don't say that.
Strange is still very much in the meta. We've seen a ton of them in this tournament. Has that eye ready to make a play again on the defense, but this is a tight space. This is what I'm talking about. If you use that jump, if you use that shift on quite strange. In a building that does have a roof over your head, you actually propel forward. It's very difficult to cancel. And he didn't hit the ceiling, unfortunately. It was a little bit outside, but that was an insane freeze there. Canadian going to find Dongman right after that, and we're going to try to battle back here as Nemesis goes up. Scatter looking towards the back line, does manage to take out Nuck. Fidel goes down too. Nemesis with insane plays here are now shoving on in as they head towards the end of point 2. The teleport will come through on the high side.
Yep, big rotate, and you called it out, Ricky, with a huge freeze onto that Eye of Agamotto, shutting down Dongman, who's been so impactful for ShroudX. They also have ultimates ready to go, so snowball potential is here for Team Nemesis as we enter another fight for ShroudX. They do have that whale ready to go as well, so they can find those eliminations even through ShroudX ultimates with the damage boost from Fidel.
And the fight begins. Nemesis heavily favored in terms of ult advantage. Dink's ready. Ricky ready to have some counter. Will they be able to get value through it? Mello gonna pop the ult. Does it land? The butterfly?
Oh, there's a lot of things that are just not. Oh, Vision. Vision.
Dink, that is a huge pick. Down goes one, and that's a good block here by Dongmin, putting a ton of damage out just to stuff down. The Hella goes
Vision.
down again. Vision. Good positioning. Now getting go by Cap.
When do ults get refunded to 50%? When they get stunned, I'm pretty sure. So if you get stunned when ulting, you get refunded back to 50.
Doom gets 2. Fidel onto a Madian. What a play and what a hold here by Shroud.
Is this actually for 3 million or am I gullible? No, it's a $3 million tournament in a whole. But you got to remember, there's like different regions and what. So the mid-season finale is like $500,000. The grand finals at the end in November or something is $1 million, and then every single stage is like 250,000. So it all adds up to 3 million.
And then they come
pretty
back
sure.
through damage boost there. Namor, he drops out that whale and finds Dinks. And then after that fight, Kraz was just trying to hide in the background.
Basically, what we are watching right now is we are watching the finals. Oh, sorry, we are watching the playoffs. This is the lower bracket. The next 2 games are the upper bracket.
Everybody else was pushed away and scared off the point from the front line of ShroudX.
Whoever is the top 2 teams, I think, from here, go on to play in China for 500,000. It's a LAN. It's gonna be fucking sick. I don't know if you guys also watch Overwatch, but when Overwatch did their first tournament this year, it was at Hangzhou. I don't know if I said that right. I think it was there in China, and it looked fucking amazing.
What was going on in the communication there, but yeah, I just think it was an understanding of thinking that the teleport was going to come through, and then he could follow up after, and then finding out it wasn't going to, and then panic running back and not getting there in time.
And I know you talk about a lot about the Shiv for like new players starting out to the game and stuff. You don't want to, if one of your teammates is
so glad they didn't go in the Overwatch League direction of set country teams.
If you're telling somebody else to sometimes they can't. So it's a matter of understanding the situation.
Set country teams. What do you mean?
Panicking the comms,
there's different regions. I think that's what Overwatch does as well. There's different regions. There's Oceanic. There's I think Asia. There's EMEA, and there's
start whining or something.
There's NA.
Can get really bad or really fast. So it's all about staying positive. Understanding the overall macro of your team environment, and the feelings that are kind of going around the board. Because right now, Team Nemesis backs against the wall. They only got.
Oh, you're talking about Overwatch League now. Overwatch. I think once you go. What's the term? Once you franchise something like that, I think it's bad. Once you franchise something, I think it's all about money at that point and whatnot. Don't get me wrong. So it's like.
Don't think forward. Don't think about anything besides pulling through right now, as we see for Nemesis. Now just trying to play for the life. ShroudX, great positioning here, keeping that composition, feeling confident with it, with impunity over there on hold. Saw a ton of value already on map 1, and Envision killing it and getting everything.
Hey, appreciate it, Doc.
On Namor, and here we go. Nuck already having that all. Goes to show you how fast Cloak can get it. As your team dances inside of that dagger storm, and he gets healed up. Oh, what a!
Why am I not in the tournament? I never made a team nor looked for a team. I don't know, chat. I'm a streamer, bro. I like chilling, man. Who knows? I might join a stream team or something or whatever.
Ricky and Scatter cleaning up the rest, as ShroudX is going to have to retake.
Yeah, and you know what? Sometimes it can get dicey there too, because on Loki you have to look at the target to get that copy. Sometimes you get body blocked by a Vanguard on the opposite team trying to make sure.
I think it would be fun to play on a team.
That can be a tough situation to be in. But
I'd probably get rolled, but I think it would be fun.
Going to this next fight, pretty even in terms of ultimates. Whale going to be up for Mello, and it's looking a lot better for Team Nemesis. They nearly have 2 minutes off the clock already.
For Loki players, a little tip, there is a confirm copy in settings where if you left click, it will confirm whoever's on your little screen. It'll show you who you roughly looked at, and your right click will deny in case you're in trouble, just to kind of help out with that. And, you know, at the pro level, they may not need it. They want more speed, but it is definitely helpful as you're climbing ladder.
Baby.
Mello onto Nuck early again with this fight with a nice flank there. Really smart play. That's the meanest eye I've ever seen.
Oh my, Dongmin has been very good on Shroud X, bro. I don't know what this guy ate for breakfast, but he is being very disgusting right now.
Does not. Doom takes out Scatter, and looks like Shroud X should be able to
Hey, that's my mouse. That's my mouse thing, man. Don't eat that.
Canadian running towards this point. They will get it off, it looks like, but can they get through in time? It looks like they do.
Wow. Just millimeters there on that point.
Oh my god, look at the point, chat. Look at the point. 97.33%.
This point, Impunity onto Craze. Now it's about, can they clean up with ultimates out? Ricky holding onto the dance floor. Should be done now. Impunity still in Hulk. Just smacking away at the back line. Dongmin onto Mello. Down goes another. Dune finding value.
Wow, they actually managed to cut the nice.
Yeah, huge point.
If Shroud X closes this out, chat, it's going to be a W.
I mean, they put up a good fight there.
We get to go on to the next series.
On their defense, right? Nemesis took until about 3 minutes left on the clock in the streets, in the middle phase of the map, and Nemesis were able to push on through. But for Shroud X right now, they definitely have a little momentum on their side. They're also switching visions, or they have visions over to that Namor. So we do have whales on both sides available. However, the Hela on the opposite side instead of the Psylocke, which this is actually a very good round in the middle phase of the map for Psylocke. So I'm curious to see kind of how it pans out.
What an exile there. And the craziest thing
Are both teams running Namor now? Hey, that's what I like to see, chat. Both teams are running Namor. That's what you like to see.
Just a battle back and forth, and like we said, Nemesis actually coming through and winning that whole series. And Madian finds Fidel there early, still getting that early push.
Oh, what a freeze, bro. What a freeze by Ricky. Oh, what a freeze, but your team still fucking gets deleted.
Just the Hulk left. Can they get this W? 3-0 sweep. Shroud X said, I did not want to disappoint you, Shroud, and they did not as they clean up the series.
Wow.
Dongmin, put some respect on his name. It's Dongmin, because that man just gets the biggest ultimates known to mankind. 3, 4, 5, doesn't matter.
Jeez, yo, Dongmin actually did pop off. I'm pretty sure they're gonna get him for the interview. Hey, that's good for us though. That's good for us. You know why? Now we go on to the top bracket, the upper bracket. We only have 2 more games to go, chat. 2 more games to go, and we can go to sleep.
I did not predict a single game well. Doesn't matter. Shroud X just 3-0's Nemesis, a team that should have, had a good chance in this series, but it turns out it was a 3-0, man. Just what a great series out of Shroud X, and I'm sure the big boss upstairs, not that he's dead or anything, but I'm sure Shroud is proud of Shroud X.
The big boss upstairs, not that he's dead or anything. Jesus.
You can't not show love to Dongmin, who was some of the biggest back-to-back huge Eye of Agamotto team-wiping eyes that just KO'd everyone. 24-3, 10 finals, but it's not about the finals because he was allowing his team to clean up from that ultimate. Dunes with 12. So well played. Vision, they ran the composition that I think is a little bit slept on now with that Hulk Namor. What a game. And Shroud X showing that they can show up in these clutch moments, not allowing a single map through.
I mean, what a series. I'm curious to see how Shroud X moving forward, because I mean, they almost won the series with the 100 Thieves. They didn't, obviously, but that's a big deal for this team to just win 3-0 over Team Nemesis. And there's more.
Oh shit! Yeah, I forgot about the points.
Right, 3 slots to qualify for that LAN. Although they do have to win, 2 more games
Damn!
to qualify. So it's going to be
61% on Team
Nemesis.
Nemesis.
I mean, they could potentially, avenge themselves in the next round versus somebody who's dropping down from the upper bracket. So I'm really excited to see.
Fuck, bro. Damn, you guys just lost a lot of points. My bad, chat.
Getting really interesting as Shroud X
Shit.
to progress over Team Nemesis.
Yeah, I think they've found their footing, at least so far. They've got to keep the momentum forward, right? I mean, they are.
Okay, chat. Next is a really good game that I want to. We gotta watch. Next is a really good game. I didn't know too much about these 2 teams. Next game is gonna be a banger. Sentinels against
They're showing now how good of a team they can be together. They looked clinical over these 3 games.
Yeah, clinical.
God damn, I forgot. No, not Ego Death. 100 Thieves against Techie. There you go. God, I keep forgetting that team name. They looked really strong yesterday.
It's a feel-good story for them, but also unfortunate for Nemesis now, who is eliminated from the tournament. They're out of the Ignite series, going to have to go back into the next stage. You know,
damn.
Dongmin,
damn. Rip Team Nemesis, man. Rip Team Nemesis.
Everybody kind of stepped up though from Shrodex. I think we're both impressed with the overall team play that has been always in question when we talked about Shrodex.
Yeah, individual performance always high. We always mention this, but they just need to see them come together as a unit, and they looked so well practiced there. Whatever they've been doing offline, whoever they've been scrimming, it's been working, and they looked so coordinated. A ton of combination ultimates, finding out, like, it seemed like a well-oiled machine. Whenever an ult was big, there was always someone to follow up. Whether he was frozen, we saw Dama get frozen after that game-winning ultimate at the end there, and immediately sweep through Doomed with a two-piece there on Psylocke, just ready for action. It was just so well played. The team figured it out together.
Yeah, that was crazy. I mean, I thought that got canceled, and then, you know, there were some huge freezes from their backline in general. Like, that was so many times. I think, was it Fidel just connecting with the freeze, just making sure they shut down some ultimates. But, you know, if you're relying on huge Luna Snow freezes to get a win, a lot of times that's not enough, right?
Wait, I think these casters are done.
This game, you know, it's a mechanically skillful game, don't get me wrong, but
wait, I think they're changing casters, chat.
That's really what matters most, I think, for every single team, and Shrodex definitely proving
How long has this been going on for?
They have a very coordinated team, and I like that they didn't do it as well, playing a lot of that.
4 hours. Oh, we got to go another 4 hours, I think.
They were, you know, playing that Namor, playing the Hulk, and I think that's where we're heading right now, Shib. It does feel like Namor and Hulk are specifically Hulk just has like a mainstay in the meta, but we have an interview, I believe.
We need a J3 interview on the main channel. Hey, whoa. I'm not a player, bro. I'm not a player.
Himself, I believe he's here, and the MVP from that last map.
Dongmin.
Dude, huge eye of Akamoto's. We saw all of those bad boys on stream, dude.
Thank you.
Yeah, how you feeling right now? You seem calm right now, man. Is it just another day in the office?
I mean, yeah, I am pretty calm. I got pretty mad at the loss last night versus Thieves, but I didn't want to lose to these guys even more. You guys always trash talk on Twitter, so I mean, they just got 5-man strange ulted every single time. So
damn,
and they went outside as
that's how you get it. Vengeance, man, right?
Damn!
Out there, there's the last two ults were disgusting. Sweeping team, your team followed up, and I think they were game winning, especially at the end. And I got to ask real quick, just in terms of understanding Strange. You know, we've been seeing Strange heavy back in the meta now. We saw some portal plays coming in that were pretty wild, and I saw the idea of you trying to shut down some portal plays too. You guys seemed really calm. What is it that changed as a team? Has it just been the revenge arc, or was it just a change in discussion with each other that you're starting to clutch up in these more intense moments?
We just started talking to each other way more, and yeah, I mean, it kind of changed the team environment. I used to like literally scream all the time in the comms, but today I was a little more calm, turned my mic up a lot, and I guess that's what changed it a lot.
That's a big fucking eye, bro. That's a big fucking eye.
And like I just focused more.
Yeah, we just saw one of your clean ults.
Yeah, you were talking about that. Like, I think it's a good point. I think you know, it's weird, right? That it's tough, I think, for an individual to fully understand, I suppose, like your impact on the communication. Like, can you talk about that for sure? Like, I know, like, even your type of microphone can sometimes sound like annoying, right? If it depends, obviously, on who you are, but you know, sometimes you can like upset your teammates without realizing it, right? Do you think that, like you said, taking that step back and sort of relaxing a little bit, making sure like it feels like you've been there before? Like you said, I mean, what can you say on that impact for sure for your team and how they felt today?
I think I definitely do sometimes clutter the comms when I do overcom, because a lot of the times I'll like talk about like how sometimes I'll like what I want to do in the fights, and then other people are like, no, I want to do this, no, I want to do this. So I'll like this time around I just decided I'd like talk about like how I want to like use my ults and stuff, and then let everyone else like do more talking. I think that's like what changed a lot today too.
Love it. I mean, it looked fluid out there. We saw you guys running, you know, going.
I love being a player that doesn't talk. I love it when I have a very vocal tank player because they're on the front line.
Clearly is very strong still. Is that something recent, or is that something you guys have always had in the bag?
I mean, the more we've always had in the more as Vision. Vision is the best the more in the game, in my opinion. So I think
he hasn't seen me yet, chat. He hasn't seen me.
The team up has swapped over to Hulk. We've been playing a lot more less because Hulk is very counterable by a lot of heroes. But we've started seeing teams that are playing the more Hulk comp a lot, and we just thought might as well just try Vision out again.
How are you gonna call me a Punisher OTB when all my time is on the more?
Love it. Smart play, clearly worked out.
Yeah, and I mean, on that, I mean, you guys are, so it's still like you guys are flipping things last minute. I mean, the new patch, I think, has been definitely impactful for sure, but like it just feels like things are changing day in and day out. I mean, you guys were just playing triple res the other day and stuff, and now coming into this one, you sort of swapped
My
away
the
from
more
that.
win
I
rate
mean,
is not
you talk
negative,
about,
bro.
You know, I mean, obviously, don't have to go too much into the strategy, but what is it like for you as that sort of mainstay onto the Doctor Strange and onto the Magneto to have to switch roles? I mean, is your role kind of consistent throughout, or does it change, you know, throughout the compositions?
I mean, everyone, I've started to notice that. I mean, I don't think my mag is bad, but I do miss my ults a lot, as everyone would see. It would always, everyone would trash talk the Magneto ults, and Doctor Strange is like a more comfort pick when it comes to me, since I've been playing that since the alpha and the beta. So, but we do play Strange and Mag really well around those two heroes.
Yeah, I think you guys did a great job in the banning phase as well. Real quick, if you have anyone, the last thing, it's been a pleasure talking to you as always. Anyone you want to
Jay3.
shout out, any teams? I know you kind of give a little
Jay3.
shout out there towards the side of Nemesis. Anyone you want to thank? Now's your time, brother.
I mean, shout out to my parents. I love my mom and dad, and I love all my teammates too. And yeah,
That's cute.
Oh, and Tommy, he know. You guys don't know him, but shout out Tommy. I love him.
Nice.
Wait, Chad, that's my name's not Tommy. My name's Chris.
You mentioned you didn't want to let Shroud down, and you guys looked great out there. So really well played. And we'll be seeing you soon as you head towards LAN and that prize. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you again for dropping in, man. And yeah, see you soon.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Who the fuck is Chris? What do you mean? Who the fuck is Chris? No, my name's not even Jay, chat. My name's Chris.
How this team progresses moving forward, shit, because I think they have they've looked a lot better than they have previously.
Your name is Chris, but you go by Jay. Is your real name Zoro's Legend?
They just look so fluid. I talked about in the first two games.
Do people walk around and call you Zoro's Legend?
There on the first map of Dom, and then they just figured it out and they locked in, and the conversation was only, can they keep it up? The only problem with this team has been finishing. They've been there against every team, right at the end. It's just, can you press through the finish line? And today, it wasn't even a question. It was just right through. So really well played. It looked like a whole new team, and that's what you want to see as a team developing together, heading towards the later stages of this tournament.
Chris 3 sounds bad. What do you mean Chris 3 sounds bad?
Series is going to be Tenki XD and Sentinels. Oh my goodness, we get to see Techie versus Techie. I mean, that's going to be freaking exciting, dude. The fact that we get to see these two teams finally match up. We missed it earlier on in Group B. Now we finally get to see it, and it's a kind of a surprise to everybody. It's in the upper brackets, right? That's crazy.
Okay, chat.
Yeah, we talked about Finn
I think they changed. I'm gonna let you guys guess on the last fight. I mean, not last fight, but
driving force was enough to push them to this point. Let's see how they do against a really strong
Techie
team.
XD against Sentinels.
Very shortly. Today has just been a day of first seeds falling, right? Like this is wild, right? It's insane.
I'm letting you guys do the prediction now.
How many first seeds have fallen, man? I don't know. Like it's a lot of good teams leaving, and that's what we talked about when Nemesis went to the lower brackets. We're talking about when we saw Envy and FlyQuest go to the lower brackets. Same thing with Shroud X. I mean,
I think, nah, bro. Techie looked like a very, very, very strong team yesterday, bro. And Sentinels had a very close series as well. But I gotta vote for my Sentinels, bro.
FlyQuest is gone, and then on the opposite side, Nemesis are gone. So
I think this is gonna be a really great series as well.
The Ignite series.
But we will be seeing them again. But yeah, if we had a bracket, it's like March Madness out here. I'd be missing left and right. These brackets, they have been insane, but a ton of fun. That's going to do it for you and I, as we'll have Vicky, Kitty, and Cozy coming in here to replace
Vicky, Kitty, and Cozy.
A ton of fun casting with you as always, brother. And I will see you guys very soon. See you soon.
Oh shit, we have a 6-minute break. Holy shit, you can do a lot in 6 minutes. Shit, chat. No way your name is Chris? Yeah, my name's Chris. Well, shit, chat. What should we do for 6 minutes? Do you guys want to watch me fish on old school RuneScape? We have 6 minutes. Look, I'm levels 86 in fishing. I just got over 20 million experience. This is what I've been doing on the side. This is my Subway Surfers. No, I can't watch Daily Dose of Internet because I'm streaming on YouTube. I might get DMCA'd or even copyright. Who's your favorite commentator? I think all the commentators are great. Tim is Tim, Nick is Nick. That means Jay is Jay. No, my name is Chris. God damn, chat. Look at this. Should I go do mining, bro? I'm getting bored of fishing. I wanted to get 99 fishing for so long, and I've just been sitting here fishing. I have like over 12,000 sharks in my what do you call it? In my bank. Jay shops on gaslight us. I'm not even. What do you guys even mean? Mining is worse? Bro, I don't want to do fishing anymore, man. I'm getting bored with fishing. No way Papa J named you Chris. What do you mean, no way my dad named me Chris? What's wrong with Chris? What's wrong with the name Chris? Chris is a good name. Jay is better? No, Jay's not better. I like my name Chris. Yes, Chris is better. No, listen, change the subject, chat. Why are you guys so obsessed with my name? Get out of here, bro. You don't see me questioning your guy's name. I knew a Chris in college. He played music. Do all Chris's play music? The only thing I've ever played in my life is a recorder in elementary school because did your guys' elementary schools do that? Did you guys have to like play a recorder? You guys remember that shit? Yeah, when you had to play hot crust buns, or what is it, doggy landmine? If someone shouts Jay in the streets, how many times have you turned around? Of course I turn around, bro. When I go to a convention, which I've been to several times, obviously for like TwitchCon, BlizzCon, or even like DreamHack. When I go to conventions, people are not going to be like, "Hey, what's up, Chris?" or "Hey, Chris." No, bro. I'm not gonna look if you called me Chris. If you guys said, "Hey, yo, Jay3 or Jay or something," I'd turn around. Can I call you Chris? Gaslin, get away from me, bro. If I met you, I'm going to call you Chris. If you met me and call me Chris, I'd say stranger danger and punch you in the nuts. Get away from me, chat. Wait, those who said I'll be getting drops from watching the TV app, I really didn't, so be aware of that. Bless. Damn. Chat, you guys don't get drops off the TV. If I met you, I'm gonna call you Poppy. I'm gonna call the police. All right. Well, this has been a lot of fun, chat. This is what I'm doing. If you guys ever wondering what I'm doing on the side, this is what I'm doing. Okay, let's go put this back over here. Is it too late to claim the Emma Twitch drop? Yes, you're very late. Okay,
What's going on, guys, and welcome back to Marvel.
1.7 million on Sentinels and only 700,000 on Techie. Damn, 72% of chat thinks Sentinels is gonna win.
We have both top seeds from the group stage down and eliminated, not going to China, not going to LAN. We've got the revenge teams going against each other, and both teams that lost in the group stage, they won. Vicky, what has... I'm cozy, by the way. This is Vicky. This has been chaos.
Yeah, I was talking about it to you earlier on when we were getting ready for today, and the script writers are either working overtime out here, or maybe the machines are on fire in the back. But the fact that we have sent both of our first seeds here in the playoffs into Shambolic Town should speak for itself when it comes to the level of competition that we currently have going on.
Yeah, and like outside of that last one, every single game has been down to the wire, down to overtime, to the last plays, as just stretched as far as they can possibly go. And that's exactly what you want in the birth of esports for a scene, and it has definitely showed up. I mean, just to think that the top seeds going down and us really now not knowing much about these teams and where they stand, because it's so razor thin between them, we just have pure cinema on our hands.
Well, now I
chat,
feel
if you guys are going to compliment anyone, can it
like
please be me? Thank you.
Expect that makes sense to happen, just choose the opposite, because that's kind of like what we've seen thus far across multiple regions. We saw it yesterday within the Americas when we started everything off in best of 3, and of course best of 5, always delivering, has served itself on a silver platter for us.
Yeah, we had 2 great matches going up. We have another 2 good ones coming in here. I mean, we've seen a lot from the playoffs. Human Torch and Punishers just...
Please root for Sentinels. Oh, I think I'm...
after back. We have
who's playing? It's, God, I keep forgetting.
One Panther game, and people got pretty excited from that one.
Sentinels and...
the picks of the bands, they've told a lot of story.
Techie? Ah, shit. I gotta see who's on Techie again. But I'm leaning more towards Sentinels right now.
Things off, of course, we got Techie, XD versus Sentinels, and it's almost like that Techie.
I gotta see. I gotta see who's on Techie.
That you have the double Spider-Man pointer meme happening here, but
I'm very bad with names, chat, and remembering. I don't know if you guys know that, but I'm very bad with names and remembering.
And I say that because
really
they're
bad.
not the ones on the lower end of the bracket, right? These next 2 different series will have all the way up in the upper bracket semis, so they'll at least have another chance.
Yeah, I mean, it's been great what we've seen so far, and it's cool that these teams are going to have one more shot, but this is the ticket to punch it to LAN. We've seen the Sentinels. They're looking like, honestly, one of the tournament favorites right now, coming off the dominant victory off Envy, having that 5-minute hold craziness, and Techie, the team that no one even heard of a month ago. No org, no spotlight, just raw potential, and we're seeing them prove it on this stage. 100 Thieves and Ego Death. That is just one of the craziest games in the making. Can't wait to see that come together here. But yes, win and go to China, make history, make legacy here on the biggest stage of Marvel. Right.
I want to go to that, chat. I hope I get invited to that as like a streamer.
Is it the same as yesterday?
Did you ever finish Expedition 33? No. Don't spoil it for me. Up. Chat. Can I get an 07? And Cozy's just sitting there letting it happen, bro. He's not even gonna say anything.
Oh, here.
Yeah,
So I was talking into the abyss out here. Sorry, everyone couldn't hear me. I was saying actually specifically that I feel like it's opposite.
$3 million tournament, by the way, chat.
At this point.
I was actually just having an inner monologue with myself. It's all great here. Yeah, definitely. Day 1 gave us potential here, and today really strips down to the truth. 2 of these teams again punching their ticket to LAN. The other 2, the dreams, legacies here on the line. I mean, watching a team like FlyQuest go down and out after their run in the group stage was both heartbreaking, but also, if you're on the side of Envy, exciting to see them advance on. Nemesis and Shroud X, you had the, kind of in the upper bracket, it was close. Lower bracket, Nemesis just completely wiped the floor there, but Shroud X turning history around. Love what Dogman said, just don't count them out. It was great to see. But here we go, guys. Techie versus Sentinels here, and these are the previous matches.
Yeah, seeing the history between both these teams. And
I think Sentinels looks like a stronger team, and Techie seems like a very streaky team. Techie lost 0-2 to Shroud X. So if Techie loses, chat, and they go play Shroud X, I think Techie is out.
Take this match against a team that has definitely gone through a lot of improvements. We talked to, I believe it was Tap yesterday, just trying to figure out what changed up in this team, and a lot of that actually came
I think
from
that's
the
wrong.
friendship,
It says Sentinels 0-2 in the play. Sentinels
the power friendship Tap was talking
lost
about
0-2 in the
how they're
playoffs.
really
That's not
good
true. It's
friends with
3-2.
Blue. They have history playing all
That's a
together.
3.
They picked up some other members here for this team through
Oh, sorry.
ranked,
That's
and
it's
together
2.
through
It's
the
2
ladder, they
2-0.
were
It's the other way
essentially able
around.
to form and
Sorry.
figure out what they needed
It's not.
to do
It wasn't
going
a
into
best of
this
5.
week's playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, call it like anime, but both teams have just been going Super Saiyan here with their best players, teams to look out for, players to look out for. With Techie, they've got a lot of skill, but the first people I want to kind of highlight here
Oh,
is Brute
Techie has
such an
Tap.
incredible tank all around.
I don't know a lot of
Blur's able to
chat.
also
I'm gonna
just
root for
flex to
Sentinels.
the
I don't know a
positions
lot of
needed.
people on
But
Techie.
Tap, Avery, the duel
I
show,
personally
we
don't
saw
know
that if
anyone.
it wasn't Tap, it was Avery on Punisher. So much, in fact, they had a ban Punisher yesterday, and they still brought the heat. And then Ad, who's just been going off MVP after MVP. Crazy stats out there from one of the best strategists and unknown ones to do it. 50k healing yesterday with Loki. Absolute chaos. As we look at Sentinels here, and Vicky, these names they're known, but my goodness, don't they deliver.
Yeah, I feel like when you think about Korova is not really Korova. Korova is just simply Adam Warlock. Like that's just really what that individual player is. And then together, making up the pieces of all Sentinels, hanging out in person, as we heard from Aramori yesterday, giving them that boost that they need in terms of team synergy, getting to know one another, but also seeing the performance that they put on yesterday alone, Cozy.
That is cool.
Yeah, and they're loose, they're having fun.
I think they're boot camping in Canada.
Aramori stream, they're doing sub goals. You have Aramori doing Korova's makeup at one point. Just pure fun, relaxed, and I was cracking up with the whole thing.
Wait, what?
They got the whole team there for the first ever boot camp. They've been playing together for a year now, finally meeting up. And yeah, I agree. If Korova doesn't get his own skin like a year from now, I mean, come on now, we've got to make it happen. But what I love about this team is amazing was the duelist to watch, but Nectar really stepped it up yesterday, getting back-to-back MVPs. Again, that 5-minute hold just showing what this team could do defensively and bending, not breaking, right? But what the story is to me, Aramori, Korova, if you look at both of them, they're always just neck and neck with stats. Nothing separates them a lot because they're both elite in their role.
Yeah, and if you know what to expect when it comes to Sentinels, we highlight Korova being on that Adam Warlock. They have that flexibility, but you know that with the more target bans that we've been witnessing in this ban and save system that we currently have in place, that Adam Warlock needs to be focused because Korova got away with so many 6-man reses yesterday that we literally had the zombie comps coming out and about in waves, literally back to back. We had re-engagements, and it's really difficult to deal with that depending on how you cycle through your own ultimates. If you have all 6-man ultimates available to counter that.
Yeah, there were times that Envy won the fight twice, but it didn't matter because they came back 3, sometimes 4 times, and it's so tough. I expect, so this is my expectations. I think Techie is going to ban that triple res because they did their homework, but then I think Sentinels, they know that, and then they're going to bring something up because they have so many different comps that can work. That's what I expect going into this matchup, but it really doesn't matter what you throw at them. All of them are so flexible. Crimso at the helm with the coach's game plan. We talked to Aramori yesterday, and they have just spreadsheets and spreadsheets of pick bans, what to do. Love that about him. And then Techie, who's the vanguard that the team is named after, their opponent today. That man has been spot on with his meteor M's, his focus. He's been mainly Magneto, but man, he's playing it great.
Yeah, that's why when we highlight the Techie v Techie matchup, you have a team that is literally named
Oh, you
after
can't get the
that
Emma
you're
skin
facing
anymore.
off
The Emma
against,
skin is
and imagine being
was
in
finished
Techie shoes
like
specifically. Team Techie, by the way,
this
that's
morning.
gonna also throw us out for a loop, Cozy. I hope you're ready, because when we talk about Techie, the amazing Vanguard player, and then Team Techie out here, and the way that they're gonna be approaching this third series of the day in the Americas, it's a bit of an honor out here as we get started.
Okay,
with
chat,
our
let's see
very
this.
First map. It's gonna be
First map of the upper bracket finals.
As the target bans are already out, banning the first thing, the Captain America.
Dreams, legacies, it's all here at risk, guys. One of these teams punching their ticket to China.
Let's go Black Panther. I don't think the Ego Devs is the Black Panther team.
Yesterday, we've got some more for you, but yes, right away, the Crimson target ban played almost exclusively Captain Freedom, Captain America over there. They're going to ban that, get rid of that right away here with the Emma.
Damn, that's actually really smart for them to ban Captain America, though.
Torch ban, which is a little bit of a ban target or target ban there for Avery, who loves the Flyers, opens up the airways there. Magneto save, love that for Techie. Again, he played that all yesterday here. And the next ban, is this going to be targeting those strategists?
Wait, my thing must be glitched then because I'm getting hours for it.
We're going to see more of these target bans as the Torch is the next to go from both sides now. So no Torch on the table, which I think it's been fantastic to see how many Torches were a problem last week. Now going into playoffs, a lot of teams being more familiar with the outcome of how other squads want to really work around this ban system, and no Psylocke on the table or the Emma Frost from the opposing team.
Yeah, we knew the Psylocke ban was coming out.
Yeah,
Tap
no,
just
there's no.
too
Yeah,
much of
your
a demon
thing must be
on
glitched.
that crazy work that he can do, and we saw that match after match. So that ban coming in hot. And
Yeah, that
Emma
thing's
Frost being
it's
banned on
not
the other
there. I
side,
just
which,
checked.
honestly, I think at this point, Sentinels, they're used to not playing with Emma. They're not going to be playing with her here today.
Okay,
The
let's see
Luna
this
save,
chat.
Love that. Kurova, if he's not playing Adam, he has played a lot. So I think they are expecting the triple res ban here. Kurova at least gets Luna, so that's potentially what we get. They could have saved Adam or whatever, but then they could just ban Mantis.
Can both
or
teams see
Star-Lord,
who
so
banned
they're
and
gonna
protect?
go with
Yes.
the Luna save.
To go with the Luna save, though, that means that this kind of opens things up. You know, oh, they don't go for the shroud. They actually pinpoint Punisher. All right. This also means that not only do we have Luna Snow on the table, yes, they could still try to run.
No,
the,
I don't think
the
Super
triple
Gomez
res,
is playing.
But also,
I think Super Gomez is
really good on that Loki. So that could be a Loki action from both of these teams.
I'm speechless because not only is it not getting rid of triple res, but on domination, where we've seen in the past that just triple res com is so hard to win. You have to play.
Yeah,
so
we already
perfectly. You get one
placed our
wipe,
bets
doesn't
earlier,
matter.
chat.
They call a wipe a win, born again, win again. You're gonna hear these statements over and over with this team. And again, I think, you know what? Stick to the game plan, Techie, XD, that, they definitely have drawn up something here. But I am shocked we're not opening up with this zombie ban.
You know they're going to be able to run away with this too. Yeah, especially the way that
Yeah, wait, why doesn't
spotlight on the way that
they really
Nestor played yesterday?
You know Kurova likes playing Adam Warlock, so why would you not want to ban their res
win condition that Sentinels always likes to lean on? But I'm interested because Team Techie, they obviously know this. So doing their homework after seeing what they've already did yesterday, going into this is something that they could have expected.
Yeah, I don't know. How long do you plan on streaming for? I don't know, man. I've been streaming for 12 hours already, so
that Flex done very well at that. It's Crimson.
I'm gonna stream until the
Captain
tournament's
America,
over.
Steve Rogers today, guys. The lower bracket teams faced eliminations. Now teams face the ability to punch their ticket again to the first ever lands, making history. Will mean so much for these teams. We've seen confidence, we've seen a little bit of cockiness, we've seen tears, all of it in interviews. What they want for China, as we see y'all's predictions down below, and it's looking heavily towards Sentinels.
That's why it's so important here to take the dub in this series specifically. You're basically in the safe zone there. Once you proceed through that winner side of the bracket, not really scared of whatever is happening on that lower end, especially after the matches that we've seen thus far. Last two matches here of the day as we start.
Okay,
off
chat.
match
Last
number
two
3 here.
matches.
We
Last
saw
two
the
matches.
pick and bans now already coming out of the gates, and we're already starting off with some Doctor Strange portal play.
Here we go, opening things up. We have Aramoy on the Cloak and Dagger for those staple heals. And we've got the triple res comp and Crimson over to Strange. No Captain America going
Jay3 coming through big time. Listen, chat, if you guys ever need drops, this is your one-stop shop. All you gotta do is come to my stream. When there's drops, I be streaming for you guys hours on end, bro.
To start things out.
And holding a good amount of that space here too in the front lines before Tap being on that Wolverine, looking for the opportunity. They did lose out on Avery very early on here. That's it for Brute too. So that big team fight win after that first pick going in favor for Sentinels to take the point.
Yeah, with the 1-2 from Amazing, and I gotta say, Mantis players often overlook because they split the healing and damage capabilities. No stats pop off. Really, Amazing though makes it happen. I've seen him.
Oh my god, I thought the game died.
20k damage, a good way to get things going.
Hey, come here.
Look at the way that they're holding up here too. Feeling confident, just as the chat predictions came out too. Forcing them just a little bit back though, building into some of these ultimates. Tap manages to get away right on time here too. These brute walls are trying to block out their line of sight.
Hey,
Crimzo though gets called out by Tap, and that's gonna be Techie now moving all the way forward with the rest of the team as Nectar is forced back.
Yeah, holding S now, no revive there. Obviously for Doctor Strange, we have used the Star-Lord revive, but not the other two here. Undefeatable coming out in perfect time with the Kidnap coming out and is slicing and dicing claws out. Nectar though trades with Ultron, getting him down. One less strategist to help the team out, but Brute taking out Amazing, who does have the passive. Can come back here. Legendary popping from the sky.
Kitty, I can't have you on my desk.
And violence, here it goes. Can he get something rolling? But Ad get a respond with the undefeatable.
Nectar with no emotion, by the way. I love these player chems that we have.
Oh, come on. Sentinel's starting strong. That's what you love to see, Chad. That's what you love to see. Sentinel's starting strong.
The rest of Techie. Then you have to consider the Ultra ultimate. That doesn't help out Blur. Amazing right there with the damage output. Amazing. Obviously,
I can't
such a
read chat,
great
though.
match. We saw
I can't
the
read chat, though,
and the
because,
flexibility from Sentinels before with
sadly,
Amazing.
my
And
cat's
it looks
in
like
the
the follow-ups are definitely there as Tap manages to skate by with another pick onto Aramori. That's two backliners now out from Sentinels.
Tap with a huge clutch hit there, and I love Blur. He looks like me playing just all the way
don't hurt
in
yourself,
here
Kitty.
as Techie is going to get this point back from them. Techie's the player Techie, his cam just pointing to the ceiling. I love
Yo,
these
come on,
cams.
come on,
Check them out if you
Sentinels.
haven't already bought them right there. But yeah, great start, and honestly a good finish up there from Techie to get things restarted. But that's going to allow Sentinel their passives to come back. Crimson switching
No,
to
don't say J Curse, bro. Don't say J Curse. Come on, Sentinels. Sentinels is gonna win this. There's no such thing as a J Curse. Also, I like how you can see people in the bottom right, and you can see like the other players in the background. That's fucking badass.
Move in together. Amazing. Having the Soul Resurgence together with the Mantis as well before they try to push up. Nectar trying to get into a different opposition, trying to scout out the strategist from the backline of Techie XT, and it is clobbering time to open things up from the other side. Crimson does get stunned temporarily. The follow-up comes in right afterwards, and Wolfle with the Eternal Bond keeps the rest of the team alive. Amazing rallies up together though with the Soul Resurgence, and now it's going to be that 1v1 battle in the neutral here, not only throughout the healing, but they could also utilize these big walls to get into some extra cover.
Great job surviving the 1-2 punch of the thing there. We've got Legendary coming from Nectar as he rains down. They're staggering their ults perfectly, though. Undefeatable up once again for
Damn.
Ad. What we like to see here, and at this point now, they've got to survive what's left coming for them. Aramori is going to have the response. Kurova there with the Born again. Things are looking good for them as Techie is going to now get the elimination. He's got the Meteor to follow. Will he use it?
Wait, where the hell did his ball go?
Goes the purple Meteor, and down it crashes. And does not get the connection, but he looks for the finish.
I always think it looks so entertaining when you get to hide the Meteor just a little bit by the lip of that one wall. Where is it going? Now you see it, now you don't. Still was able to get the collide here, and then the follow-up right afterwards to finish off that one pick. But time is of the essence for Techie XT as they're forced to re-engage with the portal.
We have 3 ultimates ready to go. We've got the Berserker Rage, and that can do it all by itself. But Clobber time coming out, and Crypto says it's not Clobber time, it's closing time.
I did not curse them, chat. They're winning, bro. They're winning. Trust, bro. Trust.
In the ring as the thing does in Rivals and Sentinels, looking promising to open up.
And you guys said I cursed them, bro.
For the second round right now, with the way that Sentinels have been playing, they'll come back again and again in this res comp too. And that was with Techie. They did win a fight.
Good
there
shit,
just
good
to
shit,
reclaim
good
that
shit.
point at one point, but Sentinels, they were able to come in together with so much to work with.
Love the flex over there.
They're destroying Techie right now. I mean, they have to, bro. Imagine being Techie and you're gonna lose. You can't lose to a team that named themselves after you, bro. You can't. You can't.
6K, almost 7K healing and 7K damage. 5 final elims to match. Only 2 eliminations. Look at the strategist barely going down here. Definitely seeing great work from the team.
Even on the other side too, strategists putting in the work, looking at Wolfles. We heard in the interview earlier that Wolfles just keeps getting away with it, but it's going to be difficult with Sentinels taking that first round alone.
Sentinels has always been a res comp one trick.
They
can't be a res comp one trick because even if you ban res comp, I mean, if you know they're what do you call it, a res comp one trick, then you ban it and then you have nothing to worry about. They're still winning. I mean, he still managed to make it this far.
Some of it in the playoffs so far here as the team, they jump in, they bring the fight to them, and right away we are off and rolling here as Crimso's throwing the magic, the whip, and the pop as he tries to get a fast elimination, but the choke and the throw there on Dr. Strange.
Oh shit. Everyone fucking died, but then they go, oh my god, that massive res. The 5-man fucking res.
Utilizing the psionic seduction, gets out of the line of sight, is amazing just to start the re-engage with the Mantis Soul Resurgence instead. As Sentinels, they get to backtrack their way into claiming the point first, and now the survivability from Wolfos comes in with the Eternal Bond. Tap, though, has activated the Judgment as well. Final Judgment and the follow-up as Techie XD gets to try to reclaim this point and mop the floor as Sentinels are forced to come back.
Damn.
Oh my goodness, I felt that passion in my soul. I've got to say, I mean, we've seen Sentinels do that. They play very aggressive with the Born Again, right? Because they can go in there, they can turn that wipe into a win. And that time, though, Techie getting the job done. I said they had to play perfect. Well, they just did one fight that way.
They're doing a good job at keeping track at where the positioning of these reses could come from too, and that's Korova not having that ultimate as well. But the
down with Woofles. Wait, what's wrong with Woofles?
As Nectar wants to try to open up here with the legendary Techie having that.
What's Born Again's cooldown? Born Again is the ult, I'm pretty sure. Are you talking about Soul Bond or Soul Link or whatever it's called? I think that cooldown is like 45 seconds or something. But if you get a headshot, its cooldown reduction is by 1.
Are going down without being able to utilize their own ultimates.
Ask Guru. Woofles is the worst. Yeah, I'm not gonna go out of my way to ask why someone's the worst, to be honest with you. I figured you could ask me.
Not only did they lose the team fight, they lost the strategist ult, and that's gonna be rough because looking at Sentinels, they've got 3 locked and loaded, 30% on Nectar already. Blur looks like he's ready to go, and Avery, a little bit of a counter pick there for the Born Agains that happen. If you can find them fast enough, you can make that into another team wipe. But my goodness, Vicky, that was tough there for Techie. He looked like they were going on the snowball route to win the point.
And that was them trying to utilize those ultimates originally too, so a little bit expensive. They still have the Eye of Agamotto. It's clobbering time though, but Brute is trying to face up Crimzo and that straight 1v1.
Wait, isn't the Adam headshot cooldown reduction on his heal, not his Soul Link? No, I'm pretty sure it's his Soul Link, is it not?
So nice counter pick here and counter play instead. And the Eye of Agamotto comes in. It's found Korova, who will be able to get the res though, at the very least.
Damn, bro. Damn. Tap is popping, bro. Is his heal? Oh, is his heal? I thought it was his Soul Link.
Punisher, because it's so difficult to deal with the damage output here when you
holy shit, I got it wrong the whole time. Wow, and Tap is popping off right now, bro.
The triple res, they were confident in their duels to be able to clean up even after they get the initial eliminations. And we're just seeing pure confidence from this underdog team. They don't like being called underdogs, but face it, there is Cinderella story in the making right now. Can have a chance to get the second point here in this domination map, Vicky. And if we look at the ultimates, we've got Legendary cooked up, ready to go. And guess what? Wolfles, nothing to it. Ad does just now get that ult now to counter.
That's gonna be big here. Brute with the Psionic Seduction could also try to deny the ultimate away from Nectar and Techie if they've been able to ult track properly here. Nearing 85% now in favor for Techie as Sentinels now try to re-engage as well, just trying to poke from afar. If we're trying to find this as Techie gets stunned temporarily, is forced to utilize that Magneto bubble just on himself, but not on Nectar here.
You could counter a whole ultimate ability by just bubbling the floor. Oh, what a fucking shot by Techie though.
Being able to find Ad even bigger. The win
that's a big win for them, but Sentinels have no ults. No, sorry, they have Crimzo ult. They have 1 ult. No, I don't think Sentinels wins this round, bro. Techie, all Techie needs to do is just walk in, build, what is that, 4 ults right there, and then they just win.
Here as they're pushing in on the
yo, AZ450, appreciate that 52 months, my friend. How you doing? Are you saying cats over dogs now? Nah, I love both, bro. I love both.
Into the eye. Look for the aggression from Blur here in the stretch just to keep them up. They're going to go in with the Eternal Bond.
Oh, they know the way that they're backing away right now. The Eye of Agamotto has to go huge here, but first it's going to be opened up as Tap uses the final jump.
No, chat. I told you, bro. Oh my god, Tap with the fucking 5K, bro.
Clears up the entirety of Sentinels as the back half.
Oh my god.
He's trying to stay alive to at least try to stagger in to contest.
He emptied the clip and the scoreboard. Did he even leave a chance to touch via portal?
He just fucking killed everyone.
From Techie, really just rebounding from what happened. Honestly, rebounding from the giant slam dunk that was the Techie ult. What a response, Vicky.
The J3
the
curse is real.
Punisher.
Bro,
I mean,
I'm not. Oh my god. You have to counter Tap. Tap
final
is the only
hits
one doing anything on that team.
following
29.
off
I
of
mean,
the
not the only one doing
timing
anything,
of
but
the
29 and
slight
4
delay of
with
Blur coming in with
19
the
final
Eye
hits,
of
bro.
Moto
If you
2,
shut down Tap, I'm pretty sure Sentinels will win. You have to kill this guy, bro.
This round
19 final hits.
set us up with the script writers working even longer in overtime for day number 2 of this playoffs.
Right down the stairs and just throw them away. They mean nothing at this point. We have 8 seeds taken down, both 1 seeds. We have 2 seeds now on the ropes for the first map of domination, all together in boot camp for the first time. Both these teams, friends, ready to go, locked and loaded. One team is an absolute dream. They said yesterday we didn't even expect to win, Techie said with Tap on the interview, and here they go. They can win map 1, Vicky, as they open up potentially with this Kraken impact.
If you're going to be able to have sets like that, Tap, got to have way more faith at the same time. Crimson
This Techie NA. Yes, chat. This is NA, bro. This is NA playoffs.
You have to keep your eyes for this, as Nectar's going to be able to come right back into the action.
Yeah, Kurova, what he did so good yesterday is he stayed alive in these fights again with that Born Again. They can come back later, even after the death, for a few seconds here now, as we have Avery trying to go and get that elimination, but the Eternal Bond coming out, forcing that from Aramori is a great play there, but now Sentinels are going to need to win this fight.
He's good at getting the last hit in. Damage isn't just far from the others. Well, I'm going to be honest with you. If there's one thing that you should be doing, you should be finishing off the guys.
He goes down with the slam.
You can get them low, but if you're not finishing them off, then what's the point? You're just feeding support charge. You always got to finish off the opponents, chat. Always.
And that's how you're able to find out these cloak and daggers and where they're going to be able to get positioned. Great wombo combo right there, too.
Ooh, we have a Nectar cam. We did not have that yesterday. Nice to see what it looks like behind the Star-Lord mask there. Again, these player cams so fun to see here as we head in here into now what is 17% and building for Techie. And we've seen now, Vicky, that when they have their ults, they can win this fight quite easily, and sometimes not using everything that they have. Opening up with the Wizard here and trying to get the Eye of Agamotto out. They can use Tap, but we're gonna
What's your favorite way of finishing them off? Well, like what Tap's doing, bro. You just got to lay it into them. Just give them everything that you got.
Nectar, though, was hiding behind that pillar, just waiting for Techie just keep moving all the way up. Utilizes that Star-Lord ult just to buy in some time and space, but that didn't force out any of those ultimates from Techie XT. Even better when it comes to their ult economy before trying to come down, because the big problem right now has got to be Tap.
There you go. There you go. Come on. Come on.
This Punisher and the final judgment.
Oh, no. Oh, wait. Did they hit anyone? Oh, they hit one person, dude.
As Nectar goes out right afterwards, and then the restabilization with the Eternal Bond just to keep them back in this fight.
Yeah, here as we have the passives moving Avery now with the big, but Kurova behind the ramp gets the res off, but Brute is going to eliminate. Does not matter though, these teams, these players coming back here. We've seen the zombie comp before against Envy. We're seeing it again, but the team is cleaning it up here as Wolfos gets yet another elimination. I gotta say, Vicky, wasn't crazy about that legendary from Nectar. They had the cloak bubble to counter that, and they didn't need to use anything there, so a little bit of an awkward ult placement there.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Nectar will have it again, at least coming into this next fight, because you know Star-Lord just gets that ultimate so quickly depending on the damage output. But for sure, Techie did not have to utilize any of those ultimates before trying
what
to
kind of
really
wait, what is this face cam that we got, chat, bottom left? What is that? Is that a ceiling?
1%, and Sentinels do have 3 ultimates for this next engagement.
Now for the tough part for the underdogs here, they've got 30% and climbing, but the ultimates are going to be in favor for Sentinels here, so they're going to have to win this neutral fight into what could be ultimates from Sentinels, and it's going to open up with another legendary. Is there a cloak bubble to save? No, but they do have the Loki lanterns. Throw down with the cloak bubble. Techie, though, with the finish on the duelist. Huge pick at Avery there, taking down the Winter Soldier, and the momentum with it now as the team backing up, trying to get composure. Techie, though, he wants more. He's hungry. He's
Jesus Christ. Look at that shit, bro. Look at that shit.
These 3 ultimates, soon to be all 6, honestly, for this next engagement.
Look at that shit, chat.
Reclaim on the point, and that was just with Nectar using that legendary. Techie did not expend anything. Now coming right back in, they have to desperately contest.
That's where I like it.
Wait, they don't have teleport? Wait, they might not even make it if they don't have teleport. What are they doing? No,
that's
a GG's, chat. What? They didn't have teleport?
And that impact, and here goes the Meteor and Sentinels. They get the first map off Techie.
And you guys were saying that I was bad luck and I cursed teams, chat. Didn't I tell you Sentinels were taking it?
They had a Doctor Strange to try to recontest at least onto that point there, but Sentinels.
Didn't I tell you that Sentinels were taking it?
In that choke tunnel.
Standing tall, the legacy is living on.
I don't know if he messed up his TP. I can't. They weren't showing it.
Amazing deserves every part of this MVP. Again, I said this going into that first match there, Vicky. You know, Mantis, they don't always come with the crazy shiny stats, but hey, 9 eliminations.
Damn, Aramori with 41,000 healing.
Insanity.
Tap with 36 and 5.
With the 15,000.
If you showed me these stats and told me what